Chapter 1. After the apocalypse, I was reborn. Pain, excruciating pain. The bone-deep agony permeated Zhang Yi's entire body. This was not just a feeling, it was a harsh reality happening to him. At that moment, he was mercilessly knocked to the ground by friends and neighbors he had once trusted and helped, fists and feet raining down on him like storm. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, they even disregarded the help Zhang Yi had given them and turned on him. In his dying moments, he vaguely saw his goddess, Feng Yuqing, standing behind the crowd. Looking pitiful as she shouted, "It was I who led him, and make sure you give me a larger share of the supplies." It was this woman who tricked Zhang Yi into opening the door and then led to his demise. Zhang Yi looked at her, his eyes filled with hatred and regret. He could only blame himself for being too foolish and kind-hearted, which led him to become a stepping stone for others in this apocalypse. He wished more than anything that he could start over. This time, he would not show mercy to anyone, he would only live for himself. Zhang Yi soon felt his vision darken and lost consciousness. However, in the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the sofa. The hellish scene he had just experienced, that terrible pain, was still vivid in his mind. Zhang Yi gasped for breath, his entire body quickly soaked in sweat. What's going on? Didn't those beasts among my neighbors kill me? Once he regained his composure, Zhang Yi began to survey his surroundings. This place was familiar, it was his own house. The comfortable temperature in the air left him feeling exceptionally surprised, because in December 2050, Earth was affected by a supernova explosion 500,000 light-years away, resulting in a global Cambrian storm. Global temperatures plummeted, and in Tianhai City, where Zhang Yi lived, the daily temperature was below -60 or 70 degrees Celsius, with heavy snow lasting a month. Burying the entire city. It was said that in northern Huagua, temperatures even dropped to a terrifying -100 degrees, with the ground completely buried in ice and snow. Various species went extinct on a massive scale, with over 95% of humanity dying in this disaster. Zhang Yi stood up and took a bottle of water from the fridge, drinking more than half of it in one go. Although the refrigerated water was very cold, to him now, it was like nectar. In the apocalypse, the only way for people to obtain water was to go outside, risking extreme cold temperatures to dig snow to melt for water. This task could easily lead to frostbite or death. After finishing the water, Zhang Yi glanced at his phone. It displayed the date, November 12, that there was still a whole month until the apocalypse arrived. It seems I have been reborn. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and quickly understood what had happened. That month of experiences could not have been a dream, especially the pain of being torn apart, which felt too real. Zhang Yi raised his head, feeling immensely fortunate to have survived. At the same time, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He remembered clearly those who had harmed him. In this life, he would live well and would no longer show kindness to those beasts. Moreover, under the premise of ensuring his own safety, he must take revenge on those who had wronged him. But for now, Zhang Yi needed to consider how to survive well in the impending apocalypse that would arrive in a month. Zhang Yi's living conditions were relatively good. His parents had passed away early, and he inherited a 120 square meter apartment in Tianhai City. He also had over 2 million in savings, which would seem relatively ample in normal times. However, with the apocalypse approaching, there would be a massive shortage of resources worldwide. Relying solely on this little money would not last long. After all, to survive alone, a vast amount of resources was needed. With the opportunity to prepare in advance, Zhang Yi not only wanted to survive, but also hoped for a certain quality of life in the future. Food and entertainment had to be balanced, otherwise, over time, his mental state would surely collapse. Moreover, weapons and equipment were essential. Only then could he protect his safety and complete his revenge on his neighbors. Just then, a beam of white light suddenly appeared before Zhang Yi. He thought his right eye was blurry and reached to rub it. But suddenly, a strange thought surged in his mind. It seemed that the white light was a part of him, and information about it appeared in his mind. With a thought, Zhang Yi's consciousness instantly entered that beam of white light. To his surprise, he found himself in an enormous, vast white space. He had no idea how large it was just a vast expanse of blankness. Is this a different space? It seems that after my rebirth, I have gained some special abilities. Zhang Yi's heart filled with joy. It appeared that the exposure to gamma rays had caused his body to mutate, granting him extraordinary powers. With this massive space, it would be much more convenient for him to store supplies for the apocalypse. However, Zhang Yi wanted to know how much this space could hold and whether there were any restrictions on the objects he could collect. He quickly returned his consciousness to his room and began to try placing items from his home into the space. He started with a teacup and a wash basin, both of which easily entered the space. Zhang Yi then tried to shove larger appliances inside: a color TV, a refrigerator, a washing machine, a computer, an air conditioner, a vacuum cleaner. The white space accepted everything, taking all those items in. Moreover, with just a thought, Zhang Yi could retrieve items from the space. However, some objects that were subjected to strong external forces and were not individually existing could not be taken in. For example, when he tried to pry a piece of flooring from the ground, there was no response. This different space seems to have many rules. I need to explore them slowly. However, just having this enormous space to store items allows me to stockpile vast amounts of resources. He licked his lips, and a bold plan formed in his mind. Zhang Yi worked as a supervisor in the South China region warehouse of Walmart. As the world's largest supermarket, Walmart had all kinds of goods in Huagua. It had 3 giant warehouses located in Central China, South China, and North China. These 3 warehouses were incredibly massive, especially the South China warehouse. Completed in 2040, it was 1,500 meters long and 720 meters wide, covering over 1 million square meters. It was the world's largest warehouse. It had been praised by the president of Walmart's Greater China region as the 8th wonder of the world. Of course, only 7 wonders are globally recognized, while the 8th wonder is self-assessed with thousands of claims. However, the area and storage capacity of the South China warehouse truly dominated the global storage field. The supplies it regularly stocked could meet the weekly consumption of millions of people in several cities. This meant that as long as Zhang Yi emptied a warehouse of its supplies and transported them to a space, he could say that not only would he have enough supplies for his lifetime, but even for 10 lifetimes. The most critical point is that Walmart has very strict quality control. There are no low-end generic goods in the warehouse. Whether it's food, daily necessities, or luxury items, they're all well-reputed big brands. If Zhang Yi could empty out a Walmart warehouse, he wouldn't have to worry about supplies when the apocalypse comes, and he could live very lavishly as the warehouse supervisor. Zhang Yi is extremely familiar with every shelf, surveillance equipment, and staff scheduling in the warehouse. For him, emptying the warehouse is definitely not a difficult task. After making up his mind, Zhang Yi felt much more relaxed. Goo-goo at that moment, Zhang Yi's stomach protested. He patted his belly and glanced at the yellow braised chicken rice he had bought on the table. After hesitating for a moment while rubbing his chin, he ultimately smiled and shook his head, choosing to forego takeout. In another month, it will be the end of the world, and I need to eat as many delicious things as possible quickly. Otherwise, there will be no chance later. Why should I be so stingy with myself? He had endured a month of cold and hunger, and now he desperately hoped to eat some warm and delicious food. What's the point of saving money? After the apocalypse, money would turn into worthless paper, so it's better to spend it all now to avoid waste. Zhang Yi turned around gracefully, preparing to find a high-end restaurant he had never dared to visit before, to have a good meal. Chapter 2. White Lotus. Zhang Yi stepped out of his house, and the scene outside was peaceful, filled with joy and comfort. Many parents were playing with their children in the community square, their faces filled with happy smiles. However, Zhang Yi knew that in a month, all of this would turn into bubbles. He quickly walked out of the community, and not far from it, there was a Michelin 3-star Western restaurant. A meal there would cost at least $5,000 to $6,000. Zhang Yi had always been reluctant to go in and eat. But now, he didn't care at all. After being reborn, he had to celebrate properly. After entering the restaurant, Zhang Yi found a window seat, ordered all the most expensive dishes on the menu, and also requested a bottle of Lafite red wine. This meal cost him 50,000 yuan. Even the waitstaff in the restaurant looked at Zhang Yi with ambiguous eyes, thinking he must be a wealthy, second-generation rich kid. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person afford such an expensive meal? Zhang Yi didn't care what others thought. When the table full of delicious food was served, he began to stuff his face. Perhaps because he had experienced 6 months of a frozen apocalypse, eating such delicious food made him so emotional that he was almost in tears. Therefore, his eating manner became a bit ferocious, drawing the attention of other diners around him. Zhang Yi didn't mind them. After all, when the apocalypse comes, people might even kneel down to beg for a pack of instant noodles. At that time, all civilization and morality would turn into bubbles. Just as Zhang Yi was eating in the restaurant, a woman passing by outside suddenly stopped. She was a woman with flowing long hair, exquisite makeup, and wearing Gucci high heels with an LV bag on her arm. This woman was Fang Yuqing, who had caused Zhang Yi's demise in his previous life. Beside her was her good friend Lin Caning. When the two of them passed by the Michelin three-star restaurant, they couldn't help but glance inside. They had always longed for such high-end places, but their finances didn't allow them to indulge in such extravagance. However, that didn't stop them from looking inside with scrutinizing eyes, hoping to spot a quality, rich second generation who could help them hook up with a wealthy partner. As they looked in, Fang Yuqing was surprised to see Zhang Yi inside, with a large table of top-notch food in front of him. "Isn't that Zhang Yi? How could he afford to eat here?" Fang Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. Lin Caning also covered her mouth in astonishment. "Zhang Yi is actually this rich?" As she spoke, she gave Fang Yuqing a somewhat ambiguous glance and smiled. "Yuqing, you are really lucky. The guy chasing after you is actually an invisible rich second generation. Look at that table of food. It must cost at least 50 to 60,000. What ordinary person can afford such an expensive meal?" Lin Caning's tone was somewhat envious. She knew that Zhang Yi had been pursuing Fang Yuqing for 2.5 years. However, Fang Yuqing had always kept Zhang Yi dangling, neither rejecting nor agreeing. Fang Yuqing was a typical gold digger. She always believed she could marry a quality rich second generation and become a young mistress. But she was also reluctant to give up on Zhang Yi, who had a car and a house in Tianhai City, so she had always treated him as a backup. Her principle for a backup was not to initiate, not to reject, and not to be responsible. Seeing Zhang Yi enjoying a luxurious meal worth tens of thousands of yuan made Fang Yuqing begin to doubt. Could it be that Zhang Yi is actually an invisible rich second generation? Fang Yuqing rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. By the way, don't dramas often have such characters? Clearly very rich, but pretending to be an ordinary person in search of true love. Fang Yuqing believed what she said, and her eyes lit up. If that were true, she could save herself a lot of effort. After all, Zhang Yi had been pursuing her, and she felt that as long as she nodded, Zhang Yi would immediately propose to her. Lin Caning also urged, "Yuqing, let's go inside and find Zhang Yi." In fact, she was eyeing that table full of delicious food. This was a Michelin three-star restaurant. The big meals inside were something ordinary people would never have the chance to taste in their lifetime. Fang Yuqing hesitated for a moment, but shook her head, saying, "Isn't that inappropriate? It would make him think I'm a gold digger. How about this? We wait outside and pretend to run into him by chance." Fang Yuqing was no fool. She wouldn't lower her stance just for a meal. Even if Zhang Yi was really rich, she had to maintain her goddess demeanor. Only in that way, when they were together in the future, could she control Zhang Yi and keep him as her loyal admirer. So the two of them hid not far from the restaurant, waiting for Zhang Yi to come out. After eating for over an hour, Zhang Yi contentedly patted his round belly. The taste of the Michelin three-star meal was actually average, but for someone who had just been reborn from the apocalypse, it was already a delicious feast that moved him. Next, he planned to go to a nearby supermarket to buy some supplies. This was to test the storage capacity of the alternate space, to prevent any issues later on. Although he was very confident about transporting supplies back from the Walmart warehouse, it's better to be cautious. After all, he had experienced hunger and couldn't allow any accidents to happen. Zhang Yi happily settled the bill and walked out of the restaurant under the waitstaff's warm smiles. Just then, a familiar voice rang out beside him. "Zhang Yi, what a coincidence." Zhang Yi turned around and saw Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning standing there. Fang Yuqing reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear, deliberately exposing her fair neck and pink earlobes. Zhang Yi sneered inwardly. This was a classic trick of a green tea bitch. It was all about unintentionally making a man's heart flutter. A top-tier green tea and White Lotus. Fang Yuqing was naturally well-versed in this art. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi was no longer the naive dog he once was. Not long ago, he had been harmed by this woman and had met a miserable end. She had even wanted to break Zhang Yi's ribs to make soup. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi's gaze suddenly turned cold, filled with naked killing intent. After all, the apocalypse was coming soon. Killing her wouldn't pose any problem at all. Should he just stab her? Fang Yuqing felt a chill from Zhang Yi's stare and nervously said, Zhang Yi, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yi quickly retracted his gaze and replied to Dun, nothing, I mistook you for someone else. He suddenly changed his mind. Letting this woman die so easily would be too cheap for her. Moreover, if he really killed her now, he would likely not escape legal repercussions. Zhang, he didn't want to be stuck in a detention center when the apocalypse arrived. It would be better to let her experience the despair of the end times first, then use his methods to make her suffer. With careful planning, Zhang, he had plenty of time to prepare. Additionally, with memories from his past life, he had 100 ways to make her die painfully. So now, there was no need to deal with her. The most crucial thing right now was to build the safest shelter possible to ensure his survival and comfort during the apocalypse. Chapter 3. Shopping and Stockpiling. Zhang Yi's attitude towards Fang Yuqing was very cold. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning noticed something was off. However, mistakenly believing Zhang was an invisible rich second generation, the two women not only weren't angered by Zhang Yi's attitude, but actively approached him instead. What's wrong with a wealthy person having a bit of an attitude? That's called having style. Hey, Zhang, were you eating at this restaurant just now? Lin Caning pretended to be nonchalant as she spoke. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. This woman was no good either, just as bad as Fang Yuqing. She was also involved in his previous misfortune that led to his death. Yeah, Zhang Yi answered coldly, then shoved his hands into his pockets and turned to walk towards the supermarket. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning hurriedly followed. Zhang Yi, where are you going? Fang Yuqing asked with a gentle smile. Going to the supermarket. Zhang Yi's voice remained indifferent, tinged with impatience. If it weren't for wanting to let her experience the despair of the apocalypse, he would have killed her on the spot. Fang Yuqing signaled Lin Caning with her eyes and quickly said, what a coincidence. We were planning to buy some things too. It's on the way. At this point, Zhang Yi understood that it must be that they saw him dining at a Michelin 3-star restaurant and assumed he was some rich second generation. That's why they suddenly became so enthusiastic towards him. He couldn't be bothered to say anything to them and walked directly toward the supermarket. But the more he acted this way, the more Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning believed he was a rich second generation. Otherwise, why would he be so arrogant? The two followed closely behind him, with Fang Yuqing leaning against him, occasionally reaching out to touch him on purpose. When Zhang Yi looked at her, she would shyly turn her head away, her face flushed as if she were very bashful. Zhang Yi laughed coldly in his heart. Green tea bitch, you really know how to act. You'd definitely win an Oscar if you went into acting. Zhang Yi entered the supermarket, pushing a cart inside. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning hurriedly pushed their carts to follow. Zhang Yi, were you eating with someone? Fang Yuqing asked with a smile. Zhang Yi walked towards the food section and coldly replied, is it not okay to eat alone? Fang Yuqing's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, oh, I didn't mean it that way. I just thought the stuff in there was pretty expensive, so I thought you were treating someone. Lin Caning couldn't help but ask, Zhang Yi, your monthly salary is just over 10,000, right? This meal would eat up half a year's salary. It seems like your family gives you quite a bit of allowance. Fang Yuqing immediately shot Lin Caning a fierce glare. Idiot, how can you ask something like that? As a top green tea, the most important rule is talk about feelings with the rich and money with the poor. Lin Caning realized she had misspoken and quickly tried to cover up. Haha, I was just joking. We're all good friends, so money really doesn't matter. But Zhang Yi didn't bother to respond to them at all. That he arrived at the food section, looking at the shelves filled with a dazzling array of products, as if entering a treasure trove. In his past life, he had experienced the feeling of eating instant noodles for 2 days. So he had an endless craving for food. Zhang Yi walked directly to the shelf, loading everything he could into his cart. He bought ham sausages, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, and seasonings in bulk. This action left Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning dumbfounded. Zhang Yi, why are you buying so much food? Are you going camping? Yeah, Zhang Yi replied indifferently. Lin Caning, however, grew suspicious and whispered to Fang Yuqing, would a rich second generation really eat this? Fang Yuqing was also somewhat confused, but recalling that Michelin 3-star meal, she was unwilling to give up on the idea of Zhang Yi being a rich second generation. She rushed up to Zhang Yi and said eagerly, do you need any help? With free labor at hand, Zhang Yi had no reason not to use it. Moreover, looking at Fang Yuqing's feigned innocent smile, a thought of revenge arose in Zhang Yi's mind. He had a month to prepare for the coming apocalypse. Creating a perfect shelter to ensure his safety was not a difficult task. As for living supplies, he could acquire them through the Walmart warehouse. This way, he could guarantee that he would be in an absolutely safe and comfortable state during the apocalypse. Why not intentionally let Fong Yuqing know that he had stocked up on supplies, then wait for her to come crying and begging him later? As for the possibility of Fong Yuqing leaking his information and attracting those bastard neighbors to attack him, that was easy to solve as long as his safe house was built sturdy enough. He wouldn't have to worry about being besieged. He could effectively counterattack those bastard neighbors. Just thinking about their frantic yet helpless expressions made Zhang Yi's smile a bit twisted. Yes, this was indeed an option worth considering. Zhang Yi planned to find a security company to construct such a safe house. If feasible, he would go with this plan. If not, he would move away from the city and find a remote wilderness to create an underground shelter. This was a backup plan. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a smirk. Then you two help me push the cart. Fong Yuqing quickly nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi also had Lin Kaining go get another cart. Although both of them were filled with doubts, they still followed the instructions and went to do it. Zhang Yi bought a lot of storable food, including instant noodles, ham sausages, some cured meats, and canned goods. That he also used a vehicle specifically to carry fresh meat, fruits, vegetables, and some live fish. He wanted to experiment and see if his alternate space had any special effects on storing fresh food. 3 shopping carts were filled to the brim, and Zhang Yi specially assigned a cart filled with beef, lamb, and canned goods to the two women to push. It weighed at least 400 to 500 pounds, making them sweat profusely. Fong Yuqing complained a bit, pouting and saying, "Zhang Yi, how many people do you think will eat all this? Are you planning some event and not telling me?" Zhang Yi sneered and replied, "The world is unpredictable. What if the apocalypse comes one day? I just want to stock up on some essentials." Zhang Yi was speaking the truth, but no one would believe him. A doctor named Li had once confirmed this. Fong Yuqing thought Zhang Yi was joking and laughed, saying, "Oh, if you don't want to say it, forget it. Why make such jokes? But since I help you so much today, you have to treat me to a meal later." Fong Yuqing's eyes were filled with hints. She was hoping Zhang Yi would take her to a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Zhang Yi smirked slightly. "Okay, sure. But I'm quite busy lately, so maybe next month." Fong Yuqing happily said, "That's great. It's a deal." Lin Kaining quickly chimed in, "Yes, let's go together." Just pushing a cart could lead to a big meal, so of course she was very happy. Seeing Lin Kaining being so oblivious, Fong Yuqing shot her a glare. However, Lin Kaining pretended not to see it. Zhang Yi went to pay for the items, and this purchase amounted to over 10,000. He didn't even blink as he paid. It's important to note that in the apocalypse, the value of these supplies could multiply by tens of thousands. It could even be said to be priceless because at that time, even if you had a lot of money, you might not be able to buy a bite to eat. Since Zhang Yi bought a lot of items, the supermarket was also quite willing to lend him the shopping carts. Zhang Yi unceremoniously had the two women help him push the items back home. In fact, he had a car and could easily drive the items back himself. But with free labor available, why not take advantage of it? Although the two women kept saying they were tired, they immediately perked up when Zhang Yi promised them a big meal. So, the three of them pushed 3 large carts of supplies back to the community. Chapter 4. Booking 500 tables at a 5-star hotel. Zhang Yi and the two women pushed the 3 large carts of supplies back to the community. Along the way, many neighbors saw this scene and couldn't help but discuss it. Zhang Yi didn't care about being discovered hoarding supplies. After all, these two green tea bitches already knew about his shopping, and the news couldn't be hidden anymore. If he only wanted to survive, he could easily sell all his assets and run to a remote place to build an unassailable fortress. But how could he take revenge on those neighbors who had chopped him up in his previous life? If he didn't kill those people, his heartache would never disappear. Thus, one of his apocalypse plans was to stay in this community and take revenge on all those who owed him in a different, cruel way. Of course, this plan was contingent on the security company being able to build him an impenetrable shelter. Otherwise, he would have to prepare a backup plan to construct an underground shelter in a desolate area. Zhang Yi looked at the neighbors around him, who were smiling and discussing the purpose of his large supply purchase. He could even envision the scene during the apocalypse when these neighbors would try to break into his house to steal his things. He had experienced all this firsthand. However, he was not afraid because this time he would be well prepared. He intended to let those people see, but not touch, ultimately making them furious. Zhang Yi and Fong Yuqing lived in an apartment building. Since Zhang Yi worked as a manager at Walmart's warehouse, Neighbors often asked him to help buy discounted items. Therefore, everyone knew Zhang. Upon seeing Zhang Yi and the two women return with so many items, an elderly woman with her grandson approached. She looked at the food in the cart, especially the fresh beef and lamb, and was immediately tempted. Xiao Zhang, why did you bring back so many things? Did you get them from the warehouse? You can't possibly use all this. Why not share some with the neighbors? This was Aunt Lin, who worked on the homeowners committee. She often took advantage of her little power in the community to boss around her neighbors. Acting like a leader in the past, she frequently had Zhang Yi help her buy cheap discounted goods and was very fond of taking small advantages. In his previous life, she had also pesteringly asked Zhang Yi for food. But when all the neighbors rushed into Zhang Yi's house to rob him, she not only didn't stop them, but seemed more energetic than the younger ones. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining didn't want to provoke this woman and quickly said, "These things were all bought by Zhang Yi, we just helped him bring them back." Aunt Lin immediately turned her gaze to Zhang Yi, smiling. "Xiao Zhang, it looks like these are from your warehouse. How about sharing a little with Aunt Lin?" As she spoke, her grandson, Xiao Hu, had already climbed onto a shopping cart and reached for a box of chocolate. Despite his young age, he had a very greedy look. That box of imported chocolate sold for over 200 in the supermarket. Without saying a word, Zhang Yi swiftly snatched the item back. He then coldly said to Aunt Lin, "Sorry, but I'm keeping these for myself." After all, the apocalypse was approaching, and he didn't even bother with pleasantries anymore. Aunt Lin's face suddenly changed. Zhang Yi's blatant disregard for her authority infuriated her, especially when her grandson, Xiao Hu, began to cry and fuss for the chocolate after Zhang Yi pushed him away. He even pointed at Zhang Yi, scowling and shouting, "You bad guy, give me back my chocolate, or I'll beat you up." Zhang Yi looked at him coldly and said, "Say one more word, and I'll slap you." Xiao Hu was frightened by Zhang Yi's demeanor and burst into tears, sitting on the ground and throwing a tantrum. Aunt Lin hurried over to comfort her grandson, then angrily reproached Zhang Yi. "How old are you? Why are you arguing with a child? It's just a box of chocolate. What's wrong with giving to a child? If you don't want to, just give him a box of chocolate. He'll pay you back later. Who do you think is trying to take advantage of you?" Zhang Yi merely scoffed. Now that mobile payments were so convenient, her promise to pay later was clearly just an excuse to renege. "I said, I'm keeping this for myself. If you want it, go buy it at the supermarket." Zhang Yi sneered and then called out to Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining to leave. Just as they walked away, Aunt Lin's loud curses followed behind. Zhang Yi turned a deaf ear to it. Aunt Lin's son and daughter-in-law work outside, leaving her alone at home to take care of her grandson. Usually, the old lady only buys groceries for one day. Therefore, when the apocalypse came, their family supplies ran out first. Initially, Zhang Yi helped them out of kindness. But in this life, without Zhang Yi's help, it would be a miracle if that unethical old woman and her mischievous grandson, Xiao Hu, could survive for 10 days. Zhang Yi didn't want to have any disputes with corpses. It wasn't that he was heartless, it was just that after that day arrived, everyone found it difficult to take care of themselves. Naturally, the survival of others was secondary to his own. Once he pushed 3 carts of supplies back home, he let them leave. "Zhang, don't forget to treat us." Fang Yuqing winked playfully at Zhang Yi. However, when Zhang Yi saw this, he felt a wave of nausea in his heart. He responded dismissively. The two women had originally planned to stay and look for clues about Zhang Yi being an invisible rich second generation. But upon seeing Zhang Yi's disinterest in entertaining them, they had no choice but to leave first. After they left, Zhang Yi opened his alternate space and stored the items inside, preparing to observe whether there would be any changes to these supplies placed in the space. After finishing this, it was already quite late. Zhang Yi didn't rush to rest. Instead, he took out paper and pen to carefully plan the preparations for the next month. Although he was usually quite lazy, when it came to survival, people could always unleash enough potential that if I want to live comfortably during the apocalypse, the first thing to resolve is the food issue. This is easy to solve. Besides the daily purchases I make, everything else can be taken from the warehouse. But I can't rush this. I need to do a proper investigation first. Moreover, I need to collect the supplies a few days before the apocalypse to avoid attracting attention. If I'm caught, I definitely won't last a few days in a cell. Zhang Yi wrote the word food in his notebook and checked it off. Next is heating. After the apocalypse, energy supply will be extremely scarce, and air conditioning will quickly become unusable. So, I need to use the simplest method. A fireplace is the first choice. The principle of a fireplace is similar to that of a heated Kong, both use primitive methods for heating. In Europe, the winter temperatures are particularly low, and this is how they survive the long winter. That means I need to renovate the house again, ideally adding insulation. Thinking of renovations, Zhang recalled how his home was broken into in his previous life, and he couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. I also need to turn my home into an impregnable fortress. First, I need to install thick steel plates or alloy materials all over. At least it should withstand general explosions. After the apocalypse, people would do anything to survive, so he had to be fully prepared. Safety couldn't be a joke. Zhang, he had tasted death once and was unwilling to experience it a second time. The problem of the safe house was also easy to solve. Tianhai City had security companies specifically providing security services for the powerful. Among them was a service for building safe houses. Zhang, he remembered seeing news in his previous life about a top billionaire abroad who built a super fortress that could even withstand attacks from small H weapons. Then, there are medicines. I must prevent myself from getting sick and unable to be treated. That Walmart's warehouse has many commonly used medications that can treat minor ailments like colds and fevers. But these are far from enough. The Cambrian storm will last at least decades. I need to be fully prepared. Fortunately, Zhang, he had good connections in Tianhai City. After all, he worked in warehouse management, and he also knew some staff from hospital warehouses. As long as he could offer enough money, he could get any medication. After resolving these issues, Zhang tapped his pen on the notebook. Next, there's one final problem to solve. His gaze sharpened. That is weapons. With the apocalypse coming, humanity would lose its morality, and battle for supplies would be everywhere. Lives would be as worthless as grass to survive. One must possess enough force. Zhang, he wasn't a martial arts expert, but no matter how skilled he was, he would still fear a kitchen knife. As long as the weapons prepared were strong enough, he wouldn't need to worry about such problems. It's easy to get mountain knives, crowbars, and hatchets. Bows, air guns, and composite bows can also be sourced. But the most powerful weapon is, of course, the American Iato sword. This item can only be obtained through the black market in the country. Going abroad to get it? That's unrealistic. I'm unfamiliar with the outside world, and a round trip would take many days. I don't have a gun license abroad, nor can I buy from a weapons store. Zhang, he stroked his chin. This issue couldn't be resolved for now. However, he had a month. As long as he was willing to spend money, there should be a way to solve it. He spent 3 hours developing a perfect plan and then happily took a hot shower before lying down on his comfortable bed to sleep. The next morning, Zhang, he got out of bed. He hadn't slept well all night and had woken up several times due to nightmares. After waking up, he found himself still lying on his warm and comfortable big bed at home, which made him breathe a long sigh of relief. The time during the apocalypse had caused him immense psychological harm. To avoid repeating the past, Zhang, he was even more determined to make foolproof preparations. After getting up, Zhang, he made himself breakfast. Then he opened the alternate space to check the changes in the supplies he had thrown his delight. The meat, fruits, and vegetables that had been left overnight showed no changes at all. While the meat might not show immediate changes, fruits and vegetables would usually spoil overnight. However, after being placed in the alternate space, those fruits and vegetables were just as fresh as when he bought them yesterday. My alternate space is independent of this world. Perhaps the rules of time flow are different. It might be that time flows slower or even stands still. This is fantastic news. This way, I can store all sorts of things in there without worry. However, when Johnny checked on the fish he had placed inside, he found that they had all died. Even though they were lifelike after death, they hadn't spoiled. Zhang, he stroked his chin, understanding a bit more about the rules of using the alternate space. Living creatures can't be placed inside, or if they are, they can't survive for long. It seems my idea of living inside isn't very practical. This wasn't a big issue. The alternate space was a vast white expanse, nowhere near as comfortable as Zhang Yi's own home. As long as he could store things in there, that was fine. Thinking this way, many ideas flooded Zhang Yi's mind. Since he could preserve fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits, what about cooked meals? Although Zhang Yi could cook, he was still far from professional chefs. Relying solely on himself for cooking would eventually become monotonous. Therefore, Zhang Yi immediately called the largest 5-star hotel in Tianhai City, Hongfu Tianxia. This hotel also offers takeout, and their food is top-notch, which Zhang Yi loves. To eat. Hello, this is Hongfu Tianxia Hotel. How can I assist you? Zhang Yi immediately said, I need to invite guests at home and host a 3-day banquet. so I need to book 500 tables of food. The person on the other end was also taken aback. 500 tables of food would take them quite a long time to prepare. Moreover, they're a five-star hotel, and the cheapest banquet table costs at least 3 to 4,000. For 500 tables, that would amount to over $1 million. The staff member, not daring to make any decisions, quickly said, "Please hold on. I will consult our manager." After a while, another person answered the phone. "Hello, sir. I am Chen Dingfang, the manager of Hongfu Hotel. May I ask how to address you?" Chapter 1. After the apocalypse, I was reborn. Pain, excruciating pain. The bone-deep agony permeated every part of Zhang Yi's body. This was not just a feeling, it was a harsh reality that was happening to him that moment. He was mercilessly trampled to the ground by friends and neighbors he had once trusted and helped, fists and feet raining down on him like a storm. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, they didn't even consider Zhang Yi's past assistance to them before they turned violent against him. In his dying moments, he vaguely saw his goddess, Fang Yuqing, standing behind the crowd, looking pitiful as she shouted, "It was me who made him open the door. You must give me a larger share of the supplies." It was this woman who deceived Zhang Yi into opening the door and ultimately caused his death. Zhang Yi looked at her, his eyes filled with hatred and regret. He could only blame himself for being too foolish and too kind, allowing himself to become a stepping stone for others in this apocalypse. He wished he could start all over again. This time, he would not show mercy to anyone, he would live only for himself. Zhang Yi soon felt darkness closing in and lost consciousness. However, in the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the sofa. The hellish scene he had just experienced, that terrifying pain, was still vivid in his memory. Zhang Yi gasped for breath, his entire body quickly drenched in sweat. What happened? Didn't I get killed by those savage neighbors? After regaining his senses, Zhang Yi began to survey his surroundings. This place was familiar, it was his own home. The comfortable temperature in the air surprised him greatly. Because in December of 2050, Earth was affected by the explosion of a supernova 500,000 light-years away, ushering in a global Cambrian storm. Global temperatures plummeted, and the daily temperature in Tianhai City, where Zhang Yi lived, dropped to minus 60 or 70 degrees Celsius, with heavy snow burying the entire city for a month. It was said that in northern Huagua, temperatures reached a terrifying minus 100 degrees or more, with the land buried under ice and snow. Various species went extinct on a massive scale, and over 95% of humanity also perished in this disaster. Zhang Yi stood up and took a bottle of water from the refrigerator, drinking more than half of it in one go. Although the refrigerated water was very cold, to him at that moment, it was like nectar in the apocalypse. The only way for people to obtain water was to venture outside in the extreme cold of minus 60 or 70 degrees, digging snow to melt it into water. This task could easily lead to frostbite or death. After finishing the water, Zhang Yi opened his phone to check the time. It displayed November 12. There was still a whole month before the apocalypse would arrive. It seems I've been reborn. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and quickly understood what had happened. That month of experiences could not have been a dream, especially the pain of being torn apart, which was too real. Zhang Yi raised his head, feeling immensely grateful to have survived at the same time. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. He remembered clearly those who had caused his death. I end this life. He would live well and would no longer show kindness to those beasts. Moreover, under the premise of ensuring his own safety, he must take ruthless revenge on those who had wronged him. However, for now, Zhang Yi needed to consider how to survive in the apocalypse that would arrive in a month. Zhang Yi's living conditions were relatively good. His parents had passed away early, and he inherited a 120-square-meter apartment in Tianhai City. He also had over $2 million in savings, which seemed quite ample in normal times. But when the apocalypse came, there would be a severe shortage of resources worldwide. Relying on just this little money would not last long. After all, to survive alone, one needs a massive amount of resources, with the opportunity to prepare in advance. Zhang Yi not only wanted to stay alive, but also hoped for a certain quality of life in the future. Food and entertainment had to be balanced, otherwise, over time, his mental state would surely collapse. Moreover, weapons and equipment were essential. Only then could he protect his safety and complete his revenge on his neighbors. Just then, a streak of white light suddenly appeared before Zhang Yi's eyes. He thought his right eye was blurred and reached out to rub it. But suddenly, a strange thought surged in his mind. It seemed that this streak of white light was a part of him. and information about the white light appeared in his mind. With a thought, Zhang Yi's consciousness instantly entered that white light. To his surprise, he found himself in an enormous, vast white space. The area was incomprehensibly large, filled only with vast expanses of blankness. This is an alternate space? It seems that after my rebirth, I have gained some special abilities. Zhang Yi's heart suddenly filled with joy. Why'd it appear that the gamma rays had caused his body to mutate, granting him extraordinary powers? With this vast space, it would be much easier for him to store supplies for the apocalypse. However, Zhang Yi wanted to know how much he could store in this space and whether there were any restrictions on the objects he could collect. His consciousness quickly returned to his room, and he began to try placing items from his home into the space. He started with a teacup and a basin, both of which were easily stored. Zhang Yi then attempted to fit larger appliances into the space. Televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, computers, air conditioners, vacuums. The white space accepted everything, storing all of these items. Moreover, with just a thought, Zhang Yi could retrieve the items from the space. However, some objects that were subject to strong external forces and were not independently existing were difficult to store. For example, when he tried to pry up a piece of floor from the ground, there was no response. The alternate space seems to have many rules. I need to explore them slowly. But just this enormous space that can store objects allows me to stockpile a massive amount of resources. He licked his lips, and a bold plan formed in his mind. Zhang Yi worked as a supervisor at a Walmart warehouse in South China, the world's largest supermarket. Walmart had an abundance of goods that it had 3 giant warehouses in Huaguo: Central China, South China, and North China. These 3 warehouses were incredibly massive, especially the South China warehouse. Completed in 2040, it measured 1,500 meters long and 720 meters wide, covering over 1 million square meters. It was the largest warehouse in the world. It was once praised by the president of Walmart Greater China as the 8th wonder of the world. Of course, the world officially recognized only 7 wonders, while the 8th wonder was self-assessed with thousands of claims. However, the area and storage capacity of the South China warehouse indeed dominated the global warehousing field. The supplies it regularly stocked could sustain the consumption of millions of people in several cities for a week. In other words, as long as Zhang Yi emptied out the supplies of one warehouse and moved them into a space, then he wouldn't just have enough for a lifetime. Even if he lived 10 lifetimes, he would never run out of resources. The most critical point is that Walmart has very strict quality control. There are no low-quality miscellaneous brands in the warehouse. Whether it's food, daily necessities, or luxury goods, they're all reputable big brands. If Zhang Yi could clear out a warehouse from Walmart, not only would he not have to worry about supplies when the apocalypse comes, but he could also live quite lavishly. As the warehouse supervisor, Zhang Yi is extremely familiar with every shelf, monitoring equipment, and staff scheduling in the warehouse. Emptying the warehouse is definitely not a difficult task for him. After making up his mind, Zhang Yi felt much more relaxed. Goo at that moment. Zhang Yi's stomach protested with a growl. He rubbed his belly and glanced at the yellow braised chicken rice he had bought earlier. After a moment of hesitation, he finally smiled and shook his head, choosing to forego the takeout. In another month, it will be the end of the world. That I need to eat as many delicious things as possible now, or else there won't be any chance later. Why be so stingy with myself? He had endured a month of cold and hunger, and now he desperately hoped to eat some warm and delicious food. What's the point of saving money? After the apocalypse, money will turn into waste paper. It's better to spend it all now and not waste it. Zhang Yi turned around gracefully, ready to find a high-end restaurant he had previously been reluctant to visit and have a good meal. Chapter 2. White Lotus. Zhang Yi walked out of his house, and outside was a peaceful scene filled with human joy and comfort. Many parents were playing with their children in the community square, their faces filled with happy smiles. However, Zhang Yi knew that in a month, all of this would turn to dust. He quickly walked out of the community, and not far from there was a Michelin 3-star Western restaurant that a meal that would cost at least 5,000 to 6,000, and Zhang Yi had always been unwilling to dine there. But now, he didn't care at all. Having come back from the dead, he needed to celebrate. After entering the restaurant, Zhang Yi found a window seat and ordered all the most expensive dishes on the menu, along with a bottle of Lafite wine. This meal cost him 50,000 yuan. Even the waitstaff in the restaurant looked at Zhang Yi with ambiguous eyes, thinking he must be a rich second-generation heir. Otherwise, How could an ordinary person afford such an expensive meal? Zhang Yi didn't care what others thought when the table full of delicious food was served. He began to eat heartily. Perhaps because he had experienced 6 months of a frozen apocalypse, he was so moved by the taste of this delicious food that he was almost in tears. As a result, his eating manner became somewhat fierce, drawing whispers from the surrounding diners. Zhang Yi paid them no mind. You have to know that when the apocalypse comes, people might even kneel down to beg for a pack of instant noodles. At that time, all civilization and morality would turn to dust. While Zhang Yi was eating in the restaurant, a woman passing by outside suddenly stopped. She was a woman with flowing long hair, exquisite makeup, wearing Gucci high heels, and carrying an LV bag. This woman was Fang Yuqing, who had caused Zhang Yi's death in his past life. Beside her was her good friend Lin Qinan. As they walked past the Michelin 3-star restaurant, both couldn't help but steal a glance inside. They had always longed for such high-end places, but unfortunately, their funds did not allow them to splurge there. However, that didn't stop them from looking inside with scrutinizing eyes, perhaps hoping to find a quality, rich, second-generation heir to hook up with. As they looked, Fang Yuqing was surprised to see Zhang Yi inside, with a large table full of top-notch food in front of him. "Isn't that Zhang Yi? How could he afford to eat here?" Fang Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. Lin Qinan also covered her mouth in astonishment. Zhang Yi was actually this rich? As she spoke, she gave Fang Yuqing a somewhat ambiguous look and laughed. "Yuqing, you're really lucky. The guy chasing you is actually an invisible rich second-generation heir. Look at that table of food. It must cost at least 50 or 60,000. Who could afford such an expensive meal?" Lin Qinan spoke with a hint of envy. She knew that Zhang Yi had been pursuing Fang Yuqing for 2.5 years. However, Fang Yuqing had always kept Zhang Yi hanging, neither rejecting nor accepting him. Fang Yuqing was a complete gold digger. She always believed she could marry a quality, rich second-generation heir and become a young mistress. But she was also reluctant to give up Zhang Yi, who had a car and a house in Tianhai City. So, all along, Fang Yuqing treated Zhang Yi as a backup. Her principle with backups was not to take the initiative, not to refuse, and not to be responsible. Seeing Zhang Yi enjoying a luxurious meal worth thousands of yuan alone made Fang Yuqing begin to doubt. Could it be that Zhang Yi is actually an invisible rich second-generation heir? Fang Yuqing rested her chin on her hand, starting to think. The more she thought about it, the more she felt this possibility. By the way, isn't there often such a character in dramas? Clearly very wealthy, but pretends to be an ordinary person in search of true love. Fang Yuqing started to believe her own words, her eyes lighting up. If that were true, she could save a lot of effort. After all, Zhang Yi had been pursuing her, and she felt that if she just nodded, he would immediately propose to her. Lin Qinan also urged, "Yuqing, let's go in and find Zhang Yi." In fact, she had her eyes on that table of delicious food. This was a Michelin 3-star restaurant, and ordinary people would never get a chance to taste the big meals inside. Fang Yuqing hesitated for a moment, but shook her head and said, "Isn't that inappropriate? It would make him think him a gold digger. How about this? We wait outside, pretending to run into him by chance." Fang Yuqing was not a fool. She wouldn't lower her stance for a meal. Even if Zhang Yi was really wealthy, she still wanted to maintain her goddess demeanor. Only then, when they got together in the future, could she control Zhang Yi and continue to have him as her admirer. So the two of them hid not far from the restaurant, waiting for Zhang Yi to come out. Zhang Yi finished eating after more than an hour, happily rubbing his round belly. The taste of Michelin 3 stars was actually average, but for someone who had just been reborn from the apocalypse, it was already a delicious meal that moved him. Next, he planned to go to a nearby supermarket to buy some supplies. This was to test the storage ability of the alternate space, in case something went wrong later. Although he was very confident about transporting supplies back from the Walmart warehouse, it was better to be cautious. After all, he had experienced hunger and could not afford any accidents. Zhang Yi paid happily, and as he walked out of the restaurant door with the waitstaff's warm smiles behind him, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Zhang Yi, what a coincidence." Zhang Yi turned his head to see none other than Fang Yuqing and Lin Qinan. Fang Yuqing reached up to tuck her hair behind her ear, intentionally exposing her fair neck and pink earlobes. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This was a classic move of a green tea bitch. The goal was to make a man's heart flutter inadvertently. Fang Yuqing, a top-tier green tea white lotus, was naturally well-versed in this tactic. Unfortunately for her, Zhang Yi was no longer the naive dog he once was. Not long ago, he had suffered a tragic death because of this woman, and she even wanted to break his ribs to make soup. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi's gaze suddenly turned cold, a naked killing intent flashing in his eyes. After all, the apocalypse was coming soon, and killing her wouldn't pose any problems. Should he just kill her? Fang Yuqing felt a chill run down her spine under Zhang Yi's gaze and nervously said, Zhang Yi, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yi quickly reined in his gaze and replied dead-on, nothing, I mistook you for someone else. He suddenly changed his mind. Letting this woman die so easily would be too cheap for her. Moreover, if he really killed her now, it was highly likely he wouldn't escape legal repercussions. Zhang Yi didn't want to be stuck in a detention center when the apocalypse arrived. It would be better to let her experience the despair of the end times before finding a way to make her suffer to death. With the advantage of foresight, Zhang Yi had enough time to prepare. Coupled with his memories from his previous life, he had 100 ways to make her die painfully. So, for now, there was no need to deal with her. The key was to build the safest shelter possible, allowing him to survive comfortably in the apocalypse. Chapter 3. Shopping and Stockpiling. Zhang Yi's attitude towards Fang Yuqing was very cold. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning also sensed something was off. However, mistakenly believing Zhang Yi to be a hidden rich second generation, they not only weren't angry about his attitude, but actively approached him instead. Oh, what if rich people have a bit of an attitude? That's called having style. Hey, Zhang, were you just eating at this restaurant? Lin Caning pretended to be casual. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. This woman was no good either, just as despicable as Fang Yuqing. She had a part in the food scam that had harmed him and led to his death. Yeah, Zhang Yi coldly replied, then stuffed his hands in his pockets and turned to head towards the supermarket. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning hurried to follow. Zhang Yi, where are you going? Fang Yuqing asked sweetly with a smile. The supermarket. Zhang Yi's voice remained cold, tinged with impatience. If it weren't for wanting her to experience the despair of the apocalypse, he would have killed her on the spot. Fang Yuqing shot a glance at Lin Caning and quickly said, what a coincidence. We were also planning to buy some things. It's just on the way. Zhang Yi understood immediately. They must have seen him dining at a Michelin 3-star restaurant and mistakenly thought he was some hidden rich second generation. That's why they were suddenly so warm towards him. He couldn't be bothered to say anything to them and walked straight towards the supermarket. However, the more indifferent he was, the more Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning believed he was a rich second generation. Otherwise, why would he be so arrogant? The two followed closely beside Zhang Yi, with Fang Yuqing even leaning against him and occasionally reaching out to touch him. When Zhang Yi looked at her, she would turn her head shyly, her face blushing as if she were very bashful. Zhang Yi sneered inwardly. Green tea bitch, you really can act if you went to act in a movie. You'd definitely win an Oscar. Zhang Yi entered the supermarket, pushed a shopping cart inside. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning hurried to push their carts after him. Zhang Yi, were you eating with someone? Fang Yuqing asked with a smile. Zhang Yi walked towards the food section and coldly replied, can I eat by myself? Fang Yuqing's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, oh, I didn't mean it that way. I just thought the things in there are pretty expensive, and I thought you were treating someone. Lin Caning couldn't help but ask, Zhang Yi, your monthly salary is only a bit over 10,000, right? This meal must have cost you half a year's salary. It seems your family must be giving you quite a bit of money. Fang Yuqing shot Lin Caning a fierce glare. Idiot, how could you casually ask that? As a top green tea, the most important rule is talk about feelings with the rich and talk about money with the poor. Lin Caning realized she had misspoken and quickly tried to cover it up. Haha, I was just joking. We're all good friends, so money really doesn't matter. Zhang Yi completely ignored them. He arrived at the food section, looking at the dazzling array of products on the shelves as if he had entered a treasure trove. In his previous life, he had experienced the feeling of eating instant noodles for 2 days. Therefore, he harbored an infinite desire for food. Zhang Yi directly walked to the shelves and began tossing items into his shopping cart indiscriminately. He bought ham sausages, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, and seasonings in large quantities. This action left Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning dumbfounded. Zhang Yi, why are you buying so much food? Are you going camping? Yeah, Zhang Yi replied coolly. Lin Caning, however, grew suspicious and whispered to Fang Yuqing, would a rich second generation eat this? Fang Yuqing was also a bit puzzled. But thinking of that Michelin three-star meal, she was reluctant to give up on her idea of Zhang Yi being a rich second generation. She ran up to Zhang Yi and said eagerly, "Do you need any help?" With free labor available, Zhang Yi had no reason not to use it. Moreover, seeing Fang Yuqing's fake innocent smile, a thought of revenge formed in his heart. He had a month to prepare for the coming apocalypse. Building a perfect shelter to ensure his safety was not difficult to as for living supplies. He could also obtain them through Walmart's warehouse. In that case, he could ensure that he lived in absolute safety and comfort during the apocalypse. Why not deliberately let Fang Yuqing know he had stored certain supplies and then have her come crying to him later? As for the concern that Fang Yuqing might leak his information, attracting those bastard neighbors, that was also easily solved. As long as his safe house was built sturdy enough, he wouldn't need to worry about being attacked. Instead, he could effectively counterattack those bastard neighbors. Just thinking about their frantic expressions, helpless against him, made Zhang Yi's smile take on a slightly twisted edge. Yes, this was indeed an option worth considering. Zhang Yi decided to find a security company to build such a safe house. If feasible, he would use this plan. If not, he would move away from the city and find a secluded wilderness to create an underground shelter. This was a backup plan. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a smirk. "Then you help me push the cart." Fang Yuqing quickly nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi also had Lin Canning go push another cart back. Although both of them were filled with doubts, they still followed the instructions and did what they were told. Zhang Yi bought a lot of storable food, including instant noodles, ham sausages, as well as some cured meats and canned goods, that he also used a car specifically for fresh meat, fruits, vegetables, and some live fish. He wanted to experiment and see if his alternate space had any special effects on storing fresh food. With 3 carts fully loaded, Zhang Yi assigned the cart filled with beef, lamb, and canned goods to the 2 women to push. It must have weighed at least 400 to 500 pounds, making them sweat profusely. Fang Yuqing complained a little, pouting as she said, "Zhang Yi, how many people are going to eat all this? Are you planning some event that you haven't told me about?" Zhang Yi sneered and replied, "The world can change unexpectedly. What if the apocalypse comes one day? I just want to stock up on supplies to get by." What Zhang Yi said was the truth, but no one would believe it. A doctor with the surname Li had once confirmed this. Fang Yuqing thought Zhang Yi was joking and laughed. "Oh, if you don't want to say, then forget it. Why make such a joke? Since I helped you so much today, you have to treat me to dinner later." Fang Yuqing's eyes were filled with hints. She was looking forward to Zhang Yi taking her to a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, "I'm sure, but I'm quite busy lately, so I don't have time. Maybe next month." Fang Yuqing happily said, "That's great. It's a deal." Lin Kaining quickly chimed in, "Great. Let's go together. Just helping to push a cart could lead to a big meal, so of course she was very happy." Seeing Lin Kaining being so oblivious, Fang Yuqing shot her a glare. But Lin Kaining pretended not to see it. "Zhang, you want to check out, and this shopping trip cost over 10,000. He didn't even blink as he paid. It's worth noting that in the apocalypse, the value of these supplies would multiply by tens of thousands. It could even be said to be priceless. Because by then, even if you had a lot of money, you might not be able to buy a bite to eat. Since Zhang Yi bought a lot of things, the supermarket readily lent him the shopping carts. Zhang Yi didn't hesitate to order the 2 women to help him push the items back home. In fact, he had a car and could have driven the items back himself. But with free labor available, why not use it? Although the 2 women kept saying they were tired, as soon as Zhang Yi promised to treat them to a big meal, they immediately got energized. Thus, the 3 of them pushed 3 large carts of supplies back to the community. Chapter 4. Booking 500 banquet tables at a 5-star hotel. Zhang Yi and the 2 women pushed the 3 large carts of supplies back to the community. Along the way, many neighbors saw this scene and couldn't help but discuss it. Zhang Yi didn't care about being discovered hoarding supplies anymore. After all, these 2 green tea bitches already knew about his shopping, and the news couldn't be hidden. If all he wanted was to survive, he could easily sell all his assets and run to a desolate place to build an impregnable fortress. But if he did that, how could he take revenge on the neighbors who had brutally chopped him up in his past life? If he didn't kill those people, his heartache would never disappear. One of his apocalypse plans was to stay in this community and take revenge on all those who owed him in a different, cruel way. Of course, the premise of this plan was that the security company had the ability to build an impenetrable shelter for him. Otherwise, he would have to prepare a backup plan to build an underground shelter in a desolate place. Zhang Yi looked at the neighbors around him, who were smiling and discussing the purposes of his large supply haul. He could even envision the scene during the apocalypse when these neighbors would try to rush into his house to steal his stuff. He had experienced all of this firsthand. However, he wasn't afraid because this time he would be well prepared. He wanted to make those people see but not touch, leaving them frustrated in the end. Zhang Yi and Fang Yuqing lived in an apartment building. Since Zhang Yi managed a warehouse at Walmart, neighbors often asked him to help buy discounted items. Thus, everyone knew Zhang. Seeing Zhang Yi and the two women come back with so many items, an elderly lady out for a walk with her grandson approached. She looked at the food in the carts, especially the fresh beef and lamb, and was immediately tempted. "Hey Zhang, why did you bring back so many things? Did you get them from the warehouse? You won't be able to finish all this. How about sharing some with the neighbors?" This was Aunt Lin, who worked on the homeowners committee. Usually, she took advantage of her little power in the community to boss around her neighbors. Acting like a leader that in the past, she often asked Zhang to help her buy cheap discounted goods and was very fond of taking small advantages. In his past life, she had even pestered Zhang Yi for food. But when all the neighbors rushed into Zhang Yi's house to rob it, she not only didn't stop them, but also showed more energy than the younger ones. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining also didn't want to provoke this woman and quickly said, "These things are all bought by Zhang, and we were just helping him bring them back." Aunt Lin immediately turned her gaze to Zhang Yi, smiling as she said, "Zhang, it looks like these are from your warehouse. How about sharing some with Aunt Lin?" As she spoke, her grandson, Xiaohu, had already climbed onto one of the carts and reached for a box of chocolates. Although he was small, he had a very shrewd look. That box of imported chocolates cost over 200 at the supermarket. Without saying a word, Zhang Yi snatched the item back. Then he coldly said to Aunt Lin, "Sorry, I'm keeping these for myself." After all, the apocalypse was coming soon. He was too lazy to be polite. Aunt Lin's face suddenly changed. Zhang Yi's blatant disregard for her authority made her very angry, especially when her grandson, Xiaohu, cried and whined for chocolate after Zhang Yi pushed him away. He even pointed at Zhang Yi and shouted in disgust, "You bad guy, give me back my chocolate. Otherwise, I'll beat you up." Zhang Yi looked at him coldly and said in a deep voice, "Say one more word, and I'll slap you." Xiao was frightened by Zhang Yi, and with a loud wow, he started crying, throwing a tantrum on the ground. Aunt Lin hurried to comfort her grandson and then angrily scolded Zhang Yi. "How old are you? And you're still arguing with a child? It's just a box of chocolates. What's wrong with giving it to a child? Or you can just give him a box of chocolates. Consider my purchase, and I'll pay you back later. Who do you think is trying to take advantage of you?" Zhang Yi just sneered. Nowadays, mobile payments are very convenient. What she said about paying him back later was clearly just an excuse to renege on the debt. "I said this is for me. If you want some, go buy it at the supermarket." Zhang Yi sneered again and then signaled Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining to leave. As soon as they left, Aunt Lin's angry scolding could be heard behind them. Zhang Yi turned a deaf ear. Aunt Lin's son and daughter-in-law were working outside, leaving her alone at home to take care of her grandson. Usually, the old lady only bought enough groceries for a day. Therefore, when the apocalypse came, their supplies ran out first. At that time, Zhang Yi had a soft heart and helped them. But in this life, without Zhang Yi's help, it would be a miracle if this immoral old lady and her mischievous grandson, Xiaohu, could survive for 10 days. Zhang Yi didn't want to argue with a corpse. It wasn't that he was heartless, but after that day arrived, everyone was struggling just to take care of themselves. Naturally, the survival of others came after his own. Once he pushed 3 carts of supplies back home, Zhang Yi let them leave. "Zhang Yi, don't forget to treat us." Fang Yuqing winked playfully at Zhang Yi. However, after seeing this, Zhang Yi felt a wave of nausea in his heart. He brushed her off. The two women initially intended to stay and look for clues about Zhang Yi being an invisible rich second generation. But seeing Zhang Yi's uninterested demeanor, they had no choice but to leave first. After they left, Zhang Yi opened his own alternate space and stored everything inside. He planned to observe whether there would be any changes to these supplies when placed in the space. After doing this, it was already late. Zhang Yi did not rush to rest but took out paper and pen to meticulously plan the preparation work for the next month. Although he usually lazed around, when it came to survival, one could always unleash enough potential. If I want to live comfortably in the apocalypse, the first thing to solve is the food problem. That's easy. Apart from the things I usually buy, the rest can be taken from the warehouse. But this can't be rushed. I need to do my investigation first. Moreover, I should collect them a few days before the apocalypse to avoid attracting attention. If I get caught, I definitely won't last a few days in a cell. Zhang Yi wrote the word food in his notebook and checked it off. Next is heating. After the apocalypse, energy supply will be extremely scarce, and air conditioning will quickly become unusable. So, I have to use the simplest method. A fireplace is the first choice. A fireplace and a heated Kong work on similar principles, using primitive methods to provide warmth. In Europe, winters are particularly cold, and this method is commonly used to endure the long winter. In that case, I need to renovate the house completely, and it's best to add insulation. Thinking about renovations reminded Zhang Yi of how his home was broken into in his previous life, causing him to feel a pang of anxiety. I also need to turn my home into an impenetrable fortress. First, I should install thick steel plates or alloy materials all over it must at least withstand ordinary explosions. After the apocalypse, people will do anything to survive, so he must be fully prepared. He couldn't joke about life safety. Zhang He had already tasted death once and was unwilling to experience it a second time. The issue of a safe house was also easy to solve. In Tianhai City, there are security companies specifically for the elite. Among them, there is a service for building safe houses. Zhang Yi remembered seeing in the news in his previous life that a top billionaire abroad built a super fortress that could even withstand attacks from small nuclear weapons. Next is medicine. I must prevent myself from falling ill and being unable to treat it. Walmart's warehouse has many common medicines that can treat minor illnesses like colds and fevers. But these are far from enough. The Cambrian storm will last at least several decades, and I need to be fully prepared. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had good connections in Tianhai City. Being in warehouse management, he knew some staff in hospital warehouses. As long as he could offer enough money, he could get any medicine. After addressing these issues, Zhang Yi tapped his pen on the notebook. Next, there's one last problem that needs to be solved. His gaze became sharp. That is weapons. When the apocalypse arrives, humanity loses its morality and fights over resources become commonplace. Human lives are as cheap as grass. If one wants to survive, they must possess enough force. Zhang Yi was not a martial arts expert, but no matter how skilled one is, they fear a kitchen knife. As long as the weapons he prepares are strong enough, he need not worry about this issue. Mountain knives, crowbars, and hatchets are easy to obtain. Bows, air guns, and compound bows also have channels. But the most formidable is, of course, the American katana. This thing can only be obtained through the black market in the country. Going abroad to get it? That's not realistic. The outside world is unfamiliar, and a round trip would take many days. I don't have a foreign gun permit, nor can I buy from a weapons store. Zhang Yi rubbed his chin. He couldn't resolve this issue for now. However, he had a month as long as he was willing to spend money. There should be a way to sort it out. He spent 3 hours devising a perfect plan, then happily took a hot shower and lay down on his comfortable bed to sleep. The next morning, Zhang Yi got out of bed. He hadn't slept well that night, waking up several times from nightmares. Upon waking, he found himself still lying in his warm and comfortable bed, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. The time during the apocalypse had caused him immense psychological harm. To avoid repeating the same mistakes, Zhang Yi was even more determined to make thorough preparations. After getting up, Zhang Yi made himself breakfast. Then he opened the alternate space to check the changes in the supplies he had thrown inside. To his delight, after a night, the meat, fruits, and vegetables showed no changes at all. While meat might not show immediate signs of spoilage, fruits and vegetables could easily go bad overnight. However, after being placed in the alternate space, those fruits and vegetables looked just as fresh as when he bought them yesterday. My alternate space is independent of this world. Perhaps the rules of time change here. It's possible that time flows slower or even stands still. This is fantastic news. In this case, I can put all kinds of things in it without worry. However, when Zhang Yi checked the fish he had placed inside, he found that they were all dead. Even in death, they looked lifelike and showed no signs of decay. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, gaining a better understanding of the rules of using the alternate space. Living creatures cannot be stored inside, or rather, they cannot survive for long once placed in. It seems my idea of living in there is not very practical. This wasn't a big problem. The alternate space was a blank slate, nothing compared to the comfort of Zhang Yi's own home. As long as he could store things in it, that was sufficient. With this in mind, many ideas flooded Zhang Yi's mind. Since he could preserve fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits, what about cooked meals? Although Zhang Yi could cook, he was still far behind professional chefs. Relying solely on himself for cooking would eventually bore him. Thus, Zhang Yi immediately called the largest five-star hotel in Tianhai City, Hongfu Tianxia. This hotel also offers takeout, and their dishes are top-notch, which Zhang Yi loves. To eat. Hello, this is Hongfu Tianxia Hotel. How can I assist you? Zhang Yi immediately replied, I have guests coming over at home, and we need to host a 3-day banquet with a continuous flow of dishes. So I need to book 500 tables of food. The person on the other end was also taken aback. 500 tables of food would take them a long time to prepare. Moreover, being a 5-star hotel, the cheapest banquet table would cost at least 3,000 to 4,000. For 500 tables, that would amount to over $1 million. The staff member didn't dare to make a decision on their own and quickly said, Please hold on. I will consult our manager. After a while, another person picked up the phone. Hello, sir, I am Chen Dingfang, the manager of Hongfu Hotel. May I know how to address you? Chapter 5. Loaning for money. Zhang Yi replied, My name is Zhang Yi. I want to book 500 tables for a banquet. Do you have any issues with that? The manager was taken aback. This was the first time they had encountered such a large order since the hotel opened. However, if such a big order came in, they would definitely take it. Mr. Zhang, 500 tables for a banquet will cost over $1 million. If you need it, we will prepare immediately, but we require a 200,000 deposit in advance. Zhang Yi responded, That's no problem. Just send me your account number, and I'll transfer the money. With money, things naturally become easier. The manager readily agreed, and then added Zhang Yi as a friend to send him the bank account details. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi transferred 200,000 over. After confirming the deposit had arrived, the manager immediately began instructing various departments. Quickly, we have a big order. Tell the purchasing department to speed up the stock preparation. And the kitchen should not accept any other takeaway orders for now. We need to prepare 500 tables for the banquet within a day. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Although the money would be useless after a month, he still needed it to buy things now. In his hands, he had about 2 million left from his parents' inheritance and his own savings. Now, half of it was gone, and to be honest, it still hurt a bit. However, on second thought, this could also be a good thing. Many people hold large amounts of money, which later turns into waste paper. Not everyone has the opportunity to spend their money. However, there were still many places where he needed money. He had to find a way to make more money. Zhang Yi's eyes turned to the house he owned. This house was located in the central district of Tianhai City, with an area of 120 square meters. And the community was built 10 years ago. According to the current market, it was worth over 40,000 per square meter. This means the house was worth at least 5 million now. Got it. I'll go for a mortgage. That will give me money. Zhang Yi chuckled. Borrowing this money didn't even require repayment, which felt quite nice. He immediately left his house and drove to the bank to apply for a loan. On the way, he received a message from Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I'm so bored this weekend. I really want someone to accompany me to go out. Zhang Yi glanced at it and tossed his phone aside. He arrived at the bank to handle the loan process. Since Zhang Yi was applying for a large loan and had all the necessary documents, and the house was purchased outright, the loan was approved quickly. However, the bank only granted him a loan of 4 million. Zhang Yi didn't haggle. After all, it was free money, and he didn't have time to argue with the bank. After signing the paperwork, the bank transferred the money into his account. Now, after spending over $1 million on the banquet, he still had around 5 million left. That should be enough for renovating the house. However, he still needed to buy a large quantity of medicines and weapons. This money might not be enough. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, starting to think about how to get more money. At that moment, a guy with yellow hair saw Zhang Yi lost in thought, and his eyes lit up as he walked over. Hey, buddy, do you need some money? Zhang Yi looked up at the yellow-haired guy. Who are you? The yellow-haired guy smiled wider and lowered his voice, asking, I just want to know if you need money right now. Is the bank not willing to lend you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi understood what this person was up to. He was definitely a loan shark. Zhang Yi's heart moved, and he came up with a plan. He sighed and pretended to be in a difficult position, saying, Yes, my family's business urgently needs funds for turnover. But the bank. Zhang Yi deliberately showed a troubled expression at this point. The yellow-haired guy understood immediately. Anyone who could borrow money through normal channels wouldn't go to a loan shark. He said to Zhang Yi, Yeah, borrowing money from banks is strict now. There are all sorts of rules, and the approval speed is slow. However, brother, if you urgently need money, I can help you with that. Zhang Yi cautiously looked at the yellow-haired guy. You? Can you really do it? I need several million. Upon hearing it was a big deal, the yellow-haired guy's eyes clearly became more excited. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yi. Our company specializes in helping people in dire situations. As long as you need money, you can count on us. Zhang Yi glanced at the card, which read Duo Loan Financial Services Company, Limited, and the yellow-haired guy's name was Hu Minghua. Zhang Yi excitedly said, Can you really lend me money? I need 5 million. As long as you can help me through this tough time, I promise to pay it back within 3 months at most. Hu Minghua smiled. This is negotiable. Our company is very capable. We specialize in helping people like you who lack funds. Let us go. We can discuss this more at our company. Zhang Yi nodded with an expectant expression and followed Hu Minghua to their office. The so-called company was located in a remote office building. After entering, Hu Minghua took Zhang Yi to the boss's office. The boss of this lending company looked burly but wore a high-end banaless suit, evidently trying to create an image of a legitimate company. However, there was a hint of menace in his features. One would not have such an expression without years of struggle in society. Hu Minghua introduced Zhang Yi's basic situation to the boss. Manager, this is the client who wants to borrow money from us. The boss, named Chen Xiong, greeted Zhang Yi with a smile and asked him to sit down. Mr. Zhang, how much do you want to borrow? As expected from a loan shark company, the conversation was straightforward and blunt. Such companies are inherently unregulated, so there are not many rules. Moreover, they have ways to ensure you repay the money. They are not worried about defaults. Zhang Yi said, I want to borrow 5 million. Chen Xiong frowned. Oh, that's not a small amount. However, Mr. Zhang, I must inform you in advance that our interest rate is quite high. You need to be prepared for that. Hu Minghua chimed in. Mr. Zhang's business urgently needs funds for turnover. Once the business picks up, he can earn the money back quickly, right? The two of them were in sync, which Zhang Yi observed. Zhang Yi continued to feign urgency, saying, yes, I can repay it quickly. A higher interest rate is fine, as long as you can lend me the money. Chapter 6. Creating a top-level safe house. Chen Xiong smiled. That's good. Our interest rate is 4. If you borrow 5 million, you'll have to repay 7 million. Therefore, you need to give me an IOU for 7 million first. Additionally, you must provide something of sufficient value as collateral. Houses, factories, cars, anything will do. Zhang Yi pretended to hesitate for a moment, then gritted his teeth and took out the property deed from his pocket. This house of mine is worth over 5 million. Can it be used as collateral? I also have a 300,000 Mercedes. If I can't pay it back by then, you can take it away. This was the first time Chen Xiong met such a straightforward client, and he quickly took a look at the property certificate. After confirming the information about Zhang Yi's apartment, he felt even more satisfied, because according to the current market price, that apartment could at least sell for 5 million. Adding a car, there was no way this deal would lose money. However, Chen Xiong still put on a somewhat dissatisfied expression. Mr. Zhang, your apartment is worth at most 4 to 5 million. But if you want to take 5 million from me, I'm at a loss. Zhang Yi had a shocked expression and said excitedly, Boss Chen, you must help me. I'm in urgent need of money right now. As long as you can transfer the money to me today, I only need 5 million. Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua exchanged glances, their eyes filled with mockery. Their business was to take advantage of others' urgency. The more desperate someone was for money, the more they would gouge them. No, this business is really not worth it. After some back and forth bargaining, both parties reached an agreement at 4 million. However, Zhang Yi insisted that the money must be transferred to his account today. Although the lending company was unscrupulous, their efficiency was impressively high. Perhaps that was their only advantage over banks. After signing the contract, Zhang Yi's account quickly received 4 million in cash. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. To Chen Xiong, this money was like a meat bun thrown to a dog. There was no return. Why do I feel like I'm cursing myself? Zhang Yi left with a grin. After he left, laughter erupted from Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua in the office. This business is really simple. That foolish kid actually took 4 million and left. Chen Xiong said proudly, we can at least make 2 to 3 million from this deal. We don't have to worry about our performance this month. Hu Minghua leaned against the table and laughed. Boss, do you think there might be a problem with that apartment since he signed the contract so readily? Chen Xiong, holding the property certificate, smiled and said, this property certificate is real, no problem. As long as the house is his, he can't escape. With the property certificate and the 7 million loan note in hand, they would naturally find a way to acquire that apartment. Moreover, they had more methods to completely drain Zhang Yi. Chen Xiong squinted, elegantly sipping his coffee. If necessary, they could contact a few foreign agencies to see if there were any valuable parts on him to sell. We never make a losing deal. Zhang Yi happily left the lending company. He glanced back at the office building, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. They are all good people, just giving me money to spend. From now on, there would be no intersection between Zhang Yi and Chen Xiong, Hu Minghua. Rather, it was highly likely that they would all perish in the cold wave of the end of the month. Zhang Yi now had around 9 million in funds. It was more than enough to implement his plan. After all, he could use a deposit to pay for any goods he bought next. This 9 million would have the purchasing power of tens of millions. There was no need to acquire more money. Otherwise, Zhang Yi wouldn't mind taking advantage of various online lending platforms. Zhang Yi drove to the famous Zhanlong Security Company in Tianhai City. Zhanlong is one of the largest security companies in China, specializing in providing security services for the wealthy and celebrities. Sometimes, even high-ranking officials would ask for their help during outings. Zhang Yi sought them out because he had heard that Zhanlong had built a top-level safe house worth $1 billion for a billionaire heir in Jiangnan province in his previous life. It was said that the family was a second-generation rich man who started in real estate and could still live comfortably during the apocalypse. Zhanglong's safe house played a significant role in that. Upon arriving at Zhanglong, Zhang Yi explained his purpose to the front desk. Immediately, someone from the business department invited Zhang Yi to a lounge. The female receptionist served Zhang Yi freshly brewed coffee. Soon after, a burly man with a buzz cut walked in. He was wearing a black suit, looking somewhat like a suited thug, making one worry that his outfit might burst at any moment. However, it must be said that customers would feel a sense of security when seeing such a person. Hello. Sir, my name is Wu Huiran, and I'm the manager of the business department. How can we assist you? Wu Huiran asked, sitting next to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took a sip of coffee and said, I need you to build me a safe house, the kind that can withstand the apocalypse. Upon hearing this, Wu Huiran's expression became serious. If others heard this, they would find it very ridiculous, as no one would believe in an apocalypse. However, for Zhanglong, this was no joke. The wealthiest and most powerful people in the world are often the ones most afraid of death. A long time ago, some billionaires abroad spent hundreds of millions of dollars to build doomsday shelters. In recent years, many wealthy individuals worldwide have started to imitate this behavior. Some may genuinely fear large-scale natural disasters, while others simply want to add a sense of security due to having too many enemies. Thus, Zhanglong's doomsday safe houses were born in response to the market. Hearing that Zhang Yi wanted to build a doomsday-level safe house, Wu Huiran immediately became polite. Such big orders were rare for them to receive. Mr. Zhang, we at Zhanglong are a world-class security company. We can definitely meet your needs. Zhang Yi then asked, if I require you to completely renovate a house on the 24th floor, can you do that? Wu Huiran looked a bit puzzled. Typically, such safe houses are standalone villas or underground shelters. It's rare for the wealthy to choose to build a safe house in an apartment. However, since the client made the request, their company would certainly accommodate it. Wu Huiran confidently smiled. Of course, that's not a problem. We at Zhanglong are a top-tier security company. With our technology, we can absolutely fulfill your request. Upon hearing Wu Huiran's words, Zhang Yi also began to formulate his plans. Since that was the case, he would choose to transform his own house into a safe house. He chose to stay because he wanted to personally witness how those who had harmed him would perish. Wu Huiran took out a tablet and handed it to Zhang Yi. Our services are customized, and you can select the services you need from here. There are corresponding prices listed as well. In the information age, communication is convenient. Zhang Yi took the tablet and began to carefully sift through the services listed. It must be said that a professional company is indeed professional. As long as the money is in place, Zhanglong Security Company can almost meet all your requirements, including building a safe house underground at a depth of 100 meters and underwater. However, these projects were too slow for Zhang Yi. He only had 1 month. Chapter 7. Purchasing equipment. After reading the introduction to the safe house, Zhang Yi immediately selected his service options. The first was full house reinforcement, replacing all the materials in their home. The walls, ceiling, and floor would all be made of 200 millimeters thick alloy, directly replacing the original walls. This is an aerospace material, weighing only 1/3 that of steel, yet its strength is 10 times that of high-strength steel. Using this material to build the safe house fits perfectly into the building where Zhang Yi lives, without any issues of exceeding load capacity. The windows would use the best bulletproof glass in the world today. Secondly, the ventilation system would all be equipped with air filtration functions, preventing any harmful gases from entering from the outside. Finally, there would be a complete monitoring system, capable of monitoring both inside and outside the house without any blind spots. The doors would all be replaced with heavy-duty anti-theft doors made of materials equivalent to bank vaults, making it very difficult to blow them open even with a small bomb. In short, Zhang Yi's only requirement was to turn his house into an absolutely invulnerable fortress. After checking these options, Zhang Yi handed the computer to Wu Huiran. After reviewing, Wu Huiran couldn't help but widen his eyes. A house of only 120 square meters has been reinforced to be like a steel barrel. Add some weapons, and it's practically a fortress, Wu Huiran muttered. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. Oh, do you have some research on fortresses? Wu Huiran chuckled. I used to be a mercenary abroad, so I know quite a bit about military weapons. A flash of inspiration crossed Zhang Yi's mind. He suddenly lowered his voice and said to Wu Huiran, do you have a way to get guns? This question made Wu Huiran's expression turn serious. In Huahua, firearms are not permitted for private ownership. Mr. Zhang, you should understand that, in principle, such things are not allowed for private ownership. Wu Huiran also whispered. Are you facing some terrifying enemies, which is why you're so scared? Zhang Yi took advantage of the situation. That's right, I've offended some people in the underworld. And they are very ruthless, plus they have guns. I was just thinking, can I also get some guns for self-defense? Otherwise, I can only hide in the house and take a beating, which isn't a solution. Wu Huiran chuckled. Mr. Zhang, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. We are a legitimate company. However, from Wu Huiran's gaze, Zhang Yi could tell that he wasn't incapable of getting guns, but unwilling to get involved in murky waters. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. Then he said to Wu Huiran, This safe house project costs over 8 million. If I still encounter problems later, it wouldn't reflect well on your company. He stared at Wu Huiran, speaking each word clearly. I just want a self-defense weapon. If you can help me with this, I won't treat you unfairly. Wu Huiran remained silent, frowning as he weighed the matter. He certainly had connections. However, he didn't know Zhang Yi's background, so he naturally wouldn't dare to introduce Zhang Yi easily. You should go back first. Although I can't help you with this, I can ask around. If there is any news, I'll contact you. Wu Huiran was clearly indecisive. However, Zhang Yi didn't push too hard. Guns indeed need to be handled with caution. He smiled. All right, I'll wait for your news. By the way, I'm in a hurry about this. Please help me get the safe house ready as soon as possible. Wu Huiran replied. At most half a month, we can have it ready for you. After Zhang Yi finished discussing with Wu Huiran, he immediately signed the contract. Similarly, he paid a deposit of 1 million yuan. As for the remaining balance, well, he would never have the chance to pay it again in this lifetime. After leaving the Zhanlong security company, the housing issue was basically resolved. Next, Zhang Yi returned to his car and called a familiar acquaintance, Lu Yang. Lu Yang runs a hunting ground in Tianhai City. He has leased hundreds of acres in Xishan, where various harmless small animals are kept, allowing people to hunt for leisure. He has many legally obtained bows, compound bows, and air guns. Zhang Yi had visited a few times before, so he had Lu Yang's contact information. He called Lu Yang to help him buy a batch and offered to pay a premium. Lu Yang, being a businessman and also having asked Zhang Yi for favors before, easily agreed to this. Brother Zhang, why are you buying so much equipment? These things can only be used for hunting or for personal use. You can't use them to harm others. Lu Yang asked with a smile, but there was a hint of caution in his tone. After all, the items were sold from his hands. If Zhang Yi ended up using these weapons to hurt someone, he would also get into trouble. Of course, anyone who can run a hunting ground in Tianhai City has some background, but they wouldn't take risks for an ordinary friend like Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi laughed and casually found a reason. You're overthinking it. I've invited a few friends to go hunting in an African wildlife park soon, so I need more equipment. Lu Yang clicked his tongue. Oh, Brother Zhang knows how to have fun, but there are many lions and hyenas in Africa, so be careful. So it's settled. How soon can you prepare the items for me? Hey, I have some ready here. Just come pick them up when you have time. Zhang Yi didn't dawdle and drove straight to the Xishan hunting ground to buy the items. Time was very precious to him now. He couldn't afford to waste a moment. He purchased 5 precision steel crossbows, 3 high-end compound bows, and bought 300 arrows and bolts each. Additionally, he bought 2 high-quality hunting knives. These were made of Damascus steel, very tough and sharp. They are hard to damage unless used to chop hard objects for a long time. This thing would be absolutely effective for self-defense or attacking. All these items filled the trunk to the brim. Looking at this pile of equipment, Zhang Yi immediately felt a strong sense of security. He then drove all the gear back home. Since everything was purchased through legitimate channels, and he had previously obtained a hunting license for fun, he wasn't worried about being questioned by the police. When he returned home, it was already dusk. Zhang Yi went out again and treated himself to a hot pot meal at Heideleo, thinking about having to cook hot pot himself in the future. He immediately paid to order 10,000 servings of hot pot base from Heideleo. The staff at Heideleo were stunned, thinking Zhang Yi was some rival businessman come to cause trouble. Fortunately, the service at Heideleo was good, so they didn't directly confront Zhang Yi. Later, the manager of the store came over, inquired about Zhang Yi, and accepted the order. However, the condition was cash payment to prevent Zhang Yi from being a rival businessman trying to cause trouble. Zhang Yi was very straightforward and directly paid over 1 million yuan on the spot. Such a generous gesture made the store manager beam with joy, and he even gifted 500 portions to Zhang Yi. Chapter 8. Supplies gradually arrive. Zhang Yi left his address for the Heideleo staff to deliver the hot pot base. As for the food materials, they could be picked up directly from Walmart's warehouse when the time came. Only the hot pot base is something that wouldn't be sold outside. Even the packaged hot pot ingredients available in stores are far inferior compared to those in the restaurant. Otherwise, customers wouldn't come to the restaurant for hot pot. After dinner, Zhang Yi was ready to go home when he received a call from the manager of a 5-star hotel. Mr. Zhang, we have prepared the 500 banquet tables you ordered. Are you available to receive them now? Yes, just bring them over, Zhang Yi replied. Upon returning home, he waited for them to deliver the delicious food and drinks. This 500-table banquet would be enough for him to eat for 2 to 3 years. Besides, he still had around 8 or 9 million on hand. So he wasn't worried about spending money. Rather, he was eager to spend it all. On his way home, Zhang Yi thought about what else he liked to eat. Thus, he placed orders with several major restaurants in Tianhai City for an additional 100 tables each. He ordered thousands of tables in total across the 8 major cuisines, including Western cuisine. This time, he had essentially secured his meals for half a lifetime. Soon after, the catering vehicles from Hongfu Tianxia Hotel arrived at the entrance of Yuelu community. A grand procession of 2 to 3 dozen vehicles blocked the road, leaving the neighbors in the community stunned. Uncle Yu, the security guard, hurriedly stepped forward to stop them and asked what they were there for. The hotel manager explained the situation, but Uncle Yu insisted that he needed the homeowners to come before he could open the gate. After all, the commotion was too large, and he couldn't easily let them through without knowing what was inside the vehicles for the safety of the community. The hotel manager had no choice but to call Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi then went downstairs to the community entrance. At this point, the entrance was crowded with people, including neighbors from the apartment building and onlookers like Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Zhang Yi approached Uncle Yu and said with a smile, "Uncle Yu, these are meals being delivered to me. Let them in." Uncle Yu was taken aback. "Meals? What are you eating that requires so many vehicles?" The surrounding neighbors were also in an uproar upon hearing it was catering. Goodness, there must be at least hundreds of tables. Where will he put them? Is there something going on at Zhang Yi's place, like a banquet? Could he be getting married? But hundreds of tables are way too shocking. Look closely, that's Hongfu Tianxia, a 5-star hotel. Ordering hundreds of tables, there must cost at least over $1 million. Oh my gosh, a single banquet could cost over $1 million. Zhang Yi is really hiding his wealth. The neighbors chattered among themselves, and their gazes toward Zhang Yi became filled with admiration and a hint of awe. On the roadside, Fang Yuqing watched this scene, biting her lip and firming her resolve to win Zhang Yi over. She took the initiative to walk towards Zhang Yi, smiling. "Zhang Yi, what have you been busy with at home lately? Buying so many things." Zhang Yi ignored her and handed a cigarette to Uncle Yu. Seeing the homeowner had arrived, Uncle Yu opened the barrier gate, allowing the hotel's convoy to enter the community. Zhang Yi led the way for them, although he didn't pay attention to Fang Yuqing. She seemed unfazed, happily chatting alongside him. "Is there something at home you can't tell me? Aren't we good friends? I hope to get to know you better in the future. Don't treat me like an outsider." Zhang Yi glanced at her, sneering. "All these things are for my boss. The last time I went to the Western restaurant, it was also on his dime." He sighed. "If only I were really that wealthy." Fang Yuqing's expression instantly changed. "You're not joking with me, are you?" Zhang Yi shrugged. "Why would I lie to you? We've known each other for years. You know my situation. My parents have passed away, and I'm just a warehouse supervisor. I have no money." His explanation left Fang Yuqing's expression fluctuating. She had indeed suspected that he was a rich second generation, at least from a big family business. Although Zhang Yi's parents had passed away years ago, leaving behind some assets, he couldn't really be considered a rich second generation. Now that Zhang Yi admitted he wasn't, all her doubts were cleared. She subtly stepped back from Zhang Yi, then tidied her hair, smiling politely. "No matter whether you're a rich second generation or not, we're still the best of friends, right? I'm not a materialistic woman." She emphasized the word friends. Green tea bitches never go all out, as they still need backup and loyal followers to serve them. Zhang Yi smirked and stopped engaging with her. Meanwhile, the staff from Hongfu Tianxia began transporting tables of gourmet food to the location Zhang Yi specified. Zhang Yi, who had good relationships with people, borrowed a storage space in the community's underground area from the property management. They stored all the items there first. Although 500 tables of food were a lot, once packed in meal boxes, they wouldn't take up too much space. Zhang Yi ordered only the finest foods, including abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, Australian lobster, truffles, and caviar. Transporting 500 tables of food to the storage would take some time. Even the hotel manager was taken aback. He had been a manager for many years and had never encountered such a large takeout order. However, Zhang Yi told them to just continue moving things into the storage. After everyone had left, he secretly stored all the food into his alternate space. Others might have their suspicions and think Zhang Yi was acting strangely. But in this busy world, who had the time to care about an unrelated person? Thus, whether it was neighbors or hotel staff, they merely discussed it a bit. But no one truly paid attention. Soon, all 500 tables of meals were stored in Zhang Yi's alternate space. By evening, Zhang Yi received a call from Wu Huiran, the manager of Zhanlong Company. Wu Huiran informed Zhang Yi that they were ready and could come over any time to build the safe house for him, asking when it would be convenient to start work. Zhang Yi told them they could come tomorrow. He planned to move to the hotel first. After discussing the safe house, Zhang Yi was waiting for Wu Huiran's next words. He had something very important to discuss with Wu Huiran, obtaining the equalization device. After hesitating for a while, Wu Huiran lowered his voice and said to Zhang Yi, "If you really need this, I can recommend a way for you. However, the price might be a bit steep." Zhang Yi nodded, understanding that. However, he wasn't concerned about money at this point. "This is not a problem, as long as the quality of the goods is good." Wu Huiran said casually, "All right, since that's the case, I will help you make a recommendation. I will notify you of the transaction location in 3 days." Chapter 9. Super Warehouse. The issue with the guns was settled, and Zhang Yi felt much more relaxed. During the apocalypse, having this item would provide him with tremendous confidence, whether he encountered humans or non-humans. The next day, Zhang Yi packed some important items into his space. He needed to turn his house into a safe haven, so he had to temporarily move into a hotel. Early in the morning, 3 black vans drove into the Yuelu community. A large group of workers from the Dragon Warrior Company, dressed in work uniforms, began measuring the data of Zhang Yi's house. Many neighbors watched this scene with curiosity. Has Zhang Yi been taking the wrong medicine lately? Why is he always doing such strange things? Some colleagues joked, yeah? I saw him buying 3 shopping carts full of food at the supermarket a few days ago. Haha. If you didn't know better, you'd think the apocalypse was coming. Hoarding so much food. Isn't it all going to expire and go to waste? Maybe he's having some mental issues. Everyone expressed confusion over Zhang Yi's unusual behavior. But no one cared, they just saw him as a joke. Even Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan thought Zhang Yi had lost his mind. Lin Kainan suddenly realized. Now I get it. No wonder he went to a Michelin 3-star restaurant for a meal that day. It turns out his brain is messed up. Fang Yuqing frowned, feeling particularly upset. Just thinking about that day when she had taken the initiative to approach Zhang Yi and helped him push so many things home made her feel exhausted and angry. What on earth is Zhang Yi up to? Lin Kainan, however, expressed some concern. He promised to treat us to a big meal. He wouldn't forget, right? She had been looking forward to eating at the Michelin 3-star restaurant. Fang Yuqing scoffed, forget it. Look at how mentally unstable he seems lately. Even if he does invite me, I won't go. What if people see us eating together? How embarrassing. I'm planning to find a wealthy husband. I can't ruin my reputation. When Lin Kainan heard Fang Yuqing say this, she felt very unwilling but had no choice but to give up. As for Zhang Yi, he didn't care at all about how the neighbors viewed him. In a month, they would understand who the real joke was. Zhang Yi left his house and drove to the Walmart warehouse. It was Monday, time to go to work, and he would take the opportunity to scout the warehouse for future actions. The Walmart warehouse was located in the Economic Development Zone, on the outskirts of Tianhai City. Due to the relatively low land prices here, many large groups in Tianhai City had their warehouses gathered in this area. Even some pharmaceutical companies had warehouses here, making it convenient for Zhang Yi to obtain some special medicines later on. Upon arriving at the Walmart warehouse, Zhang Yi clocked in for work as usual. As the warehouse supervisor, he was extremely familiar with the place. He could say that he knew every warehouse and even every shelf like the back of his hand. Normally, he found it particularly boring to be there. However, today, seeing the massive warehouses and the goods worth tens of billions, he felt an uncontrollable excitement. Because soon, these items would all be taken by him and become his most crucial resources in the apocalypse. As the South China headquarters of Walmart, the amount of goods here was beyond anyone's imagination. Just the stock of cola alone was in the tens of thousands. The entire warehouse covered over 1 million square meters, filled to the brim with various daily necessities. Among them were food, clothing, hardware tools, and even cars, drones, diesel generators, and barrels of gasoline. It could almost be said that anything that a supermarket was allowed to sell could be found here. Having worked here for many years, Zhang Yi was well aware of what was on each shelf. He was also very clear about the work schedule and the camera positions. Although the surveillance here was very strict, he, familiar with the loopholes, could disable the entire surveillance system within 10 minutes. Then, using the spatial capabilities of his system, he could take everything from here. However, Zhang Yi did not rush to take action. There was still plenty of time, and he didn't want to alert anyone. After strolling around the warehouse, he left. With a pack of Huangalu cigarettes, he went to the neighboring Rui Ning Pharmaceutical Company's warehouse. Since he worked in the same place most of the time, he was familiar with the staff here. After arriving, Zhang Yi found a manager named Zhou Hairan in their warehouse. They were all well acquainted. In a large Group S warehouse, there were bound to be people who relied on the warehouse to make a living. Zhou Hairan's brother-in-law was the vice president of Rui Ning Group, so he often stole some medicines from the warehouse to sell. After chatting with Zhou Hairan, Zhang Yi subtly hinted at his intentions, hoping to obtain a few boxes of special medicines for treating acute illnesses. Zhou Hairan was initially cautious, but when Zhang Yi mentioned that he was willing to pay double the market price for the medicines, Zhou Hairan couldn't hold back. Ultimately, the two reached a deal for 5 large boxes of medicine at 3 million. If measured by a normal person's standards, the number of times one would get sick in a lifetime wouldn't even use up half of that. After securing the medicines, Zhang Yi had essentially prepared everything he needed for the apocalypse. With less than a month until the end of the world, he certainly had no mood to continue working. So, he went to the warehouse manager's office, falsely claiming that his grandfather from the same clan had passed away and needed to return for the funeral. Requesting a 20-day leave, Zhang Yi was well-liked and had a good relationship with the manager, so even though the leave was a bit outrageous, he wasn't met with any difficulties and easily got his leave approved. In the next period, Zhang Yi planned to relax comfortably in a 5-star hotel while waiting for the supplies he purchased to arrive and for the safe house to be completed. When he walked out of the manager's office, he happened to see Fang Yuqing pouring coffee in front of the coffee machine with her back turned. It must be said that this woman indeed had some qualities of a green tea girl, exuding a hint of flirtation. While pouring coffee, she didn't forget to sway her little backside, attracting some young men nearby to fawn over her. A man beside her eagerly invited Fang Yuqing to go see Jay Chou's concert, waving his ticket in a show-off manner. This man was named Zhou Peng, and Zhang Yi had a deep impression of him because they lived in the same community. Moreover, he was Fang Yuqing's loyal admirer. And among those who harmed Zhang Yi in his past life, he was one of them. Chapter 10. Confronting the adored, Zhou Peng was busy flattering Fang Yuqing nearby. However, it was obvious that Fang Yuqing was not interested in a man like Zhou Peng. In terms of financial status, Zhou Peng was much worse off than Zhang Yi. He was even renting his house. Nevertheless, Fang Yuqing still smiled at him and said, "Thank you, Zhou Peng. But I happened to have plans with a friend that night." What a coincidence. A look of disappointment flashed across Zhou Peng's face. He had spent an entire month's salary on those 2 concert tickets. He had originally hoped to confess his feelings to Fang Yuqing during the concert, but now it seemed all in vain. Zhang Yi, witnessing this scene, wore a mocking smile. He knew that Zhou Peng, the so-called puppy, would ultimately get nothing in return. However, feeling dejected, Zhou Peng glanced at Zhang Yi, who was smiling beside him, and suddenly felt a surge of anger. To divert his embarrassment, he walked over and said to Zhang Yi, "You really are not a decent person. A grown man making a woman help you carry things. Aren't you ashamed?" Yuqing came to work today complaining about back pain. "I hope you won't trouble her with such things again." Zhang Yi glanced at Fang Yuqing. It turned out this woman had spread the word. Fang Yuqing pretended to be concerned, saying, "It's nothing at all. Actually, she's fine. It's just that she can't do heavy lifting. It seems like her back is a bit strained." As she spoke, she even pinched her own lower back and frowned, showing a pained expression. In an attempt to show off his masculinity in front of Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng boldly pointed at Zhang Yi and said, "You quickly give Yuqing 500 yuan for medical expenses." Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi's gaze turned cold, glaring at Zhou Peng and scolding, "She volunteered to help me. I didn't ask her for help. Besides, what do you think you are, telling me what to do?" Zhang Yi's scolding was fierce and left both Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing stunned. Zhou Peng was just an ordinary clerk in the warehouse, without any power or influence. The only reason he dared to scold Zhang Yi was that Zhang Yi usually had a good temper and didn't like to argue. But seeing Zhang Yi truly angry, Zhou Peng instantly felt intimidated. "Why are you yelling so loudly? I was just discussing it with you." Zhang Yi sneered, turned, and walked away. He didn't want to waste any more words on Zhou Peng. To Zhang Yi, everyone seemed like a corpse now. In a month, 99 of these people would perish in the extreme cold of the apocalypse. Why bother talking to the dead? After Zhang Yi left, Zhou Peng ran over to Fang Yuqing, whispering, "Yuqing, I told you Zhang Yi is not a good person. You should keep your distance from him." Fang Yuqing frowned, feeling puzzled. Recently, Zhang Yi seemed to have completely changed. He didn't come over to greet her anymore when he saw her, and he didn't even chat with her or say goodnight every night. Something must be off, Fang Yuqing thought secretly. After work, Zhang Yi drove to a 5-star hotel in Tianhai City, just in time for the reservation he had made at Hongfu Tianxia. The manager of Hongfu Tianxia, upon hearing Zhang Yi's arrival, immediately greeted him with a beaming smile and arranged a guest room for him. A room in a 5-star hotel costs over 1,000 for a night, but Zhang Yi didn't mind at all. After all, he still had several million in hand. It would feel wasteful if he didn't spend it. That night, the White Lotus Fang Yuqing surprisingly took the initiative to message Zhang Yi. "Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, I passed by your place today and saw someone renovating." Zhang Yi smirked, "Yes. Fang Yuqing, you seem really strange lately, hoarding things and renovating your house. Is something going to happen soon?" Zhang Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This White Lotus was crafty, but she wasn't stupid. It seemed his recent unusual behavior had caught her attention. However, Zhang Yi didn't care. Others' opinions held no significance for him now. "It's nothing," he coldly replied, tossing his phone aside. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Fang Yuqing felt very uncomfortable seeing Zhang Yi's indifferent attitude towards her. For the past 2 years, Zhang Yi had always treated her well, constantly checking in on her and finding various excuses to chat with her every night. Yet recently, he seemed to have completely changed. His attitude had grown cold, and he no longer initiated conversations. This left Fang Yuqing feeling very unsettled. She might not be interested in Zhang Yi, but she absolutely wouldn't allow Zhang Yi to lose interest in her. To Fang Yuqing, it symbolized that a fish had escaped from her pond. Although Zhang Yi was not a rich second generation, he was still a quality middle-class young man. If she couldn't find a rich second generation to marry in the future, she could still give Zhang Yi a chance to step in. Fang Yuqing picked up her phone and sent another message. "I feel like our contact has decreased lately. It's making me feel a bit lonely." However, after waiting for a long time, she received no reply. Fang Yuqing bit her lip, starting to feel anxious. This damn Zhang Yi, has he run into something unlucky recently? How dare he not reply when I'm reaching out to him? Nearby, her roommate Lin Caning overheard Fang Yuqing's complaints and walked over with a smile. That Zhang Yi has indeed been acting strange lately. Who knows why he is buying so much food and drink, and even ordering so many banquets from the hotel. It really seems like he is preparing for some impending shortage. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuqing frowned slightly. She said to Lin Caning, "Ning Ning, do you think something really will happen soon? Is Zhang Yi hoarding supplies because he received some news?" Lin Caning was taken aback by this, and then burst out laughing, holding her stomach. "Yuqing, are you silly? If something were really going to happen, the authorities would definitely notify us. We should just stay calm, if we really hoard supplies. Others will laugh at us for being fools." Fang Yuqing chuckled self-deprecatingly at this. "You're right. Zhang Yi stayed in the suite of the 5-star hotel for several days. He didn't go anywhere during this time. On one hand, he was busy purchasing banquet supplies from various hotels. on the other hand, he was practicing the use of compound bows and crossbows in his room. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had always enjoyed hunting and had a good foundation. Now, within a range of 15 meters, his accuracy was exceptionally high, especially with a professional-grade compound bow in hand. This modern equipment allowed an ordinary person to shoot arrows comparable to ancient archers. Not to mention dealing with humans, even wild boars, wolves, and large dogs would suffer considerable damage. Chapter 11. The safe house is completed. 3 days later, through Wu Huiran's connections, Zhang Yi successfully acquired 2 guns and 100 rounds of ammunition. Although the price was a bit steep, Zhang Yi didn't mind at all. With this heavy item in hand, he felt a bit more confident about his safety in the apocalypse. He had also completed the transaction with Zhou Huiran for the medications needed in the end times and directly acquired 5 boxes of high-end imported drugs. A week went by. Wu Huiran called Zhang Yi to inform him that the safe house had been completed according to his specifications and asked him to come back for inspection. Zhang Yi then left the hotel where he had been staying for quite some time and drove back to the Yuelu community. Wu Huiran personally accompanied Zhang Yi to inspect the house. Upon entering, Zhang Yi couldn't help but be impressed. Zhanlong Company truly deserved its reputation as a top security company in the country. Their speed and quality in constructing the safe house were impeccable. The entire house had been reinforced with 200 millimeters thick alloy plates as per Zhang Yi's requirements, and from the outside, it looked no different than before. Wu Huiran patiently explained each detail to Zhang Yi. The ventilation system was military-grade, capable of filtering any harmful gases to prevent external gas attacks. Additionally, the entire heating system had been redone using professional-grade materials from the Arctic Scientific Research Institute. Besides the fireplace built according to his wishes, it could also insulate against temperature drops of up to minus 995 degrees. At this point, Wu Huiran gave Zhang Yi a mysterious smile. Furthermore, to ensure his safety, a surveillance system had been installed throughout the building, with a total of 300 cameras allowing him to monitor every floor. After hearing all this, Zhang Yi was left speechless in amazement. He could only sigh, realizing that having money was indeed good. It could buy services beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He walked onto the balcony and found that it had been converted into a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Wu Huiran explained that the window materials were bulletproof and explosion-proof, even sturdier than the 200 millimeters alloy plates. Moreover, it facilitated lighting and necessary external observation. Zhang Yi was extremely satisfied with this safe house. Unless an army armed with heavy weapons attacked, no one could forcibly break into his home. Even if the entire building collapsed, his room would likely remain unscathed. I am very satisfied with the safe house you built, Zhang Yi said with a smile to Wu Huiran. Wu Huiran also smiled broadly. He took out the documents for Zhang Yi to sign and said, "If there are no issues, please pay the balance within 3 months." Zhang Yi nodded with a smile. Sure. However, he had no intention of paying that balance. Just thinking about how he had only spent 1 million as a deposit to get a safe house worth nearly 10 million made him feel ecstatic. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa, admiring his nearly perfect safe house. But after a moment of thought, he realized he had overlooked something very important. That was the source of life. Zhang Yi slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget something as crucial as water?" After the Ice Age apocalypse arrives, although the outside would be freezing, water could be obtained by ice drilling. However, the outside temperature would generally be minus 60 to 70 degrees. And going out would mean potential danger. Zhang Yi absolutely could not tolerate such a significant flaw in his safe house. After some thought, he directly placed an order through a delivery platform for 100 giant water storage barrels. Each could store 500 cubic meters of water, enough for several years of use. Plus, he could also retrieve bottled water from the warehouse later, so the issue of water resources was perfectly resolved. The delivery guy was indeed efficient. A few hours later, he delivered the barrels right to Zhang Yi's door. Zhang Yi arrived at the community entrance and asked the security guard, "Uncle Yu," to let the delivery guy through. Seeing Zhang Yi buying so many strange items again, the neighbors around began to gossip. "Isn't Zhang Yi a bit odd?" "Yeah. He buys all sorts of peculiar things every day. A few days ago, I saw several people carrying at least 10 centimeters thick steel plates for his house renovation. Maybe he's gone crazy, trying to make a safe house like in the movies. I've seen rich people in foreign videos making such things out of boredom. Isn't that just being overly cautious? Now he's buying so many water barrels. Does he think Tianhai City will run out of water in the future? Huh. But Tianhai City is by the sea." Facing the neighbors' mocking comments, Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to explain. He just sneered inwardly, thinking that when the Ice Age apocalypse arrived, they would understand how foolish they were now. Zhang Yi had no interest in explaining to them, because these people would only see him as a fool, completely disregarding his good advice. They might even turn it around and accuse him of spreading rumors, disturbing public order. By then, he could end up in trouble. Security guard Uncle Yu was chatting with neighbor Mr. Tang. He walked over enthusiastically and asked, "Xiao Zhang, what are you doing with so many water barrels? If you need help, just let me know, and I'll lend a hand." Zhang Yi looked at the warm-hearted Uncle Yu and felt a bit emotional. Uncle Yu was a retired soldier, childless, and had worked as a security guard in the community for many years, always dutiful. In his past life, he had donated his last bit of food to help a mother and daughter who were about to starve, ultimately starving to death himself. He was one of the few shining examples of humanity Zhang Yi had encountered in the apocalypse. So Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, the temperature this year is a bit abnormal. I have insider information that this winter will be tough. To be safe, it's best for you to stock up on some food and drinks, just in case prices go up later. Uncle Yu had a good relationship with Zhang Yi. He knew Zhang Yi was a kind-hearted young man. Plus, older people were more prone to worry, so upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, he frowned. Xiao Zhang, is that true? Is the information reliable? Zhang Yi nodded. Look, I've prepared so many things already. You can stock up on instant noodles and bottled water. Those things are safe to buy in bulk. Uncle Yu immediately nodded. He lived alone and already liked to stock up on instant noodles and sausages for convenience. Since Zhang Yi had reminded him, he would take the time to buy some more. It would give him peace of mind. After all, those items could be stored without worry. However, Mr. Tang, who was nearby, walked over and said to Zhang Yi, Xiao Zhang, you mustn't spread such talk around. Our society is stable and peaceful. How could there be a lack of supplies? Be careful. You might get reported for spreading rumors. That could lead to a visit from the authorities. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and didn't pay much attention. He had already given his warning. Whether they believed it was up to them. Chapter 12. Emptying a warehouse worth billions. Zhang Yi had the delivery guy take the 100 giant water barrels to the warehouse. Then he stored them in his space and brought them back home. Once home, Zhang Yi started opening all the faucets in the house to fill the barrels with water. At this speed, it would take at most a week to fill all 100 buckets. Days passed one by one, and Zhang Yi didn't have a moment of rest. He spent every penny in his hand without saving. Every day, he went to the best restaurants for meals. Then, he bought a large amount of food from top-tier restaurants and stored it in his alternate space. During this time, he went to the shooting range in Tianhai City every day to practice archery and firearms, striving to improve his skills. It was unrealistic to think he could become a martial arts expert in just a month. However, with a bow, a gun, and a fully metal-encased super-safe house, he would not fear any potential danger. Such actions naturally could not escape everyone's notice. Yet, everyone around him treated Zhang Yi as a joke, thinking he had lost his mind and privately ridiculed him. Even Fang Yuqing deliberately distanced herself from Zhang Yi, unwilling to communicate with him. Time passed day by day, and soon over 20 days had gone by. The end of the world was approaching. Zhang Yi had already collected a massive amount of supplies, including food, weapons, and heating equipment. However, these did not provide him with enough sense of security. He decided to target the giant warehouse at Walmart. As long as he took down this warehouse, he could obtain a vast amount of supplies that would last him for 10 lifetimes. The reason he didn't wait until the last day to act was that Zhang Yi recalled something he had heard in his previous life. The higher-ups had actually received news of the gamma rays coming in advance. Therefore, they had quietly begun to transfer a large amount of living supplies long before ordinary people noticed. Zhang Yi couldn't afford to gamble. He had to act early. Furthermore, based on this logic, even if all the supplies in the Walmart warehouse disappeared, the higher-ups, eager to take refuge, wouldn't have much energy to investigate. This gave Zhang Yi a suitable buffer period. Thus, Zhang Yi returned to the warehouse and resumed his normal shift. The Walmart warehouse was staffed 24 hours a day. But at night, there were only 10 people on duty. Zhang Yi decided to use the simplest and most brutal method, adding sleeping pills to their tea. After all, the apocalypse was only 3 days away, so he wasn't afraid of being found out. Since these people were all Zhang Yi's acquaintances, he easily succeeded. Once the drugs took effect, they fell into a deep sleep, and Zhang Yi went to the monitoring room to turn off all the cameras in the warehouse. He knew this place too well. He could envision every corner with his eyes closed. Coupled with countless plans and rehearsals in his mind, he executed everything with great efficiency. After completing all this, he changed into a pair of shoes 2 sizes too big and put on gloves before quickly heading to the warehouse. Looking at the massive warehouse before him, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and began to collect the supplies. As long as his right eye scanned a shelf, with just a thought, the entire shelf would appear in his alternate space. Zhang Yi first went to the beverage area. This area stored tens of thousands of tons of mineral water, drinks, and alcohol, including many high-end red and white wines. He didn't differentiate. He stuffed everything into his warehouse. Soon, the thousands of cubic meters of beverages were completely gone. Next, he moved to the fuel area for living supplies. Here, there were many smokeless coals and barrels of gasoline and alcohol, all for household use or recreational camping. There were over 10,000 boxes of smokeless coal alone, not to mention the solid alcohol and barreled gasoline. The quantity here was enough for Zhang Yi to use for hundreds of years. Zhang Yi didn't consider leaving some for others. After all, these items wouldn't end up in the hands of ordinary people when the apocalypse arrived. So he unhesitatingly collected all these supplies. Then, using his years of experience in warehousing, he organized them into areas in his alternate space for easier access. The third step was to go to the food area. The quantity here was even larger, totaling several tens of thousands of tons. Several warehouses were packed full. resembling small mountains. Canned foods, packaged roast chickens and ducks, puffed snacks, instant foods, high-end snacks, enough for him to eat for 10 lifetimes. Zhang Yi exclaimed. He was not picky. He took whatever he could find. After collecting the food, Zhang Yi moved on to the sports equipment area. His safe house also required sports equipment. Regular exercise was essential for maintaining health, and in critical moments, it could even save his life. Although the space in the safe house was limited, he wouldn't be modest about what he could take, considering the area in the alternate space was infinite. Among the items, there were particularly useful things like baseball bats and fencing equipment, both excellent weapons. During the collection process, Zhang Yi also found some especially practical items, such as skiing and climbing gear, including professional cold weather gear for national athletes. These items could withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees. They were the latest technological products from 2050. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. These would be top-notch cold weather gear when the ice apocalypse arrived. He was not modest and immediately collected dozens of sets of top-tier cold weather suits and sleeping bags from the warehouse. After a full 2 hours, Zhang Yi had emptied the million-square-meter Walmart warehouse all by himself. After doing all this, looking at the vast and empty warehouse, Zhang Yi felt an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. Now, even in the face of the coldest ice age, he was confident he could live comfortably. Zhang Yi returned to his post, changed out of his gloves and shoes, and stored them in his alternate space. Then he drank a bit of the tea laced with sleeping pills and lay down on the desk, falling into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long it had been when he was abruptly shaken awake. Supervisor, something big has happened. Wake up quickly. Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes, looking dazed at several colleagues in front of him. What happened? One of the warehouse employees trembled as he pointed at the warehouse, saying, "It's unbelievable. Our warehouse has been completely emptied." "What?" Zhang Yi exclaimed, standing up in surprise, slapping the table. He pretended to stroll to the warehouse and, as expected, saw the empty scene. Zhang Yi naturally knew better than anyone what had happened. However, he still feigned weakness, his voice trembling as he said, "What on earth happened? Why are so many supplies in the warehouse gone?" The surrounding employees looked tense as well. Yes, the supplies in this warehouse are worth at least hundreds of millions. Even with large trucks, it would take several days to haul them away. How could they all disappear in the blink of an eye? They didn't mention the fact that they had just been sleeping. After all, it was common for night shift workers to catch a quick nap. Zhang Yi maintained a serious expression, pretending to be anxious as he paced back and forth. Then he said to everyone, "This matter is too strange, we can't solve it. It's better to call the higher-ups." Although everyone was nervous inside, they weren't too scared. Because the situation had escalated, they felt they had little responsibility. The entire warehouse, worth billions, had disappeared in just 2 hours, which was clearly beyond their capability. Earning just a few thousand yuan a month, they had no reason to risk everything for the company. So when Zhang Yi suggested this, everyone nodded in agreement. Let the higher-ups deal with this mess. Zhang Yi immediately called the warehouse manager to inform him of the situation. Upon hearing the news, the manager was stunned, even thinking Zhang Yi was joking with him. Chapter 13. The Ice Age arrived. Zhang Yi had emptied the entire Walmart South China warehouse. Billions worth of goods had all entered his alternate space, and he pretended to know nothing, promptly reporting to Walmart's upper management. Soon, the news spread throughout Walmart's South China senior management. A large group of executives, shocked, rushed to the scene and called the police to handle the matter. Tom Watson, the general manager of the South China warehouse, looked at the empty warehouse, his face turning paler than snow. "Oh my God, how am I supposed to explain this to headquarters?" In fact, Walmart's headquarters in the United States had already issued orders for them to transport all goods back to the country as soon as possible. It was said that this was a directive from the upper management, and the ships they sent were about to arrive at Tianhai port. Now, everything was ruined. On the other hand, Zhang Yi was not worried at all about his actions being exposed. After all, it was too bizarre for an entire warehouse worth billions to disappear in just 2 hours. Even if the police investigated fully, they wouldn't be able to uncover anything in a short time. Moreover, Walmart was a foreign enterprise, not a state-owned enterprise. So the intensity of the investigation was naturally not to be mentioned. However, he still pretended to be nervous and scared, cooperating with the police investigation. After a night of interrogation, Zhang Yi was released. The police were also very suspicious about the incident. They reviewed the surveillance footage inside and outside the warehouse. Although the internal footage had been turned off, it was impossible to steal millions of cubic meters of goods without leaving any traces. However, upon checking the surrounding surveillance footage, no vehicles were found passing by. This meant that the goods worth billions either vanished into thin air or Walmart was playing a self-theft trick. Logically, the latter was more reasonable. After all, unless a supernatural phenomenon occurred, there was no way to explain how those millions of cubic meters of goods could disappear in just 2 hours. As for Zhang Yi and the other ordinary employees, although they raised some suspicion, the illogical disappearance of the goods meant that even if the internal employees had issues, it was not the main contradiction. Since Walmart was a foreign company, there was no involvement from any official entities in Huagua. The case was too big, and the police naturally could not act quickly. In fact, due to concerns about international implications, they began to play a game of passing the buck regarding the investigation. It would be difficult to clarify this matter, let alone in 3 days. 3 months might not be enough. Zhang Yi was ordered not to leave Tianhai City for a short period and to cooperate with the investigations from both the police and Walmart's internal team. Zhang Yi complied and was then released. After returning home, Zhang Yi looked outside through the blinds of the floor-to-ceiling window. Today was December 10th, just 2 days away from the arrival of the Ice Age. For the next period, he just needed to stay at home, not going anywhere. And he could enjoy the upcoming life without worries. Thinking about the billions worth of goods in his alternate space that encompassed nearly everything he needed in life, Zhang Yi felt very at ease. He returned to his bedroom and lay down. After a night of busy cooperation during the interrogation, he was somewhat exhausted. Zhang Yi slept until evening, and when he turned on the TV, the news was reporting on the theft incident at Walmart's South China warehouse. Due to the excessive loss of goods and the bizarre nature of the incident, major news outlets across the country were reporting on it. Such a large warehouse was emptied in just a few hours. It was certainly an inside job. It must have been done by someone internally, very likely by Walmart's upper management themselves, to defraud insurance. After all, it was millions of cubic meters of goods, even if transported by large trucks. It couldn't be completed in one night. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, knowing that before the end of the world, no one would uncover the truth behind this matter. In the next 2 days, Zhang Yi stayed at home, not going anywhere. He knew that time was running out for this world. For safety reasons, he would not leave his room without permission. During this time, the police and investigators from Walmart headquarters called him in again for questioning. Although they suspected Zhang Yi's behavior that night was a bit suspicious, the investigation was brief, and there was no solid evidence. They could only suspect him but couldn't arrest him. Meanwhile, some acquaintances messaged Zhang Yi, asking about the inside story, but he managed to brush them off. Finally, December 12th arrived. Gamma rays passed through Blue Star at 2 o'clock in the morning. It was just a moment, but the impact on the planet was devastating. Zhang Yi sealed off his room a few hours in advance and started a fire in the fireplace. Soon, with the depletion of energy, air conditioning and heating systems would stop working entirely. All heating methods would have to revert to the most primitive means. At 2 o'clock, he sat on the sofa in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, holding a bottle of beer and staring intently outside. Suddenly, a white light appeared at the end of the sky. It was midnight, yet the earth brightened as if it were dusk. However, this brightness lasted only a brief 2 seconds before fading into silence. Most people had already fallen asleep and did not notice this change. But Zhang Yi, who knew what it meant, felt a chill running down his back. He gulped down his beer, the refreshing Budweiser bringing him a moment of calm. Zhang Yi thought about tossing a few more good pieces of wood into the fireplace. He reached out to turn on the TV, watching the programs while waiting for the world's changes. Just a few minutes later, snowflakes began to fall heavily outside. At first, the snowflakes were only the size of a fingernail, but in less than 2 minutes, they turned into heavy snowfall. The wind began to howl outside, and the snow outside seemed to become terrifying in an instant. A sudden heavy snow filled the sky above the entire city. This was the power of nature. When it changes, it doesn't give you any warning. Zhang Yi's heart began to race. Although the safe house he built is perfect, he has experienced the Ice Age once. So it is inevitable that he feels a bit worried. He wonders if this safe house, which cost 8 million, can completely withstand the upcoming severe drop in temperature. However, as the flames in the fireplace blaze fiercely, the indoor temperature becomes incredibly warm, even somewhat hot. Zhang Yi glances at the indoor temperature, which has already reached 326. Looking outside again, he sees that the snowflakes have completely submerged the entire city. Zhang Yi feels much more at ease. He reduces the amount of charcoal since the temperature inside is too high to be comfortable. Zhang Yi does not rush to sleep. He wants to continue observing the changes. As for resting, there will be plenty of time later since he doesn't have to go to work. In less than half an hour, a thick layer of snow has already accumulated on the balcony outside. Zhang Yi checks his phone for news and finds that reports about the sudden temperature drop have spread all over the internet. The internet is filled with voices of lament, with netizens complaining that this year's cold winter has come too early and they haven't had time to prepare winter clothes. This damn weather. How can it be below -10 degrees? Tomorrow, the roads will probably be frozen over. How can anyone go to work? Some people express their joy. With such heavy snowfall, they won't have to go to work tomorrow, huh? Especially some friends from the south are excitedly posting pictures with the snow, stating that they have never seen such heavy snow in the south. Zhang Yi shakes his head. This is just the beginning. The heavy snow is expected to last at least another 3 months, and the temperature will continue to drop. By then, they won't be in such a good mood to enjoy the snow. Chapter 14. Extreme Cold. I laugh at the turmoil outside. The Ice Age has begun. In the southern city of Tianhai, heavy snow is falling, and discussions are rampant online. Some are complaining, while others are celebrating. But none of them know that this heavy snow and temperature drop are not temporary. They will persist and escalate, ultimately bringing a disaster that no one can endure. However, at this moment, Zhang Yi is lying on his sofa at home, comfortably enjoying the temperature of over 20 degrees in the safe house, savoring a chilled Budweiser beer. Feeling very content. Suddenly, his phone rings. He picks it up to find that people in his chat group are chatting. Among them are his former classmate group, hobby group, and the community owner group. Oh my god, how did it suddenly snow so heavily? The weather forecast didn't say anything. I was frozen awake in the middle of the night. I quickly got up to turn on the air conditioning. Don't mention it. Our old air conditioner is useless for heating. It's getting colder by the minute. I don't know how long this cold weather will last. I haven't bought my winter clothes yet. Everyone is discussing, expressing their feelings in a flurry of voices. However, Zhang Yi can sense that most people are not taking the sudden drop in temperature seriously. On the contrary, they seem a bit surprised. Zhang Yi knows very well that this is just temporary. He yawns, not intending to continue watching. Returning to his warm bed, Zhang Yi covers himself with a velvet-thin quilt and comfortably closes his eyes. His bed is very comfortable, a high-end item he moved from a Walmart warehouse. Especially the mattress, which is said to be the same model as a certain female celebrity's, worth $3 million. Outside, heavy snow is falling and the cold wind is howling. But the fireplace inside is roaring with flames and the temperature is pleasant. In such a comfortable environment, Zhang Yi quickly falls into a deep sleep. The next morning, Zhang Yi is awakened by the ringtone of his phone. He opens his eyes to see that it is a call from the White Lotus, Fang Yuqing. Woken from a good dream, Zhang Yi naturally feels quite uncomfortable. He answers the phone and asks irritably, "Hey, why are you calling me so early?" Fang Yuqing is taken aback by Zhang Yi's cold tone. However, she quickly replies, "Zhang Yi, it's so cold outside today. Did you stock up on supplies because you knew there would be a severe drop in temperature?" Fang Yuqing's voice trembles slightly, as if she is trying hard to endure something. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's lips curl into a mocking smile. Sure enough, this White Lotus never misses a chance to complain. He lazily replies, "I just heard a friend mention it in passing, but I didn't expect the temperature to drop this severely." He throws off the blanket. The temperature in the room is very high, making him sweat a bit. Zhang Yi puts on his slippers and walks outside. When he reaches the floor-to-ceiling window, the familiar scene before him makes his gaze freeze. The heavy snow has submerged the entire city. He can no longer see the streets or the bushes by the roadside. He can only vaguely see the outlines of the city buildings, and many houses have had over half of their first floors submerged. Moreover, the heavy snow continues to fall, with snowflakes dropping to the ground like goose feathers, showing no signs of stopping. On the other end of the phone, Fang Yuqing continues. "No wonder you stocked up on so many things. Zhang Yi, you really should have told me about this in advance. Now I'm freezing." Zhang Yi furrows his brow, not expecting her to have the audacity to complain to him. He directly hangs up the phone and throws it aside. Next, he goes to the bathroom to take a comfortable hot shower. After that, he takes out a piece of top-grade Wagyu beef from his space and has steak with pasta for breakfast. While eating breakfast, he turns on the TV. Since the temperature drop has just begun, there has been no power outage yet, so the TV is still functioning normally. However, even if there were a power outage, Zhang Yi has prepared various backup power supplies, dozens of generators, and a large amount of gasoline. In terms of energy, he could last at least 300 years without any problem. After turning on the TV, Zhang Yi first tunes into the morning news channel. Although, as a reborn person, he knows what the situation outside is like. Watching the external situation at this time is also a way to pass the time. On the news station, the two anchors are surprisingly wearing thick down jackets. It's known that places like TV stations usually have generous central air conditioning, which is also prioritized for power supply. But the anchors need to wear down jackets, indicating that the temperature has reached a level that the central air conditioning cannot fully counteract. The female anchor, facing the camera, struggles to maintain a steady tone as she says, "Last night, a strong cold front swept across the globe, causing severe fluctuations in global temperatures. The general temperature drop has reached between 70 to 100 degrees Celsius. The meteorological department is currently investigating the reason for this cold air outbreak. In the coming days, we hope everyone pays attention to keeping warm and avoids frostbite. If not necessary, please try not to go out. The authorities will properly address this issue. And we hope everyone remains calm. Do not spread rumors or believe in rumors, and do not engage in hoarding of supplies. The snow disaster will soon pass." Hearing the female anchor's words, Zhang Yi sneers. After the ice age arrives, survival can only depend on oneself. If one foolishly stays at home, doing nothing, they will surely be among the first to die. In the upper right corner of the TV, it has already displayed that the outdoor temperature in Tianhai has reached minus 65 degrees. You should know that yesterday during the day, the highest temperature in Tianhai City was 15 degrees, which means it dropped suddenly by 80. Zhang Yi shrugged. This degree of temperature drop was exactly the same as in his previous life. However, now he was wearing pajamas, drinking red wine, and eating steak with pasta, completely unaware of the cold outside. After all, it was a safe house built at a cost of $8 million, and he had specifically emphasized its insulation features. So the temperature inside the house hardly dissipated. At this moment, Zhang Yi's phone rang again. He was quite curious to see what those neighbors who had previously mocked him were chatting about. The first message he saw was from Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, why did you suddenly hang up on me? It's snowing heavily outside, and I can't go out. Didn't you buy a lot of food? Can you lend me some? I'll return it after the snow disaster is over. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The White Lotus was smart enough to know that with such heavy snow, food would become very expensive. She didn't want to brave the ultra-low temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees to go out, so she wanted to ask Zhang Yi for food. But Zhang Yi knew that this ice disaster would last a very long time and would not pass quickly. Moreover, he was not going to give Fang Yuqing even a bite to eat. In his previous life, he was deceived by this White Lotus and gave her a lot of food from his house. In the end, she caused Zhang Yi's death and even wanted to dig out his ribs to make soup. Zhang Yi now only wanted to tease her and watch her die a miserable death. Thinking of this, a mocking smile spread across his face as he sent a message to Fang Yuqing. You should have said so earlier. I've almost eaten everything I stocked up at home. Look, this is the steak I just cooked this morning. After sending the message, Zhang Yi took a selfie with himself and the steak and red wine on the table. He deliberately included his pajama-clad figure in the photo and sent it to Fang Yuqing. Chapter 15. The White Lotus requests supplies at this moment. Fang Yuqing was curled up in her rented apartment, tightly wrapping herself in 2 blankets. Although the air conditioner was set to 40 degrees, the indoor temperature didn't even reach 0. She was shivering all over, feeling as if cold air was seeping into the blankets. Upon seeing the photo Zhang Yi sent, Fang Yuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe that in such cold weather, Zhang Yi was still wearing thin pajamas, comfortably eating steak and drinking red wine. They were clearly living in the same building. Why did it feel like they were in 2 different worlds? Especially when she saw the delicious steak on the table and that bottle of high-end red wine. Fang Yuqing's mouth watered. As a top-tier White Lotus and a gold digger, she had a certain knowledge of these high-end goods. According to her knowledge, the steak Zhang Yi was eating was obviously authentic top-grade Wagyu, especially the French red wine next to him, which was definitely classified as a Grand Cru, worth at least 20,000 to 30,000. While she was freezing to death, Zhang Yi was living so comfortably, making Fang Yuqing extremely jealous. She immediately sent a message to Zhang Yi. How nice. I also want to eat steak and drink red wine. She felt that her hint was very obvious. According to Zhang Yi's previous character, he would definitely take the initiative to bring her steak and red wine at this moment. However, after seeing this message, Zhang Yi smiled happily. Was she still treating him like her past loyal admirer? He slowly replied with a message. If you want to eat, just go buy some from the supermarket. Upon reading this message, Fang Yuqing's expression instantly stiffened. Wasn't that nonsense? It's -60 or 70 degrees outside, and any exposed skin has the risk of frostbite. How could he make such an unreasonable request to a delicate girl like her? Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth and angrily said, Zhang Yi, you're really not a man. You don't even know how to take this good opportunity to show yourself. At that moment, Fang Yuqing still had some backbone. Although she really wanted to eat steak and drink high-end red wine, she viewed Zhang Yi merely as a fish in her pond. Moreover, she believed that this snow disaster would not last for more than a few days. Therefore, she still tried to maintain her proud goddess image and did not actively ask Zhang Yi for food. Zhang Yi ignored Fang Yuqing and went to check other chat groups, intending to see some good drama. When he saw the homeowners group for their community, he happened to catch Aunt Lin from the neighborhood committee urging everyone not to panic and to stay at home obediently. Everyone, don't worry. It's just a sudden drop in temperature, and it will pass in 2 or 3 days at most. Please do not rush to hoard supplies. Trust our authorities. Our neighborhood committee will also find ways to help everyone get through this snow disaster. Please obey orders and do not create trouble for the authorities. Some homeowners raised objections. With such heavy snow, who knows when it will stop? It's already a hassle to go out. How can we manage without stocking up on supplies? Yeah, otherwise, let's go out and buy some vegetables. I'm afraid the prices will skyrocket in the next few days. Aunt Lin immediately intensified her tone. What are you all doing? Aren't you just creating chaos for us? Hoarding supplies will only drive up prices, and then everyone will have to eat expensive vegetables. If I find anyone hoarding supplies, don't blame Aunt Lin for reporting you for disturbing the public order. Zhang Yi watched Aunt Lin directing everyone in the group like a leader, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Today was the first day of the Ice Age, and due to the extremely cold weather outside, the supplies in the supermarket had not been completely snatched up yet. If someone went out in the heavy snow at this moment, although there was a risk of frostbite, there was definitely a chance to stock up on certain supplies. However, due to Aunt Lin's intimidation, many people held on to a fluke mentality and did not go out to buy vegetables. The outcome was predictable. Just then, Aunt Lin's focus suddenly turned to Zhang Yi. She tagged Zhang Yi in the homeowners group. Xiao Zhang, you stocked up a lot of supplies at home before. Now that the snow disaster is serious, you can't be a negative example. Stay at home honestly these days. If I catch you going out to buy things again, don't blame Aunt Lin for being ruthless. Zhang Yi's expression darkened. This old hag had held a grudge ever since he didn't give her anything last time she asked for supplies. Now that she found an opportunity, she didn't forget to throw in some barbs. But unfortunately, this neighborhood committee meant nothing to Zhang Yi now. He coldly replied, Aunt Lin, No one knows how long this snow disaster will last. If it lasts a long time and everyone runs out of food, can you take responsibility for that? Zhang Yi's question echoed the thoughts of many people. Everyone was dissatisfied with Aunt Lin's words, but due to her position as a neighborhood committee member, they were hesitant to rebut. With Zhang Yi taking the lead, someone immediately stood up to speak. Yeah, if you don't let us stock up on supplies, who will take responsibility when we run out of food? Aunt Lin saw that many people were standing up to refute her, and she became a bit flustered. At the same time, she hated Zhang Yi even more in her heart. How could he openly contradict her in the homeowners group? Wasn't that disrespectful? Rest assured, we in the neighborhood committee can responsibly tell everyone that there will be no shortage of supplies. The snow disaster will pass quickly. And you, Zhang Yi, don't incite people at a time like this. Your actions are illegal and disorderly. Aunt Lin, curled up at home, gritted her teeth and said fiercely, this Zhang Yi really doesn't know his place. I'll think of a way to find a dark spot to detain him for a few days. Zhang Yi laughed out loud. Even at a time like this, that old woman Lin still wanted to act tough, relying on her little bit of power to bully others. It was truly ridiculous. Oh dear, I really can't wear such a big hat. Don't worry, it's so cold outside that I wouldn't go out even if you asked me to. You all do as you please. He had long since stocked up on supplies, so there was no need to go out and fight over vegetable leaves in the supermarket. However, those who believed Aunt Lin's nonsense would suffer later. Zhang Yi sighed in his heart, with the apocalypse coming. He didn't know how many people would freeze or starve to death, but some people deserved it, like those neighbors from his past life who had caused his demise. Whether they lived or died had nothing to do with him. Zhang Yi had made up his mind to survive at all costs. The lives and deaths of others had nothing to do with him. Zhang Yi. Chapter 16. Aunt Lin's Revenge. Zhang Yi fights back. Directly, Zhang Yi sat on the sofa, yawning out of boredom. While others were enduring hunger and cold, he was living more comfortably than in heaven. His home had the perfect insulation system and an endless supply of fuel, keeping his safe house at a comfortable constant temperature year-round. Next, he didn't need to do anything except make sure he was happy every day. There wasn't much on TV at the moment. Various live broadcasts had been shut down due to the extreme cold. After all, those beautiful streamers he usually liked couldn't endure the sub-zero temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees, let alone over 100 degrees, to wear tank tops and dance. If there were any, Zhang Yi could only give a thumbs up and say what a tough person. He opened his alternate space, where there were plenty of game consoles and major games. There were hundreds of brand new, unopened PlayStation 5s. As for game cartridges, there were tens of thousands of sets. Zhang Yi took out the latest PlayStation 5, installed it on his huge 100-inch Sony TV, and started playing games. He was playing this year's latest action game, Bayonetta 3. He also had Elden Ring, The Witcher 3, and Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice at hand. If he wanted to pass the time, they were all excellent choices. If he found the game durations too short, there were also time-consuming games like Civilization and Cities, Skylines that he could play to his heart's content. He no longer needed to consider work or social obligations. This life was even better than before the apocalypse. Since he was at home, Zhang Yi was only wearing pajamas, enjoying snacks while playing games, completely immersed in the fun. After a while, his phone rang. Zhang Yi casually picked it up and saw that it was that annoying Aunt Lin from the neighborhood committee mentioning him in the group. Zhang Yi, the roads outside are blocked by heavy snow. You need to come out with tools and help clear the snow. Her tone was commanding. Zhang Yi also saw that she was rallying everyone in the group to go out and clear the snow, but very few people responded. He didn't expect her to target him directly. Zhang Yi glanced at the heavy snow outside. The entire floor was almost covered with 3 meters of snow. It was almost a fantasy to think that manpower could clear it. Moreover, Zhang Yi knew that this snow would last for at least another 3 months. Going out to clear snow now would be slower than the snow falling. Zhang Yi immediately rejected her. In such cold weather, going out for a while would freeze me into a popsicle. We can talk about clearing the snow once it stops. Others chimed in, agreeing with Zhang Yi. Yeah, it's over -70 degrees outside. Going out for a bit would probably lead to frostbite. We're not in the Northeast. We don't have proper cold-resistant equipment. How can we go out? Aunt Lin was immediately anxious. What kind of attitude is this? Clearing snow isn't just for me. It's for everyone, right? You are all young and strong guys. How can you think of avoiding responsibility in times of disaster instead of stepping up to serve the people? Her eyes were fixed on Zhang Yi, who had led the opposition against her. Zhang Yi, I order you in the name of the neighborhood committee to go out and clear the snow. This is a time of crisis. We must unite and follow the organization's directives. Anyone who dares to oppose me will be seen as opposing the leadership of the neighborhood committee. Once the snow disaster is over, there will definitely be consequences. Aunt Lin brought up her identity as a member of the neighborhood committee again. The homeowners suddenly felt angry but dared not speak out. Now that the snow disaster had just begun and various social orders still existed, everyone was afraid to defy her. Even though these neighborhood committee members seemed to have little power, their small amount of authority was closely related to everyone's daily lives. So people were generally reluctant to provoke them. Everyone fell silent. No one wanted to be the scapegoat. However, many hoped Zhang Yi would stand up and fiercely confront Aunt Lin, becoming the voice for everyone. Zhang Yi, of course, knew the ostrich mentality of these people. He smirked slightly and felt great disdain for them. However, it was impossible for him to swallow his anger. So, he decided to confront Aunt Lin directly. He reviewed the previous chat records. The few people Aunt Lin mentioned were all young people in the community who were usually easy to talk to. She completely ignored the troublesome figures or those with power. So, Zhang Yi directly mocked her. Aunt Lin is right, since it's for everyone. You neighborhood committee members should lead the way in clearing the snow. And if we're talking about being young and strong, there are so many people in our community. Why did you only call us few? Do you think we're easy to bully? Those social elites and rich second-generation types, you didn't mention them at all. Why? When it comes to them, you can't even muster a word. The other homeowners nodded in satisfaction when they heard Zhang Yi say this. Zhang Yi is truly our internet spokesperson. Right, they're all honest people. Why didn't she go find Chen Jinghao and Su Hao? Everyone knew who Zhang Yi was talking about. They all lived in the same community and were well aware of the influential figures inside. For example, Chen Jinghao, who lived on the 6th floor, was a well-known figure in the area, running earthwork projects with hundreds of people under him. And Su Hao, from the 8th floor, had a father who was a famous developer in Tianhai City, with family members working in the government. Aunt Lin hadn't mentioned either of them at all. Zhang Yi directly exposed Aunt Lin's nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, making her lose face immediately. The reason she hadn't mentioned those troublesome figures was indeed because she lacked the courage, and they wouldn't pay her any mind. These people have always bullied the weak and feared the strong. If Zhang Yi had this kind of personality before, Aunt Lin wouldn't be here making him shovel snow. She felt she lost face and, in a fit of anger, sent several long voice messages in the group. Shoveling snow is a public service, meant for everyone's benefit. Some people are so petty over trivial matters, showing no sense of contribution. Such people are simply the troublemakers of our owners group. If you don't want to do it, then don't. There are plenty of people who will. Everyone's awareness is much higher than yours. Also, I'm not giving special treatment to certain people. It's just unnecessary to tag everyone one by one. I hope you all understand and don't mislead yourselves. If you continue to post these slanderous remarks about me, I will report it to the police. Aunt Lin's explanation only made things worse, especially at the end, when she even claimed she would call the police. It made Zhang Yi unable to hold back his laughter. Other owners, hearing Aunt Lin's words, were already a bit scared and took tools to shovel snow. But at this moment, Zhang Yi felt no fear of her at all, not to mention that the police wouldn't support her unreasonable behavior. Did she really think that various social mechanisms operate normally? Chapter 17. Aunt Lin, the bully of the weak. Zhang Yi took Aunt Lin's words as mere nonsense. However, since he had nothing to do, he intentionally wanted to tease this old woman. Oh, Aunt Lin is so swollen. If you're so capable, why not call Chen Jinghao and Su Hao down to shovel snow? He named them directly in the group, completely disregarding anyone's face. Chen Jinghao, nicknamed Brother Hao, is a notorious social thug. He was the one who barged into their home first, wielding a mountain axe. Su Hao, an arrogant rich second generation, was the first to draw a knife on Zhang Yi. In short, aside from a few good neighbors, the rest participated in the attacks or robberies against Zhang Yi. He could even guess that after his death in his previous life, each of them took a share of his downfall. So Zhang Yi gave no face to anyone, tearing off their fig leaves and disgusting them. Aunt Lin looked at her phone, and her expression changed immediately. Zhang Yi naming names instead put her in a difficult position. No matter how she reasoned, if she backed down now, she would definitely become the laughingstock of everyone. Plus, no one would listen to her orders anymore. Unable to do anything else, she had to tag Chen Jinghao and Su Hao in the group. Family members, this community is my home. Shoveling snow relies on everyone. I hope those with time can bring tools and go out to shovel snow together. Not long after, Chen Jinghao, with the ID 25602, sent several question marks. Then, a voice message appeared in the group. Shovel snow? Are you blind? Can't you see it's still snowing heavily outside? Is your brain sick? If you're sick, go to the hospital, don't bark here. If you tag me again, I'll kill you, do you believe it? Chen Jinghao cursed Aunt Lin harshly, and it was very unpleasant. After listening, the owners in the group all laughed, holding their stomachs. This Aunt Lin took herself too seriously, but in reality, no one cared about her at all. A small community committee member only had a bit of influence over ordinary owners. People like Chen Jinghao wouldn't take her seriously. Su Hao, the rich second generation, also sent a voice message. What does shoveling snow have to do with me? I don't need to go to work. I can sleep at home every day without a care. After saying this, he even sent a picture of himself lying in a thick blanket, holding a woman. He bought this house just to keep a woman, and he happened to be trapped here. Aunt Lin asked him to shovel snow, and he thought this woman was out of her mind. Aunt Lin didn't dare to retort after being scolded by Chen Jinghao. How could she provoke real tough characters? But seeing Su Hao's provocation, she stubbornly said, no matter what, you are also one of the owners. Shoveling snow is your duty. Su Hao disdainfully replied, do I pay property fees for nothing every month? Without my money, you community committee people would starve to death. You keep using homeowners' money to act like you're in charge. Ridiculous. None of these rich second generations are simple. Although Su Hao is idle, he has seen the world. He wouldn't take a small community committee seriously at all. After saying this, he smugly taunted. I could have today thanks to my parents and family. Can you poor folks compare? Hurry up and shovel snow. You still have to go out to earn money. Only after shoveling the snow can I leave this godforsaken place. Everyone listened to Su Hao's arrogant words, feeling extremely angry. But they were powerless to refute. Who made him born into a good family? Although those words were harsh, they were indeed the truth. Chen Jinghao and Su Hao's ruckus completely disheartened everyone. Aunt Lin's words became meaningless, and no one paid her any attention. Aunt Lin was furious. However, she didn't blame Chen Jinghao and Su Hao. Instead, she was angry at Zhang Yi. She felt she had successfully mobilized the owners, and it was Zhang Yi, this troublemaker, who ruined her good intentions. So she privately messaged Zhang Yi, angrily asking, Zhang Yi, are you intentionally going against me? What do you want to do? I asked everyone to go out and shovel snow. Does that mean everyone has to go out? Now look, no one wants to do it. Are we going to be stuck at home forever? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Oh, someone is coming to seek a scolding? Stop pretending to be innocent. You're a worthless person who bullies the weak and fears the strong, and now you're barking here? You dare not even let out a fart when someone scolds you, and now you come to me for attention? Let me tell you, your grandfather is not easy to bully. Keep barking, and I'll make sure you regret it. Zhang Yi had Aunt Lin's character completely figured out. Just a useless person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Sure enough, after Zhang Yi said these harsh words, Aunt Lin became frightened. She was an old woman living with her grandson, relying on her community committee status for respect. But if others disregarded her status and went at her, she wouldn't be able to handle it. She immediately became silent, seemingly afraid to really provoke Zhang Yi. Aunt Lin quickly blocked Zhang Yi, fearing he would continue to insult her. Her body trembled, not knowing if it was from the cold or being scared by Zhang Yi. This bastard. What a mess. A lunatic. It's best not to provoke him for now. Just wait. I will find a way to make your life miserable later. Aunt Lin thought about the future, imagining how she would use her community committee status to make things difficult for Zhang Yi. For example, when distributing living supplies, she would deliberately delay Zhang Yi. Or she wouldn't inform Zhang Yi about any good community events. She pictured Zhang Yi's regretful expression at that time, even thinking he would come to beg her for mercy, while she would coldly shut the door and say, Aren't you very arrogant? Be more arrogant. As Aunt Lin thought about this, she smiled happily. Hee, there will come a day when you beg me. For now, I want to stoop to your level. Aunt Lin found satisfaction through this method of spiritual victory. Then she continued to run into the group to mobilize others to go out and shovel snow. Although everyone looked down on Aunt Lin, most people still had to go out to work later, so considering their own travel issues. Some honest folks took tools and braved the harsh cold of over -70 degrees to go out and shovel snow. However, Zhang Yi didn't expect that after scaring away one Aunt Lin, someone else would come over to cause trouble. This time, his WeChat phone was called. He glanced at the profile picture and was surprised to see it was Chen Jinghao from the group. It seemed that Zhang Yi's earlier comments in the group had made him feel uncomfortable, so he called to threaten Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi already harbored resentment towards this bastard, and upon seeing his call, he immediately squinted his eyes. At this moment, he actually hoped that this reckless person would come to trouble him. After all, Zhang Yi couldn't go out of this safe house. But if anyone dared to come looking for trouble, he had plenty of ways to make that person suffer terribly. So Zhang Yi answered the phone. Chapter 18. Who's afraid of who? As soon as the call connected, a torrent of fierce curses came from the other end. Are you looking for death? Who told you to mention me in the group? You dare provoke me, Chen Jinghao? You little brat. It seems you don't want to live anymore. I have 100 ways to make you unable to stay in this city. Do you believe it? Chen Jinghao was also a notorious bully in Tianhai City, with hundreds of followers under him and allegedly had a few homicide charges in the past. Therefore, living in the same community, all the owners avoided him and no one dared to provoke him. To establish his authority, Chen Jinghao's style of doing things was such that anyone who offended him even slightly would have to pay a huge price. This is also known as the face of a social person. So, even though Zhang Yi merely mentioned him in the owner group, Chen Jinghao still saw it as a provocation. On the other end of the phone, he scolded fiercely, You're really looking for death? You can talk big, huh? Mentioning me like that. Zhang Yi certainly wouldn't indulge him. With a cold laugh, he retorted, What kind of worthless thing are you? Stop pretending to be tough here. You social scum, useless waste. When I call you, you better respond. After cursing, Zhang Yi hung up the phone and blacklisted him. After the outburst, Zhang Yi felt particularly pleased at the thought of Chen Jinghao's furious expression. He walked to the TV, reached out, and turned on the surveillance camera. When the Dragon Security Company set up the safe house for him, they installed cameras throughout the entire floor. It could be said that the whole building was under his surveillance. Zhang Yi looked towards the 6th floor where Chen Jinghao was, and sure enough, their door was soon pushed open violently. Chen Jinghao, wearing a down jacket and holding a baseball bat, came out aggressively. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he instantly recoiled from the cold. It was over -70 degrees outside. He was only wearing a down jacket over a thermal shirt, and he had deliberately left the zipper open to show off his chest tattoo. The freezing temperature quickly taught him a lesson. Seeing that no one was around, Chen Jinghao hurriedly rubbed his hands together and rushed to the elevator. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Yi leisurely picked up a hand crossbow from under the coffee table. This type of crossbow was meant for hunting. Even a 300-kilogram wild boar could be shot through with a 20-centimeter bolt. He hummed a tune while preparing the bolt. After some practice, he had become very skilled with the hand crossbow. Within 15 meters, he couldn't say he hit the target every time, but he wouldn't miss a watermelon-sized head. The elevator kept going up, and Zhang Yi took the ready crossbow to the door. His massive security door had a shooting hole left 2 meters high. Zhang Yi stood on a chair and opened the door covering the shooting hole. This could only be opened from the inside. He then aimed the crossbow at the hallway outside. For safety's sake, Zhang Yi had also put a handgun in his pocket. Even if Chen Jinghao was an Iron Man, he would have bad luck coming over today. Soon, the sound of the elevator was heard, and Chen Jinghao came out cursing. With the notes from the owner group, he easily found Zhang Yi's place. Arriving at the door, he raised his baseball bat and began to smash the door while yelling, "Zhang Yi, you son of a bitch, come out. Weren't you pretty tough just now? Now come out if you have the guts, and see how I kill you." Chen Jinghao cursed viciously and smashed the door with all his might. However, that security door was 20 centimeters thick and reinforced with bulletproof metal. In terms of defense, it was stronger than some large military vehicles. Naturally, it was not something that Chen Jinghao could break with a baseball bat, and instead, it hurt his hand. While Chen Jinghao was cursing, he didn't notice that he had already been aimed at with a bolt. Zhang Yi looked at Chen Jinghao's fierce expression, and a playful smile appeared on his face. He aimed the bolt at Chen Jinghao's head. However, after thinking for a moment, he changed his target. In this apocalyptic world, everyone in the building besides him was bound to die eventually. Chen Jinghao was no exception. Killing him now would be too easy. After all, in his past life, he had been torn apart and eaten by these insane neighbors. Zhang Yi's mouth curled into a wicked smile. He wouldn't let this scum die so easily. So Zhang Yi changed his aim. With a soft whoosh, the sharp bolt shot directly into Chen Jinghao's leg. The bolt capable of killing wild boars pierced through his calf. Chen Jinghao let out a piercing scream and fell to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing. In the freezing cold of over -70 degrees, suffering a penetrating injury, Chen Jinghao's leg was surely ruined. Moreover, due to the lack of medication, infection was inevitable. Next, he would die a miserable death in pain and cold. At this moment, Chen Jinghao was in excruciating pain, realizing that he had encountered a terrifying, ruthless person. In fact, these thugs relied on their fearlessness and reckless energy. They gambled that honest people wouldn't dare to resist them. But when they met someone willing to use a crossbow, they too would feel fear. Terrified, Chen Jinghao ran back to the elevator, dragging his injured leg. Zhang Yi chose not to take action. The reason was simple. He wanted Chen Jinghao to live a little longer. After all, he wasn't a demon. Once Chen Jinghao ran back to the elevator, cold sweat poured down his face, and in the temperature of over -70 degrees, he quickly froze. However, at that moment, his heart felt colder than the air around him. The merciless attack from the other party made him feel the naked intent to kill. In today's society, anyone who dares to shoot a crossbow at someone is not to be trifled with. Chen Jinghao looked at his damaged leg. His entire calf had been completely pierced by the crossbow bolt. Blood dyed half of his pant leg, which then froze. In such extreme cold, his pain sensation wasn't as intense. However, this didn't make Chen Jinghao feel relieved. Instead, it terrified him to the core. He knew that if his leg didn't receive treatment in this condition, it would be useless in less than half an hour. Chapter 19. A cold water bath for you. Chen Jinghao finally felt fear. He took out his phone and called 120. However, the call couldn't get through. He dialed for more than 2 minutes, only to hear a busy signal. Chen Jinghao's heart sank. Outside, the weather was freezing, and even the hospitals had come to a standstill. Even if there were hospitals still operating, the heavy snow had sealed off the city, making it impossible to send an ambulance to rescue anyone. Chen Jinghao was also a tough guy. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to perform the surgery on himself. At the very least, he needed to remove the crossbow bolt. After a difficult return home, he took out a knife, an alcohol lamp, gauze, and hemostatic drugs from the drawer. Being a person who often got into fights, he naturally kept these things at home. Chen Jinghao cut open his pant leg with the knife, and when he saw the wound, his face turned pale with fright. In the extreme cold, the wound on his leg had already frozen. Although this temporarily stopped the blood flow, the area around the wound had started to turn purple, and his calf was completely numb. Chen Jinghao felt hopeless. He knew that in this situation, he could only rely on self-rescue. Fortunately, being a tough guy, he thought for a moment and began to perform surgery on himself. Since his calf was already frostbitten, the low temperature dulled his pain significantly. So even without anesthesia, he successfully completed the surgery. However, the process was so painful that he almost passed out. Clearly, that calf was ruined. Chen Jinghao lay on the sofa, panting heavily, filled with hatred for Zhang Yi, who had shot him. Zhang Yi, you little brat, I will definitely kill you, absolutely. Chen Jinghao's eyes were filled with killing intent. He wasn't joking. He truly intended to kill Zhang Yi. Otherwise, how would he survive in Tianhai City in the future? Chen Jinghao picked up his phone. But since he had been blocked by Zhang Yi, he had to mention him in the owner's group chat. Zhang Yi, you little bastard, just wait for me. If I don't kill you, I'll write the name Chen Jinghao backward from now on. The other owners didn't actually know what had happened. However, upon learning that Zhang Yi had offended Chen Jinghao, they couldn't help but feel anxious for him. After all, Chen Jinghao was a notorious thug, and he was ruthless. However, if they knew that Zhang Yi had shot him and ruined his leg, they would probably be too scared to speak. On the other hand, some people were very excited. For example, Aunt Lin, who had previously been humiliated by Zhang Yi, happily said, "It's best when dogs bite dogs. Humph. Neither of them is a good thing. I hope that thug Chen Jinghao can beat Zhang Yi to death and let that damn guy scold me." Meanwhile, Bai Lianhua Feng Yuqing also saw the message in the group. She curled her lips, actually hoping that Zhang Yi would get beaten up by Chen Jinghao. After all, Zhang Yi had been so indifferent to her. He didn't even know to bring her some food when she, a goddess, asked for it. However, no one in the group dared to speak up, fearing that the incident might implicate them. Seeing this message, Zhang Yi burst into laughter. As long as he didn't leave the safe house, he wouldn't be afraid of 100 Chen Jinghaos. Zhang Yi sent a voice message to his phone. "What are you? Just a barking dog. If you dare to provoke me again, I'll take out your other leg too." The owners in the group were in an uproar upon hearing this voice message. They never expected Zhang Yi would dare to oppose Chen Jinghao. Moreover, it seemed that he had even injured Chen Jinghao's leg. Chen Jinghao gripped his phone tightly, almost breaking it. "Damn it, Zhang Yi, just wait for me. I will definitely kill you." Zhang Yi was equally unrestrained. "You dog, if you have the guts, come at me. Let us see who dies first." It must be said that after the apocalypse, Zhang Yi was quite carefree. Without so many societal norms and moral constraints, he no longer needed to give anyone face. It felt great. On the other side, Chen Jinghao was furious to the point of explosion. After returning home, he gradually regained feeling in his leg thanks to the meager effect of the air conditioner. However, the intense pain in his leg made him grit his teeth. Now, he could only rely on a crutch to move. After careful consideration, Chen Jinghao felt that killing Zhang Yi wouldn't be difficult. He believed that being shot was just due to carelessness. Now that he was on guard, he could easily call his underlings over to storm into Zhang Yi's house and kill him. After all, with the freezing weather outside, the hospitals and police stations were at a standstill. It was the perfect time to kill someone. Chen Jinghao immediately called his underlings and instructed them to bring weapons to help him take care of Zhang Yi. Many of Chen Jinghao's underlings lived nearby, and upon receiving his order, they grabbed knives, baseball bats, and steel pipes and rushed to Chen Jinghao's house. Upon seeing the injury on Chen Jinghao's leg, these underlings shouted that they would kill that person to vent Chen Jinghao's anger. Chen Jinghao coldly said, "I'm fine. After a few days when the snow melts, I'll go to the hospital to recover. But that dog dared to shoot me. Isn't that digging a hole on my turf? If I don't kill him, how will I, Chen Jinghao, survive in the future?" One of his underlings immediately said, "Brother Hao, tell me his room number, and I'll go chop him up right now." Chen Jinghao nodded. They lived in room 2401 of this building. But that little brat was very cunning and had a crossbow. "He ambushed me with a crossbow." One underling raised a steel pipe and shouted, "This person is so unethical. How can he ambush people?" Chen Jinghao replied, "Be careful when you go. I know he is home alone. Just don't let him shoot you. Break down their door and do whatever you want to him." Chen Jinghao's underlings were all desperate men. Although they knew Zhang Yi had weapons, they weren't afraid. Instead, they became excited. Nowadays, with the city sealed off by snow, they could openly go and beat someone up. The malice in their human nature was unleashed without restraint. Thus, they armed themselves and headed towards Zhang Yi's house, planning to break in. Zhang Yi knew that Chen Jinghao wouldn't give up easily and would definitely come back for revenge. However, Zhang Yi felt no tension at all in his heart. He was at home, playing games while checking the movements in the entire building on a split screen. He could see clearly when those little thugs from Chen Jinghao's gang came over. His table was filled with equipment, just waiting to give them a hard time when they showed up. After all, those social scum deserved it, and Zhang Yi had no intention of showing any mercy. Before long, more than a dozen of Chen Jinghao's henchmen arrived at Zhang Yi's doorstep. They knew Zhang Yi had a crossbow, so they were a bit cautious when they came. A few of the little thugs held wooden boards as shields in front of them. When they reached Zhang Yi's door and found nothing wrong, they started to act. "Open the door. Damn it, daring to shoot at our Hao Go. Today we'll make sure to kill you. Next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Open the door." They shouted curses while using hammers and iron rods to smash Zhang Yi's door, trying to break in and teach him a lesson before handing him over to Chen Jinghao. Zhang Yi was playing his game, unfazed. He happened to be stuck on the first level, having died 7 or 8 times without clearing it. So his mood was a bit off. Hearing the shouting and banging outside, Zhang Yi yelled back in annoyance, "Can't you put in a little more effort? Haven't you eaten?" Upon hearing Zhang Yi's arrogance, the little thugs became even angrier and hit harder. However, the safety door, made of 20 centimeters of alloy, was difficult to open even with small explosives, let alone with their primitive smashing methods. After smashing for a while, Only a few small white spots appeared on the metal door, just some paint chipped off. They couldn't even dent it, let alone break it. The little thugs were dumbfounded. Damn, this door is actually solid metal. And so thick. How are we supposed to break it? What the hell? How many enemies does this guy have? A group of little thugs stood there, stunned. However, when they came, they had promised Chen Jinghao they would beat Zhang Yi half to death and bring him back. Since they couldn't break the door now, they had no way to report back, so they continued to bang and shout outside. Zhang Yi's game character died again. Listening to the little thugs outside, he finally became a bit annoyed. He went to the kitchen, connected a water hose to the faucet, and climbed up to the shooting hole. The little thugs outside didn't notice what was happening above them and continued barking like dogs. Zhang Yi sneered and turned on the faucet, spraying water at them. The torrent of water rushed down the narrow corridor like a torrential rain, instantly drenching them. Chapter 20. Starting a laid-back life. Can you imagine what it feels like to be doused with cold water at -70 degrees? Zhang Yi held the hose and sprayed it at the little thugs outside. There was about a 100-degree temperature difference between indoors and outdoors, so when the water flowed out, it was steaming, but once it landed on those people, it quickly froze them. In the freezing cold, they were all wearing down jackets and sweaters. The cold water soaked them thoroughly, making them feel as if they had been thrown into an ice cellar. Damn, so cold. I'm freezing to death. Ah, stop spraying. Stop spraying. At that moment, they would rather be beaten up than endure the torment of freezing. One by one, their lips turned purple, and some even fainted from the extreme cold. Acting on instinct, they hurriedly ran away from Zhang Yi's door. But in just a few seconds, they were already soaked through. They didn't even have time to take the elevator to escape. Their clothes were frozen stiff. Seeing them all run away, Zhang Yi finally turned off the faucet. He had initially planned to teach those people a lesson with the crossbow. However, loading it took too long, and there was a chance they could retaliate through the shooting hole. Instead, this deluge effect worked better. After being drenched to the bone, the little thugs ran back to Chen Jinghao's place, their lips purple from the cold. When Chen Jinghao saw them come back in such a sorry state, he was furious. Where's that little brat? Did you capture him? The little thugs hurriedly looked for blankets and sheets to keep warm. Their clothes were soaked, and they were frozen stiff. More than a dozen people were fighting over clothes and blankets in the room. But with so many people, there wasn't enough to go around. So a few little thugs had no choice but to strip off their clothes and huddle together for warmth. The scene was somewhat bizarre. This made Chen Jinghao extremely angry. As he slammed the table and shouted, "Who can explain to me what the hell is going on?" After regaining some body heat, a few little thugs shivered as they explained the whole situation to Chen Jinghao. That Zhang Yi is too despicable. He actually sprayed us with a hose. We couldn't handle it at all. We don't know how thick his door is. We smashed for half a day and only chipped a bit of paint. After hearing this, Chen Jinghao frowned deeply. He had indeed felt how solid Zhang Yi's door was when he tried to break it down himself. It seemed that a direct assault would be difficult. However, he soon sneered. No problem. Even if his house is a fortress, there will always be weaknesses. Besides, I don't believe he can stay at home forever. You few stay nearby. As soon as he steps out, beat him to death. Chen Jinghao said viciously. His henchmen were all desperate men, and upon hearing this, they shivered and laughed coldly. Even though they were all frozen, they still had to pretend to look fierce. However, they could never have imagined that Zhang Yi had no intention of leaving home at all. Outside was hell, but his room was paradise. Why would he go from paradise to hell? After dealing with Chen Jinghao and the others, Zhang Yi continued to play his game. Although he knew these guys wouldn't give up easily, they didn't have the ability to break into his home. As for going out, Zhang Yi would never make that choice. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance of risk, he wouldn't take it. Staying comfortably at home. Isn't that nice? Not long after, Zhang Yi went to the floor-to-ceiling window to check the outside scene. There were indeed people with tools shoveling snow. He seemed to see Uncle Yu, the straightforward and enthusiastic retired soldier, who always rushed to the front when something happened. The more than a dozen people downstairs were some of the more agreeable young owners from the community. However, members of the neighborhood committee, like Aunt Lin, hadn't shown a shadow. Facing the thick layer of snow, 2 or 3 meters high, they were laboriously digging. However, Zhang Yi knew that doing so was completely futile. Without saying anything else, just wanting to dig a path from downstairs to the community entrance, it would take a whole day. But what good would it do even if the path were cleared? The roads outside are completely covered. With such thick snow, only professional snowplows can slowly clear it. However, in the south, there are no such specialized vehicles at all. Going out has become an impossible task. Moreover, in weather below -70 degrees, they can't hold out for long. Their cold protection equipment can't keep up, and their bodies can't adapt to such low temperatures. Staying outdoors for half an hour poses a risk of frostbite. Zhang Yi shook his head. These honest people are indeed quite pitiful. However, it's their own choice. And Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to say anything. After all, now everything has nothing to do with him. He just wants to live well. As the afternoon arrived, Zhang Yi felt a bit hungry and took out a feast from his other space. The meal was quite simple. A plate of Australian lobster, a portion of Wellington steak, plus 2 Huangshan pancakes and a bottle of Coke. Such delicacies were plentiful in his space. Now that he was staying home every day, Zhang Yi's routine had become flexible. In short, he would sleep when tired and eat when hungry, without needing to distinguish between day and night. The heavy snow continued to fall outside. Zhang Yi took a moment to glance at the bottom of the community building. The snow-clearing workers had all returned. The area they had cleared after half a day of effort was soon covered by snow again. Perhaps they realized that relying solely on their strength couldn't combat nature. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa in his autumn clothes, with a comfortable temperature of 27 degrees inside. He turned on the TV to watch the programs. Many television stations nationwide had stopped broadcasting, with only a few provincial channels and CCTV still on air. They were all about promoting official work and encouraging everyone. At this moment, our attention turned to Xinjiang. The authorities were strategizing to launch a final assault against the snow disaster. Reports stated that in the United States, due to ineffective snow disaster prevention, 200 million people had been affected, with tens of millions dead. Our country's snow disaster was under control, and everything was developing positively. People were urged not to panic and to trust in the official power. Zhang Yi shook his head. The scale and severity of this snow disaster were unimaginable for humanity. Although the authorities were trying hard to solve the problem, human power was indeed too weak in the face of nature. Chapter 21. The White Lotus and Green Tea in the Homeowners Group. Aunt Lin was still chattering away. Have you all seen the news? Our country has the power to completely cope with this snow disaster. Don't panic. All problems will be resolved. If anyone needs supplies, please help as much as you can. After all, this snow disaster will pass soon, and there is no need to hoard supplies. However, very few people replied to her. Obviously, after 2 days, there was no sign of the snow disaster ending, which made many people begin to worry. Fang Yuqing sent another message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, are you okay? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Fang Yuqing probably thought she was being dealt with by Qin Zhenghao. However, he didn't think Fang Yuqing was being kind. I'm fine. Oh, that's good. Fang Yuqing felt a bit disappointed. But soon, she said, we're out of food at home. I remember you bought quite a bit. Can you spare me some? I'll treat you to a meal later. Zhang Yi's mouth curled into a cold smile. Sure enough, this woman must have a purpose for seeking him out. He recalled that when he last went grocery shopping, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan also bought some items. Although they didn't buy as much as he did, it wasn't like they couldn't last 2 days. Oh, that was a long time ago. I didn't keep those things at home. Actually, I don't have much food at home. Fang Yuqing still wouldn't give up. Then can you give me a few packs of instant noodles? You manage the warehouse. Can't you spare some food at home? Zhang Yi was quite blunt. I really don't have any instant noodles left. Look, I usually eat this. He took a photo of the Australian lobster and steak on the table and sent it to Fang Yuqing. Seeing the photo, Fang Yuqing's brows furrowed in anger. Damn Zhang Yi, what do you mean by this? Are you doing it on purpose to irritate me? Beside her, her friend Lin Kainan poked her head out from under the covers. Because it was too cold, the two of them were sleeping together. Upon seeing the delicious food in the photo, Lin Kainan's eyes sparkled with desire. These little fairies rarely cooked. They usually ordered takeout or had men treat them to meals. The heavy snow had left them starving for days, only able to eat instant noodles and canned food that they usually disliked. Seeing Zhang Yi enjoying Australian lobster and steak made both women feel a mix of anger and envy. They were angry that Zhang Yi was indulging alone without thinking to send some over. Lin Kainan immediately said sourly, wow, Zhang Yi is too much. He actually has such delicious food at home, and he didn't think of you at all. It's surprising he used to say he liked you. Humph. I think he is just being insincere. Fang Yuqing was also very unhappy. This wasn't the first time Zhang Yi had sent her a photo. She knew Zhang Yi was deliberately trying to provoke her. However, she believed Zhang Yi still had feelings for her. He just wanted to use this method to gain her compromise. Humph, foolish. Just for a little food. You think I'll become your girlfriend? Zhang Yi, you're so naive. Fang Yuqing scoffed. As a proud woman, she certainly wanted to maintain her high and mighty image. However, looking at the photo Zhang Yi sent, the desire in her eyes was impossible to hide. Lin Kainan naturally understood her. So she said, Yuqing, why don't you just tell Zhang Yi that you can have dinner with him, but he needs to provide the food. That way, you can maintain your dignity while enjoying delicious Australian lobster and steak. I believe he will be thrilled to agree immediately. Fang Yuqing frowned and thought for a moment. To her, Zhang Yi was merely a high-end backup. Although he was handsome and had some assets, there was still a significant gap between him and the high, rich, and handsome man she envisioned. Under normal circumstances, she would never lower her head. But now she really couldn't stand eating instant noodles and canned food every day. Let us give him a chance to have dinner with me. Fang Yuqing pouted, somewhat reluctantly. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, it's been a while since we gathered. Why don't you come over to our house for dinner tonight? Zhang Yi smiled when he saw the message. Are you inviting me to dinner? Great, thank you. This sentence made Fang Yuqing on the other end of the phone pale with anger. But it could also be from the cold. She angrily said to Lin Kainan, this Zhang Yi is simply ungrateful. I gave him a chance to invite me to dinner. And he actually wants me to treat him. Lin Kainan was taken aback. She seemed not to have expected that the Zhang Yi who had always pursued Fang Yuqing in the past would suddenly become so unreasonable. Strange. Could it be that a simp could one day gain some awareness? Fang Yuqing, already furious, threw her phone aside. She huffed and said, "This Zhang Yi. I originally planned to keep him as my backup, but now he has to move down in my queue. I'm really angry this time. From now on, I won't say another word to him. When he comes to beg me later, it won't help." Although Lin Canning was greedy, she added fuel to the fire beside her. Exactly. He doesn't even look at what he is like. Wanting to pursue you but being so stingy. A man like this deserves to be single for life. The two continued to curse Zhang Yi for a while. During this time, Fang Yuqing picked up her phone, thinking Zhang Yi would message her to apologize. But Zhang Yi didn't send a single message, which made her face darken with anger. Meanwhile, Lin Canning began to have mischievous thoughts. She secretly sent Zhang Yi a message. "Zhang Yi, why are you so stupid? Now Yuqing is unhappy. Do you know how serious the problem is?" After receiving the message, Zhang Yi habitually glanced at it. For him now, checking various chat group messages had become a way to amuse himself. What could be more interesting than human nature in the apocalypse? Upon discovering it was a message from Lin Canning, Zhang Yi glanced at it and then chuckled. One plays the villain, the other plays the good cop, right? You two are really theatrical. Zhang Yi had long seen through this combination of green tea and White Lotus. Usually, when Lin Canning intervened, it was to assist Fang Yuqing, since Fang Yuqing needed to maintain her pure goddess image. Asking for gifts and hinting at men to spend money on her was all Lin Canning's job. Chapter 22. The backup is useful. Zhang Yi pretended to be confused and said, "What's wrong? I didn't do anything bad." Lin Canning said, "Are you stupid? Now that the heavy snow has sealed off the city, we've almost eaten everything at home. If you send over some good food now, wouldn't it perfectly express your loyalty to Yuqing? If I were you, I would send over some good stuff like steak and lobster. When Yuqing is touched, wouldn't your chances increase?" Zhang Yi looked at the message Lin Canning sent and could already imagine that greedy woman's expression at that moment. He sneered. This kind of behavior is no different from begging. But what's ridiculous is that if you're begging, at least don't put on a show of being charitable. It's as if Zhang Yi giving them food was them giving him an opportunity. This kind of face made Zhang Yi really want to slap them hard. Despicable. Zhang Yi decided to have some fun with these two green tea bitches. He said, "But we don't have much food left at home. Just enough for me." Lin Canning frowned and immediately criticized, "Fool. How many days can a snow disaster last? If you endure being hungry for a couple of meals, won't you earn big by tricking Yuqing into your hands later? If you can't even spare this little, I see you're not sincere towards our Yuqing at all." Zhang Yi laughed even harder. These two women, one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop, were quite clear about their roles. Unfortunately for them, Zhang Yi had been reborn and had long seen through their shameless faces. Facing Lin Canning, he simply replied with a casual "oh," then tossed his phone aside, ignoring her. Lin Canning saw that "oh" and instantly became furious. "Oh, what does this "oh" mean? I talked to you for so long, and this is your attitude? Hurry up and send me the food. I want to eat steak and lobster too." Lin Canning was a glutton, having not eaten anything good in the past 2 days. And seeing Zhang Yi feast made her drool. She originally wanted to use Fang Yuqing's name to trick Zhang Yi into sending her good food. But the development of the situation was completely contrary to her expectations. That almost made her break down. Could it be that he is no longer interested in Fang Yuqing? No, that is absolutely impossible. Lin Canning recalled Zhang Yi's attentiveness towards Fang Yuqing over the past few years and immediately shook her head. He must just be temporarily out of his mind. Feeling angry, Lin Canning found Fang Yuqing and exaggeratedly relayed the situation. Of course, she told Fang Yuqing that she was contacting Zhang Yi to help her get resources. Fang Yuqing's face was cold, and she said indifferently, "Humph, who is Zhang Yi? Do I know him? Don't mention him in front of me again." Now, if Zhang Yi wanted to be her simp again, he would have to sincerely apologize for what happened these past few days and pay a heavy price to seek her forgiveness. Lin Canning nudged Fang Yuqing. "This Zhang Yi is clueless. Don't you have other simps?" They lived in a community where many colleagues worked in the warehouse. Among them were Fang Yuqing's other suitors, like Zhou Peng, who was the most eager to please her. Fang Yuqing naturally knew who Lin Canning was talking about. She disdainfully curled her lips. Zhou Peng wasn't even worthy of being her backup, although they both worked at Walmart before. Zhou Peng didn't even have a house in Tianhai City and was still renting. Fang Yuqing was just using him to take some little advantages, having no real affection for him. Lin Canning advised, "It's so cold outside, and the snow is falling heavily. We can't go out to buy things. Why not use him for now and let him help us?" Fang Yuqing's gaze wandered for a moment, thinking Lin Canning's suggestion indeed made sense. So she sent a message to Zhou Peng. To her surprise, within 5 minutes, Zhou Peng came running over, bringing with him a backpack full of food. After all, he worked in the Walmart warehouse, and they often brought home some discounted goods. So naturally, there would be some stock at home. With just one word from Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng was like a shot of adrenaline, specifically picking out good items to bring to her. Moreover, Zhou Peng patted his chest and assured her, "Yuqing, just tell me what you want me to do. You know, for you, I can do anything." Fang Yuqing rarely showed Zhou Peng a smile. "Thank you, Zhou Peng. You're so nice." A few sweet words sent Zhou Peng away. Then she returned indoors, instantly changing her face. Humph, with your appearance. You still dare to have ideas about me? Try in your next life. The atmosphere in the entire building began to gradually become unusual. The extreme cold, even with the air conditioning running, kept the indoor temperature below zero. This made the Southerners in Tianhai City unable to adapt. Moreover, they had no habit of stockpiling supplies. And 2 days of being frozen had already emptied everyone's fridges. Although Aunt Lin was still preaching that it was fine and the snow disaster would pass quickly, everyone had their own concerns in their hearts. However, Zhang Yi watched all of this with great satisfaction. In the face of the apocalypse, he was fully prepared, and his days were even more comfortable than before the disaster struck. He felt like an outsider, quietly observing the grand drama outside. After being taught a lesson by Zhang Yi, Chen Jinghao and his little brothers temporarily stopped coming to trouble him. They knew it was difficult to break into Zhang Yi's home. Moreover, Chen Jinghao's leg was practically useless. Without hospital treatment, it would become permanently disabled in a few days. As for the other small thugs, after being soaked in water, they all fell into a state of flu and fever. Without any means to keep warm, they were likely to die from high fever before succumbing to food shortages. Zhang Yi spent his time at home playing games and watching chat groups. When he had nothing to do, he would work out, as there was plenty of fitness equipment at home, all from international brands. Alternatively, he would read various professional books he downloaded online, such as the Barefoot Doctor's Manual and Militia Training Manual. It's better to be prepared. Mastering this professional knowledge would be best if it was never needed, but in case of emergencies, it might save his life. Outside, heavy snow fell, and the sky was shrouded in clouds, making it hard to distinguish between day and night. On the morning of the third day, Zhang Yi got out of bed, enjoying a delicious cheap roast duck while checking the clock. It was almost time. The good show was about to start. Zhang Yi said lightly. Just then, the chat groups on his phone completely exploded. Chapter 23, Water and Power Outage. 3 days after the apocalypse began, the real show officially started. Zhang Yi knew what would happen that day, so he stayed up all night waiting to watch this good show. What happened was actually very simple. The electricity in the entire Yuelu community suddenly went out. Shortly after, due to the chain reaction of the power outage, the water supply company was unable to provide water normally. With the water supply system malfunctioning, every household was left without water. All of this was within Zhang Yi's expectations. After all, at the beginning of the apocalypse, no one could predict how long this extreme cold disaster would last. The authorities were still trying their best to address the snow disaster. However, as the days passed, it became clear by the third day that this was a problem beyond human control. In the freezing temperatures, major hydroelectric power plants began to shut down one after another, and thermal power plants could not continue generating electricity due to personnel being unable to work. Once all the cities across the country ran out of stored electricity, power outages were inevitable. At this point, perhaps only a small number of nuclear power plants were still operational. However, the electricity generated was all supplied to the official departments for use. With the cessation of water and power, the lives of ordinary people suddenly fell into darkness. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi had already turned on 2 silent generators in advance, starting to generate power for his room. After doing all this, Zhang Yi opened his phone and saw numerous messages in the chat groups. Do you have electricity at home? We have no electricity, and the water supply has stopped. What on earth is going on? Our home has no water or electricity too. In such cold weather, the air conditioner is completely useless, and we can't use heaters. How are we supposed to live like this? Why isn't the government doing anything? If this continues, people might freeze to death. Zhang Yi silently shook his head. At this moment, the authorities were already too overwhelmed to care for everyone. To survive, one could only rely on themselves. He also knew that the apocalypse, in the true sense, had only begun today. Without the electricity and food of modern society, humanity would fall into mass death. Zhang Yi thought of this and glanced at his home with trepidation. When he saw that his home was warm as spring and as secure as a copper-clad iron barrel, along with the endless supplies and the alternate space, a sense of solid warmth surged in his heart. The homeowners group was also filled with anxious complaints. If it weren't for advanced technology, and if phone batteries didn't stop working due to low temperatures, they wouldn't even be able to use their phones. However, without electricity, phones would eventually become useless. How long would this snow continue? The air conditioning couldn't work, and the temperature inside the house had dropped below -30 degrees. If this continued, people would really freeze to death. The water supply had also stopped. Were we supposed to drink snowmelt? We don't have much food left, and the heavy snow has blocked the doors, making it impossible to go to the supermarket. What should we do? Some people started tagging Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin, didn't you say it would be fine before? That's right. I believed your words and didn't go out to buy supplies. Now what do we do? When will help come? Aunt Lin, facing the neighbors' questions, felt anxious and panicked. At this moment, she was even more afraid than her neighbors. The homeowners were still unclear about how help would come. However, Aunt Lin had already received some news through the neighborhood committee. The whole world was experiencing heavy snowfall, said to be a once-in-100,000-year snow disaster. Perhaps we were facing another mass extinction event, that is, the end of the world. Although the authorities were trying their best to support, with over 1 billion people in our country, it was impossible to take care of everyone. Major cities across the country had already fallen. From now on, if we wanted to survive, we could only rely on ourselves. We must stock up on supplies, especially food and heating energy. I've already started going door to door to gather supplies under the name of the neighborhood committee. Isn't that harming others? Harm others? If I don't do that, my family will freeze to death or starve in 3 days at most. I can't think about that anymore. I don't know how many people will die in this snow disaster. I can only take care of myself and my family first. Yes, while we still have some influence. We should quickly gather more supplies. Surviving is the most critical thing at this time. Aunt Lynn stared intently at the messages in the neighborhood committee group, her whole body trembling violently. Although the indoor temperature had dropped to below -30 degrees, she was still sweating profusely. Lying in bed, she was covered with 3 thick layers of blankets, nearly suffocating her, but she didn't dare to uncover them because the room felt like an ice cellar. At this moment, her grandson, little Tiger, asked from under the covers, "Grandma, why is it so cold outside? When will Dad and Mom come back?" Aunt Lynn looked at her little grandson and felt a heaviness in her heart. She had just spoken with her son and daughter-in-law today. They were working in another city and were now stuck in a rented room. Their situation not much better than hers. I must protect the two of us. We have to survive. Aunt Lynn bit her lip tightly, a fierce look flashing in her eyes. "Little Tiger, it's okay. After a while, Dad and Mom will come back." After comforting little Tiger, Aunt Lynn picked up her phone and began to speak in the homeowners group. "Everyone, the disaster is only temporary. The weather outside is too cold, and it's not surprising that we have lost water and power. Rest assured, staff are already working on repairs. The authorities have issued a notice that during this critical time, our neighborhood committee will manage the community owners uniformly. We hope everyone will cooperate with our work. If anyone refuses to cooperate and causes serious consequences, we will request the police to arrest and interrogate them afterward." Aunt Lynn's words were very severe. This statement sparked strong dissatisfaction among the property owners. They did not expect that during such a time, the neighborhood committee would not only fail to explain their lack of work, but would instead intimidate the owners. However, everyone was somewhat afraid, and no one dared to voice opposition. Zhang Yi casually looked at Aunt Lynn's messages on his phone. He raised an eyebrow and let out a sneer. He certainly knew that Aunt Lynn was lying. In his previous life, she had used such despicable means to cheat many supplies from others. However, he had no intention of exposing Aunt Lynn's tricks. After all, whether the other neighbors lived or died had nothing to do with him. Zhang Yi turned on the TV and continued playing his game. Water and electricity outages? It didn't matter. His warehouse was stocked with a massive supply of backup batteries, generators, and fuel, as well as solid alcohol. As for water, he had hoarded 500 tons of tap water, not to mention several tons of mineral water and drinks in his warehouse. Moreover, if necessary, he could also obtain water by melting snow. In short, whether it was fresh water or energy, he was not lacking at all. Chapter 24. Aunt Lynn's threat. While Zhang Yi played games and snacked on imported snacks, he was living a delightful life. The entire Tianhai city, or rather, over 99% of the world, was plunged into water and power outages. The water issue was somewhat easier to resolve. Those who couldn't stand it could go out and dig snow for water. However, the power outage was truly unbearable. Modern people are very delicate, and living in sub-zero temperatures was practically life-threatening. But this could not be blamed on the authorities. After all, most power plants were not inoperable. But workers couldn't get to work. Zhang Yi remembered that there would still be a period of power supply each day, as the authorities didn't want the populace to all die. However, relying on those 21st century industrial nuclear power plants and new energy power stations, the amount of electricity provided was very limited. At most, it allowed them to charge their phones or boil some water. Large power appliances like air conditioners and heaters were out of the question. At this time, neighbors were wailing in the owners' group chat. Fear led them to choose to huddle together for warmth, hoping someone could bring them a glimmer of hope. Chen Jinghao, who had his leg broken by Zhang Yi, was now dragging his broken leg at home, nearly freezing to death. Already injured, living in such low temperatures had doubled his suffering, and his little Calamus were even worse off. Although Zhang Yi had only sprayed them with a hose at the time, there was no means of heating in such temperatures. The indoor temperature gradually approached the outdoor level, reaching -50 or 60 degrees. Several people started running high fevers, with the lowest temperature reaching 39 degrees, and several above 40. Since they had no awareness of preparing medicine, there were no ibuprofen at home. And in this weather, going out to buy medicine was impossible. Therefore, they could only endure. This is why Zhang Yi hadn't shot them at that time. Letting them freeze to death in despair day by day was far more satisfying than killing them outright. Zhang Yi sat on the carpet, focused on playing his game. Outside, it was freezing cold, with howling north winds mixed with heavy snow. Inside the room, it was 27 degrees, brightly lit, with no worries about food or drink. And all entertainment was at hand. If he had to say he was missing something, it might be a woman to accompany him. However, Zhang Yi was not the kind of fool driven by lust. Having suffered from women in his past life, he was now absolutely prioritizing his own safety and quality of life. Unless under absolute safety, he would never let anyone into his safe house. In the apocalypse, human hearts are absolutely unpredictable. He had witnessed with his own eyes a woman who killed her husband over a packet of instant noodles. At this moment, Zhang Yi's phone lit up again. He curiously picked it up and saw that Aunt Lin was tagging everyone in the owner's group. Due to the current blizzard, everyone's lives were significantly affected. According to the official notice, this snow would continue for a short period. To help everyone get through this tough time, each household could live with dignity during these difficult conditions. Therefore, starting now, the neighborhood committee would collect the supplies from each household and then distribute them uniformly. This was an order from the authorities, and every household must cooperate. Otherwise, if anyone was selfish and disobeyed the organization's arrangements, they would be held accountable afterward. Don't think that just because you are capable, you can oppose our organization. Remember, everyone has their own vulnerabilities. Zhang Yi sneered. It was the same old routine as in his previous life. Although Aunt Lin, as a member of the neighborhood committee, had little power, she still had more channels of information than ordinary people. She must have known long ago that the apocalypse was coming and that the authorities were already in a state of paralysis in Tianhai City. That's why she wanted to use deception and intimidation to get everyone to hand over their supplies. However, Aunt Lin's methods were indeed not clever enough. After all, she was just an old woman with a middle school education. Smart people could immediately see that something was off with her words. Even if the authorities were to conduct unified regulation, such an order could not be issued. However, there were over 50 households living in their building, and there would always be some timid ones who would listen to Aunt Lin out of fear. Zhang Yi had no intention of intervening in this matter. He just wanted to watch the show. Sure enough, this time, due to Aunt Lin's strong tone demanding the confiscation of supplies from each household, some people were finally pushed to their limits. Wang Min, who lived on the 15th floor and was also Zhang Yi's colleague, was a frugal housewife who often brought things home from the warehouse. Everyone in the neighborhood knew this. If Aunt Lin was collecting supplies from each household, theirs would definitely be included. Wang Min said, "Now that the heavy snow has sealed the doors, we can't go out at all. And each household barely has enough to eat. How can you collect everything for redistribution? Is this reasonable?" Another owner, named Sun Jichao, also spoke up. "Everyone is having a hard time. It's not easy to keep some food. It's too much to confiscate it." Aunt Lin gritted her teeth and pressed the voice key fiercely. "I've said it before, this is an extraordinary time, and we must use extraordinary means. The snow disaster will pass soon. You don't need to worry. We just need to redistribute the supplies. Many families don't have food at this time. Are you that selfish? Don't you think about your neighbors? Some families have stockpiled supplies at home, which naturally means some families are lacking supplies. Therefore, those who are short on supplies naturally stand up to support Aunt Lin. Indeed, everyone is neighbors. What's wrong with helping each other out during such times? It's just some food and drink, after all. Usually, everyone can afford it. It's just that the situation is special these days. This is a decision from the organization, and if you don't comply, the consequences are not something anyone can bear." In the WeChat group, two factions began to argue. Zhang Yi remained silent, while Bai Lianhua, Fang Yuqing, and Lin Caning also didn't speak, as they actually had quite a bit of supplies at home. But with their personalities, they would never give anything up. Zhang Yi's desire to watch the drama was soon shattered. Although he didn't speak, Aunt Lin took the initiative to send him a private message. "Xiao Zhang, you work at the warehouse, so you must have plenty of food and drink at home, right? I remember you bought 3 big trucks of stuff last time. Now that everyone is in trouble, it's time for you to show your spirit. Don't worry, once the snow disaster is over, we will definitely return the favor. And everyone will remember your kindness." Aunt Lin first stirred up sentiment in the WeChat group, causing some timid people to panic. Then she began to break through one by one. As long as she could deceive one family, she could obtain some supplies, which would allow her and her grandson to survive a few more days. The warehouse supervisor Zhang Yi at Walmart was also targeted by Aunt Lin. Chapter 25. Scolding the old woman. Zhang Yi sneered. In his previous life, he had misjudged the severity of the snow disaster. Thinking he could do a big favor for his neighbors, he gave away some of his stockpiled supplies. But what was the result? Not only did he not receive gratitude from his neighbors, but they also assumed he had a large stockpile at home. Ultimately, he was killed by intruders and became food for others. One could say that his death in his previous life was also related to that old woman named Lin. He smirked and lazily sent a voice message. "That's great. We've run out of food at home too. Aunt Lin, when you collect the supplies, please save me a bit." Aunt Lin was so angry that she immediately started cursing in her house. "Huh, who do you think you're fooling? Your family must have stockpiled a lot of things. After working in the warehouse for so many years, I don't believe your hands are clean." She was so certain because Zhang Yi often helped neighbors buy discounted products from the Walmart warehouse. For instance, items with damaged packaging and near-expiry food were sold at very low prices. As an internal employee, he had priority purchasing rights. Sometimes, the warehouse would even distribute them as employee benefits. Aunt Lin's face turned pale with anger. She gritted her teeth but still refused to give up. She was convinced that Zhang Yi was a big fish, and as long as she could pry open his mouth, she and her daughter would be able to get a large amount of supplies, enough to survive at least another week. Aunt Lin took a deep breath and tried to speak in a tone that mixed gentleness with sternness. Xiaozhong, don't joke around with Andy. Everyone knows you are the supervisor at the Walmart warehouse. How could you lack food and drink at home? This is an order from the organization. You must comply. You have contributed to everyone, and everyone, including the organization, will remember your kindness. Be obedient and send all the supplies from your home to Annie. Set an example. Zhang Yi picked up a toothpick to clean his teeth. He had eaten roasted leg of lamb for lunch, and something was stuck in his teeth. He replied lazily, I'm not kidding. We've run out of everything at home. In these times, even landlords have no surplus. Aunt Lin, why don't you send me a few packs of instant noodles? As a member of the neighborhood committee, you should set an example and show some spirit. Zhang Yi mocked. Seeing that Zhang Yi was unyielding, Aunt Lin knew that being soft was not going to work. She intensified her tone, her voice becoming low. Zhang Yi, is it impossible to talk nicely with you? Do you think I'm speaking to you in my personal capacity? I'm representing the organization. If you refuse to hand over your supplies, you are opposing the organization, and I will definitely deal with you later. Zhang Yi laughed coldly. Huh, representing the organization? You really think you have authority? You're just a neighborhood committee worker, not even a civil servant, not to mention you don't even have a formal position. Usually, you just sweet-talk those old men and women. Now you come here trying to act tough with me? Are you insane? You can try whatever you want. I'll be at home waiting for you. Zhang Yi ruthlessly exposed Aunt Lin's true nature. Neighborhood committee staff are merely social workers, with no formal positions and not classified as civil servants. Moreover, Aunt Lin was just a gopher in their committee, not even a minor leader. Of course, even if she were a high-ranking official, Zhang Yi wouldn't care at this time. After scolding Aunt Lin, Zhang Yi decisively hung up the phone and then blocked her. He had no time to waste with a loudmouth old woman who loved to curse. His actions nearly drove Aunt Lin mad with rage. This Zhang Yi repeatedly went against her, rubbing her face in the dirt. How could she, who prided herself on being the leader of the community, endure this? Zhang Yi, you bastard. I really want to kill you. Aunt Lin shouted angrily. However, she could only curse a few times. In fact, she was in no position to do anything to Zhang Yi herself. She thought about kicking Zhang Yi out of the owner chat group, but after considering it, it seemed that doing so wouldn't really harm Zhang Yi. She then wanted to call on everyone in the group to collectively condemn Zhang Yi. However, if that happened, everyone would know that Zhang Yi refused to hand over supplies. If everyone followed suit, she would have no way to deceive them. No matter what, she could do nothing to Zhang Yi at this moment. The more Aunt Lin thought about it, the angrier and more uncomfortable she felt. But she had no way to vent her frustration and could only swallow it down. For her, the urgent task now was to deceive others. She had to take advantage of the fact that they hadn't woken up yet and try to get their supplies. In the next 2 days, Aunt Lin used both coaxing and intimidation to really deceive some supplies from several households. However, not everyone was a fool. In the apocalypse, everyone's first thought was definitely about how to keep themselves and their families alive. Some people chose to ignore Aunt Lin and give her the cold shoulder. Others, with stronger personalities, directly scolded Aunt Lin when she came to demand supplies. And for tough characters like Qin Jinghao and Su Hao, she didn't even have the courage to approach. Zhang Yi watched all this clearly through the surveillance cameras. However, he continued to enjoy his life without needing to interfere in others' affairs. By now, it had been 5 days since the snowstorm began. Normally, families would only stock up on supplies for 3 to 5 days. Here, since some people worked at the big warehouse, their supplies were slightly more abundant. However, due to the severe low temperatures, heating requires fuel and food, leading to faster consumption of supplies. In recent days, a sense of hostility has gradually emerged in the chat group. Initially, the homeowners who were waiting for official rescue were honest and patient, but their mindset changed due to the lack of energy for heating and food, especially those families who were tricked by Aunt Lin, who took away their supplies. Finally couldn't help but question her in the group about how the supplies would be distributed after being taken away. Lin Xuanxia from Unit 251, Room 1502, Aunt Lin. You promised that the supplies would be uniformly distributed after being taken away, right? We've run out of food. It's been 2 days now, can you give us some? Yeah, you said there would be a uniform distribution, so everyone would have something to eat. The homeowners began to shout, including those who hadn't taken anything before, hoping to get a share as well. Aunt Lin, however, seemed to have disappeared, with no response whatsoever. Of course, she could see these messages, but at this moment, she had no intention of distributing any supplies. Only she and Zhang Yi knew what was really happening in the entire building. Outside, chaos had already set in. One could only survive with supplies, otherwise, they could only wait to die. She hugged her grandson, curled up in 5 layers of blankets, gritting her teeth, and saying, how could I possibly return the supplies I worked so hard to deceive from others? Chapter 26. Black eating black. Seeing that Aunt Lin wouldn't respond no matter how they called her, the neighbors began to realize they had been tricked by her. Suddenly, the chat group was filled with kind greetings for Aunt Lin. However, from the moment Aunt Lin decided to deceive her neighbors, she had long since abandoned any pretense of propriety. She certainly didn't care how the neighbors cursed her. Nevertheless, Someone had their eyes on the supply she had deceived from others, such as the social man Chen Jinghao. Although the apocalypse had been going on for 5 days, everyone was still unaware of the real situation outside. Thus, it hadn't yet escalated to the point where they would fight desperately over supplies. In Zhang Yi's memory, Chen Jinghao later led a group of subordinates to rob others and even resorted to murder. However, at this point, he hadn't thought about using robbery to seize the supplies from the neighbors. After all, not all social men are insane. He had a bit of sense. Even after Zhang Yi shot his leg, he chose not to continue forcing his way into Zhang Yi's home without absolute certainty. Now, their family's supplies had also dwindled significantly. This type of social man typically didn't have the habit of hoarding supplies at home. There was quite a bit of beer in the fridge, but that stuff had long since frozen. It wouldn't stave off hunger, and if one wanted to drink, they could only smash the ice to gnaw on it. Aunt Lin's actions caught his eye. Aunt Lin had claimed she would collect supplies and then distribute them uniformly. Although he scoffed at her words, it was now clear that she had obtained some supplies from her neighbors through deception. This gave him a legitimate reason to seize them. Even after the ice and snow melted and the situation escalated, Aunt Lin wouldn't dare to act against him due to her guilty conscience. So, Chen Jinghao picked up his phone and called Aunt Lin. At that moment, Aunt Lin was at home, happily eating cookies with her grandson, Little Tiger. Instant noodles would have to wait until the brief daily phone charging time to boil water. Just then, the phone rang urgently. Grandma, phone. Little Tiger pointed at the phone. Aunt Lin snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. She thought it must be those neighbors who had been tricked out of their supplies. She felt no guilt for those fools and thought they were just a bunch of idiots. But when she picked up the phone and saw the caller's name, a look of fear appeared on her face. Chen Jinghao? What does he want with me? Chen Jinghao was a well-known social man. Not only did he have many subordinates, but he was also said to have a powerful background. He was someone a small community worker like her could not provoke. Aunt Lin answered the call. Chen Jinghao's voice came through. Hey, Aunt Lin, you really have some skills, managing to get all the supplies from everyone's hands into yours. Upon hearing the word supplies, Aunt Lin immediately became sensitive. She coughed and said, cough. As a community worker, it's my duty to manage supplies for everyone. Chen Jinghao let out a cold laugh. Heh, that's just right. Our family is currently in dire need of supplies, so hurry up and send some over. Aunt Lin's face stiffened. She hadn't expected this rogue to come to extort her supplies. She seemed to forget that she had also used shameless means to deceive supplies from other neighbors. Although Aunt Lin didn't dare provoke Chen Jinghao, she didn't want to give up the supplies she had obtained for the sake of her and her grandson's survival. She gritted her teeth and said, I still need to manage these supplies further. Moreover, some families haven't submitted theirs yet, so distribution can't proceed. Chen Jinghao was getting impatient. This Aunt Lin really didn't know her place, actually trying to brush him off with such nonsense. He angrily cursed, old hag. Don't push your luck. You've pocketed those things for yourself, haven't you? Let me tell you, you better hand over the goods obediently, or else, I'll just come and take them myself. Aunt Lin's face turned pale with fear, trembling and unsure of what to say. She had always bullied the weak and feared the strong. When facing ordinary homeowners, she was difficult and overbearing. But how could she know how to deal with someone like Chen Jinghao? She could only muster her courage and say, what do you want? I warn you. Don't act recklessly. I'm a community worker. Chen Jinghao laughed even harder. What kind of nonsense is that? Do you really think you're something? If you don't give it, I'll just come to take it myself. After saying that, Chen Jinghao hung up the phone. Due to the extreme cold these days, he had called several subordinates to his home. On the one hand, more people meant warmth, and on the other, many had fallen ill after Zhang Yi poured cold water on them, so someone had to take care of them. Thirdly, as a social man, Chen Jinghao still had some brains. He had realized that the situation was developing in a strange direction, so he concentrated his manpower. If necessary, having people around would give him absolute power. However, so many people needed to eat. He hung up the phone and immediately called his subordinates. Then a group of them marched towards Aunt Lin's house. Chen Jinghao leaned on a mop as a cane, holding a baseball bat in one hand, and stormed to Aunt Lin's door with a fierce demeanor. This scene was clearly captured by Zhang Yi using surveillance cameras. Zhang Yi sat on the couch, legs crossed on the coffee table, munching on chips while enjoying the TV show. Oh, looks like a dog-eat-dog show is about to unfold, Zhang Yi said with a smile. It was only the 5th day of the apocalypse, and he didn't expect such a good show to unfold, with both parties being people he despised. Zhang Yi was in a very good mood. Suddenly, he thought of those foolish neighbors who had been deceived by Aunt Lin. Based on his memories from his past life and his understanding of these neighbors, even after experiencing this incident, there will still be people who fall for it one after another. There's nothing to be done. People always have a gambling mentality. And due to thousands of years of Confucian thought, Chinese people instinctively choose to obey representatives like Aunt Lin from the neighborhood committee. In this way, they are gradually being exploited by Aunt Lin. Zhang Yi rubbed his chin, wondering what would happen if he posted what was happening here in the group chat. A mischievous smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. It would definitely be quite a spectacle. So he pressed the record button. After Chen Jinghao and his men arrived at Aunt Lin's house, they began to loudly shout, demanding that she open the door. The Uelu community is a mid-range residential area, and every household has installed security doors. However, it is well known that security doors are meant to deter thieves, and they are not very effective against forceful break-ins. Aunt Lin's house is not like Zhang Yi's. Although it was clear that Aunt Lin was desperately trying to block the door, the security locks could not stop a group of greedy thugs. They smashed the door lock with baseball bats and crowbars, quickly destroying it. It was evident that this was not their first time doing such a thing. Once the door lock was broken, the table and sofa that Aunt Lin had used to block the door were no match for them. Through the camera, Zhang Yi saw the terrified look on Aunt Lin's pale face. Chapter 27. Flying Kick at Lin Xiaosun. Zhang Yi heard Aunt Lin screaming as if she were being slaughtered. After Chen Jinghao rushed into the house, he slapped Aunt Lin hard across the face. "You old hag. This is what you get for deceiving your neighbors. I'm doing justice on behalf of heaven." Chen Jinghao laughed heartily. Aunt Lin fell to the ground, dizzy and unable to speak for a long time. Chen Jinghao ordered his men, "Search the place. Take everything edible and drinkable. This is what the neighbors have worked hard to save. We can't let her benefit from it." His subordinates chuckled and winked as they rummaged through the kitchen and bedroom, turning over every hiding place in Aunt Lin's house. Soon, they found a large pile of instant noodles, bread, biscuits, bottled water, and other items. Aunt Lin crawled over in tears, hugging Chen Jinghao's thigh, saying, "You can't take everything. We have our own supplies. If you take them all, how will my grandson and I survive?" Chen Jinghao coldly glared at her, scoffing, "Not my problem. Get lost." After saying that, he kicked Aunt Lin in the face with his good leg. Aunt Lin let out a scream and fell back. At that moment, a shout suddenly came from the bedroom. "You bunch of bastards, get out of here." It turned out to be Aunt Lin's grandson, Xiao, who had discovered that his secretly hidden chocolate biscuits had been found. He was instantly furious. He pulled out a fruit knife from the drawer and stabbed it into a small thug's backside. In such extreme cold, any injury could be fatal. The thug cried out in pain. Turning around and seeing that it was a child who had stabbed him, he was even more furious. "Damn it, if this gets out, how will I survive in the future?" The thug was enraged and kicked Xiaohu in the stomach with all his strength. A kick from an adult is something a 6-year-old child could never withstand. Xiaohu let out a scream and was sent flying, crashing against the wall and sliding down to the ground like a piece of trash. There is a saying that hitting someone is like hanging a painting. This scene was exactly like that saying described. Seeing this, Chen Jinghao and the others burst into laughter. "Ha! Lao Wu, when did you become so skilled at kicking? You actually kicked that little brat away. Impressive." The thug known as Lao Wu pulled the knife out of his backside, grinning. "Aren't I cool? You should have recorded that scene just now." Aunt Lin, injured herself, initially wanted to lie on the ground and play dead. But upon seeing her beloved grandson being kicked so hard, she despaired and cried out, "Xiaohu, my grandson." She rushed toward Xiaohu. Chen Jinghao pointed at Aunt Lin, saying earnestly, "This is the price you pay for deceiving your neighbors. I'm doing justice on behalf of heaven." After that, the group laughed heartily as they left Aunt Lin's house with their spoils. This brutal scene made Zhang Yi raise his eyebrows. Watching the despicable Aunt Lin and her family get beaten up, Zhang Yi felt a sense of satisfaction and had no sympathy for them at all. However, this scene also represented the cracks that had begun to appear in the previously civilized social rules of the entire building. In the future, vicious incidents would only increase. After all, a complete ice surface will quickly expand once it has a crack. Alas, it was a pity that it had nothing to do with me. Watching them fight to the death over a bit of supplies while I could only lie at home living my life was truly boring. Zhang Yi lay on the imported sofa, smiling as he sighed. Then, he posted the recorded video in the owners group for their building. In the owners group, those who had been deceived were still cursing Aunt Lin. That was until they saw the video Zhang Yi posted. Watching the video of Aunt Lin's home being smashed by Chen Jinghao and his men, and seeing her and her grandson being violently beaten while the supplies they had deceived others for were taken away, the owners suddenly felt delighted. "Ha ha ha, big fraud. You deserve it. How go is mighty. Such people should be dealt with ruthlessly. This is the price of being a scammer. Hee hee, stealing chickens only to lose rice. That's truly hilarious." Although the owners who had their supplies taken knew that the things Chen Jinghao took would never be returned to them, they still felt genuinely happy to see Aunt Lin being beaten. For a moment, some even considered Chen Jinghao a hero and praised him. Hao Go is mighty. He is truly a big brother of society, full of justice. If it weren't for Hao Go, we would have no way to deal with this shameless scum. Some even warned Chen Jinghao to be careful, suggesting he watch out for Aunt Lin reporting him. This time, Chen Jinghao could be said to have gained both fame and fortune, as he neither provoked a collective resistance from the owners nor failed to acquire a large amount of supplies. Zhang Yi looked at the owners' chat and snorted, shaking his head in disdain. These owners had no idea of one crucial issue. If Chen Jinghao could break into Aunt Lin's house to rob her today, one day he could just as easily break into their homes. As people gradually lost hope in everything outside, such incidents would come swiftly. However, seeing that the owners were still chatting happily in the group proved one thing. Everyone still had some supplies in hand. The situation in most families was not as dire as they claimed. Many people in the Yuelu community worked in warehouse areas and had a habit of stockpiling supplies at home. Even those who did not work in warehouse areas would purchase discounted goods through various channels to keep at home. A box of near-expiration instant noodles can sustain a family of 3 for 4 or 5 days if they save a little. Therefore, even though it is very difficult for everyone to have enough to eat and wear now, by saving a bit, survival is still possible for a while. In his previous life, Zhang Yi managed to hold on for a full month before being overwhelmed and eaten by his starving neighbors. The principle of keeping wealth hidden is something everyone understands. The reason everyone is crying poor is that they are afraid others will ask to borrow supplies from them. Of course, they are just barely maintaining survival. If we talk about quality of life, that is basically unrelated to them now. Zhang Yi stopped looking at the messages in the chat group. He took out a target from the other space and hung it on the wall. Then he picked up his hand crossbow and compound bow to practice his shooting skills. Even though his safe house was as solid as a steel fortress, there could be no slack in survival during the apocalypse. Only through persistent daily practice of survival skills could he last until the end. Moreover, practicing shooting was also a good form of entertainment for Zhang Yi. As for gun skills, he saw no need to practice. He had a membership card for a shooting association and knew how to use firearms. Although he couldn't say his shooting skills were superb, just having a gun in hand was a significant deterrent. With only 100 rounds of ammunition, which couldn't be reused like arrows, it was better to conserve them. Chapter 28. A pack of instant noodles for 2,000 bucks. Aunt Lin was robbed of her supplies by Chen Jinghao, and she and her grandson Xiao who were beaten badly. The old lady was barely holding on, but her grandson Xiao who had been kicked hard in the stomach by a thug named Zai Kalami, leaving him in critical condition. A 6-year-old child couldn't bear such a kick, and his internal organs were damaged. In her desperation, she could only seek help in the owneress group, hoping someone could save her grandson. However, due to her previous deceit in obtaining supplies, everyone felt particularly resentful towards her and was unwilling to help. Woo-woo. I know what I did before was wrong, but my grandson is innocent. He is still a child, please save him. Aunt Lin cried out in the group, her voice filled with despair. Yet, no one in the group sympathized with her. Instead, some mocked her. Who knows if this is true or not? Yeah, besides, we are not doctors and don't have the capability to help you. If you hadn't deceived everyone for supplies in the first place, would Hao Ge have beaten your grandson? Ultimately, it was still your own doing. Aunt Lin broke down and cried, it's all my fault, as long as you can save my grandson. I will bow to you. At this moment, a woman named Zhou Kuer sent a message. Let me take a look at the child. But I can't guarantee I can cure him. Upon seeing Zhou Kuer's message, a tall and proud image of a woman with a long ponytail immediately surfaced in Zhang Yi's mind. Zhou Kuer was a doctor at the First People's Hospital in Tianhai City. In his previous life, she used her medical knowledge to save many people and was one of the few good people among the neighbors. She usually had a bit of a cold demeanor and didn't often speak in the owneress group. This time, seeing that Xiao who was in life-threatening danger, she finally spoke up. Aunt Lin then remembered that there was a doctor in the community and quickly expressed her gratitude as she sent the child over. Half an hour later, Aunt Lin's anxious voice rang out in the group again. Does anyone have hemostatic drugs, anti-shock medication, and antibiotics? My Xiao who needs surgery, please help. I will bow to you. Xiao who was severely injured. That kick had ruptured his liver. Although Zhou Kuer was a doctor, she didn't have many medications at home. The owners laughed silently upon hearing Aunt Lin's cries for help. Come on, who keeps those kinds of medicines at home? Chen Jinghao continued to make sarcastic remarks in the group. How do you bow? Bow in the group? Instantly, a wave of laughter filled the chat. Aunt Lin's voice was now choked with tears. As long as you can help, I will bow right now. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he did have those medications in his other space. However, he absolutely would not take them out to save Xiao Hu. First, during the apocalypse, medications were as crucial as food, and he didn't want to expose himself. Second, he genuinely disliked Aunt Lin and her spoiled grandson. Moreover, even if he managed to save Xiao Hu from such severe injuries, he probably wouldn't survive the long winter ahead. It was better to keep the medications for his own use. No matter how much Aunt Lin begged in the group afterward, no one stepped up to help her. After a long while, Dr. Zhou Kuer finally sent a message in the group. She said she had temporarily stabilized Xiao Hu's condition, but it was only an emergency treatment and wouldn't last long. He needed to go to the hospital for surgery to survive. She also mentioned that she could help treat anyone who encountered sudden illnesses. Soon, a flurry of compliments followed. Even Chen Jinghao and the rich second-generation Su Hao eagerly praised Zhou Kuer for her compassionate heart. In the past, everyone had not been very fond of this cold female doctor. But now, in such a time of fear, everyone was trying hard to please Zhou Kuer. Zhang Yi remained silent in the chat group, quietly observing the situation unfold. In recent days, Fang Yuqing had not contacted him again. Zhang Yi enjoyed the peace. But he knew that this White Lotus would soon come to seek him out. Not reaching out now was just to maintain her pitiful vanity. She always believed herself to be a superior woman and would not lower herself to men. Of course, exceptions were made for wealthy individuals. But what about later? Heavy snow continued to fall, completely burying the first floor. Now, Not only was leaving the community impossible, but even trying to exit through the community gate meant facing snowdrifts of 4 to 5 meters high. The exhaustion of supplies was inevitable. At that time, given this White Lotus's temperament, she would definitely come looking for Zhang Yi to demand help. A week had passed since the apocalypse began. 7 days may not seem long, but for a group of people enduring the cold, who could only curl up at home each day, it felt longer than 7 years. From the beginning, they were filled with hope. But now, almost everyone had come to realize the harsh reality. The possibility of waiting for rescue at home had become minimal. They had learned through the internet that the entire world was facing an unprecedented snow disaster that occurred once in hundreds of thousands of years. The whole world was buried under heavy snow, and in some northern cities, temperatures plummeted below -100 degrees, with blizzards so severe that many cities were completely submerged. Although the authorities were still encouraging people to unite and help each other through a few channels, looking at the frozen city outside, everyone's hearts sank completely. The issues arising from the scarcity of supplies became increasingly acute. Aunt Lin's food at home was completely plundered by Chen Jinghao, and her grandson was lying on the bed, barely alive, plunging her into a state of madness. All day long, she frantically shouted in the group chat, claiming to be a leader of the neighborhood committee, demanding that everyone must hand over their supplies to her. However, now, everyone had learned to be smart, and no one paid her any attention. In the owner's group, a mother living on the 12th floor, Xiaolime, suddenly sent a message. Does anyone have food at home? My child and I haven't eaten for 2 days. I can buy it at a high price. This message caused a subtle change in the owner's group. In the past, everyone thought the disaster would soon pass, and the city would be unblocked. Therefore, although there was food trading, the prices were only a few times higher than usual. But now, more and more households had run out of supplies. At such a time, food was life, the hope of survival. Soon after, someone suddenly said, I still have a few packs of instant noodles at home. I can sell them to you if you need them. But I want 1,000 yuan for 1 pack. 1 pack of instant noodles for 1,000 yuan. This was something unimaginable in the past. They probably didn't realize how much this transaction would impact the entire building. Zhang Yi propped his chin on his hand, looking at his phone, and said lightly, wonderful things are about to begin. Xiaolime did not reply, clearly still hesitant. At least for now, people still held a glimmer of hope, believing that the snow disaster would pass. When that time came, people would still have to live and make money. Just then, the wealthy second-generation Su Hao, who hadn't spoken in the group for a long time, suddenly chimed in. I'll pay 2,000 yuan for 1 pack. How many do you have? I want them all. Chapter 29. The 10th day. Su Hao's words immediately caused an uproar in the chat group. What? 1 pack of instant noodles for 2,000 yuan? I must be hearing things. Hey, don't raise prices like this. I'm a bit scared. The snow disaster will definitely pass, right? There's really no need to do this. Some people trembled as they spoke, their shaky voices revealing their inner panic. People hadn't completely given up hope. Every morning when they opened their eyes, they longed to see the heavy snow stop, the sun rise, and return to normal life. However, the incident of Mother Xiaolime and rich second-generation Su Hao buying food at high prices deeply touched the already fragile strings in their hearts. Some pretended to be calm and said, don't joke around. 1 pack of instant noodles for 2,000 yuan? Do you really think it's the end of the world? Haha, it's just a bit of heavy snow. Winter has just come early. It's not like zombies are surrounding the city. Come on. Zhang Yi saw this message and shook his head with a faint smile. Zombies surrounding the city? Don't compare such low-end matters to this icy apocalypse. Zombies may be scary, but they can still be resisted by human strength. However, facing the natural disasters of nature, tiny humans are as fragile as insects in the face of the universe's power. They still didn't know what kind of terrifying disaster they were facing. Su Hao arrogantly said in the group, don't worry about so much. Anyway, I have money. Can't I just buy peace of mind? If you're willing to sell, just private message me. If not, then forget it. Su Hao pretended to be indifferent. But Zhang Yi had already seen through him. His indifference was a disguise. In fact, he was already scared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered such a sky-high price of 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. This matter is not difficult to think about. Although Su Hao was very rich, with a fortune of several hundred million, at this moment of apocalypse, he couldn't even enjoy the life of a rich man, let alone order takeout. Rich people are not necessarily kind, but they are definitely not stupid. Realizing the seriousness of the crisis, Su Hao began to buy supplies from his neighbors at high prices. Mother Xiaolime said excitedly, how can you do this? We have nothing to eat. Buying food is a matter of life and death. Su Hao replied bluntly, I'm not robbing you. I just offered a higher price. It's their freedom to sell to whoever they want. Who are you to control that? When Xiaolime saw that Su Hao was ignoring her, she began to cry in the group chat. Please help us. My daughter is only 9 months old. If I don't have food, I won't have milk to feed her. We're both going to starve to death. The owner's group remained silent in response to Xiaolime's words. At this moment, the selfish side of human nature was fully revealed. Su Hao was offering 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. Xiaolime's offer was only half of that. It's important to know that the average salary level in Tianhai City is only about 5,000 yuan. Who would be willing to sell their hard-earned supplies to her at a lower price? Many people had already privately messaged Su Hao to chat and began discussing transactions. Xiaoli Mei seemed to realize what was happening and continued to cry in the group, pleading for help. Yet still, no one spoke up, not even to comfort her. After all, if you spoke up, Xiaoli Mei might think you were soft-hearted, and then she would cling to you tightly. This helpless mother was so anxious that she cried out loud. She had an 8-month-old child, and now it was difficult to take care of herself, let alone a completely dependent baby. Zhang Yi's mind recalled memories of Xiaoli Mei from his past life. He didn't have a deep impression of her because this woman had always presented herself as a weak mother. She relied on this to gain sympathy and exchanged it for supplies to survive. However, one thing was indeed very strange. In Zhang Yi's memory, she and her daughter lived well until later. Thinking of this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. This woman was definitely not as simple as she appeared. Everything that seemed pink was black at its core. After his death, she most likely also took a share of the spoils. Zhang Yi understood that in the apocalypse, a saintly heart is the biggest factor leading to death. Therefore, he chose to remain silent, watching Xiaoli Mei with cold eyes. Too many people died in the apocalypse. He just wanted to take care of himself, and as for others, if they died, then so be it. However, Xiaoli Mei's cries finally had some effect. Security guard Uncle Yu, feeling soft-hearted, ultimately agreed to give her some food. Xiaoli Mei thanked Uncle Yu profusely, claiming she would never forget his kindness for the rest of her life. Zhang Yi, through surveillance, discovered that Su Hao, relying on his cash power, ultimately bought supplies from many neighbors. The quantity wasn't too much, but it was enough for him and his girlfriend to survive for a few weeks. Zhang Yi sneered. This is the last bit of heat that money can exert in the apocalypse. It won't be long before people realize that as supplies run out, money turns into waste paper, and supplies become the absolute king. At that time, who knows how many people would regret selling their supplies. It must be said that Su Hao indeed set a bad precedent in the owners group. Moreover, since many owners in the entire community of 25 buildings were friends or colleagues, Su Hao's high-priced purchases of supplies affected everyone around him. Once he set a high price for supplies with real money, everyone realized how scarce supplies were now. Everyone is holding on tightly to their supplies in increasing anxiety. At the beginning of the snow disaster, some people would still share and exchange supplies with their neighbors amicably. But now, they have become even more miserly than Scrooge. Even when their best friends ask to borrow food, they will refuse with various excuses. The ice apocalypse has arrived, and it is the 10th day. At this moment, in the home of Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, their supplies have been almost exhausted. The two people who used to be picky eaters, fond of high-end food, can now argue over a pack of instant noodles. The food they had previously bought, along with what the infatuated Zhou Peng had delivered, is nearly gone. If this situation continues, they will starve to death within a week. The two of them are wrapped in blankets sitting on the sofa, their faces pale. On the coffee table in front of them lies an unsealed pack of compressed biscuits. Lin Caning glanced at the biscuits and said to Fang Yuqing, "Yuqing, this is our last pack of compressed biscuits." Fang Yuqing's eyes were filled with pain. In the past, she would never allow such coarse food to enter her delicate throat. But now, she eats every bite cleanly, even reluctant to throw away the crumbs that fall to the floor, insisting on picking them up to eat. Lin Caning continued, "There are 5 packs of crispy noodles left, and 3 bags of instant noodles. There is half a bottle of Lao Gan Ma in the kitchen, but the steamed buns and noodles were eaten long ago." Fang Yuqing held her head in pain. Crispy noodles, crispy noodles. That stuff can't fill you up at all." Lin Caning stared at her intently. "Yuqing, the situation outside is very dire. Do you think this heavy snow might never stop?" Fang Yuqing froze for a moment, then blankly turned her head to look out the window. Through the frosty glass, she could vaguely see the snowflakes continuously falling from the sky. It has been snowing for 10 whole days without a moment's pause. The second floor has already been completely submerged, and going outside is impossible. The streets in the distance are eerily silent, with no sign of snowplows sent by the authorities. Fang Yuqing's heart sank to the bottom, filled with despair. She didn't know how long this snow disaster would last, or if it would ever end. She covered her eyes and cried out in pain, "Ningning, what should we do? If this continues, we will starve to death." Lin Caning gritted her teeth and asked, "Is there any food left at Zhou Peng's place?" Fang Yuqing shook her head. "I've asked him several times, even pretended to want to be friends with him. But he really has nothing left, not a drop. The last time he brought me 2 packs of instant noodles, that was his last food supply. He is as thin as a zombie now. He definitely has no food left." Lin Caning clenched her fists in frustration. "Then, is there anyone else we can try?" She looked at Fang Yuqing and said, "Look, we're both so beautiful. As long as we make a little effort, there must be men willing to be moved by us." Fang Yuqing glanced at her and said with some dissatisfaction, "Are you stupid? Right now, everyone treats supplies as if they are life itself. Even if they are attracted to us, they won't easily give us their supplies. Plus, it's so cold outside. Even if we offer ourselves, they might not have the strength to take it." At this point, a trace of pain flashed in Fang Yuqing's eyes. Lin Canning didn't know that Fong Yuqing had actually tried this method before, attempting to use her beauty to exchange for supplies from men. However, her standards were too high. She demanded that the other party be at least 185 meters tall, a civil servant, and earn at least 50,000 a month before she would even consider them. As a result, even the 60-year-old neighbor had said, "You came too late. If you had come half a month earlier, I might have been able to give it a try." Lin Canning bit her lip, feeling very scared as well. As a somewhat attractive woman, she had planned to rely on her looks as her last means of survival. But the cold weather was evidently a great deterrent. Suddenly, a man's figure flashed in her mind. She said to Fong Yuqing, "By the way, Yuqing, have you forgotten you still have a loyal admirer?" Fong Yuqing knew exactly who Lin Canning was referring to. She pursed her lips and stubbornly said, "Humph, that stinky man. Unless he comes to beg for my forgiveness, I will never." Previously, she had sought Zhang Yi out several times, intending to give him a chance to bring her supplies and win her favor. However, Zhang Yi had been too cold towards her, even sending her photos to deliberately provoke her. This made Fong Yuqing very angry, and she swore to make Zhang Yi come over and grovel at her feet. If she contacted him now, wouldn't that ruin her aloof goddess image? No. This is absolutely unacceptable for Fong Yuqing. If her image is ruined, how will she find a rich second generation in the future? Lin Canning said, "Have you forgotten that Zhang Yi's family has hoarded a lot of food? Even if a month has passed, it should still be more than what an average family has. As soon as you reach out to him, he will definitely agree to bring you food." Hearing about food made Fong Yuqing's heart waver a bit. However, she hesitated and said, "But when I reached out to him before, he was so cold." Lin Canning replied, "Are you stupid? He must think he doesn't deserve you. So he wants to give up. After all, you were quite cold towards him recently." Fong Yuqing immediately became excited. "Well, that's all his own doing. He is just a small middle-class guy. Why is he pretending to be a rich second generation, making me waste so many feelings?" Lin Canning smiled and said, "But now he can be considered a quality backup. The role of a backup is to be used when needed, right? Just give him a little smile and let the hope in his heart reignite. Then one day he be at your beck and call." After listening to Lin Canning's advice, Fong Yuqing found it quite reasonable. The most important reason was that she was too hungry right now. Just thinking about the pictures Zhang Yi had sent her, with steaks, Australian lobsters, and exquisite fruits, made her mouth water. All her restraint could be temporarily set aside for a bite to eat. So she took out her phone, found Zhang Yi's WeChat, and tried to send a voice message in a gentle tone. Zhang Yi was at home, sitting on the sofa watching a television program. Nowadays, almost all major television stations around the world have stopped broadcasting, but he had downloaded a lot of classic films and variety shows to pass the long, boring time. Ding dong. The phone rang. Zhang Yi picked it up and saw it was Fong Yuqing. A mocking smile immediately appeared on his face. This woman, her little bit of pride, could finally not hold out any longer. He opened the voice message and immediately heard Fong Yuqing's trembling, high-pitched voice. "Humph, Zhang Yi, you stinky little brother. You haven't chatted with me for so many days. You're so mean. Just because I said a couple of words to you a few days ago, I actually regretted it back then. But I'm a girl, so I'm embarrassed to speak first. You little stinky brother, you don't know how to feel sorry for others at all." Fong Yuqing, as a green tea white lotus, is quite adept at acting cute and charming. Otherwise, in her past life, she wouldn't have been able to make Zhang Yi dumbfounded. I have to say, when she heard her soft voice, Zhang Yi felt his bones soften a bit. He gritted his teeth. If it weren't for knowing her malicious heart, he would really want to deal with her. Zhang Yi replied with a message. He had been feeling unwell lately. Probably sick, so he was too lazy to check WeChat. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuqing quickly asked, "Sick? Did you catch a cold? You must pay attention to keeping warm in this weather." "No, I have a heat stroke," Zhang Yi replied. Looking at the message Zhang Yi sent, Fong Yuqing was left dumbfounded. Heat stroke? Are you kidding me? Their home temperature had already dropped to -5 or 6 degrees. Every day, they had to wrap themselves in blankets and huddle together with Lin Canning, unable to sleep well in the cold. "You say you have a heat stroke? Zhang Yi, don't joke around. How could you have a heat stroke in such cold weather?" Zhang Yi sent a curious emoji. "Cold? Oh, I have a fireplace in my room, so I don't feel it much." He explained that when the fireplace was burning, the room got uncomfortably hot, and he probably caught a cold after accidentally falling asleep in front of the fire a few days ago. Zhang Yi said this while taking a photo of the roaring fireplace with his phone. In the photo, he also captured his bare legs and inadvertently included the piles of snacks on his coffee table, as well as leftover lamb chops and chicken legs. Then he sent the photo to Fong Yuqing. When Fong Yuqing saw the photo Zhang Yi sent, if the previous photos had only made her feel a little sour, this one directly ignited a fire of jealousy in her eyes. A fireplace. This is a magical tool for heating, even in the far north. Having this at home makes it no problem to endure outside temperatures of minus dozens of degrees. The heating ability of this thing is even more powerful than central heating, as you can warm yourself right next to it. In the past 10 days, Fong Yuqing had almost lost all feeling from the cold. Now, apart from food, the thing she craved the most was a means of keeping warm. A few days ago, she and Lin Canning had burned a chair in their room just to stay warm. although it only maintained heat for a short 10 minutes. The high temperature of the flames made her cry on the spot. However, there really weren't many things at home that could be burned. After burning, she could only reminisce about that feeling. Who would have thought that Zhang Yi actually had something like a fireplace at home? Tianhai City is a southern city. Usually, you don't even need to wear a down jacket in the middle of winter. Who would have a fireplace installed in their house? Fang Yuqing didn't have time to think about this problem. Her eyes were fixed on the photo, and she had only one thought in her mind. She wanted to go to Zhang Yi's house. Looking at Zhang Yi's carefree appearance with his bare legs and the pile of food on the table, Zhang Yi had become Fang Yuqing's biggest hope. Lin Caning, who was curled up in a blanket nearby, noticed the change in Fang Yuqing's expression. She leaned over to take a look and was soon dumbfounded, exclaiming, "My God, this photo can't be real, right? How could anyone live so well at a time like this? This is simply heaven." Fang Yuqing suddenly realized. Yes, everyone else was starving and freezing at home. Why was Zhang Yi able to live so comfortably? Maybe this photo, along with the previous ones, were all taken when he was out. She had a brainstorm and video called Zhang Yi. Whether it was true or not would be clear with just one look. Lin Caning also leaned over, staring intently at the screen. When Zhang Yi saw the call invitation, he had a somewhat teasing expression. He was quite curious to see this white lotus humbly begging him. If he couldn't watch her die in despair, how could he justify his own tragic demise in the last life? So he reached out to answer the call. As soon as the call connected, both sides saw each other's current situation. Zhang Yi had just finished exercising, lounging lazily on the sofa with his upper body bare. The room was brightly lit, with fitness equipment placed behind him, and one could vaguely see a lot of ingredients piled up in the kitchen. Occasionally, he would cook some dishes for himself as a form of leisure. So in the kitchen, he casually placed several boxes of dried scallops, fish maw, and abalone, as well as instant noodles and high-end canned goods like caviar and truffles. For him, these were just fast food to occasionally taste. But for the two women on the other side of the screen, they were simply the most wonderful food in their dreams. Compared to Zhang Yi's comfortable and carefree state, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning on the other side looked very disheveled. They were wrapped in thick blankets. And due to the low temperature, many cosmetics couldn't be used at all, making them look a bit haggard. They were nowhere near as exquisite as they used to be. Seeing Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. The goddess he had once pursued so hard turned out to look like this without makeup, at most a 6 out of 10. Thinking about how he had been obsessed with Asian sorcery for so long, he cursed inwardly. Damn it. The two women didn't notice Zhang Yi's expression. At this moment, their eyes were completely captivated by the things in Zhang Yi's home. His bare upper body indicated that the indoor temperature of Zhang Yi's house was definitely very comfortable. The bright lights, in a time when they had limited electricity for less than an hour a day, were something they couldn't even imagine. After all, there were regulations that prohibited them from using high-power appliances. Otherwise, they would face forced power cuts. Especially in the kitchen, the pile of food that looked like a small mountain made the two women, who had been eating compressed food for a long time, light up with desire. Chapter 32. The White Lotus softly persuades and insists through the video call. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning saw Zhang Yi's current living conditions. That pleasant temperature and abundant food made them completely dumbfounded, as if they had seen heaven. They probably couldn't imagine that even 10 days after the apocalypse, someone could still live so comfortably. Zhang Yi casually asked, "How have you been lately? I see you've both lost weight. Congratulations." Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning really wanted to curse. It wasn't that they wanted to lose weight. They were starving. Now they only dared to eat 1 pack of instant noodles a day. Otherwise, their supplies would have run out long ago. Lin Caning's eyes were fixed on the food in Zhang Yi's house. She swallowed her saliva and greedily said, "Zhang Yi, how does your house have so much food? Did you stock up on those when we went shopping last time?" Zhang Yi glanced at the kitchen and casually said, "Those? They're just junk food. I eat a little when I'm too lazy to cook. I don't really move around much." What Zhang Yi said was all true. In his other space, delicious food was piled high. After all, he had ordered countless delicacies from various restaurants. And just from the hundreds of billions of supplies in the Walmart warehouse, there were over 100,000 kinds of food. His casual remark was, for the other two, Yuqing and Lin Caning, a blatant display of wealth. After all, a pack of instant noodles had been hiked up to 2,000 yuan in their owner group. Zhang Yi could clearly see them swallowing hard, their throats visibly moving, clearly struggling to contain their saliva. However, Zhang Yi said nothing and quietly enjoyed their longing gazes. "Your family really has a lot of food. That's impressive. A lot of people outside can't even get a meal now." Yuqing giggled. "Hee, you're so smart. No wonder you bought so many things back then. You had it all planned out." Her address for Zhang Yi had also bizarrely changed to Brother Zhang Yi. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth curled slightly. "Oh, it's nothing. Just good luck," he replied. Yuqing then asked, "Brother Zhang Yi, your home looks so warm. And it's not even power supply time. Why is your house so bright?" Yuqing voiced her biggest confusion. Nothing is more desirable than warmth in extreme cold. Zhang Yi smiled faintly and flipped the camera to show the fireplace. "We have a fireplace. This thing is really warm. It's so hot inside that it's uncomfortable. He added deliberately, by the way, you two look really cold. Is it really that chilly outside? I haven't been out for over 10 days, so I don't know what's going on out there. This remark could be said to have filled the air with resentment. How could he not know the situation outside? Just from the owner chat group, he could see everyone's miserable conditions and how low the temperature was in other homes. Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning were seething with hatred. They knew Zhang Yi was saying this on purpose, but they couldn't help it. He was living in paradise. He had the capital to show off. Yuqing's only thought now was to move into Zhang Yi's house. Given Zhang Yi's state, they had plenty of food, coupled with a warm environment. Who wouldn't long for it? Yuqing immediately put on a weak and pitiful look, blinking her eyes and sweetly saying, Brother Zhang Yi, you're so amazing. I really admire you. Can I come over to your house? I haven't seen you for so long. Yuqing misses you. Yuqing believed this tactic would surely work. After all, she had relied on this before to make many admirers obey her. Besides, Zhang Yi had pursued her before. She thought that as long as she made a slight effort, Zhang Yi would definitely agree to her request eagerly. Once she could get through Zhang Yi's door, she could think of more ways to stay there confidently. At worst, she'd just give Zhang Yi a little bit of sweetness. Aren't men all like this? However, she didn't expect that Zhang Yi on the other side of the camera would feel nauseous at her flirtatious demeanor. He really began to question if he had been out of his mind in the past. Otherwise, how could he have chased after such a woman for 2 years? They used to work in the warehouse area, where there were few female employees. Yuqing could act cute and dress well, so over time, Zhang Yi had regarded her as a goddess. In love brain mode, with the goddess filter on, Yuqing became his white moonlight. But ever since he was betrayed and died in his previous life, that goddess filter had completely vanished. Looking at the bare-faced Yuqing on the other side of the camera, Zhang Yi felt not a single ripple in his heart. He even found her affected demeanor nauseating, making his skin crawl. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking arc. Then, leaning against the sofa with one hand propping up his cheek, he lazily said, on such a cold day, it's better to rest at home. Don't go running around. Although I don't know how cold it is outside, you guys look like it must be pretty low. Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning probably didn't expect to be rejected by Zhang Yi. The two were momentarily stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. Yuqing's eyes were particularly full of shock and grievance. In her eyes, Zhang Yi was a pretty good backup option. As long as she beckoned with her finger, he would obediently come to serve her. Now she had actively proposed to go to Zhang Yi's house, yet he rejected her without a second thought. This severely impacted her confidence. What made her feel worse was Zhang Yi's tone of disdain. No, she couldn't accept such an outcome. Knowing that there was a warm paradise with ample food just in her building, yet she could only endure hunger at home, she absolutely could not accept it. After all, she was a goddess. Yuqing's face stiffened for a moment before she forced a smile again. Brother Zhang Yi, don't joke with Yuqing. Weren't you always the best to Yuqing before? How come you won't let me come see you? I'm not saying I want anything else. She pouted, showing a wronged expression that was truly pitiful. Any average man seeing this would probably feel a surge of sympathy and let his masculinity overflow, immediately agreeing to her request. But Zhang Yi was the exception. Ever since he was betrayed and died, he had no feelings for this woman other than hatred. Zhang Yi said, every time I invited you to my house before, you always had all sorts of excuses, saying we were both single and that it wouldn't look good if it got out, right? I think you were right. Since we don't have any relationship, we should maintain some distance to avoid people talking. When Zhang Yi was pursuing Yuqing, he had to put in a lot of effort just to invite her out for a meal or a movie. He had to prepare gifts, surprises, and book high-end hotels just to have a chance. When he wanted to take a step further and invite Yuqing to his home, she always had various excuses. Now, Zhang Yi took her past words and mockingly threw them back at her. Yuqing's expression changed slightly. After all, she had some awareness of her past actions. Yet how could a little fairy feel embarrassed? Especially when facing a backup option she could take advantage of. Even though Zhang Yi's attitude remained cold, Yuqing believed he was just playing hard to get. She firmly believed Zhang Yi was infatuated with her, and as long as she put in a little more effort, she would definitely be able to win him over. So, she pouted again, I did that for your own good. Brother Zhang Yi, don't be so petty. Just consider it Yuqing's fault, okay? I'll come over now to apologize. As she spoke, she gently bit her lip, and a blush appeared on her face. At worst, she could just help you massage your legs and shoulders. Zhang Yi couldn't help but think, wow, on such a cold day, it's rare for her to perform with such exquisite acting, portraying a shy girl. What a waste of talent not to become an actress. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi was not swayed by this tactic. That won't do. We're not dating. I can't accept such intimate actions, Zhang Yi said sternly, with a serious expression. Yuqing was almost blown away by Zhang Yi's words. She is already taking the initiative to come to you. Why are you still pretending to be reserved? Does she have to say it so straightforwardly? As long as you let her stay at your home, there will be many benefits in the future. Even getting to second base isn't completely out of the question. She thinks maybe she wasn't clear enough. In order to live a heavenly life at Zhang Yi's house, she doesn't even care that Lin Kai-ning is beside her. She directly says to Zhang Yi, actually I've always had a special fondness for you. Being boyfriend and girlfriend, is something we can consider in the future. After all, feelings grow over time. As she speaks, she pretends to be shy, covering her face, saying, "Oh, I'm so embarrassed." How much more straightforward does she want him to be? Her coy appearance, combined with her flirtatious little eyes, is indeed very tempting. If it were the old Zhang Yi, he would have definitely let her in without a second thought. It must be said that being a green tea bitch or a white lotus flower isn't something anyone can do at will. This kind of tea art definitely requires at least 10 years of practice. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi quickly thinks it through in his mind. Should he let Fang Yuqing, this white lotus flower, into his home? Don't get me wrong, he is not some saint. He just simply thinks that he pursued her for 2 years back then. If they can get to second base, that would also be a way to give an explanation for the past. However, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before he firmly dismissed it. Because now it's the apocalypse, and he must eliminate any potential risks. So, he won't open the door to let others into his fortress-like home. Staying alive is more important than anything. Zhang Yi sneered, looking at Fang Yuqing with a mocking gaze. Fang Yuqing, are you misunderstanding something? He spread his hands and said, I admit that there was a time when our relationship was quite good. However, he leaned closer to the camera with a teasing expression and said, you don't think I like you, do you? For a confident green tea bitch, this sentence has a devastating impact. Sure enough, after Fang Yuqing heard this, her expression immediately turned very ugly. Lin Kai Ning beside her also secretly glanced at her. Her eyes filled with a trace of barely noticeable joy. Indeed, best friends can be as fake as plastic flowers. On the surface, they care about you for your own good, but in reality, many of them are just waiting for you to make a fool of yourself. Fang Yuqing questioned, Zhang Yi, what do you mean by that? Didn't you like me the most in the past? Zhang Yi scoffed. Don't get me wrong. You do have some looks and are a pretty girl, but I never intended to date you. At most, it's just for fun. With my Zhang Yi's conditions. Finding a girlfriend with looks and figure in Tianhai City is really not a difficult task. You, where does your confidence come from? Thinking I'm desperately pursuing you. Zhang Yi looked like he could hardly contain his laughter. What he said was the truth. As a local of Tianhai City, he has a Tianhai City household registration. He has a house worth millions, several million in savings, and a stable job with a monthly salary of over 10,000. Plus, he is tall and handsome. He is definitely a quality man in the blind date market of Tianhai City. Otherwise, Fang Yuqing wouldn't have chosen him as her first choice after failing to catch a wealthy partner. If it weren't for Zhang Yi being simple and kind in his previous life, he wouldn't have known how many women he could have had around him by now. Zhang Yi's words were like knives, stabbing directly into Fang Yuqing's heart. For a self-proclaimed goddess like her, the hardest thing to accept is not being recognized for her charm, as that is the foundation of her existence. In the past, she thought Zhang Yi was just a backup licking dog. She could dangle him while looking for wealthier second-generation rich men. But in the end, Zhang Yi tells her she is the fish in the fish pond. This is something Fang Yuqing cannot accept no matter what. Her voice turned angry. Zhang Yi, don't go too far. Zhang Yi sneered and continued to intensify the pressure. All right, stop pretending to be a pure and beautiful girl. I saw through you long ago. You're just a gold digger, always thinking about catching a wealthy husband. Do you think rich people are fools? By the way, let me tell you something else. You're notorious in the second-generation rich circle of Tianhai City. Today you're kissing up to Zhang Xiao, tomorrow you're pursuing Li Xiao. They just play with you for a few days. Do you really think you can become a rich man as young wife? Do you know what they call you behind your back? Public bus, public socket. Zhang Yi brazenly mocked Fang Yuqing, while she thought her charm was high and tried to use her beauty to move Zhang Yi. Hoping to enjoy a good life at his home, Fang Yuqing's face turned pale with rage, her body trembling from anger. When had she ever been humiliated like this in front of someone? And it was from the backup licking dog in her eyes, ruthlessly mocking her. This completely ground her self-esteem into the dirt. Zhang Yi, shut up. Fang Yuqing shouted angrily. Zhang Yi scoffed. Am I not just speaking the truth? Why are you so agitated? Didn't you do all these things yourself? Truly a double standard. After saying that, Zhang Yi didn't give Fang Yuqing a chance to curse him out and directly cut off the call. Chapter 34. Ugly people cause trouble. Zhang Yi scolded Fang Yuqing thoroughly, exposing her gold-digging nature as a green tea bitch. This deeply poked at Fang Yuqing's sore spot. Although she is materialistic, promiscuous, and plays with men's feelings, she thinks of herself as a good girl. Being mocked like this by Zhang Yi deeply shattered her confidence. After all, if even someone like Zhang Yi looks down on her, it shows that her charm is simply not enough. And she has no chance of hooking up with a wealthy second generation, becoming a rich lady. After Zhang Yi hung up, he quickly saw a long string of voice messages sent by Fang Yuqing. Without listening, he knew they were all insults directed at him. But did Zhang Yi care? Of course not. Under the apocalypse, this white lotus will die day by day in extreme cold and hunger. Zhang Yi just played with her, watching her plight. Why would he get angry with a dead person? Instead, seeing the white lotus in a furious state brought him a sense of relief. Ha! Zhang Yi laughed heartily. He went to the kitchen and took out a bottle of Roman Icani from the fridge. This bottle of wine is worth 200,000. And when it was in Walmart's warehouse, it was stored in a temperature-controlled wine cabinet. Such wine is not common for Zhang Yi. He only has a few dozen boxes. Today, he was in a good mood and decided to take it out for a celebration. His home would never lack electricity. The electrical system had been renovated. It was connected to a backup power supply and a silent generator. He is not short on energy at all. He went to the living room, carefully laying out a sumptuous feast. French baked snails, tomahawk steak, stargazing, Jinling salted duck, paired with a bottle of 200,000 Romani Conti. In the apocalypse, all the social norms are rapidly disappearing. Zhang Yi doesn't care much about the rules when it comes to eating. He eats whatever he wants and pairs things as he pleases. He can even have caviar as a meal. This luxurious lifestyle is probably unique in the world today. When the apocalypse came suddenly, even the most powerful and wealthy people in the world couldn't make adequate preparations. For instance, Su Hao, whose father was a well-known conglomerate boss in Tianhai City. However, in Zhang Yi's memory, his father died half a month after the end of the world. After all, his wealth turned into worthless paper, and that bloated old man didn't have the survival skills needed in the apocalypse. At this moment, in the apartment shared by Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan, Fang Yuqing was in a state of collapse, angrily smashing things and cursing Zhang Yi. Normally, she wouldn't be so angry, but now, seeing Zhang Yi's home, which looked like paradise, made it unbearable. A warm and comfortable environment with abundant high-end food was the most precious thing in this icy apocalypse. Heaven was within reach, yet she couldn't step in. This was simply unacceptable. Zhang Yi, you damn guy, who do you think you are to curse me? If it weren't for the snow disaster, I wouldn't even look at you. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth and scolded. On the sofa beside her, Lin Kainan stared at her with a trace of disdain in her eyes. Isn't it because you played around before? Otherwise, we could also enjoy those delicacies and the warm fireplace at Zhang Yi's place. Fang Yuqing snorted coldly. What is he? Just a house and some savings. I, Fang Yuqing, am going to marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. Lin Kainan frowned. But now, Zhang Yi had so much food and a fireplace to keep warm, which was much better than a wealthy second generation. She looked out the window. The heavy snow showed no signs of stopping. According to the news from their phones over the past 2 days, the whole world was covered in snow and ice. She anxiously said, will this snow disaster continue forever? On the television, the few remaining official channels were still encouraging people. Experts, dressed in thick down jackets, shivered as they said the disaster would pass soon. The people have power. Perseverance is victory. But everything in front of them showed no signs of the disaster ending. Lin Kainan hugged herself tightly. If this snow keeps falling, even if we don't freeze to death, we'll starve to death at home. Lin Kainan's words instantly turned Fang Yuqing's anger into fear. It had been 10 days. They had been trapped at home for 10 days. These 10 days felt longer than 10 years. Unless one has experienced such a thing, they cannot understand how torturous it is. It could even drive a person to mental chaos. Even though Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan were a combination of green tea and white lotus, as women in their 20s, they were also very fragile inside. Facing the heavy snow that showed no signs of stopping, they thought of death. Fang Yuqing curled up on the sofa. And Zhang Yi's warm home, with abundant food, resurfaced in her mind. She said in anguish, this isn't fair. Why can Zhang Yi live so comfortably while I, so beautiful, have to suffer so much? Lin Kainan glanced at Fang Yuqing, but said nothing. She wrapped herself in a blanket and took out her phone to find Zhang Yi in her contacts. Soon, Zhang Yi received a message from Lin Kainan. He was drinking top-quality red wine paired with a luxurious meal. Seeing a message come in, a playful glint sparkled in his eyes. Watching the painful struggles of women like them in the apocalypse was even more exciting than watching a movie. Zhang Yi glanced at the message Lin Kainan sent. Zhang Yi, I just saw you curse Fang Yuqing, and I'm so happy for you. I've known for a long time that Fang Yuqing is a materialistic woman who never took you seriously. I've always hoped you would see through her true colors. Great, congratulations on waking up. Zhang Yi chuckled. They really were plastic sisters, so quick to sell out Fang Yuqing. But that was normal, as the saying goes. Birds of a feather flock together. Neither Lin Kainan nor Fang Yuqing were good people. He replied, it's nothing. Lin Kainan continued, in the past, watching you pursue Fang Yuqing made me very sad. Zhang Yi, I've actually liked you for a long time, you know? Now that you don't want Fang Yuqing anymore, let us be together. Zhang Yi nearly spat out the red wine he had just drunk. Wow, this girl is direct enough. He shook his head. TSK. Reality is something else. It seemed that she had been having a tough time over the past 10 days. Lin Kainan had never been nice to Zhang Yi before. Although her own conditions weren't great, it didn't stop her from thinking of herself as a fairy. Now, seeing Zhang Yi reject Fang Yuqing and noticing his high quality of life, she immediately wanted to take advantage of the situation. Zhang Yi sighed. Did this woman think he was a garbage collector? Fang Yuqing, despite being a green tea white lotus, at least knew how to act coy and dress up. What does Lin Kainan have besides being self-deprecating and narcissistic? But out of a sense of wicked humor, Zhang Yi still grinned and said, oh really? But I just cursed Fang Yuqing pretty harshly. You two are good friends. If you were with me, wouldn't that affect your relationship? Lin Kainan's eyes lit up, thinking there was a chance. She replied without hesitation, "What friends? We just share an apartment. To gain your trust, I'll spill all of Fang Yuqing's dirty laundry. You have no idea how much I despise her. This woman is particularly lazy. These days she says she's afraid of the cold and won't to even go to the bathroom. She urinates in a mineral water bottle. It's disgusting. Don't be fooled by her innocent act. She goes to nightclubs every day to find men. If she meets a rich second generation, she will do anything to get close to him. If she runs out of money, she'll go sell herself. Otherwise, how could she afford cosmetics and designer bags on a monthly salary of only 5,000? Just 1,500 for a night. So cheap. Oomph, I look down on women like her." This was the first time Zhang Yi learned that Fang Yuqing had such a side hustle. He clenched his teeth, feeling that the world was too absurd. Fortunately, he wasn't stupid. Although he pursued Fang Yuqing, he wasn't like Zhou Peng, a pathetic sycophant. To gain Zhang Yi's trust, Lin Kainan continued to expose Fang Yuqing's dark secrets. Don't be fooled by her innocent act. She has had several abortions. During college, she was supported by several contractors for 4 years. Zhang Yi silently listened and recorded what she said. It was clear that Lin Kainan had long held discontent toward Fang Yuqing. After all, Fang Yuqing was prettier and better at acting cute, which made Lin Kainan feel like just a supporting character next to her. In this world, how many women are willing to be someone else's green leaves? Otherwise, why do you think the beautiful goddesses in college usually have friends who are ugly and fat? After Lin Kainan vented her emotions towards Fang Yuqing, she continued to confess her feelings to Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, do you know how painful it has been for me to watch you pursue Fang Yuqing all these years? Now I finally have the chance to confess to you. Please let me be your girlfriend. I promise to love you well in the future. Besides, you must be feeling lonely at home, right? Having a woman by your side can help you with many things." Lin Kainan was hinting to Zhang Yi that as long as he let her into his house, she would be willing to do anything he wanted. However, unfortunately, Zhang Yi was not interested in her at all. He forwarded their chat history to Fang Yuqing and then said to Lin Kainan, "Although I am touched, let's forget about this matter." Lin Kainan, unwilling to give up, asked, "Why? Don't you need a woman right now?" Zhang Yi suppressed his nausea and replied through the phone, "I do like women, but you are too ugly." After saying that, Zhang Yi silenced his phone and tossed it aside. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's voice, Lin Kaining's face turned pale with anger. He actually said she was too ugly? This was slander, a serious slander. Every time she posted her good photos online, countless people praised her as a beauty. Just when Lin Kainan was furious, an angry scream pierced her ears. "Lin Kainan, you shameless woman." Fang Yuqing, seeing Lin Kaining's insults, instantly exploded. The two women began to fight, pulling each other's hair and pinching each other's arms. They only stopped when they were too exhausted to continue. But they still glared at each other fiercely. If it weren't for the extremely cold weather and the need to live under one roof, they might have even wanted to kill each other. Lin Kainan certainly understood what was happening and was also filled with hatred towards Zhang Yi. However, like Fang Yuqing, she might feel more envy than hatred towards Zhang Yi. At this moment, if Zhang Yi agreed to let them into the room to eat something, they would abandon their dignity and crawl over like bitches. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi continued to live a simple and dull life of wealth. Every night, he would turn on the TV to watch the news he had never paid attention to before. Although the news content still had a lot of exaggeration, it provided some outside information. The Tianhai city government announced that to meet the demand for electricity, power supply would be provided every day from 1 to 2 p.m. High-power appliances could not be used. Only low-power devices, such as kettles and phones, could be powered. Currently, all major power plants were shut down, and electricity was scarce. So everyone was urged to consciously reduce their electricity usage to avoid large-scale, prolonged power outages. Upon seeing this news, Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. In fact, for the past few days, there had been power supply for about an hour each day. Sometimes, it was only for a few minutes. At such times, the government was still willing to provide electricity to ordinary people, even if only for a short while, which was probably their greatest effort. Most power plants around the world had stopped operating, and energy was becoming increasingly scarce as the Ice Age continued. However, what concerned Zhang Yi was not the content of the news, but the tone of the female anchor and the way the news was reported. This time, the female anchor spoke seriously, and the content was no longer focused on comforting the public. This indicated that the government had given up on hiding the extent of the disaster nationwide. When they could no longer control the situation, they could only release the information comprehensively, allowing everyone to recognize reality early and find ways to save themselves. Sure enough, when Zhang Yi opened his phone, he saw the chat groups were already in an uproar. Some were angrily cursing the government for inaction, some were crying in despair, and many were offering to buy supplies at high prices. The price of instant noodles had risen from 2,000 yuan per pack 2 days ago to 5,000 yuan per pack. Zhang Yi felt speechless. The essence of human greed was laid bare. Even knowing the world was at its end, money would have almost no value in the short term. Yet they were still willing to trade food and drink for money. Zhang Yi said nothing, merely observing everything like an outsider. Life had to go on, even if hope was lost, but no one wanted to die. Even surviving was better than nothing. Therefore, despite the cursing and shouting, The next day, they would still struggle desperately to survive. Chapter 36. The Vicious Woman due to the water pipes being frozen. The water supply in the community became a major issue. To get drinking water, one had to brave the outside temperature of over -70 degrees to fetch snow water from the first floor. However, once the snow water was brought back, melting it became another significant problem. The indoor temperature was also around -50 to 60 degrees. At this temperature, the ice was as hard as cement. Some residents, extremely thirsty, attempted to lick it with their tongues, only to have their tongues freeze and get stuck. During these days, Zhang Yi noticed through the surveillance cameras that Qin Jinghao's men came every day to spy on him. Clearly, they believed Zhang Yi would come out to get water and planned to take the opportunity to get rid of him. However, after several days, they had not seen Zhang Yi leave his house. They could not imagine how rich Zhang Yi's supplies were. As long as he wanted, he could live comfortably in that room until he died. Is Qin Jinghao still not dead? He must be quite resilient, Zhang Yi muttered to himself. Qin Jinghao had been shot in the calf, and without effective treatment, his leg would surely be useless. Moreover, due to infection, he might even lose his life. Not to mention in such extreme cold, any injury could lead to a high fever. Surviving would be nothing short of a miracle. Could it be that the temperature is too low for the virus to survive, so he hasn't died? Zhang Yi knew little about medicine and couldn't figure out the reason for Qin Jinghao's survival, but he didn't care much. Whether people outside lived or died didn't significantly affect him. Qin Jinghao's death was just a matter of time. The next morning, after waking up, Zhang Yi groggily picked up his phone. Checking the messages in the chat groups and browsing the forums for news about the outside world had become his greatest pleasure. In this apocalyptic world, watching others struggle in extreme cold was a stark contrast to his own life of paradise. This dramatic contrast brought Zhang Yi immense satisfaction. At the very least, it dispelled his boredom and occasional loneliness. Compared to those who froze or starved to death, or who were struggling on the brink of death, he felt incredibly fortunate. Opening his phone, he was surprised to see a message from Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining first. Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, I'm sorry. I might have been too cold yesterday, so my emotions were not good. I shouldn't have lost my temper at you. You were right. I was too naive in the past, and didn't understand things. I didn't realize who truly cared for me. Now I understand that the person who cares for me the most is you. Actually, I have very strong feelings for you. Can you forgive me? Let's live a good life together from now on. I want to be your woman. Living alone, don't you feel lonely? I can come and keep you company so you won't be alone in the apocalypse. Zhang Yi felt a bit emotional. The previously aloof Fang Yuqing finally shed all her dignity and arrogance in the face of disaster. Even when mocked ruthlessly by Zhang Yi, she had to abandon her pride and choose to curry favor with him. TSK. Zhang Yi shook his head, reflecting on how foolish he had been in his past life. If he had known she was this kind of woman, he wouldn't have been so easily swayed. Fang Yuqing, with her kind of character, was clearly worthless, yet she pretended to be a noble goddess. Clearly, she was very lowly but acted pure. Zhang Yi replied, although a rotten pear can quench thirst, I'm not that desperate yet. After all, he was a man with ancestral skills. If worst came to worst, there were plenty of tools he could use from the alternate space. They were high-end products developed by Sakura Country, fully realistic. Sigh, it wasn't that Zhang Yi wanted that. It was just that Walmart's warehouse had too many varieties. After closing Fang Yuqing's chat interface, Zhang Yi opened Lin Kainen's. This woman was even bolder than Fang Yuqing. She might also know that her looks were inferior to Fang Yuqing's, so competing was beneath her. Therefore, she sent herself several suggestive selfies. Compared to Fang Yuqing, she was even more daring. If this were in the past, it would have led to her social death. Zhang Yi quickly replied, I feel no fluctuations inside. And I even want to laugh a bit. Then he ignored her. He knew that after these two women had seen the comforts of his home, they would surely go to great lengths to try to get into his house. They were already throwing away their dignity to beg him. And later they would stop at nothing. But what could they do? Zhang Yi had spent a fortune to turn his home into a steel fortress, just to deal with any possible situation. After receiving Zhang Yi's reply, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining cursed angrily. They had already abandoned their dignity, humbly begging Zhang Yi, especially Lin Kaining, who had taken pictures from every angle and pose she could manage. Zhang Yi actually said he wanted to laugh after seeing her photos. What a humiliation. Although she didn't have the time or energy to dress up now, and her looks and figure were lacking somewhat, she was still a woman. Did she not care about her pride? The two became increasingly resentful. Life was now like hell, enduring not just hunger but also extreme cold. Zhang Yi's home was their last hope. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth, a fierce look in her eyes. If it came down to it, she would charge into his house. I must live in his house. I can't bear to starve any longer. If it comes to that, killing Zhang Yi would be fine too. As long as I can move into Zhang Yi's house, I would be willing to do anything. Although she thought this way, she was still a woman. If she rushed to Zhang Yi's house to smash the door, she definitely wouldn't be able to overpower him. Thinking of this, Fang Yuqing's cold gaze turned to the next room. She and Lin Kaining had already fallen out, their once sisterly bond completely shattered. But now, Fang Yuqing needed someone to help her. So she went next door and said to Lin Kaining, that damn Zhang How can he just watch us starve and freeze without letting us into his house? We can't just sit here and wait to die. Such a nice house. He doesn't deserve to live in it. Let's find a way to take his house. Lin Kanan's eyes lit up when she heard Fang Yuqing's suggestion. If begging Zhang Yi didn't work, then they had to find a way to trick or rob him. All right, I agree with you. That kind of scumbag Zhang Yi. Why should he live in such a nice house? He should be kicked out, frozen to death, or bitten by wild dogs. It's most suitable for us to live in his house. Chapter 37, Storming the Door. Fueled by hatred for Zhang Yi and a desire for his home, the two former friends temporarily formed an alliance. However, they had to discuss how to take Zhang Yi's house. If they were to rob the house, they might not even be able to defeat Zhang Yi. They would still need external help. Even on normal days, the two of them couldn't beat Zhang Yi. Not to mention now, when they were cold and hungry, while Zhang Yi was full of energy and not worried about food. Lin Kaining gritted her teeth and suggested, "What if we call a few neighbors to help?" Fang Yuqing shot her a cold glare. "Are you stupid? Even if Zhang Yi has a lot of supplies, it won't be enough to share with so many people. The fewer people who know about this, the better." Lin Kaining anxiously asked, "Then what do you suggest we do?" Fang Yuqing proudly said, "We can call Zhou Peng over. Zhou Peng is my loyal dog. He does whatever I say." Although Zhang Yi had also pursued Fang Yuqing, at least he had some brains and wouldn't he be easily manipulated by her. But Zhou Peng was completely brainless. For Fang Yuqing, he might even be willing to die. So Fang Yuqing planned to have Zhou Peng help her take Zhang Yi's house. Lin Kaining clapped her hands in delight. What a great idea. That dog is really useful. Fang Yuqing immediately called Zhou Peng. At this moment, Zhou Peng was starving and skin and bones. As a warehouse employee, he originally had plenty of food at home, but most of it had been given to Fang Yuqing. Zhou Peng didn't realize he was being toyed with. He was self-deceived, thinking that since he had given so much, Fang Yuqing would definitely marry him in the future. As soon as he saw Fang Yuqing's call, he forgot about his hunger and cold, rushing over excitedly. When he arrived at Fang Yuqing's house, she immediately approached him with a pitiful face, complaining about how Zhang Yi had mistreated her. "Woo, Zhang Yi is simply an animal. I only asked him for some food, and he wanted me to sleep with him. Zhou Peng, you know I'm not that kind of woman." Looking at Fang Yuqing's tearful expression and thinking of how she had come to him after being bullied, Zhou Peng felt immensely pleased. "Look, why does she come to me with her problems and not anyone else? It shows my importance in her heart. This must be love." Zhou Peng thought this was the perfect moment to show his masculinity. Maybe he could take Fang Yuqing for himself. So he pounded his chest and said, "Zhang Yi is truly despicable. How dare he do this to you? I must kill him." Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining exchanged glances, thinking, this dog is really easy to deceive. They had prepared many lines, but before they could use them, Zhou Peng had already volunteered to deal with Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing took Zhou Peng's arm, looking at him with seductive eyes. Zhang Yi has stocked up plenty of food at home. Plus, he has a fireplace that keeps it especially warm. What right does this scumbag have to live in such a house? Zhou Peng, let's find a way to take his house. In the future, we can live there together. What do you think? Zhou Peng had always been displeased with Zhang Yi, because Zhang Yi was not only better looking than him, but also wealthier. Both of them had shown interest in Fang Yuqing in the past, and naturally, Fang Yuqing had a better attitude towards Zhang Yi than towards him. Now, with Fang Yuqing holding his arm, feeling the faint touch through several layers of clothing, Zhou Peng felt a sense of victory rising in his heart. He immediately said, "Haha, great. Yuqing, don't worry, I'll take care of this." Seeing Zhou Peng agree, Fang Yuqing added, "But you must be careful. Zhang Yi is such a selfish and shameless person. If we try to take his house, he might retaliate. So we need to go armed, and it's best to strike first." Lin Kaining, who was nearby, said, "I think we should just kill him." She hated Zhang Yi the most, because she had sent him her private photos, and instead of being touched, he had said she was too dark. If this got out, she would want to die. Therefore, Zhang Yi had to die. Zhou Peng hesitated slightly upon hearing this. Killing someone sounded easy, but after all, they had been living in a civilized society for over 20 years. It wasn't simple to entertain such thoughts. Fang Yuqing saw Zhou Peng hesitating and immediately frowned. "What? You don't agree? Zhang Yi has bullied me so much, and you're still soft on him. It seems what you said about loving me before was all fake, Seeing Fang Yuqing angry, Zhou Peng's nature as a sycophant flared up again. He hurriedly said, No, Yuqing, don't be angry. I'll listen to you, okay? As long as I can have Fang Yuqing, he can die." After all, they were in an apocalyptic world where people's moral values were gradually eroding. Fang Yuqing said, "All right. No time to waste. Let us go now. We'll find a way to trick Zhang Yi into opening the door, and as soon as he does." She made a gesture of cutting a throat. Lin Kaining then brought over the prepared tools, 2 kitchen knives and a steel pipe, which was the clothes rack she had taken apart. Zhou Peng took one of the kitchen knives and stuffed it into his thick down jacket. After the group was ready, they headed towards Zhang Yi's house with a murderous intent. When they arrived at Zhang Yi's front door, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining hid beside it with their weapons to avoid being seen through the peephole. The two signaled Zhou Peng to knock on the door to lure Zhang Yi out. Zhou Peng nodded, touched the knife inside his jacket for reassurance, and knocked on the door. Zhang Yi, are you home?" It's Zhou Peng. Hearing the voice outside, Zhang Yi felt a bit curious. Zhou Peng. Although they both worked at the warehouse, their relationship was not good. Moreover, they had some conflicts over Fang Yuqing. This guy coming to find him definitely meant trouble. After all, in this apocalyptic world, there was no way anything good could come of it. Zhang Yi didn't go to open the door, but turned on the TV to check the surveillance. Sure enough, he saw the scene outside the door. Seeing two women hiding on either side with kitchen knives and a steel pipe, looking fierce, a chill ran down Zhang Yi's spine. Even though he was well prepared, the ruthlessness of these two women still made him gasp. Want to kill me? Who do you think you are? Zhang Yi sneered. A cold, murderous intent spreading in his dark eyes. Who kills whom is still uncertain. Chapter 38. Drenching you in golden liquid. Seeing that no one was responding, Zhou Peng knocked harder on the door. Zhang Yi, it's Zhou Peng. Please open the door. I have something very important to tell you. Zhang Yi chuckled coldly, reached for his gun, and clicked off the safety. He walked to the door and shouted, Who is it? Hearing Zhang Yi's response, Zhou Peng quickly gestured for Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning to get ready. The two women were nervous since it was their first time doing something like this. But thinking about moving into Zhang Yi's warm, comfortable house filled with food, their resolve quickly strengthened. Zhou Peng said, Zhang Yi, it's Zhou Peng. Our food is all gone. Can you give me some to eat, considering we're colleagues? He wore a pleading expression while secretly preparing to draw the knife. Zhang Yi leaned against the door and replied nonchalantly, We don't have any food left either. I can't help you with that. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning cursed inwardly. How can you have no food at home? There are 7 or 8 boxes of food in your kitchen, including dried scallops, fish maw, and abalone. Is that all fake? However, they had long been prepared for this situation. Zhou Peng gritted his teeth and took out a box of medicine from his pocket. Zhang Yi, I'm not taking your stuff for free. I'll trade you a box of ibuprofen. In the cold weather, many people were catching colds and fevers. In such situations, medicine could save lives and was even as valuable as food. To entice Zhang Yi to open the door, Zhou Peng brought out his treasured ibuprofen. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was behind the door, thinking about how to deal with them. Kill them? That's simple, whether with a gun or a crossbow. I could easily take them out, but just killing them would be too boring. In this apocalypse, dying is a release. Living is the real hell. He certainly wouldn't let these lowlifes off easily. After some thought, Zhang Yi came up with an idea. He walked to the trash can and pulled out a bottle of soda. Having just drunk several cans of beer, he also needed to relieve himself. He opened the bottle and let it flow. Ibuprofen? This stuff is good. Let me think about it. Zhang Yi chatted lazily with Zhou Peng while relieving himself. The people outside could hear the faint sound of water, but they had no idea what Zhang Yi was doing. Just hearing that he seemed to be interested, excitement appeared on their faces. Zhou Peng hurriedly said, Right, open the door and let us trade. I don't need much, just 2 packs of instant noodles. According to the current prices in the community, ibuprofen could easily be exchanged for 5 packs of instant noodles. Zhou Peng deliberately offered a low price to trick Zhang Yi into opening the door. 2 packs of instant noodles? I'm worried you'll lose out. That would be too embarrassing. After finishing, Zhang Yi held a bottle of iced tea, filled to the brim and frothy. Zhou Peng thought Zhang Yi was about to take the bait, so he leaned against the door and said, It's fine. I'm starving, and since we're colleagues, it's better to help you than someone else. Hurry up and open the door. Zhang Yi climbed onto a stool to reach the peephole and then poured a bottle of warm iced tea over the 3 people outside. Zhou Peng and the others were startled by the sudden liquid pouring over them. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning screamed, What is this? It's hot water. Still steaming. Feeling that warm heat, a few people were initially a bit happy, but within a second, they smelled that peculiar, pungent odor. This is urine. Urine splashed on them, and the 2 women let out screams like they were slaughtering pigs, immediately squatting on the ground and vomiting uncontrollably. Zhou Peng's eyes turned red with anger as he banged on the door. Zhang Yi, get the hell out here, I'll kill you. But the heavy alloy door showed no signs of damage from his fists. Instead, Zhou Peng's hands hurt badly. Inside, Zhang Yi's carefree laughter echoed. How does my urine smell? Is it good to drink? A bunch of idiots still want to come and mess with me. Do you think you deserve it? Zhou Peng and the others suddenly realized that they had been discovered by Zhang Yi. They were both shocked and furious, cursing at Zhang Yi from outside the door. Zhou Peng shouted, Damn, I shouldn't have wasted my breath with you. Just wait for me. I'll definitely kill you when I get in. He stopped pretending, pulled out a kitchen knife from his clothes, and started hacking at the door. Ordinary doors are made of wood. As long as you break the lock, you can open them. But Zhang Yi's door was made of solid alloy, capable of withstanding heavy blows. When Zhou Peng struck down, it was like hitting a steel plate. The door didn't budge at all, and the tremendous recoil sent the knife flying out of his hand. The knife grazed past Zhou Peng's head, leaving a long cut. His palm was also shaken, causing blood to flow. A little biology knowledge. Human skin is more fragile in winter, and the sensation of pain is more intense. Zhou Peng was completely stunned. Just a moment ago, if the knife had been off by a bit, it would have hit his face directly. But soon, his daze was forcibly interrupted by intense pain. Zhou Peng cried out in pain. The 2 women, seeing this, were filled with fear and abandoned Zhou Peng, hurriedly running away. Zhang Yi watched all this from the room, weighing his gun in his hand, contemplating whether to go out and give each of them a bullet. Not to mention killing them, at least they would be injured, making their lives in this frozen apocalypse a living hell. However, after a moment of thought, he abandoned this plan. Why? Because outside were 3 rabid dogs. Although there was a high probability he would injure them if he opened the door, there was also a minuscule chance he could be counter-killed. Zhang Yi absolutely wouldn't gamble with his life. That's right, he was the king of survival, living his little life so comfortably. Why act on impulse? No problem. I'll just wait here until they die. Let us see how many days they can survive in this apocalypse. Calm and collected, Zhang Yi returned to the sofa and continued playing games. Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing ran back home, sitting on the sofa, trembling all over. He had just narrowly escaped death, and he was still shaken. When Fang Yuqing saw the urine on him drenching the sofa, she immediately screamed. "Ah, get off. Who told you to sit on my sofa?" Chapter 39. Stink bomb. Fang Yuqing was heartbroken over her sofa and disgusted by Zhou Peng's urine-soaked body. After all, Zhou Peng was the one who got splashed the most at the door. She immediately yelled at Zhou Peng not to sit on the sofa. Zhou Peng felt very aggrieved. He only went to find trouble with Zhang Yi because he listened to Fang Yuqing. Now he was drenched in urine, shivering from the cold, and had wounds. Yet Fang Yuqing treated him this way. However, a sycophant is still a sycophant. Zhou Peng thought for a moment, and Fang Yuqing was indeed right to scold him. He hadn't even done a good job helping her, and being dirty, how could he stain the goddess's sofa? The more he thought about it, the more he felt he deserved the scolding. He quickly stood up and apologized to Fang Yuqing. "I'm sorry, Yuqing, it's all my fault. Please don't be angry." Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan were in a hurry to change clothes, waving him off. "Hurry up and get out. We need to change." Zhou Peng didn't dare say anything and hurriedly left Fang Yuqing's home. The two of them returned to their room and quickly changed out of the clothes that Zhang Yi had splashed with urine. However, after changing, they could still smell that pungent odor. After all, it wasn't just on their clothes. Their hair and skin had also gotten quite a bit on them, even trickling down their necks. It was so cold that taking a shower was practically suicidal. They didn't dare do that. Therefore, they could only endure the nausea. Having failed their mission and ending up splashed with urine, both women felt even more hatred towards Zhang Yi. What to do? Zhang Yi is too cunning and hard to deal with. Damn it, no matter what, I'm going to take his house. Let us think of a good plan. I refuse to believe he has no weaknesses. Just as the two women were discussing how to deal with Zhang Yi sent a message to Fang Yuqing. This time it was urine, but next time I might just throw feces at you. This time, Zhang Yi had prepared in a hurry. If he had prepared in advance, he would have definitely treated them to a shower of feces. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan turned pale. If they got splashed with feces, they might as well wish for death. Zhang Yi turned off the chat and stopped looking at the messages from Fang Yuqing. Although he had muted the message notifications, the number of unread messages was rapidly increasing, and he didn't need to look to know they weren't good words. He checked the owner group. As soon as he entered, he saw a good show. Ever since Chen Jinghao had robbed her house, Aunt Lin seemed to have lost her mind. Now she was constantly sending voice messages in the group, shouting for everyone to hand over their supplies. "I'm the head of our community committee. Who dares not to listen to me? When the snow melts, I'll have you all arrested. Did you hear that? Everyone, reply to me. You must bring all your food to my house today." But this time, hardly anyone paid her any mind. After more than 10 days, everyone realized what the current environment was like. The authorities were too busy to care about everyone, and Aunt Lin's so-called community committee was nothing at all. She couldn't scare anyone. Instead, she was met with ridicule. "Damn old woman, can you hurry up and die? You tricked our family out of a box of instant noodles, and I haven't even settled the score with you." Someone else brought up the snow disaster from the beginning. "If it weren't for you telling everyone that it was fine and not to hoard supplies, how would we be in this situation today?" Once this was mentioned, it instantly ignited everyone's anger. When it first snowed, even though it was very cold outside, some people still wanted to go shopping. But at that time, Aunt Lin kept saying in the group that the snow disaster would pass quickly, and that anyone who hoarded supplies would be dealt with, so everyone dared not go out. A few days later, the heavy snow blocked all the roads, making it impossible to go out. If it weren't for her, everyone could have hoarded supplies for at least another half a month. "Damn old woman. Look at what you've done. It's all your fault, you troublemaker." The neighbors cursed at Aunt Lin. Meanwhile, the rich second-generation Su Hao appeared in the group, offering to buy supplies at high prices, whether food or drink. "I'll pay 10,000 for a pack of instant noodles and 5,000 for a bottle of mineral water." The price of instant noodles had already reached 10,000. Su Hao was truly anxious. If he didn't use his money now, it would just become waste paper. Zhang Yi shook his head. At a time like this, he was still thinking about using money to buy things. Just as Zhang Yi finished speaking, someone immediately jumped out. "I have some food at home. I can sell it to you." Zhang Yi was speechless. It seemed that no matter the situation, there would always be greedy people willing to risk their lives for money. Even if hope was slim, some were still gambling that this snow disaster wouldn't last too long. But only Zhang Yi knew that this snow disaster would last for an incredibly long time. Even after the snow stopped, the world would need a very long time to recover. Money was even less useful than waste paper. At least waste paper could be kept for wiping. As Zhang Yi thought of this, a dark thought suddenly crossed his mind. He had an abundance of toilet paper in his warehouse. But the neighbors probably didn't have that much. If they ran out of toilet paper, what would they use to wipe? Soon, he shook his head again. After not having enough to eat every day, they probably wouldn't have much to wipe anyway. However, this also indicated that the fragile harmony maintained would soon be broken. Zhang Yi knew that once food was completely cut off, people would turn into terrifying beasts. The next day, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning came to Zhang Yi's door again, begging him to let them in, claiming they were about to freeze to death. Zhang Yi ignored them completely. Freeze to death? That was exactly what Zhang Yi hoped to see. Seeing that Zhang Yi had no response, they said, out of past affection, that even if he could just give them some food, it would be fine. Zhang Yi looked through the surveillance camera and saw that they had even brought umbrellas. It seemed that after being doused with urine yesterday, they had developed a psychological trauma. However, Zhang Yi was not foolish enough to open the door for them. If he guessed correctly, they were armed with knives, ready to kill themselves and then steal his house and supplies. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and opened the alternate space. There were many miscellaneous items in the warehouse that were usually of no use, and he had casually collected them. After all, his alternate space was large enough, so he didn't have to worry about taking up space. Unexpectedly, it came in handy now. He took out 2 stink bombs from the toy area. These toys were used for pranks. Once ignited, they emitted a very disgusting odor that was difficult to wash off with water and detergent. Listening to Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning's voices outside, Zhang Yi chuckled, picked up a stink bomb, and walked over. Chapter 40. Gunshots. Zhang Yi ignited the stink bomb and quickly threw it out through the shooting hole above the door. After the stink bomb hit the ground, it quickly released a large cloud of black smoke. The pungent smell rapidly spread through the corridor. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, upon smelling this stench, felt as if they had opened a can of feces sealed for 10 years and instantly began to vomit. What is this? Zhang Yi, how shameless. The odor in the corridor intensified, and the 2 women hurriedly fled. Zhang Yi was not worried about the stench entering his house. After closing the shooting hole, the entire room was in a semi-sealed state, although air could still circulate. The house was built with an air filtration system specifically to prevent any strange odors or harmful air from entering. Watching the 2 women stumble away while vomiting through the surveillance, Zhang Yi laughed heartily. However, soon after, he received a complaint from the neighbor next door. Zhang Yi, what did you throw outside your door? It stinks. Can you please consider the feelings of your neighbors? Zhang Yi's neighbor was a young couple who had moved in 2 years ago. However, Zhang Yi had little interaction with them, at most. They nodded at each other in the elevator. Now, at a time like this, he couldn't be bothered to maintain any neighborly relationships. In the apocalypse, everything he did was solely for his own safety. He didn't care about others at all. He could even say that as long as he could live safely and comfortably, he could eliminate others without hesitation. In the apocalypse, any kind of saintly mentality should not exist. Once it appeared, it must be crushed immediately. If you don't like it, come and fight me. After saying this, Zhang Yi directly blocked the neighbor. As he expected, he soon found the neighbor ranting about him in the group. But unfortunately, others had no time to care about their petty issues. Zhang Yi chuckled. The feeling of being amoral was quite refreshing. That afternoon, Zhang Yi was suddenly awakened from his sleep by a loud noise. Bang! A loud sound echoed in the corridor, quickly spreading throughout the entire building. Zhang Yi's expression became serious. That sound resembled a gunshot. Did someone in their community actually have a gun? Zhang Yi wasn't sure if it was a gun or firecrackers. So he hurried to the living room and turned on the TV to check the surveillance. The sight before him made his pupils constrict. In front of the 3rd-floor apartment, Chen Jinghao, who had a broken leg, was holding a black gun. The cold, dark gleam of it could easily make one shudder. The door of that apartment was open, and from the angle of the surveillance, 2 legs could vaguely be seen. Meanwhile, the little gangsters under Chen Jinghao were coming out with food and candles, grinning widely. It was clear that the residents of the 3rd-floor apartment were already dead. Even if they weren't dead, after being shot and losing all their supplies, they wouldn't last long. It was 10 a.m., a time when every household usually went out together to shovel snow and melt it for drinking water. Everyone worked together to temporarily raise the temperature in the corridor to avoid the cold. No one could survive without water, so this activity took place every day. Chen Jinghao had chosen this moment to start killing and robbing supplies. Ding dong. The phone rang. Zhang Yi picked up his phone and took a look. The message was from the group chat. Chen Jinghao had sent a voice message. Now that the heavy snow has sealed off the city, we can't rely on anyone. We must depend on ourselves. I, Chen Jinghao, will take on the responsibility of the building leader for Building 25. From now on, everything here will be decided by me. If you all behave, I can let you live well. Anyone who dares to stick their neck out. Haha. Shortly after, Chen Jinghao sent 2 pictures. One was of the gun he was holding, and the other was of the 3rd-floor resident lying in a pool of blood. The once chatty group fell silent. Everyone was shocked by this bloody and brutal scene. Most residents' hearts were filled with fear. In peacetime, when had they ever seen such a scene? They couldn't even imagine it. However, now the harsh reality lay before them. In this unit building closed off by the blizzard, others are hell. No one dared to contradict Qin Jinghao. Everyone was afraid of dying. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa and couldn't help but say, Qin Jinghao is impressive. No wonder he can thrive in society. Qin Jinghao used both soft and hard tactics, not simply intimidating the homeowners in the building. After all, he only had one gun, and no one knew how many bullets it held. But Zhang Yi knew it couldn't be many, as such things are tightly controlled in the country. When Zhang Yi spent a large sum of money, he was only sold 100 rounds. Moreover, Qin Jinghao's underlings were only about 5 or 6. With over 50 households and more than 100 people in the entire building, if they really pushed everyone to the edge, a lame man like him wouldn't stand a chance. Therefore, using both intimidation and promises was the best way to make these homeowners obedient. Human nature has always been fearful of death. Even if they understood that Qin Jinghao could kill the third-floor residents today, tomorrow it could be their turn. They still held on to a glimmer of hope. For example, those living on higher floors thought that if Qin Jinghao killed the third floor today, he would take out the fourth floor tomorrow, and even if he came for them, it would be at least half a month later. So they felt no need to fight back. After all, the people below would definitely resist. This reasoning continued down the line, and those on the fourth floor felt that Qin Jinghao might not follow any order in killing. Instead, if they resisted, they would definitely be killed. So it was better to stay home and hide. Who knows, maybe someone else would die first. Zhang Yi shrugged. Anyway, these matters had nothing to do with him. Others were afraid to resist Qin Jinghao. He had no fear of him at all, as long as Qin Jinghao dared to show up at his door. His life and death were entirely in Zhang Yi's hands. As for whether the other neighbors lived or died, Zhang Yi couldn't care less. They chose to be ostriches, unwilling to fight back. Zhang Yi had no interest in being a martyr to save others. Just then, his phone suddenly buzzed with a series of urgent notifications. Zhang Yi picked up his phone and immediately saw hundreds of new messages. He discovered he had been added to a new group. Out of curiosity, Zhang Yi entered to take a look. It turned out that the homeowners had created a new group again. But this time, there were none of Qin Jinghao's people in it. It seemed that the death threats from Qin Jinghao had prompted some people to think about banding together for warmth. Zhang Yi remained silent, as his own safety was certainly not in question. He just wanted to see what these people would do. Chapter 41. Neighbors who only shout slogans. As soon as the new group was established, the homeowners and tenants began to panic and chat. Qin Jinghao was simply a devil. He had robbed 3 households, all by breaking in. The residents of 301 on the 3rd floor were 2 young people with fiery tempers who wanted to resist, but they were shot dead by him. The other 2 households, 302 and 401, were so frightened that they obediently handed over all their food and drink. Oh, living like this, with nothing to eat or drink at home, isn't that just waiting to die? Someone angrily said, we must unite to fight against this bully Qin Jinghao. Immediately, someone responded, yes, there are so many of us. Are we really afraid of just 5 or 6 of them? As long as we stand together. He is not to be feared. Others mentioned, but he has a gun. What can a gun do? How many bullets can he have? If we all rush him, he won't be able to stop us. One left kick, then a right whip kick, and I guarantee he will fall. He's crippled now. He's not worth mentioning. If he didn't have a gun, I could take him down by myself. Everyone was filled with passion at the thought of dealing with Qin Jinghao, practically eager to rush over to his place and execute him. However, someone interjected at that moment. So when do we act? This question led to a brief silence. It was easy to talk big, but when it came to actually fighting, not everyone would dare. Everyone understood the reasoning, but no one wanted to be the one at the front taking bullets. They spoke so beautifully, but it was really to coax others into taking the bullets for them. Well, this isn't a problem. We can definitely deal with him. After all, he's a desperate man with a few thugs under him. We need to think this through, right? Rushing in is the act of a reckless man. We need to win with intelligence. Zhang Yi scoffed. Just a moment ago, they were saying that Qin Jinghao was not to be feared, and someone was talking about left kicks and right whip kicks. Now that it was time to act, they were suddenly calling for intelligence to win. He found it amusing. At that moment, the community's security guard, Uncle Yu, suddenly sent a message. We can't let Qin Jinghao and his crew continue like this. If this goes on, we'll all be killed by him, even if we don't get shot. If he robs us of all our food and drink, isn't that still death? I can take the lead. Everyone come with me and teach these bastards a lesson. Uncle Yu usually didn't say much. He was a retired soldier, straightforward, and full of passion. He was quite respected in the community. Faced with a shameless scoundrel like Qin Jinghao, who trampled on human life, he was filled with rage. Wow, Uncle Yu is mighty. No wonder he comes from the ranks of the people's soldiers. Impressive. Uncle Yu, I support you. Do you need weapons? We can lend you our kitchen knives. I still have a Longquan sword I bought during last year's trip. It cuts through iron like mud. I'll lend it to you. Qin Jinghao is just a cripple. Uncle Yu, if you do this, find an opportunity to sneak attack him from behind. Don't give him a chance. Everyone praised Uncle Yu and offered their suggestions. However, not a single person said they would go with Uncle Yu to deal with Qin Jinghao. Uncle Yu felt a bit speechless. Qin Jinghao had 5 or 6 people and guns in hand. He He couldn't go alone. At the very least, they needed a dozen young men to go with him for safety. I've been a soldier, so I have some skills. I can lead. The adult men in the households suddenly fell silent. Meanwhile, the female residents like Fong Yuqing, who had no adult men at home, were suddenly filled with energy. Yes, we women are weak and powerless, and we can't deal with such scum. Men of Building 25, now is the time to show your manliness. The men in our building are all remarkable guys. You must succeed. It's time to demonstrate your gentlemanly demeanor. We hope you succeed immediately and protect us weak women. The adult men among the homeowners were naturally displeased. Some of them were still unmarried and lived alone or shared a place with friends. They could potentially risk their lives to counter the scoundrel, but seeing the attitudes of the female homeowners clearly made them feel like they were being treated like punching bags. They take the risk of confronting the villains as their responsibility. But these men are not happy about it. Don't even think about it. Previously, you always emphasized female priority in every situation, but now when danger arises, you expect us to go first? Why should that be the case? Now that we want you to treat us fairly, if someone has to go, let us all go together. You all talk so tough online. Why don't you confront Chen Jinghao directly? I'm not saying I want to risk my life, but I will only protect my own wife and children. When the female property owners saw the men unwilling to confront Chen Jinghao, they also started to scold them. Are you even men? Isn't this the time for you men to step up? Letting women take the risks. How can you even say that? You're really pathetic. It's disgusting. And I absolutely want to marry someone like you in the future. The original intention of the new property owners group was to discuss how to deal with the risks brought by Chen Jinghao. However, out of nowhere, they started arguing about who should confront Chen Jinghao, and it eventually turned into a gender confrontation. Zhang Yi found it very speechless. This plot is exactly the same as in my previous life. This is also why Chen Jinghao was able to kill half of the people in the building in his past life, yet still managed to control everyone with just a gun. When they died, they only knew to close their eyes and didn't even dare to struggle. Uncle Yu, seeing this, anxiously called in the group. Everyone, stop arguing. Dealing with Chen Jinghao is the biggest problem right now. There is a female owner living on the 7th floor named Lu Tiantian. She is a key player in the verbal battles between men and women. A 22-year-old little fairy who just graduated. At this moment, both men and women in the group were fired up, and Lu Tiantian would spray insults at any male speaker. Even when kind-hearted Uncle Yu spoke up, she quickly typed with 2 fingers. Uncle Yu, what are you pretending to be a good person for? You've been in the army, so you must be capable. In situations like this, you should be the first to charge forward. With so many men in our building, if we swap one for one, the others will be safe. In today's society, it's clear that we women are more important, and your only role is to serve us. I hope all the pathetic men in the group remember this, and don't make me say it a second time. Chapter 42. Food reserves. Lu Tiantian's comments were met with ridicule from a group of male owners. It's the end of the world. And who still caters to you little fairies? Haha, do you really think you're something special? Let us risk our lives to protect you. And you think you deserve it? Uncle Yu, who was being attacked, was even more speechless. He couldn't understand why. Even though he was trying to think of everyone's welfare, everyone had this attitude. He spoke less and couldn't argue back, so he simply stopped talking. Zhang Yi watched the chat in the group, finding it quite lively and amusing as a joke. After all, entertainment options are limited right now. In summary, his conclusion was straightforward. The vast majority of people in this owners group deserve to die. The verbal battle in the chat group grew increasingly intense. Perhaps because they had repressed their feelings for too long, everyone finally found an outlet to vent, and they let it all out. All sorts of vicious and filthy words filled the chat, unbearable to hear. In the end, they even forgot the original purpose of forming the group. Zhang Yi set his phone aside and went to the kitchen. Although there were many ready-made dishes in the alternate space, he occasionally wanted to cook something himself and enjoy life. He took out fresh ingredients from the alternate space. The potatoes, green onions, ginger, and garlic looked as if they had just been dug out of the soil. The beef brisket was also very tender, with bright red meat that was very appetizing. Walmart truly deserves to be the world's #1 supermarket brand. The quality of the products is undeniable. Zhang Yi cooked a pot of potato beef stew and, following the method of making earth oven chicken, stuck some pancakes around the side of the pot. Once stewed, the pancakes soaked up the broth and became particularly delicious. Picking up his phone, he found that Fong Yuqing and Lin Kainan had messaged him again. This time, the messages were filled with desperate pleas. Fong Yuqing and Lin Kainan were crying heavily, clearly terrified by Chen Jinghao's murders. The 2 green tea bitches had no ability to resist the villains. Therefore, they were very likely to become the next targets of Chen Jinghao, especially after seeing Zhang Yi's sturdy security door. They felt that Zhang Yi's home was a safe haven and wanted to come stay. Zhang Yi, no matter how much conflict we had in the past, you at least loved me once, right? You can't just watch me die, can you? I know you seem tough on the outside, but you have a soft heart. Please, save me. Lin Kainan was even more shameless than Fong Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I don't want to die. Just let me stay at your house. I'll do anything you want. But please don't let me die at the hands of those people. Zhang Yi could feel their inner fear. To be honest, If his house hadn't been reinforced, and he were living in such a cold and food-deprived place, his despair wouldn't be any less than that of the two women. However, would he pity these two women? Of course not. After all, this scene is exactly what he longs to see. The more desperate they are, the more excited Zhang Yi becomes. He didn't speak, only slowly recorded a video for them to watch. In the video, there was a large pot of potato beef stew in front of Zhang Yi, and the fireplace not far away was burning brightly. The atmosphere in the room was warm and peaceful, creating a stark contrast to the raging snowstorm and howling north wind outside. For the two women at that moment, this was undoubtedly a huge stimulation. After all, they couldn't even think about having a full meal right now. The question of whether they could survive had become a major issue. The two of them continued to beg for Zhang Yi to let them into his house to live together. Zhang Yi chose to ignore them. He neither agreed nor refused. He just wanted to leave them a glimmer of hope, making them acutely aware that hope was slim, yet they still had to come and grovel before him. The day passed in such a boring manner. After Qin Jinghao and his group had seized enough supplies, they wouldn't be in a hurry to act again. They understood that if they went too far, it would unite all the owners against them. Gathering a group, calming another, and then killing a group was the most rational approach. However, that night, Zhang Yi noticed some unusual movements from Qin Jinghao and his gang through the surveillance. The entire Tianhai city was without power that night, except for Zhang Yi's home, but the people in the same building didn't notice. Zhang Yi saw a few of Qin Jinghao's underlings carrying two corpses out the door. Zhang Yi took a closer look and thought the two looked somewhat familiar. The reason he remembered them so clearly was that he knew almost all the owners in the building. However, these two individuals clearly didn't belong to their building. Therefore, they must have been other underlings that Qin Jinghao had called over when the snow first fell. After a moment of thought, Zhang Yi figured out what was going on. That day, when Qin Jinghao attacked Zhang Yi's house, he was doused with a large water pipe by Zhang Yi. In such extreme cold weather, with temperatures dropping to -60 or 70 degrees, this could be very deadly. Therefore, these two individuals likely froze to death. A cold-induced illness like a cold or fever, without a comfortable environment or medication like ibuprofen, could easily lead to death. Otherwise, why was the average lifespan so short in ancient times? The two corpses had been stripped of all their clothing and thrown at the stairway entrance. Zhang Yi frowned, initially puzzled about their purpose for doing this. If they just wanted to dispose of the bodies, they could have simply thrown them out the window. The heavy snow could cover everything. Why throw them at the door? However, as his thoughts shifted, Zhang Yi suddenly had a terrifying realization, and his pupils involuntarily shrank slightly. Could it be that Qin Jinghao left their bodies as a backup food source? This thought made Zhang Yi's hair stand on end, and he felt a chill run down his spine. However, this explanation was indeed the most reasonable. In such freezing conditions, the world was like a giant refrigerator, and there was no need to worry about food spoiling. Modern people's understanding of apocalyptic scenarios often comes from those end-of-the-world themed movies. Cannibalism is not a rare occurrence in those narratives. Historical records document that during times of great disaster, there were accounts of people resorting to cannibalism. Perhaps the peace of recent years has made some people forget those documented histories. Until the arrival of the apocalypse, Zhang Yi took a deep breath, and his rapidly beating heart soon calmed down. Compared to the average person, he accepted this reality more quickly. After all, he had experienced an apocalypse once and had been eaten as food. He knew that when pushed to the brink, due to hunger, humans could commit any cruel acts and consume anything edible. Qin Jinghao was indeed a ruthless person. Although Zhang Yi did not like that social big brother, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Many people understand the principle, but to actually treat the bodies of one's brothers as reserve food before running out of supplies is almost inhumane. Chapter 43. She was anxious. After Qin Jinghao killed the resident of Unit 301, the atmosphere in the entire building became extremely tense. The previous large group had dwindled, and no one dared to speak anymore. Qin Jinghao seemed to realize that everyone had secretly formed a new owner group behind his back. However, such things were impossible to prevent. He could only threaten and entice in the owner group. Now that the situation was so dire, everyone was trying to survive. No one wanted to kill. If that guy from 301 hadn't attacked my people first, I wouldn't have accidentally killed him. After all, I'm not a demon. I hope we can live in harmony in the future and lend us some food when we need it. As long as you cooperate obediently, I guarantee everyone can coexist peacefully. Once these words were spoken, some people indeed relaxed their vigilance. Some even thought that perhaps, as Qin Jinghao said, the owner of Unit 301 died because he acted first. Stockholm Syndrome refers to this kind of people, in the despair of death. As long as the perpetrator shows them a little kindness, they will feel grateful. Zhang Yi remained a bystander, watching coldly without commenting or participating. However, in his heart, he became more vigilant against Qin Jinghao. Although his home was well defended, with Qin Jinghao and his few men, that broken gun posed no threat to him. But in the apocalypse, it was always better to be cautious. If he really provoked me, I would find a chance to kill him, Zhang Yi said indifferently. This brief tranquility was shattered the next day. Although every household was too afraid of Qin Jinghao to go out, They could not survive without going downstairs to chisel ice for water. So, some people quietly opened their doors, planning to sneak out to dig snow. As a result, they were caught red-handed by the people Chen Jinghao had sent to stake out. The supplies stolen on the first day had been consumed by the starving thugs. Now, they were red-eyed and had regarded all the residents of the building as their prey. Whoever they caught would be robbed without mercy. In the new group, urgent cries for help could be heard. Zhang Yi opened the group chat and couldn't help but laugh. The one crying for help was none other than Lu Tiantian, who lived on the 7th floor. Chen Jinghao lived on the 6th floor, right below her. That morning, she intended to sneak down to dig snow for water under the cover of darkness, but was caught red-handed. Living alone, it didn't take much effort for her to tidy up. She was already a target for Chen Jinghao and his gang. Plus, after being cooped up for almost half a month, Chen Jinghao and these little thugs were feeling restless and were looking for a woman to relieve some tension. Lu Tiantian wasn't particularly pretty, but she was young and had a decent figure. Given the limited conditions, no one was picky. So, that group of thugs came up laughing with wrenches and iron rods. Lu Tiantian quickly shut her door and, in desperation, thought of asking her neighbors for help. Woo-woo, everyone, please come save me. They are smashing my door. Please, I will be killed by them. Uncle you, please save me. Aren't you a veteran? They definitely can't beat you. You can't trust these people. They are too brutal. Everyone needs to unite. If something happens to me, you'll be next. Lu Tiantian cried in the group, urgently sending one voice message after another. However, just yesterday, she had been domineering in the group, angrily confronting a group of male owners. Uncle Yu replied, Miss, this situation is sudden, and I can't deal with so many of them by myself. Although Uncle Yu was kind, he wouldn't just go to his death. Chen Jinghao had 5 or 6 people and a gun. Even if he had been a soldier, he couldn't fight back. If everyone had reached a consensus yesterday and formed a guard team, there would have been hope to scare them off. Seeing Uncle Yu's message, Lu Tiantian felt a chilling sensation in her heart. Crying, she said, You can't do this. You can't protect a weak woman? What kind of men are you? Woo-woo. If I die, I will haunt you all as a ghost. Initially, everyone had some sympathy for her, but when they found out she shamelessly tried to moralize them, they immediately became angry. Moreover, after Lu Tiantian had scolded all the men in the building yesterday, everyone was now holding onto both old and new grudges. Oh yes, we are all useless. Little fairy, you are so great, you definitely don't need our help. Haha, the little fairy can fight. She can beat those people to death. Yesterday, you were shouting so loudly. We thought you were so powerful, but now you have to ask us to save you. You might as well just die. If you die, it will bring happiness to countless families. The group was filled with cheerful laughter. No one showed any sympathy for Lu Tiantian's dire situation. Instead, there was a sense of schadenfreude. Since Lu Tiantian's home was robbed, at least for the time being, they were safe. Seeing the cold mockery, Lu Tiantian fell into despair. She turned to the female homeowners for help, but their responses were uniform. We're all sisters, but there's nothing we can do in this situation. Hang in there. I'm supporting you mentally. You must hold on. If they break in, who knows what they might do to you? Some offered perfunctory comfort, while others took a malicious pleasure in scaring Lu Tiantian. After all, human sorrows and joys do not resonate with each other. Prolonged isolation and the threat of death had twisted many minds. More and more people joined the group chat, but the topic had soured. Sister, even if you die, at least take someone down with you. That counts as eliminating a threat. Right, since your home has been robbed, you probably can't survive much longer anyway. Might as well take someone with you. Lu Tiantian trembled with anger, and just as she was about to say something, the door was kicked open with a bang. In Zhang Yi's home, he watched on the monitor as Lu Tiantian let out a scream, only to be dragged out by several small figures. It's so cold outside. And you guys are still exercising. Your energy is too intense. Zhang Yi exclaimed. It was reasonable. Given the current situation, no one knew when they might die. Before dying, a living being's first thought is to pass on its life essence. Zhang Yi took a bite of a chocolate bar and said to the monitor, At this temperature, any exposed skin is at risk of life-threatening danger. Chapter 44. Why should I share my resources? Although no one had witnessed Lu Tiantian's fate, they could guess it. A girl falling into a pack of wolves. What could her outcome be? Even if Chen Jinghao and the others spared her life, losing all her resources meant she was just waiting to die. However, there was no excessive sorrow among them. Instead, they breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Tiantian could at least feed Chen Jinghao and the others for a while. Still, this served as a warning bell for the other homeowners. If things continued like this, they feared they wouldn't survive long either. That afternoon, Zhang Yi found himself suddenly pulled into another chat group. He chuckled in disbelief. In this unstable environment, people's suspicion grew heavier, and small factions multiplied. It seemed that by banding together, they believed they would become stronger. Zhang Yi glanced at the group members and saw only 6 or 7 people: Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing, Lin Kainan, and a few other neighbors. Zhang Yi frowned, unsure of their intentions. Soon, someone reached out to him. Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, it's too dangerous outside. Chen Jinghao and the others will eventually come for us. We must unite. Zhang Yi replied casually, "It's fine. I'm quite comfortable on my own." Lin Kaining interjected, "That's not the point. You're alone. While Qin Jinghao has 5 or 6 people and guns. You're not safe either." Zhang Yi smirked. "Why don't you ask Qin Jinghao who broke his leg?" Qin Jinghao had not dared to retaliate. He knew Zhang Yi was tough. Zhang Yi asked, "So what do you want?" Fang Yuqing quickly replied, "It's too dangerous for everyone to live separately. We decided to move in together so we can resist Qin Jinghao." Zhang Yi laughed. "So you think gathering means you won't fear Qin Jinghao's gun? Ridiculous. If numbers mattered, all 50 households in this building could stomp on Qin Jinghao and kill him. They were all cowards. Banding together was just seeking psychological comfort." Another group member spoke up. His name was Sun Jichao. And Zhang Yi remembered he was a white-collar worker in finance. "With more people, at least they will think twice. We can also seal the doors together. So we won't have to worry about them breaking in. We just need a good stronghold." Fang Yuqing chimed in. "Zhang Yi, your home has a balcony. And the security door is particularly sturdy. It's perfect for resisting Qin Jinghao. We hope you can join our team to fight back." At this point, Zhang Yi understood. Fang Yuqing must have told them that his house was great. They likely knew he had a perfect insulation system and plenty of food. Zhang Yi scoffed. Their scheme was so loud he could hear it from 10 floors up. Zhang Yi bluntly said, "I don't need it. Thanks. I'm doing just fine on my own. If you want to cohabitate, find somewhere else." What a joke. 7 or 8 people crammed into his home. In this situation, who was human and who was a ghost was unclear. That would only bring danger to himself. Besides, Zhang Yi owed them nothing. Why should he? After Zhang Yi rejected them, the group members were clearly unhappy. Sun Jichao said, "Zhang Yi, everyone is in danger. You can't be so short-sighted. Only by sticking together can we survive." Another member, Wang Min, added, "It's just because your floor has a balcony, making it easier to collect snowmelt that we chose your home. You think we're taking advantage of you, but we can protect you too." Zhang Yi twisted his mouth in a smirk. He sent a message in the group, "Protect me?" The series of question marks reflected his inner sarcasm. Did they know what kind of life he was living now? Protect him? They had the nerve to say that. Fang Yuqing, hiding under her blanket, bit her lip and then unleashed her verbal assault. She knew Zhang Yi hated her and wouldn't let her in. So she was now using the group to morally blackmail him. She felt that life was at stake. Even if she, Lin Kaining, Zhou Peng, and others had wronged him before, Zhang Yi should be magnanimous. Lin Kaining said, "Zhang Yi, okay, I admit we need your help. But think about it. If you let us into your home for refuge, you could save 7 or 8 lives. Can you bear to watch us be killed by Qin Jinghao? We've been friends and neighbors for so many years." Zhang Yi indeed knew all 7 or 8 people. Some had decent relationships, and a few were colleagues. They all urged Zhang Yi to let them in based on their past friendship. Unfortunately, after experiencing persecution and death in his previous life, Zhang Yi was no longer the soft-hearted person he once was. Most of the people in this group had also been part of that betrayal. In the apocalypse, what was there to discuss about humanity? Only surviving on your own is the true way. So he said, "At such a time, can everyone live on their own abilities? You have no value to me. So why should I protect you?" After saying this, Zhang Yi directly chose to leave the group. Trying to take advantage of him is simply a dream. Only by lacking morals would one not be kidnapped. After chatting, Zhang Yi took out a box of potato chips from another space. He went to the window, sat on a soft imported lounge chair, and ate chips while enjoying the view outside. Not to mention, apart from the extreme cold outside, the snowy scene is truly beautiful. The earth is covered in silver, without any mixed colors, pleasing to the eye. At that moment, he suddenly saw a swaying black appear on the 18th floor ahead, followed by a desperate scream. Zhang Yi looked closely and realized that it was a person falling from the sky. In an instant, they fell into snow that was at least 6 or 7 meters deep. The outside temperature was over -70 degrees. Falling into such a thick pile of snow meant certain death. It seemed that the situation in other apartment buildings was similar to this one. Faced with dwindling supplies, people began to fight for resources, even resorting to violence and murder. Wherever there are people, everything is evolving towards a hell on earth. Zhang Yi continued to eat chips, calculating the future situation in his mind. It seemed that besides being wary of the neighbors in this building, he also needed to be more cautious of the survivors outside. In the apocalypse, anything could happen. Chapter 45. Deciding to launch a strong attack in Building 25, Qin Jinghao and others had robbed several households, directly and indirectly causing the deaths of 5 people. This situation prompted many residents in the apartment building to begin uniting. Their solution to this problem was to not disperse and live together. They then blocked the doors with heavy objects to prevent Qin Jinghao and others from breaking in. As for the water supply, it was obtained through the windows. Some residents on higher floors had balconies that also received snow. On Fang Yuqing's side, they all moved into Wang Min's home on the 18th floor. Wang Min was Zhou Peng's cousin. She ran a cosmetics business in Tianhai City and was considered an independent, strong woman. Therefore, she had some assets. Her home had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, the same layout as Zhang Yi's. The other people were her colleagues and good friends. After all, in the apocalypse, even if they wanted to band together, they only dared to find trustworthy people. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were allowed to come over only because Zhou Peng vouched for them. As for the proof of loyalty, it was naturally Zhang Yi's situation at home. At this moment, a group of people sat in the living room, wrapped in thick down jackets, with scarves around their necks, almost sealing themselves completely. Since Zhang Yi had rejected the proposal to live together, everyone's mood was somewhat poor. Wang Min looked at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning and said lightly, "The reason I agreed to let you in was because of my cousin's face. And you promised to persuade Zhang Yi to let us live in his home. Now that Zhang Yi completely disagrees, what do you think we should do about this?" Zhou Peng was a sycophant, but Wang Min was perceptive and immediately saw that these two girls were not easy to deal with. Therefore, if they weren't bringing up Zhang Yi, Wang Min would never have let them join. Fang Yuqing quickly said, "Sister Wang, listen to me. Zhang Yi's supplies are really abundant. And he even has a fireplace. As long as we can live in his house, our future days will be very good." After being repeatedly rejected by Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing and the others no longer held any illusions about him. So they sold out all the information about Zhang Yi's home, including the photos and videos he sent them. Lin Caning also said, "Yes, you've all seen the videos. You should understand how comfortable Zhang Yi's home is right now. If we all work hard, we can live in Zhang Yi's house. Not only can we resist Chen Jinghao, but we can also live comfortably." Wang Min and the others couldn't help but take out their phones again to look at the videos Fang Yuqing had forwarded to them. The videos showed scenes from Zhang Yi's home, which were extremely eye-catching and made their eyes shine. Wang Min frowned, but his attitude is clear. He is unwilling to let us in. At this moment, Sun Jichao, who was wearing glasses, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a low voice, "This kind of person is too selfish and completely disregards others' lives. There's no need to be polite to such people. I think, since he is all alone at home, why not use some special means?" As soon as Sun Jichao said this, everyone turned to look. It was obvious that everyone understood what Sun Jichao meant: to break into Zhang Yi's home and force him to give up the house. His friend Lu Tao also loudly supported. "I think this is a good idea. Such selfish people only think of themselves and don't understand how to consider others. Why should he live in such a good house?" Wang Min frowned slightly, but according to Zhou Peng, their security door was very sturdy. They were not like Chen Jinghao and his group, who were skilled at this. Zhou Peng also said, "Yes, and Zhang Yi is particularly despicable. The last time we knocked on his door to find him, he actually poured urine on us from above." Mentioning that incident made Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning feel nauseated, almost throwing up. Even now, they could still smell the scent Zhang Yi left on their hair and skin. If it weren't for the cold making their noses stuffy, the smell would have driven them away. Sun Jichao adjusted his glasses and sneered, "This matter is actually easy to handle, as long as we wrap ourselves up tightly, wear masks, and carry umbrellas. We won't be afraid of his tricks. As for breaking the door, he looked at Lu Tao, who coughed and said, "I used to work at a locksmith company, so I'm very familiar with this kind of thing. I can open all kinds of locks commonly used in the market." Hearing Lu Tao say this, Fang Yuqing and the others were so excited they almost jumped up. "Great. As long as we can open their security door, with so many of us rushing in, I want to see how Zhang Yi, that bastard, will resist." Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth and cursed. She had pleaded with Zhang Yi before, but he refused to let her in, even humiliating her in various ways, which made Fang Yuqing hate Zhang Yi to the bone. "Once they get inside, I will definitely press his head into the toilet and make him eat it." Nearby, the sycophant Zhou Peng eagerly approached and said, "I'll take care of that later." Zhou Peng's rudeness made Fang Yuqing feel very uncomfortable, but since she still needed Zhou Peng, she smiled and said, "Good, good, then you should eat more beans and onions." A group of people looked very happy. They obviously thought that with so many of them working together, Zhang Yi would never be able to resist. So, a group of them found umbrellas, wrapped themselves up tightly, and brought some tools for breaking in as they headed toward Zhang Yi's home. Zhang Yi had installed an alarm system. As soon as there was movement on his floor, it would automatically alert him. So when this group climbed up the stairs, Zhang Yi knew about it immediately. Through the surveillance, he saw the group of people. But since they were wrapped up tightly, Zhang Yi thought it was Chen Jinghao bringing people over. "Just in time, he didn't manage to kill you last time. So it would be nice to give you some lessons this time," Zhang Yi said with a cold smile. However, he still didn't plan to let Chen Jinghao die right now. If Chen Jinghao died, who would clean up these bastard neighbors in the apartment building? That would mean no good show to watch. The group of people wrapped up tightly immediately opened several umbrellas after arriving not far from Zhang Yi's house. Now, no matter whether Zhang Yi sprayed water or used stink bombs to drive them away, he couldn't get rid of them in a short time. All of this was information provided by Fang Yuqing. She naively thought that no matter how many defensive measures Zhang Yi had prepared at home, the resources in a room were ultimately limited. Spraying water and using stink bombs were Zhang Yi's last resorts. Chapter 46 High Voltage. The people had arrived at Zhang Yi's door, holding umbrellas. But the Dragon Security Company had installed an unusually high number of pinhole cameras on this floor. They could capture the movements of the visitors from various angles. After a group of people arrived at the door, Zhang Yi saw one person pull out a few shiny metal tools from his pocket. Then he poked them into the keyhole of the security door. Picking the lock, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, but didn't care. If their security door could be pried open so easily, the professionals from Dragon Security Company might as well eat shit. This door was not only of world-class security level, comparable to a bank vault, but also had 5 layers of defense added. To open the outermost lock, it required a world-class locksmith. Not to mention the physical lever added inside. The more complex something is, the simpler the way to unlock it, while simple things are harder to deal with. For example, Zhang Yi's door. Since he never intended to go out, he had directly inserted a steel rod with a diameter of 10 into it. Unless someone continuously crashed into it with a car, it couldn't be broken by human strength. Moreover, Zhang Yi had considered the possibility of others picking the lock, so he specially added a type of defense. Zhang Yi looked at the surveillance on the TV, then took out his phone, opened the safe house control software, and gently pressed a button. Instantly, a massive electric current flowed through the security door. Lu Tao, who was focused on picking the lock, let out a scream as the powerful current coursed through his body. The few people nearby turned pale with fright and hurriedly stepped back. "Help me!" Lu Tao cried out in agony to his companions. The powerful current gripped him like a vice, making it impossible for him to break free. Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng, and others were dumbfounded. They didn't expect such a situation to happen, and they didn't have suitable insulating tools to use. Soon, smoke began to rise from Lu Tao's body, and a charred smell filled the air. Boom! He fell to the ground, his clothes burned to shreds, with his skin on his arms and face already charred. Clearly, he wouldn't survive. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning screamed. Witnessing someone die right in front of them had a tremendous impact. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's lips curled up slightly. Strangely, he felt a bit of relief. But who could they blame? They dared to plot against Zhang Yi. They deserved to die. Wang Min and others felt a chill in their hearts, and the plan to pick the lock was declared a failure. Sun Jichao and Lu Tao had been buddies for years, and seeing his brother die tragically filled his eyes with rage. "Zhang Yi, you bastard, get out here." He picked up a shovel in his hand and smashed it against Zhang Yi's door. The sound was loud enough to be heard several floors away. However, that massive iron door showed no signs of denting or damage. After the paint on the surface chipped away, it revealed the heavy alloy beneath. Zhang Yi approached the door, hands in his pockets, with a mocking look on his face. "You think you can break my door? Aren't you just asking for death?" He shook his head, sighing, "Hey, isn't it good to be alive?" Upon hearing Zhang Yi's mocking voice, the few people outside were both shocked and angry. Wang Min shouted, "Zhang Yi, we originally wanted to come and discuss living together with you peacefully. How could you resort to killing? You're even worse than Qin Zhenghao. You're a murderous devil." Upon hearing a woman's voice, Zhang Yi also realized that the people outside were not Qin Zhenghao. However, he felt no regret in killing Lu Tao. After all, such people deserve to die. Then he thought about who the people in front of him were. They must be Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning's group. After all, only they knew how comfortable it was in Zhang Yi's home. Zhang Yi's expression turned grim, and he scolded mercilessly. "Are you pretending with me? You came to my house to break the door, wanting to seize my house. You deserve to die? How dare you bark here? It's simply laughable." Sun Jichao pretended to be calm. "Zhang Yi, we mean no harm. We just want to talk to you. But you didn't even tell us and killed our good brother Lu Tao. Isn't that too much? Are you really not planning to give us an explanation?" Zhang Yi laughed heartily. "Just come over to talk? Inviting yourselves and directly coming to pry my door? Is that called talking? Oomph." After prying open the door, the next step is probably to kill me or drive me out to fend for myself. Then you can enjoy the safe house I prepared with great effort, right? The few people exchanged glances. This was indeed their original plan. Sun Jichao's frown deepened. The tragic death of his good brother made him hate Zhang Yi to the core. However, now, how to break in was the most important thing. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Zhang Yi, we give you one last chance. Open the door and let us in. Otherwise, the consequences are something you can't bear." Fang Yuqing also shouted from outside, "Zhang Yi, we won't hurt you. We just want to live together and face the disaster together. Don't be ungrateful." Lin Caning followed up, "Yeah, at worst, let you stay in the master bedroom. And we can provide you with resources first." At this moment, they were very excited, because just a wall away was paradise. And they had been waiting for this day for a long time. Zhang Yi scoffed at their words. "Have you lost your minds? This house originally belongs to me. Yet you act like the owners distributing it. If you have the ability, use it. Let me see if you can break in." While speaking, Zhang Yi's hands were not idle. He had already loaded the bullets into his gun and was holding a crossbow. The hunting moment was about to begin. Through the surveillance, he could clearly see everything outside and even hear their quiet conversations. Sun Jichao and the others huddled together, discussing their next move. Among them, the most timid Gu Jiaoyang nervously asked what to do. Now that Lu Tao is dead, no one can pick the lock. Shall we retreat? It would be bad if we attracted Qin Zhenghao and his group's attention. However, Sun Jichao scolded, "What are you afraid of? We're on the 24th floor. Qin Zhenghao and his group would be exhausted just climbing up. Even if they want to kill or loot, they would first target the people on the lower floors." Wang Min said with a serious expression, "This Zhang Yi is indeed difficult to deal with. He seems to have been well prepared as if he already knew the apocalypse was coming." Chapter 47. Tetanus arrows indeed. Some people gradually began to realize Zhang Yi's abnormality. In this icy apocalypse, everyone was suffering from hunger and cold. Even those with supplies at home were struggling. But he was the only one who was well-fed and warmly dressed, even choosing to install a fireplace in the southern city of Tianhai. Plus, with a sturdy security door, it was obvious he was prepared for such situations. Zhou Peng sneered and angrily said, "If that is the case, then this Zhang Yi is even more despicable." He clearly knew a snow disaster was coming but only thought about himself, not even informing the neighbors. He spat vehemently. Because of his personal grudge against Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng never missed an opportunity to slander him. Wang Min and the others frowned, ignoring Zhou Peng. After all, if it were them, they would certainly prioritize their own and their family's safety, not caring about others' lives. The question is, what should we do next? Is prying the door out of the question? Can we break the door directly? Wang Min said as she looked at Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyang. These three were the few men in their group. If they were to forcefully break the door, they would be the main force. The few of them whispered and discussed for a while. Zhang Yi, through the surveillance, saw them leaving the stairs again. He held a gun in his left hand and a crossbow in his right, leisurely watching them leave. Zhang Yi could have taken action and shot two of them. However, he was not in a hurry. Life had been too dull lately, and he needed some excitement. So he wanted to see how these people planned to break the door. This was also preparation for dealing with more troublesome opponents in the future. After a while, they returned again. This time, they brought a thick, large piece of wood, which seemed to have been disassembled from a bed. Several women stood nearby holding umbrellas to prevent Zhang Yi from splashing cold water on them. The three men raised the wood and charged toward the front door. The sound was loud, and Zhang Yi could feel the walls trembling. However, he was not worried. The 20-centimeter thick steel plate wouldn't break unless the opposing team had a Hulk among them. Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyang were desperately colliding with the door. Zhang Yi simply sat on the sofa, his eyes fixed on them crashing against the door, and he monitored the changes in the house through his phone. This was a special design from the Dragon Security Company for users, allowing them to check the overall movements of their home at any time. He was also cautious, holding his weapon steadily. If he sensed something was wrong, he would strike. However, after crashing for half a day, the whole building knew about it, and the door remained as sturdy as ever. Aside from a few white spots, there wasn't even a dent. 5 minutes passed, and the group was completely dumbfounded. How thick is this door? Even a bank vault door isn't that strong. What kind of house uses this kind of door? Sun Jichao and the others were almost in despair, roaring in anger. It was a sound of unwillingness and despair. Zhang Yi, who saw this scene through the surveillance, smiled slightly, feeling much more at ease about the quality of his safe house. All right, now it's time to teach you a lesson. Zhang Yi stood up, put the handgun in his pocket, and then opened an iron box. Inside this iron box were 20 crossbow arrows, but strangely, they were all rusty. Normally, this type of alloy arrow is hard to rust, but these 20 were all mottled with rust, as if they had been stored in a damp environment for years. In fact, they were all deliberately rusted by Zhang Yi. Just a slight scratch on the skin could pose a tetanus risk. In this environment where medical help was unattainable, it wouldn't be immediately fatal, but would lead to infections and pus-filled wounds. If a person was hit by one of these arrows, they would either have to choose amputation to save their lives or wait to die in extreme pain. This experience was learned by Zhang Yi from Chen Jinghao. Although Chen Jinghao's leg was ruined, he still survived through some means. However, next time, if he were hit by another tetanus arrow, Zhang Yi would like to see how he would survive. Zhang Yi revealed a devilish smile, and then climbed up to the shooting hole. Fang Yuqing and the others were holding umbrellas and couldn't see what was happening below. Zhang Yi didn't care about that, and shot directly under the umbrella. If they died, it would be their luck. If they survived, even better. Whoosh! The tetanus arrow pierced through the umbrella, followed by a piercing scream. Zhang Yi quickly loaded a second arrow, without waiting for them to react. He didn't even need to aim since they were all standing together. The second arrow was shot out, and another scream followed. Zhang Yi quickly loaded again and drew his bow. Only then did those people react, screaming and fleeing in all directions. Zhang Yi was calm and unhurried, aiming at them and shooting, deliberately avoiding vital areas, aiming specifically at arms and thighs. Of the remaining 6 people, 3 were hit by arrows, and 1 was hit by 2. However, due to the slow loading speed of the crossbow, before Zhang Yi could shoot another arrow at them, they had already run into his visual blind spot. Zhang Yi shrugged. It didn't matter, after all. Those guys were already dead and would die a miserable death in extreme pain. As for the others, Zhang Yi had plenty of time to play with them slowly. It's still true that time was on Zhang Yi's side. Otherwise, it wouldn't be said that Zhang Yi was steady, even at this moment. He still hadn't gone out to deliver the final blow. Let us just say he was steady. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of being injured, Zhang Yi wouldn't take that risk. The consumption of crossbow arrows was a big problem. Zhang Yi frowned, starting to think long-term. He had originally bought 300 crossbow arrows and 300 regular arrows. After using them up, he couldn't go out to retrieve them. Although there were still many left, if one does not plan for the future, one will be in trouble soon. After pondering for a while, Zhang Yi suddenly had a brainwave. He opened the alternate space and randomly rummaged through it, immediately finding what he wanted. The warehouse had many marbles used for bearings, which could also be fired from the crossbow. There were also those toy glass marbles. Although they weren't as lethal as steel balls, when shot from a professional-grade crossbow, their power was still considerable. Even if the crossbow arrows ran out, there were plenty of metal products inside that could be disassembled and modified. Zhang Yi immediately felt relieved. With these things, I can eat for a lifetime. He was comfortable, but some people were in dire straits at this time. Fang Yuqing and the other 7 originally wanted to rely on their numbers to rob Zhang Yi's house. But the result was that they failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice. Not only did one person die, but 3 others were shot by crossbow bolts and had to flee in a sorry state. They didn't even dare to retrieve Lu Tao's body. Chapter 48. Waiting for death without medicine. Fang Yuqing, Wang Min, Sun Jichao, and others fled back like stray dogs. After closing the door behind them, the group was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. Especially the injured, who gritted their teeth in pain and collapsed onto the sofa. Zhang Yi's arrows struck Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoyang. After all, they were the main attackers and were closest to Zhang Yi's door. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, having witnessed Zhang Yi's methods before, intentionally stood further back and were not hit by arrows. This led to the situation where out of the 7 who had gone, 4 men were either dead or had been hit by tetanus arrows. Due to the cold weather, they initially didn't feel much pain. However, upon returning home, they had to grit their teeth and take off their clothes to endure the extreme cold. When they saw the wounds, their faces all changed. If it had been ordinary arrows, it would have been manageable. Pull them out, disinfect with alcohol, and take some anti-inflammatory medicine. But these arrows were covered in rust, without antibiotics. Once infected, in the current environment, they could only wait for death, and it would be a terribly tragic one. No, how could this happen? Sun Jichao's pupils constricted. He understood what this meant, and the fear of death instantly enveloped him. Smack! A crisp sound rang out as Wang Min angrily slapped Fang Yuqing. The injured were all her close friends and family, and all of this was because Fang Yuqing had urged them to rob Zhang Yi's house. How could she not be furious? You bitches, it's all your fault. Didn't you say his house only had a sturdy door? Why were there arrows? Did you know about it beforehand, which is why you ran so far? Why are you all fine? Wang Min was not small in stature. She was much taller than Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. That slap immediately scared Fang Yuqing into trembling. Fang Yuqing covered her face and shed tears of grievance. I don't know. The last 2 times we went, he didn't attack us with crossbow arrows. Zhou Peng, who had been hit in the arm, hurriedly struggled over to shield Fang Yuqing. Cousin, don't do this. I can testify that Yuqing really didn't know. Wang Min saw her cousin being so foolish and felt a deep frustration. She pointed at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Then why are they both completely fine? Humph. I saw them hiding far away just now. Lin Caning was unhappy and muttered quietly. You weren't hurt either. Why are you blaming us? Wang Min was furious and cursed. I was just lucky not to get shot. Now we're all suffering because of you. You two get the hell out. Sun Jichao, however, reached out to stop Wang Min and gave her a look. We're all injured now. Someone has to take care of us. He whispered. He didn't want to die yet. They had to pull the arrows out and pray not to get infected to survive. Wang Min's chest heaved violently as she glared hatefully at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Come help already. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning lowered their heads, a hint of resentment flashing in their eyes, but they still went to help the injured tend to their wounds. After unbuttoning their clothes and seeing the severity of the arrow wounds, their faces immediately turned pale. Zhang Yi's crossbow arrows were professional grade, capable of hunting wild boars and coyotes. When shot into a person, they embedded deeply. They had no professional medical personnel here, nor any specialized equipment, and there was simply no way to treat it. If things went wrong, it could directly lead to severe bleeding and death. Wang Min pondered for a moment and said, we can only call Dr. Zhou for help. The Dr. Zhou she mentioned was Zhou Ku-er. Previously, when Lin Xiaohu had his liver ruptured from a kick, she helped save his life. Wang Min stepped aside and called Zhou Ku-er. Before long, Zhou Ku-er arrived. Wang Min rushed over, excitedly grabbing Zhou Ku-er's hand. Dr. Zhou, our lives depend on you. Zhou Ku-er was dressed in a black knee-length down coat, wrapping herself tightly, but still couldn't hide her tall and slender figure. She carried an iron medical box on her shoulder. Upon entering the room and glancing at everyone's injuries, she immediately frowned. Another arrow wound? Wang Min blinked curiously. Again? Who else was shot? An unnatural look crossed Zhou Ku-er's face. No, it's from previous patients at the hospital. Wang Min felt a bit strange, but didn't have time to think about it now. Dr. Zhou, please hurry and check on them. Zhou Ku-er didn't waste any time and walked over to examine the injuries. By now, their faces were already frighteningly pale. Because the arrows couldn't be pulled out, they couldn't stop the bleeding, and in temperatures below -60 to 70 degrees, this was inherently deadly. Zhou Ku-er took a look and frowned. Their injuries are too deep. Unless there is specialized equipment, I can't guarantee I can perform surgery successfully. Wang Min quickly said, Dr. Zhou, it's already this time. Just go ahead and do it. We trust you. Zhou Kuer shook her head. The arrows are covered in rust, which could cause infection. I can at most pull the arrows out, but without antibiotics, there will still be an infection. By then, I'm afraid she didn't say the rest, but everyone at the scene understood what that meant. In these conditions, once infected, it would be certain death. Wang Min's tears immediately flowed down. Sun Jichao and the others were her close friends, and Zhou Peng was her cousin. In the apocalypse, people inherently felt insecure. Losing so many friends and family in one day would definitely break someone. That Zhang Yi has such a cruel heart. He must have done it on purpose. How could he be so vicious? Even if we took his house, we wouldn't take his life. Wang Min cursed in sorrow. Zhang Yi. Zhou Kuer recalled that name, remembering that she had met him a few times and vaguely remembered him as a sunny and handsome man. However, due to her cold personality, she didn't have much interaction with him. In any case, without medicine, just pulling out the arrows would still pose a great risk to life. I hope you all understand, Zhou Kuer said. At this point, she no longer avoided anything. In the apocalypse, everyone should be prepared to die at any moment. Suddenly, Fang Yuqing seemed to think of something. She excitedly said, Medicine? I remember Zhang Yi has some. Chapter 49. Pleading with Zhang Yi for medicine. Wang Min and Sun Jichao were immediately excited upon hearing that Zhang Yi had medicine. When faced with death, people will grasp at any straw of hope. Sun Jichao struggled to ask, is this true? Does he really have medicine? Wang Min stared at her intently. Fang Yuqing, you shouldn't lie either. Because of you, several of us have been seriously injured. Now, just hearing Zhang Yi's name makes her feel fearful. Fang Yuqing said, it was about a month ago. Since then, Zhang Yi seems to have changed completely. He started hoarding things at home like crazy. I could see delivery trucks bringing him supplies almost every day. Once, I saw a medical company's truck come to our neighborhood, and Zhang Yi went to receive it. Then, they carried 2 large boxes to his house. It must be medication inside. Zhou Kuer, upon hearing this, also said, antibiotics aren't rare medications. If he really knew in advance about the disaster and hoarded supplies, he must have a lot of antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs on hand. As a doctor, Zhou Kuer was very certain of this. Sun Jichao seemed to see a glimmer of hope for survival, and the light in his eyes became somewhat frantic. Then go find Zhang Yi and have him bring the medicine to save my life. My injuries are because of him, so he must save me. Wang Min gritted her teeth, looking conflicted. But after what just happened, he must despise us. How could he bring us medicine? Gu Jiaoyang could no longer endure the pain. Lying on the sofa, he was groaning in agony. Oh, I feel like I'm dying. Think of a way. Go plead with Zhang Yi, we must be saved. Fang Yuqing also said, we haven't harmed him, and we even planned to leave some supplies for him after breaking in. Instead, he didn't appreciate our good intentions and tried to kill us. We are the just side, what are we afraid of? Zhou Kuer, hearing their remarks, basically understood what had happened, and a look of incredulity flashed in her eyes. However, this matter had nothing to do with her, so she didn't comment further. Instead, she opened the medical box and took out some gauze to stop the bleeding for a few people. The medical box was nearly empty. The medications she had at home were meant for emergencies, so there wouldn't be much. Moreover, in recent days, she had helped several neighbors with treatment, so her stock was naturally depleted. If Wang Min and the others couldn't get any medicine, perhaps all she could do was help remove the arrows and then bandage them up as best as she could. At least that might make their deaths less painful. The group was saying nice things. Until now, they still believed they were in the right. They were just trying to survive. How could that be wrong? They could only blame Zhang Yi for being too selfish. Why should he enjoy such good living conditions all to himself? After thinking for a while, Wang Min suddenly pointed at Fang Yuqing and said, this matter will be left to you. I know that Zhang Yi pursued you before, so you are the most suitable to handle this. Sun Jichao and Gu Jiaoyang weakly agreed. After all, this whole situation was initiated by Fang Yuqing. If she hadn't told them about Zhang Yi's situation and insisted that his defenses weren't strong and that it would be easy to break through, they wouldn't have been so foolish as to take the risk. Although Zhou Peng was somewhat reluctant to let Fang Yuqing plead with Zhang Yi, the intense pain in his arm and the danger of death made him choose to side with Wang Min. He said to Fang Yuqing, Yuqing, we are a team, right? This matter will trouble you a bit. We all need to survive to protect you. Fang Yuqing looked conflicted, and her heart was very unwilling. After all, she had been humiliated by Zhang Yi before. However, she had no choice now. It was through her relationship with Zhou Peng that she could join this group. Otherwise, as such a weak woman, she would be of little help against bullies like Qin Zhenghao. Other teams wouldn't choose to let her join. Even if she could join, she might end up being treated as a toy. Women, especially those who could only act spoiled and were pretty but had no other skills, were considered so cheap in the apocalypse. Zhou Kuer picked up a scalpel. With limited conditions, sterilization was impossible. Even if there was an alcohol lamp, it would congeal in this temperature. Moreover, without medications, sterilization was merely a meaningless task. She had Sun Jichao bite on a towel and then began to remove the arrows. In a surgery without anesthesia, soon there were screams like that of a slaughtered pig and Sun Jichao was about to bite through the towel in his mouth. The whole room was horrified and hurriedly urged Fang Yuqing to ask Zhang Yi for medicine. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth and dialed Zhang Yi's WeChat voice call. Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Yi was at home, preparing to eat something. It's quite miraculous. Although it was his first time killing someone, he felt incredibly calm inside. There was no fear, but rather an excitement from the successful revenge. This satisfied him. To survive in the apocalypse, one must have such a mindset. He had genuinely feared that he might vomit or have insomnia. After all, he had experienced more desperate situations than anyone else, and nothing could easily break his mental state. At that moment, the phone rang. Zhang Yi curiously picked it up, and, upon seeing that it was Fang Yuqing calling, his eyes widened, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. Oh, after being beaten so badly by me, are you calling to scold me now? Without hesitation, Zhang Yi answered the call. The more miserable the other party was, the happier he felt. He put it on speaker and started cooking lunch in the kitchen. Hello, what's the matter? Zhang Yi's voice was very gentle, as if he hadn't just killed Lu Tao and shot at Sun Jichao and the others. However, the more he spoke like this, the more chilling it felt to Fang Yuqing and the others. Under the gazes of several people, Fang Yuqing also spoke on speaker. She pleaded, Zhang Yi, Lu Tao is dead, and Zhou Peng and the others have been shot by you. They're dying too. She cried terribly, seemingly trying to win Zhang Yi's sympathy. However, Zhang Yi only said lightly, oh, dead is dead. Whether it's early or late, they will die anyway. Holding a knife, he leaned closer to the microphone and said in a ghostly tone, you don't think you can survive this snow disaster, do you? This voice felt like it came from hell, sending chills down Wang Min and the others' spines. Zhang Yi had voiced their deepest fear. The heavy snow had sealed off the city, and their building had become an island. Even if they survived now, their supplies would soon run out. Even if they weren't killed by Qin Jinghao, they would freeze to death or starve. Fang Yuqing trembled and cried, Zhang Yi, I know it's my fault. It's all my fault for not accepting your pursuit. But now I want to change. Can you forgive me? Chapter 50, Teasing the White Lotus. Zhang Yi replied indifferently. What do you think? Next to Fang Yuqing, Wang Min and the others urged her to quickly get to the point. Fang Yuqing sniffed, crying, Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng and the others were shot by you and are seriously injured now. There's no medicine at home. They will die from infection. Didn't you buy a lot of medicine before? Please lend us some. She promised, I guarantee I won't disturb you again in the future. Zhang Yi's hand paused while cooking as he was perplexed by Fang Yuqing's illogical reasoning. Fang Yuqing, do you know why I shot them with rusty arrows? I want them to suffer and die after being infected. That is my goal. You actually came to borrow medicine from me? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Yi scolded with a smile. Didn't Fang Yuqing and the others understand this? But now, if they didn't shamelessly come to find Zhang Yi, they could only watch helplessly as a few companions died, and the three men, Zhou Peng and his friends, were their hope for survival in the future. Fang Yuqing cried and said, Zhang Yi, we were wrong. Please let them go this time, and we promise we won't bother you again in the future. The world is so tough right now, we should help each other. Can't you be a little less cold-blooded? Wouldn't you feel happy if they died? Before Fang Yuqing could finish, Zhang Yi said decisively, yes, I feel very happy right now. Fang Yuqing was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. Wang Min hurried over and said to Zhang Yi, I'm Wang Min. Do you remember I treated you to a meal before? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Wang Min had previously asked him for help to get a batch of goods at a low price from the warehouse. Zhang Yi had eaten a meal from her, but had helped her earn a lot later. Do you think that's interesting? Zhang Yi sneered in response. Wang Min swallowed hard, and the sound of Zhou Peng's screams came from the living room. Upon hearing it, Zhang Yi looked pleased, wishing he could see their miserable state. Wang Min said, Zhang Yi, everyone is in a precarious situation, and with the bully Qin Jinghao around, it's really dangerous. Leaving a line for others might come in handy in the future. If you give us the medicine this time, I, Wang Min, will remember your kindness and definitely repay you. Zhang Yi disdainfully said, kindness? Do you think I'm an idiot? Those guys were injured by me, and one of them is dead right at my doorstep. No matter what I do, this grudge will never end. Helping you, just so you can come back to take revenge on me later? That's hilarious. Wang Min wanted to explain, we're not that kind of people. Stop. It's really pointless. Zhang Yi clicked his tongue. Whether you are that kind of person or not doesn't matter to me. What matters is that I don't believe you are that kind of person, so I won't save you. Save those who want to harm themselves? That's pure saintly behavior. No matter how flowery the other party's words are, Zhang Yi will not waver. Seeing that Zhang Yi was unyielding, the few of them became anxious. Wang Min's brows furrowed. Zhang Yi, you mustn't push us too hard. If you want us to die, we don't know what we might do. In response to Wang Min's threat, Zhang Yi laughed disdainfully. Haven't you already done everything you could? If you had the ability, you would have stormed into my house, killed me, and taken everything from me long ago. I'm not easily scared. This trick won't work on me. Fang Yuqing grabbed the phone and cried, Zhang Yi, must we go this far? We used to get along so well. Why can't we put aside our grudges and start over? Actually, I've always had feelings for you. At that moment, Zhou Peng next door was biting a towel and undergoing surgery. Hearing this, his eyes nearly popped out, and he cried even harder. Facing this green tea girl, Zhang Yi was quite impressed. Her skin was thicker than the corners of a city wall. But it wasn't surprising, in this environment. Zhang Yi was like a wealthy tycoon. A gold digger's persistence towards a wealthy tycoon was top-notch. Suddenly, an evil thought crossed Zhang Yi's mind. He knew the others were not far away, and Zhou Peng could hear their conversation. So Zhang Yi deliberately said, "Hey, Yuqing, actually, I still have feelings for you. It's just that you hurt me too deeply back then for me to let go." This sentence was like a match, igniting the dawn of hope for Fang Yuqing. Ignoring the angry gazes of those around her, she excitedly trembled and said, "Brother Zhang Yi, I knew you still loved me. You're so silly. The person I like the most is you. Those previous things were just to test you. Oh, you blockhead, why don't you understand my feelings?" Wang Min and the others nearby felt nauseated, and Zhou Peng was so angry he nearly fainted. However, everyone thought if Fang Yuqing really got close to Zhang Yi, they might have a chance to get his house and supplies, so they remained silent. "Brother Zhang Yi, let me move into your house. From now on, I'll be your woman. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it." Zhang Yi smiled slightly. "Sure." Fang Yuqing jumped up in excitement, more thrilled than if she had just drunk soy milk. Lin Kainin anxiously said, "Take me with you. Take me with you." Fang Yuqing shot her a cold glance. Secretly laughing, Zhang Yi's cool voice came from the phone again. "But Yuqing, the only one I love is you. So I can only accept you coming over. As for those who are not reliable, you'd better keep your distance. The environment is so difficult now. We shouldn't let a group of people hold us back, right?" Upon hearing this, everyone present changed color. They had hoped that if Fang Yuqing hooked up with Zhang Yi, they would all benefit. But it sounded like Zhang Yi wanted to cut ties with them. Fang Yuqing was extremely excited at this moment, completely ignoring the people beside her. She nodded vigorously, promising, Okay, everything will be up to you, brother. I'll listen to you. Then you come over now, don't worry about the others. I'll come right over. Just wait for me." Fang Yuqing's excited little face was flushed, and thinking about escaping her hellish life, she forgot everything else. Immediately, she ran towards the door. Wang Min and the others were filled with rage. Seeing Fang Yuqing really about to leave them behind and go to Zhang Yi, Lin Kainin reached out and grabbed her. Fang Yuqing turned her head. Her expression twisted as she roared, "Get away from me. Don't stop me from going to Zhang Yi's house. I've had enough of this life." As soon as her words fell, Wang Min's heavy slap landed hard on her face. "You shameless bitch. You got us into this mess and now want to leave us behind. No way." Chapter 51. No medicine, just wait to get infected. Wang Min and the others were furious. "It was you, Fang Yuqing, who initially came and lured us to attack Zhang Yi's house. As a result, now some are dead, some are injured, and you want to abandon everyone and enjoy yourself? No way." Zhou Peng, who was undergoing surgery, was even more furious upon hearing that Fang Yuqing wanted to find Zhang Yi. "Yuqing, how can you do this to me? Didn't you say you hated Zhang Yi the most? Do you remember you said you would be my woman?" Fang Yuqing, having been slapped by Wang Min, held her face but stubbornly said through gritted teeth, "Is there something wrong with me pursuing my own happiness? Being with you all is just temporary. Once we run out of supplies, aren't we just waiting to die? Zhang Yi's place is so comfortable, with food and drink, and I won't have to suffer from the cold. What's wrong with me going to him?" She looked at Zhou Peng, who was in pain, with an expression that said, "You need to understand me. Zhou Peng, you are a good person, and you have always treated me well in the past. However, when you love someone, you should hope for her happiness, right? Although you have helped me in the past, you shouldn't stop me from pursuing a better life. Can you give me more than Zhang Yi can?" Zhou Peng's face turned pale with fright, and he stammered, unsure how to refute her. Zhou Kuo frowned and said to him, "Don't move. Otherwise, if you cut an artery, you're finished." Wang Min became anxious and quickly went over to hold Zhou Peng down. "Cousin, don't get so angry over this cheap woman. Your life is more important." She took a deep breath and stared at Fang Yuqing, saying, "Fang Yuqing, if you want to leave, we won't stop you, but only if Zhang Yi brings medication to exchange." Lin Kaning blocked the door, holding her head high. "Fang Yuqing, if you're leaving, we're leaving together." Fang Yuqing glared at them with hatred and helplessly said to Zhang Yi, "Brother Zhang Yi, you heard them. They won't let me go? Why don't you just give them some medication?" Zhang Yi was watching the drama unfold in the kitchen. Hearing Fang Yuqing's words, he smiled slightly and said, "Medication is very precious. How can I trust that they aren't deceiving me? They might be deceiving you too. Who knows? They might kidnap you and use you to threaten me, constantly asking me for things." Qing'er, we can't be fooled. Since it was on speakerphone, everyone heard the conversation clearly. Zhou Peng was still shouting in agitation, "Yuqing, don't believe him. He's just playing you." "That's right, outsiders think so. But those involved are often confused, and under such circumstances, Fang Yuqing's mental state was already somewhat abnormal. Zhang Yi gave her a glimmer of hope, and she clung to it like a drowning person grasping at a straw. Even if she rationally understood that it wouldn't save her, she still held on tightly, unwilling to let go. She nodded repeatedly, yes, brother Zhang Yi, you make sense." After saying that, she rushed at Lin Kaning, who was blocking the door. "You filthy woman, get out of my way. Don't stop me." The two women immediately started to fight. To be able to go to Zhang Yi's house, Fang Yuqing completely lost her mind, fighting with red eyes. She desperately pulled Lin Caning's hair and bit her arm. Lin Caning, in pain, also went mad and fought back. The two fell to the ground, looking like two crazy women. Wang Min couldn't watch any longer. There were still several patients undergoing surgery, and if they kept fighting, it might affect the operations. So she joined the fray, and together with Lin Caning, they finally subdued the frenzied Fang Yuqing. "Oh, let go of me. You guys let me go. Let me go, let me go." Fang Yuqing screamed hoarsely, looking like a madwoman. Wang Min frowned, swung her palm, and slapped her face back and forth 6 or 7 times. Fang Yuqing was stunned by the blows and finally calmed down. Wang Min coldly said, "You want to leave? Dream on." She picked up Fang Yuqing's phone and went aside to call Zhang Yi. "Hey Zhang Yi, we have Fang Yuqing in our hands now. If you really want to save her, bring the medication to exchange." Zhang Yi shrugged. "You have too many people. I'm scared. What if you take the opportunity to kill me?" "So, Yuqing, although your brother really wants to live with you, they won't allow it. You can't blame your brother." Zhang Yi deliberately spoke very loudly. Naturally, Fang Yuqing heard this. She began to scream in pain. Her eyes filled with malice as she looked at Wang Min and the others. Zhang Yi timely hung up the phone, a wicked smile appearing on his lips. The cruelest thing in this world is to give a glimmer of hope to a desperate person, only to make it forever out of reach. He certainly wouldn't let that green tea White Lotus in. He just wanted to disgust those people. If worst came to worst, they could kill Fang Yuqing. On Fang Yuqing's side, after wailing for a long time, she finally broke down into tears of grievance. However, she did not hate Zhang Yi. Instead, she hated Zhou Peng and Wang Min. She felt that if it weren't for Zhou Peng and Wang Min stopping her, she would already be in Zhang Yi's house, enjoying exquisite food and the warmth of the fireplace. Wang Min looked at Fang Yuqing with disdain. She glanced at Lin Caning, pleased with her recent performance. At least she wasn't in league with Fang Yuqing. As expected of a good best friend, selling each other out in times of trouble. You saw it. This woman only thinks about herself and never considers others. If you want to continue being part of our team, keep a close eye on her. Don't let her escape." Wang Min said coldly to Lin Caning. Lin Caning nodded vigorously. "Sister Wang, I will definitely listen to you." She glanced at the crying Fang Yuqing on the floor. Her eyes filled with hatred, and said word by word, "I will never let her escape alone. If we suffer, we all suffer together. Why should you enjoy it alone?" In the living room, Zhou Kuer performed a simple surgery on the 3 men. Without disinfection and anesthesia, she could only quickly pull out the rusty tetanus arrows and use gauze to stop the bleeding. Unfortunately, there weren't even disinfecting cotton balls, as the weather was too cold, and the medical alcohol had frozen. The only good news was that the extremely low temperature prevented them from passing out in pain. But the drawbacks were also very obvious. In such extreme cold, the body was prone to necrosis. After finishing the surgery, Zhou Kuer wiped the blood off her hands. She closed the toolbox and said to Wang Min and the others, "This is just a temporary measure. Without medication, there is a high possibility of infection later. So you need to be mentally prepared." The eyes of Wang Min and the others were filled with helplessness. Zhang Yi wouldn't even acknowledge them. How could they possibly get medication? Chapter 52. Exposure of assets. Zhou Kuer reached out her hand to Wang Min naturally. She wouldn't help for free. Wang Min understood the rules and took out a pack of biscuits to hand to her. Although it wasn't much, if she saved it, it would be enough for her to eat for 2 days. Zhou Kuer was somewhat satisfied and then left. After Zhou Kuer left, the atmosphere in the room became extremely oppressive. The wounds were still causing continuous severe pain, making the 3 men lying on the sofa wrap themselves tightly in blankets. Unwilling to move, Zhou Peng looked at Fang Yuqing on the floor, his eyes filled with sorrow. As for the others, they looked at her with unfriendly gazes. Sun Jichao took a deep breath. "We can't just wait to die like this. We must get medication from Zhang Yi. Otherwise, if the wounds get infected, we'll all die a miserable death." He looked at Wang Min and Lin Caning, speaking in a deep voice. "You should understand that without men to protect you, it's very difficult to survive in this apocalypse." Wang Min and Lin Caning's expressions were not good. They understood that Sun Jichao was telling the truth. Otherwise, Wang Min wouldn't have chosen to team up with them in the first place. But we have no way to deal with Zhang Yi at all. Wang Min took a deep breath, her face filled with helplessness. They had already failed in a strong attack, suffering losses. What other good plans could they have? Sun Jichao gritted his teeth, the pain in his body making him disregard everything. "I have a method we can try." Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at Sun Jichao. "What method?" "As long as there is hope, we have to give it a shot." "Yes, dragging this out is just waiting to die. We might as well take a gamble." Sun Jichao said. "Zhang Yi has a fireplace, which means he has stockpiled a lot of fuel. Moreover, from his videos, the food looks abundant as well. Currently, only a few of us know this information. However, relying on ourselves clearly won't break into Zhang Yi's house. Instead, we might as well leak this information and let everyone in the building know." Sun Jichao's eyes were venomous like a cobra. "If we can't deal with him, can a few hundred people? Not to mention there's a mad dog, Chen Jinghao, who has a gun. Those people are capable of anything. They would definitely go after Zhang Yi. By then, all we need are some medicines and food. It shouldn't be a problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jiaoyang excitedly said, "This idea is great. I agree." The others didn't hesitate long and nodded in agreement. After all, they had no better options at the moment. However, Fang Yuqing suddenly scolded everyone. "You are all so shameless. How can you do this? I will have to live with Zhang Yi in the future. What will I do if you ruin him?" Wang Min coldly approached and slapped her hard, causing Fang Yuqing's face to swell like a pig's head. Wang Min grabbed her hair and dragged her to the bedroom amidst Fang Yuqing's screams. Then Wang Min shouted to Zhou Peng, "Zhou Peng, come here, deal with her." Zhou Peng was injured in the arm, but the injury wasn't too serious. After all, Zhang Yi didn't aim for vital points at first. He wanted these people to die from infection. Therefore, Zhou Peng could still exercise after removing the arrow. Zhou Peng was taken aback by Wang Min's words and hesitantly said, "Cousin, isn't this bad? I really like her. How can I hurt her?" Fang Yuqing trembled on the bed, begging for mercy. "No, you can't treat me like this. Zhou Peng, didn't you say you loved me the most?" Wang Min spat, disdainfully saying, "Little vixen, you've caused us so much suffering. Just letting you sleep with my cousin is already giving you a break." She said to Zhou Peng, "Silly brother, don't be confused anymore. This kind of woman is very cheap. Who knows how many people she has slept with? In plain terms, don't you just want to sleep with her? This time, I'll give you a chance to fulfill your wish. After this, let us see how she can deceive you." Being a woman, Wang Min knew exactly how to deal with Fang Yuqing. As long as Zhou Peng had slept with her, his novelty towards her wouldn't be as deep. Zhou Peng roared and rushed into the bedroom, but ended up pushing Wang Min away. "Don't say that about her. Yuqing and I are true love. I will never force her," Zhou Peng said, holding his neck high. Wang Min glared at him, pointing at Zhou Peng, too furious to speak for a long time. "You useless simp." She had underestimated the loyalty of a simp. Zhou Peng said, "No, I'm not a simp. Yuqing is a woman who truly cares for me. I believe that as long as I take the time to move her, she will eventually love me." Saying this, Zhou Peng turned back and gave Fang Yuqing a self-satisfied smile. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." He remembered when he first arrived in this city. Young and unfamiliar with the surroundings. With only a middle school education, many people looked down on him. Only Fang Yuqing had given him a warm smile and even kindly let him help her move things. During his lonely moments, Fang Yuqing gave him the opportunity to treat her to dinner. That feeling of being trusted had always warmed Zhou Peng's heart. He would rather hurt himself than harm Fang Yuqing. Even though Fang Yuqing had just said those words, he thought it was Zhang Yi's fault. Fang Yuqing was just deceived by him. That's right. As long as he patiently waited, Fang Yuqing would eventually understand that he was the best man for her. Fang Yuqing saw Zhou Peng's foolish smile and sighed in relief. Although letting him have her for a bit wasn't a big deal. She had always looked down on this guy and still found it disgusting. The others in the room were speechless at Zhou Peng's simping behavior. However, at this moment, everyone's mind was focused on uniting the entire building's residents to deal with Zhang Yi. So they didn't care about Zhou Peng anymore. Wang Min and the others decided to leak the information about Zhang Yi's abundant supplies to everyone. With the help of everyone, they would break into Zhang Yi's house. Only then could they seize the medicines and save Sun Jichao and the others. Therefore, Wang Min posted Zhang Yi's previous videos and photos in the community group. The reason for posting in this group was naturally to let Qin Jinghao see it too. Wang Min, dear neighbors, I just realized that some people are living such a happy life at home. This selfish behavior is simply shameless. The videos were taken in the last few days at Zhang Yi's home. Think about what kind of life we have been living recently, and what kind of life he has. Do you think this is fair? Let us discuss how we should handle this matter. Usually, this group hardly had anyone speaking anymore. Only Qin Jinghao occasionally threatened neighbors in it. So when Wang Min posted so many videos and pictures, it immediately caught everyone's attention. Neighbors began to click on the videos to watch. As a result, when they saw the wonderful life in the videos, everyone was almost driven mad with excitement. They actually wore pajamas in the house. Our home is over 70 degrees below zero. How are they keeping warm? Their lights are on at night. Where did they get the electricity? Is this really a recent video? Could it be from the past? Some people raised doubts. There was nothing they could do. Everyone was starving and freezing, unable to imagine that someone could eat hot, delicious meals and live in a warm and comfortable house. Chapter 53. Neighbors frenziedly pleading for Zhang Yi. Wang Min immediately said, I can assure everyone that these videos were taken recently. Zhang Yi's house has long been stocked with various supplies, both food and fuel. So his current life is like heaven. Lin Caning also spoke up. Yes, I can confirm. When he went to the supermarket to buy things, I helped him. They later bought a lot of things. Have you all forgotten? Lin Caning's words triggered many people's memories. Yes, Zhang Yi's house was filled with trucks and small vehicles back then. I still didn't know what he was planning. Could it be that he knew about the snow disaster in advance? That would be too shameless. He didn't even inform us. Zhang Yi is simply inhumane. How could he do such an immoral thing? We are all neighbors and have lived together for many years. He is too selfish. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, attributing all their current suffering to Zhang Yi. However, they didn't consider at all that even if Zhang Yi had told them that the apocalypse was coming, would they have believed him? Of course, they didn't consider this. They felt that Zhang Yi owed them. Immediately, someone said, Zhang Yi must take responsibility for this matter. Yes. Why should we suffer so much while he enjoys a good life alone? His family has so much to eat and drink, plus medicine and energy. He must share some with us. If we can't live well, he should bear the main responsibility. All the neighbors' eyes turned red. They couldn't stand this situation. If everyone were suffering, it would be one thing. Why should we live such miserable lives while he enjoys himself alone? No, if we die, we should all die together. Qin Jinghao and others also saw the videos in the group. Qin Jinghao's eyes turned red instantly. Zhang Yi, you dog. How can you live so comfortably? One of Qin Jinghao's legs was already crippled, all thanks to Zhang Yi. Therefore, in the entire apartment building, he hated Zhang Yi the most. The reason he didn't continue to act was that Zhang Yi's home was hard to break into. He had suffered losses before, and unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't take action against Zhang Yi. Secondly, he had no idea Zhang Yi had so many resources. Otherwise, even if it meant risking his life, he would have continued to attack Zhang Yi's home. The chat records in the group quickly exceeded 100. Many people started tagging Zhang Yi, demanding an explanation. Zhang Yi, everyone is suffering so much now, nearly freezing and starving to death. You have so much food at home and fuel to burn in the fireplace. Share some with us. Yes, everyone will remember your kindness. I hope you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Zhang Yi, we have been neighbors for many years. You can't just stand by and watch us die. Zhang Yi, I am Aunt Wang from the 20th floor. I lent you 2 scallions before. With our good relationship, you need to give us some supplies. Brother Zhang, I'm your brother Lu Wenxiang. We are like real brothers. How about I stay at your place? The situation is so dangerous now. I can protect you. There were all kinds of people, those using moral coercion, begging, and reasoning. Everyone had the same core idea. Zhang Yi should take out all the supplies from his home and share them with them. The messages kept popping up, and Zhang Yi naturally saw them. Everyone in the group was demanding that he share supplies. Zhang Yi just watched coldly, not in a hurry to say anything. He wanted to see how interesting these people's true faces were. Aunt Lin, Zhang Yi, I am the head of our community committee. She promoted herself, which is hilarious, and I am also an elder in our building. I have the final say. Bring the supplies here, and I will distribute them to everyone. Mommy Xiaomei, Zhang Yi, my baby and I are about to starve. Didn't you say our baby was cute before? Please save us. I can have my child recognize you as a godfather. You can even make other demands. Rich second-generation Su Hao, Zhang Yi. As long as you let me live in your house, I can give you all my assets. No, my father is already dead. Our family has over 1 billion assets to give you. After watching for a while, Zhang Yi slowly typed a word. Oh? His single word instantly made everyone even more excited. Those using moral coercion continued to do so, and those begging continued to beg. After a long time, Zhang Yi casually asked, Am I very familiar with you? Why should we share our things with you? At this moment, everyone was on the brink of despair. In fact, reasoning with them was completely meaningless. As long as they could survive, they could abandon all human moral bottom lines. Zhang Yi naturally understood that he had no intention of reasoning with these people. He was simply toying with them. His gaze was somewhat wicked. At this moment, the frenzied neighbors reminded him of a scene from his past life. Once, out of kindness, he opened his door. Then these neighbors rushed into his home and gave him an axe. They couldn't wait to dismember him and eat him while he was still alive. He wanted revenge. So he was going to enjoy playing with these pitiful yet hateful insects. Someone in the group was immediately enraged. Zhang Yi, are you speaking human words? We have been neighbors for so many years. Isn't it supposed to be mutual help? What is the point of you surviving alone? Young people shouldn't just think about their own comfort. You should understand the importance of giving. If it weren't for you hiding information and secretly hoarding supplies, how would we end up like this? Yes, the terrible situation we are in is all your fault, and you must atone. Zhang Yi, and then, below, there was another large group of pleas and threats, insults. They were like passengers on a sinking ship in the ocean, falling into the frigid waters of the North Atlantic, surrounded by sharks. But at that moment, they noticed a small fishing boat nearby. The boatman was enjoying hot pot, singing, and leisurely paddling past them. So they swam desperately towards the boat, hoping the boatman would pull them aboard. The closer they got to the edge of despair and hope, the more their mindset began to crumble, and their true faces became increasingly grim. Zhang Yi watched their twisted appearances, smiling as he took out a bottle of premium Australian yellow kangaroo tail and a portion of top-notch French foie gras from the temperature-controlled wine cabinet in the other space. Red wine paired with foie gras is a perfect match. The bitterness of the foie gras and the tannic astringency of the red wine blend together to create a better taste. This allows those unaccustomed to the taste of red wine to appreciate its delicacy. Zhang Yi ate foie gras while sipping red wine, watching the neighbor's splendid performance. Some even sent him private messages or called him. Zhang Yi took a keen interest in opening each one. Mommy Xiaomei, Zhang Yi, please save me and my baby. Just let me live in your house, and you can do whatever you want with me. College student Zhang Xiu, brother Zhang Yi, I'm still young. I don't want to die. Please take me. Just give me something to eat. Many female residents also sent private messages, many of whom had husbands. They understood the current market situation and knew that money could hardly persuade Zhang Yi. So, without exception, they proposed to exchange their bodies for Zhang Yi's protection, at least to obtain some food. Chapter 54. Zhou Ku'er. What was Zhang Yi's attitude toward the messages from those female residents? He just looked at them as amusing little essays and didn't even bother to reply. Of course, there were a few who were bold enough to send Zhang Yi private selfies. Zhang Yi glanced at them but didn't show much interest. Mainly, these women were overly confident. A few looked decent, but most were average in appearance. They weren't like the female streamers on certain apps, who have professionally practiced how to twist their waists and shake their hips. There was really nothing to see. Would you use this to test men? Would a few men be unable to resist such a test? As for the selfishness of some male residents, that was even simpler. They either called him brother, big brother, or little brother while begging Zhang Yi for support. Or there were some old men who used moral coercion, demanding Zhang Yi take care of them. The most disgusting was a gay man. As for his requests, Zhang Yi didn't want to discuss them. After looking around, Zhang Yi found it boring. He found a phone holder, placed his phone in front of him, and looked forward to some innovative ideas. Then, he lay back on the sofa, sipping red wine and eating foie gras while admiring the beautiful snow outside the window. Half a month passed, and the snow outside showed no signs of stopping. The entire city was completely covered in snow, and according to Zhang Yi's memory, this snow would last for a month, submerging everything below the 4th floor. As for how much longer it would continue, he was not sure. However, he really had no need to go outside. Going out was meant to seek hope for survival. But now no one knew where one could live, except for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi propped his chin on his hand and lazily muttered to himself. Staying at home every day is quite boring. Maybe I should find a time to go out? Once the people in this building were mostly dead, he could take a stroll. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that he had several snowmobiles in his warehouse. Those were originally meant to be delivered to a nearby city for an artificial ice and snow park. This way, even if there were 10 meters of snow outside, he still had a way to go out. Although it was impossible for him to leave this room right now with this method, he could go out for a breath of fresh air later, ensuring safety. Zhang Yi felt a bit tempted. It could be nice to go out and relax occasionally, especially since he had a national-level cold-resistant suit and snowmobiles. He wasn't afraid of temperatures as low as minus 60 or 70 degrees. Zhang Yi continued to browse through the messages from his neighbors out of boredom. Among these people, there was one message that caught Zhang Yi's attention. Zhou Ku'er sent a message, not to complain or send private photos, but very calmly hoping to exchange with Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, our food and medicine at home are nearly exhausted. I hope you can provide some help. In return, I can offer you medical assistance. Zhou Ku'er. Zhang Yi's mind quickly conjured up her image. She was a doctor at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City, 26 years old, tall and slender, at least 175 centimeters. What impressed Zhang Yi the most was not her cool and restrained beauty, but her impressive figure of 36, especially in winter when she wore a black sweater. Her tall and upright appearance made Zhang Yi unable to help but look twice whenever they met in the elevator. As expected of a doctor, she was very rational. Instead of begging for mercy, she wanted to negotiate. Zhang Yi appreciated Zhou Ku'er's attitude. In the apocalypse, only those with value had the right to survive. Zhou Ku'er demonstrated her value, which was her superb medical skills. After all, one could not enter the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City without certain abilities. In the apocalypse, medical skills were also a very important asset. Although Zhang Yi had stocked up on a lot of medicines and had been studying this area, he had not yet been arrogant enough to think he could handle all diseases. Having a doctor around would undoubtedly provide significant security for his future survival in the apocalypse. The most crucial point was that Zhang Yi had assessed Zhou Ku'er's character. In his previous life, she died because she gave food to Xieli Mei. Whether out of complete despair or genuine kindness, at least Zhang Yi saw the brilliance of humanity in her. Zhang Yi placed his left hand on the thigh, adjusted his posture, and propped his chin with the other hand, muttering to himself, "How about keeping her here to take care of me and my good brother?" Although he was living quite comfortably now, his brother was having a tough time, which was a problem. Zhang Yi was a young man full of vigor, and he wouldn't shy away from this issue. Moreover, in the apocalypse where morality and laws had collapsed, humans didn't need to live too repressively. It was enough to face their desires honestly. Ha! Zhang Yi suddenly burst out laughing. He patted the armrest and said, "I'm really tempted, but unfortunately, it's a pity." He looked up at the ceiling and said leisurely, "You know, I'm quite afraid of death. Although Zhou Ku'er is a choice to consider. Without 100% assurance of controlling her, I can't let her in. So let's wait and see. There will definitely be other survivors in the future. With my good conditions, am I worried about not finding good doctors and good women?" Zhang Yi was quite open-minded, as expected from a man who had died once. He replied to Zhou Ku'er, "I'm very healthy right now, so there's no need for a doctor. However, I do have a lot of medicines at home, and food is not a problem. If you want to exchange, at least bring something useful to me now. No matter how beautiful and talented a doctor you are, you can't just take advantage of me." When had old Zhang ever made a losing deal? There was a long silence on the other end before Zhou Ku'er finally replied, "Can it be considered as an advance payment for the consultation? I really can't hold on any longer. Zhou Cooker's tone carried hesitation and a hint of shame. It was clear that if she had other options, she wouldn't easily plead with a man she wasn't very familiar with. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yi said to her, I can provide you with food and medicine, but you also have to help me with something. What help? Zhou Cooker asked. Zhang Yi replied, these neighbors are probably going to take action against me. If you know what they plan to do, just let me know. Zhang Yi knew that these crazy neighbors would definitely try to attack his house. But he wasn't afraid. When he built this steel fortress, he spent so much money and personally selected many features. The purpose was to wait for this day to come. At this moment, his home was like a war fortress with slightly weaker firepower. Even a group of armed soldiers would find it impossible to break into his house without heavy weapons, let alone this group of half-dead neighbors who had been starving and freezing for half a month. He proposed such a condition just to find an excuse for Zhou Cooker. Moreover, having an insider would ultimately provide an extra layer of insurance, allowing him to prepare early. Chapter 55. The neighbors want to attack Zhang Yi. After hesitating for a long time, Zhou Cooker finally agreed. Her morals and conscience did not allow her to be a despicable person. However, the neighbor's choice to rob Zhang Yi out of jealousy was even worse in her eyes. So she chose to help Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi said, all right, I need to see your useful information first, then I'll give you what you want. Next, it depends on your performance. Zhou Cooker replied, I understand. She was a kind-hearted woman. But she was definitely not foolish and wouldn't naively ask Zhang Yi for unconditional help. Their conversation ended there. Zhang Yi glanced at the group chat, where messages were still flooding in, continuing to tag him and moralistically blackmail and threaten him. Zhang Yi, where have you been? Give us an answer. Are you going to hand over the supplies you have, or not? Some people were already starting to lose their patience. A cold smile crept onto Zhang Yi's lips. It seemed they had already decided to forcefully attack his house. Go eat shit. Zhang Yi replied with a laugh. Immediately, the group erupted in curses, spewing out all sorts of vulgarities. Zhang Yi didn't care at all. If you have the ability, come over. He had already tried killing someone with his own hands and felt no guilt, so he didn't mind killing a few more. All right, Zhang Yi. This is what you brought upon yourself. Don't say that no one gave you a chance, you selfish and despicable little man. From now on, all the consequences will be borne by you. The curses gradually faded. It was easy to guess that they must have avoided Zhang Yi and formed a separate group, just like they did with Qin Zhenghao, to discuss how to attack Zhang Yi's home. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, a hint of nervousness and excitement appearing in his eyes, so much so that his body started to tremble slightly. Even though he knew his home was an unbreachable steel fortress, facing an attack from hundreds of people without any tension would be a lie. However, that feeling of excitement ignited the blood within Zhang Yi. He had long wanted to personally teach a lesson to those bastards who had taken advantage of him back then. A flash of white light appeared in Zhang Yi's eyes, and soon his weapons appeared in the living room. 5 steel crossbows, 3 professional-grade high compound bows, over 290 crossbow bolts, and 300 arrows. There were also 2 large boxes of steel balls, a mountain-cutting knife, a 1.2-meter-long crowbar, a baseball bat, and a hunting knife. All the weapons were displayed on the table, excellent tools for killing. In addition to these physical weapons, there were also pepper spray, electric batons, gasoline, a large amount of chemical agents, and dozens of Molotov cocktails made from bottles, rags, and gasoline. Zhang Yi's gaze carried a chilling light. Let however many people come at me. As Zhang Yi expected, the neighbors, realizing that he would not hand over the supplies in his home, were all furious. Sun Jichao created a new group chat and pulled in all the surviving homeowners except Zhang Yi. They even brought Qin Zhenghao into the group. Upon seeing Qin Zhenghao, the others felt a chill down their spines. However, Qin Zhenghao proactively said, everyone, our primary goal now is to deal with Zhang Yi. The supplies in his house are probably more than the total of all of ours. As long as we take him down, we can gain a large amount of supplies. So you don't need to worry, I won't attack anyone else for the time being. But for this operation, I want half of the supplies. Qin Zhenghao had suffered losses at Zhang Yi's hands, knowing that Zhang Yi's home had sufficient defenses and hand crossbows. Therefore, he didn't dare to attack directly and planned to lead the cannon fodder from the building to attack together. He believed that with over 100 people, they could definitely break through Zhang Yi's defenses. How many weapons can Zhang Yi have? How many people can he shoot? With over 100 people from the entire building. Qin Zhenghao and his group only had 6 people, yet they demanded half of the supplies. However, no one felt it was unfair. Instead, they thought Qin Zhenghao was a good person. He clearly had a gun, but was still willing to share half with everyone. What a good person. Sun Jichao said, yes. Everyone should temporarily set aside previous grudges. The primary goal is to break into Zhang Yi's house and retrieve the supplies that belong to the community. With these 2 leading the charge, others naturally responded. When they saw the living conditions in Zhang Yi's house, each of them turned red with jealousy, eager to take down Zhang Yi and enjoy the life he was currently living. With knives in hand, follow me. Kill Zhang Yi, seize the supplies. Kill that shameless selfish bastard. Everyone roared fiercely. Only a few people remained silent, like Uncle Yu and Zhou Cooker. The others, even those who usually had a decent relationship with Zhang Yi and had benefited from him, pushed those memories aside. Nothing was more important than staying alive, to survive. They were willing to abandon all ethical morals. Zhang Yi was at home, wiping the gun in his hand. He was no stranger to this thing. He often used it at the shooting range. Moreover, in the month before the apocalypse, he had strengthened his training. Hitting a person at close range posed no pressure. At that moment, Zhou Kuer sent a message. They plan to come to your house. After seeing it, Zhang Yi replied with an "Oh, got it." Zhou Kuer sat on her own sofa, looking at Zhang Yi's calm reply, and couldn't help but frown. She tightened the 2 layers of blankets around her and tucked her snow-white feet in. They must have gone to every household. They saw your video and have gone crazy. Don't you want to think of a way? Zhou Kuer felt that the most rational thing to do at this time was to give up a portion of supplies to quell everyone's anger. Otherwise, no matter how strong a person was, it was impossible to resist so many people. Over 100 people could easily tear down a house. Zhang Yi smiled and didn't explain much. He simply said, "Remember, this time you must not come over. I'm only reminding you once. Then, just wait to watch the show." Zhou Kuer frowned, her eyes filled with curiosity. She didn't understand where Zhang Yi got the confidence to take on over 100 people in the whole building by himself. This was not a joke. Once his door was breached, the crazed crowd would surely take his life. Could it be that he was a madman? Zhou Kuer muttered to herself. However, this was Zhang Yi's choice, and she had no way to intervene. Yet she did heed Zhang Yi's words and did not join the group attacking Zhang Yi's house. She had a moral bottom line and would not partake in eating the blood-soaked dumplings of others, whether it was Zhang Yi's or the other neighbors. Chapter 56. Strong attack. Zhang Yi sat at home, quietly waiting for those crazed neighbors to arrive. His expression was serious, and a large array of weapons was laid out in front of him. At that moment, he received a message from the doorman, "Uncle Yu. Xiaozhang, you should run. They are all coming to find you with their weapons." Zhang Yi felt a warmth in his heart. In this world, it was rare to find good people. He smiled and said, "Uncle Yu, don't worry, I can handle it." Uncle Yu was silent for a moment, as if understanding that at this time, there was nowhere to run. Resistance was the only option. He said, "Xiaozhang, I hope you can survive. I'm sorry, but I might not be able to help you this time." Uncle Yu felt very ashamed. He had actually benefited from Zhang Yi's kindness. When Zhang Yi had reminded him to stock up on supplies, he had prepared a lot of instant noodles, sausages, and the like at home. Now he was living relatively well. But seeing Zhang Yi about to be besieged by so many people, he felt helpless. Zhang Yi said lightly, "You not joining them already shows your kindness. It's fine, you don't need to worry about me." Uncle Yu's choice was the right one. If he rushed over to help Zhang Yi now, he would likely be killed by the more than 100 homeowners. After chatting briefly with Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi was cautious and did not disclose details about his home. One must always be wary of others, no matter who they were. He would never fully trust anyone. Soon after, Zhang Yi felt the ground beneath him begin to tremble slightly. A rumbling sound came from outside. "They're here," Zhang Yi said calmly. He knew that it was the sound of hundreds of people rushing up the stairs. But Zhang Yi lived on the 24th floor, with the elevator out of power. Those who could only run up the stairs must be exhausted. Of course, the people coming were not just from downstairs. At the very least, Zhang Yi saw through the large screen monitoring the entire building that his neighbor from 2402 was also coming out with a kitchen knife and a wrench. Next door was a young couple, with the woman holding a kitchen knife and hiding behind the man. Both of their eyes were glowing green, staring eerily at Zhang Yi's door. It was clear that upon learning about their neighbor living a heavenly life for the past month, their hearts had turned extremely jealous. The crowd continued to surge, blocking the corridor in front of Zhang Yi's door. A few people held umbrellas over their heads to prevent Zhang Yi from pouring cold water on them from inside. Before long, someone couldn't hold back and rushed up to bang on the door. Bang, bang, bang. "Zhang Yi, get out here. If you don't want to die, this is your last chance. Don't wait for us to break in, or it will be too late." Through the surveillance, Zhang Yi did not see Sun Jichao and the others, nor did he see Chen Zhenghao. The actions of these people banging on the door confirmed that Sun Jichao and Chen Zhenghao had not informed them of the actual situation in his home. In other words, their goal was to use other neighbors as cannon fodder, to first endure Zhang Yi's crossbow arrows and high-voltage electrical attacks. Zhang Yi was not polite with them. He had plenty of energy at his disposal and didn't care about this little bit of electricity. He directly connected the high-voltage switch. The young man who had just been angrily banging on the door was immediately bitten by the current, his face contorting in agony. The most terrifying part was that, with over 100 people crowding in, the entire hallway was packed. Thus, after he was electrocuted, a large group of people behind him also got shocked. It's high-voltage electricity, get away." The people behind him, as if bitten by a tiger, hurriedly let go. If they weren't wearing so many clothes, they would have had no chance to escape. Everyone felt a jolt of high-voltage electricity, their muscles twitching from the pain. The person banging on the door and the 7 or 8 people around him were the worst off, having no chance to escape. They were directly electrocuted to a charred black. The others looked at them in horror, but no one dared to go help. After a dozen seconds, Zhang Yi cut off the current. 9 people were smoking, and the air began to fill with the smell of roasted meat and burnt clothes. Bang! The 9 of them fell to the ground, completely charred, unsure if they were alive or dead. But everyone understood that even if these people still had a breath left, given the current situation, they were already dead. Everyone's eyes widened in terror at the scene before them. They never expected that so many people would die at once. Right in front of them, the expressions of those electrocuted to death were extremely grotesque, their eyes bulging out. Suddenly, a few women in the crowd couldn't take it anymore, screamed, and bent down to vomit. Unfortunately, they had nothing in their stomachs and could only spit out bile. Some people, filled with fear, wanted to escape. But when they reached the stairs, they found that the hallway had been blocked off by Chen Jinghao and his minions. What do you want? Go back. Chen Jinghao said coldly, holding a gun. The hallway was their only escape route, and by blocking it, Chen Jinghao aimed to force everyone to confront Zhang Yi. The more they died, the better. Chen Jinghao would then be able to rightfully seize the resources in their hands. Sun Jichao and a few others, dragging their sick bodies, were also on the scene. They looked at the 9 corpses with expressions of indifference. Clearly, they shared the same intentions as Chen Jinghao. Seeing the crowd's fear, Sun Jichao shouted, "That damn Zhang Yi is simply a beast. He actually killed his own neighbors. Brothers and sisters, we must kill Zhang Yi to avenge them. Don't be afraid. Everyone use wood to smash the door, just don't touch the door. He doesn't have many tricks, he is already out of options. As long as we break this door, a comfortable warm stove and endless food will be waiting for us." Sun Jichao's rallying cry made many people's eyes redden. They had lived in hunger and cold for over half a month. For a bite to eat and a moment of warmth, they were willing to give everything. Soon someone found a piece of wood, apparently taken from a wardrobe or a bed. "Brothers, smash it for me. Open the door and kill that bastard Zhang Yi." A group of people hugged the wood and began to wildly slam against Zhang Yi's door. Bang, bang, bang. The violent banging made the cups on Zhang Yi's coffee table shake. But Zhang Yi felt it wasn't enough. He took out a large Sennheiser speaker from the other dimension, connected it to his phone, and played his favorite song, Making Love while doing it. While the people outside were desperately banging on the door, the classic upbeat song echoed inside, further fueling their anger. "Zhang Yi, you arrogant bastard, I'll kill you soon. You must die today to pay for my brother's life." They lifted the wooden post and slammed it even harder. However, after dozens of hits, they sadly discovered that the door hadn't budged an inch. Dozens of grown men exerting their strength together could easily exert over 1,000 pounds of force. Yet all that remained on that black iron door were little white dots and nearly imperceptible dents. The neighbor's heart sank. What kind of door is this? How can it be so sturdy? At this rate, when will we be able to break through? Everyone was panting heavily. They were working in temperatures below -70 degrees. And due to not having enough food, they lacked strength. After this round, many people's legs became weak and they had to rotate. But at this pace, they were likely to exhaust everyone without success. At this moment, one person walked over, stared at the door for a while, then exclaimed, "This is a bank vault security door." This person worked at a bank and quickly spotted the clue. Hearing this, the others felt even more despair. "So this thing can't be broken?" The bank staff bitterly shook his head. "Don't even think about breaking it with wood. This is the top-tier security door. Even if you used a bomb, you wouldn't be able to open it. Without a key, only the world's top locksmiths might have a slight chance of opening it." At this moment, Zhang Yi, holding his crossbow, had already arrived at the shooting hole. Chapter 57. Heavy casualties. Watching the crowd outside chattering and discussing strategies, Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to aim this time. Since they wanted Zhang Yi's life, there was no need to be polite with them. Zhang Yi was no saint. He raised the crossbow in his hand and began to shoot. Soon, several people were hit by arrows and fell down. Only then did the people outside realize the power of Zhang Yi's crossbow. "He has weapons. Be careful." The surrounding people screamed in fear and hurriedly tried to scatter. But the corridor is so small, with hundreds of people packed together, and they can't move at all. Out of fear, everyone panicked and ended up tripping over each other in a large group. Zhang Yi, however, ignored all of that and focused intently on the work in front of him. The whistling of arrows sounded like a death knell, particularly terrifying. This made others even more frightened, desperately trying to squeeze into the stairwell. Some people fell to the ground, and, before they could get back up, were trampled by others. Cries of distress filled the air. Chen Jinghao stood at the foot of the stairs with a gun, aiming at those trying to escape. "What are you afraid of? It's just one person, everyone charge." Chen Jinghao's cold eyes and the dark muzzle of his gun intimidated the crowd. His goal was to use them as cannon fodder to deplete Zhang Yi's defenses. And he certainly wouldn't let them escape. Sun Jichao and others, in order to survive, had long stayed back and had not been hit by arrows. Zhang Yi shot dozens of crossbow bolts, and in such a densely packed area, almost none of them missed. This caused the neighbors to suffer greatly. However, the potential of the neighbors in a desperate situation was still quite strong. Someone immediately noticed the position of the shooting hole and said, "There's a hole above the door. He's shooting arrows from there. We just need to block it." Instantly, someone raised a mop and broom to block the shooting hole above the door. Others tried to throw things into Zhang Yi's room. Zhang Yi, unhurried, quickly closed and locked the iron door behind the shooting hole. This door could only be opened from the inside and was unbreakable from the outside. However, with this move, Zhang Yi had taken down dozens of combatants in one breath. Once the neighbors realized Zhang Yi could no longer shoot arrows, they came back to their senses from their panic. The ground was a mess, and many people had been hit by arrows with varying degrees of injury. A few had been shot in vital areas and died on the spot. But when the neighbors saw the rusty, tetanus-infested arrows, their hearts sank. They knew that everyone who had been hit was unlikely to survive. Some people lost their loved ones, crying and cursing Zhang Yi loudly. Zhang Yi, you damn scoundrel, you despicable and shameless. Come out, if you have the guts. Come out and fight me one-on-one. You monster. I will fight you to the death. Zhang Yi, I will kill you. But all that responded to them was the booming music from inside the room. Only after love do you understand how deep it is. Only after loss do you understand what to cherish. Outside, the shouts and curses continued, while inside, the music played on, resembling Zhang Yi's provocation to everyone. And indeed it was. After shooting dozens of crossbow bolts, Zhang Yi felt a bit sore in his hands and went to the kitchen to grab a bottle of cola, gulping it down. Ah, refreshing. Zhang Yi looked at the screen, continuing to monitor the movements of the crowd outside. Meanwhile, seeing that Zhang Yi's front door was as solid as a fortress and impossible to break through, the neighbors felt both anxious and desperate. What are we going to do? At that moment, Sun Jichao shouted, everyone, don't panic. I have a way. The crowd turned to him, seeing Sun Jichao limping over while holding his injured leg. He pointed at the wall of Zhang Yi's house and smiled. His door is made of alloy. We can't break it down. But this wall is made of bricks and cement, right? I don't believe we can't smash it. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up with newfound hope. Right. Why didn't I think of that? We can't break the door, but we can smash the wall. With so many of us, we can break it down in no time. Hee hee, Zhang Yi, you damn scoundrel. You definitely didn't expect we had this plan. Inside the house, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow upon hearing the neighbors suddenly cheering. The music was too loud, and he couldn't hear what they were saying. However, Zhang Yi wasn't worried. He planned to watch the situation unfold. No matter how many tricks the other side had, he wasn't afraid, as he had more than they did. It took him an entire month, pouring all his effort into building such an indestructible fortress. If it could be casually broken by them, then it would be Zhang Yi's fault. These people had come with tools, so they quickly lined up in front of Zhang Yi's outer wall, wielding their hammers and axes, and began to smash away. Bang! A burly man exerted all his strength, and the hammer struck the wall hard. Immediately, cracks appeared, and white dust fell. Seeing this, the crowd's eyes were filled with excitement. Believing they had found the breakthrough point of Zhang Yi's house, they began to smash even harder. However, when that burly man raised the hammer to strike a second blow, a sound of metal clashing suddenly echoed. Ping! The man let out a scream, and the hammer fell to the ground with a thud. He stumbled back and fell to the ground. When everyone looked, they saw that his hands had deep gashes, blood flowing profusely, which quickly froze in the low temperature. Looking particularly gruesome. What is going on? Everyone was confused. What kind of wall could withstand the impact of a heavy hammer? Someone walked over and brushed away the dust outside. When he saw what was behind it, he nearly dropped his jaw. This wall is made of steel too. The crowd gasped in shock and hurried over to take a look. Sure enough, after peeling away the outer layer of white dust, a thick black metal was revealed behind it. The material was identical to that of the door. One person couldn't help but shout, "Why is this happening? Who builds a house with steel walls? I don't believe this house is made entirely of iron." Some people could no longer bear this despair and picked up their hammers to strike other areas. Several people worked together, hoping to find a flaw in the wall. However, no matter from which angle they approached, they ultimately discovered nothing but solid, thick steel walls. In the living room, Zhang Yi scoffed. "You all can think of this problem. Do you think I couldn't? I'm sorry, but my house's walls are made of 20-grade steel. Not even a cannonball can break through. Why would I fear your broken hammers and axes?" Zhang Yi's greatest strength was his fear of death, so he addressed every conceivable problem. During the initial inspection, he had checked every inch of the house himself and struck it with a hammer to ensure its integrity. After all, the psychological trauma from being broken into and eaten away in his previous life was too great. He didn't want to experience it a second time. The sound of hammering continued outside, and Zhang Yi found it too noisy, so he activated the room's noise-canceling feature. This was to prevent the outside people from using the noise to launch an attack. After about 20 minutes, the noise finally ceased. All the owners of the building stared blankly at the entire metal wall in front of them, their hearts colder than the ice and snow outside. It felt like a cruel city wall, cutting off their hope of obtaining supplies. How could this happen? Why would someone build a house like this? Some people covered their faces and cried out in despair. Zhang Yi's neighbors, a young couple, said sadly, "At first, I knew they were renovating their house, but I never expected it to turn out like this. There probably aren't many normal families in the world that would build such a house." Sun Jichao and Zhou Peng, with bloodshot eyes, were filled with despair. If the people in the entire apartment building couldn't break into Zhang Yi's home today, they could only wait to die. Sun Jichao bit his lip so hard that he didn't even notice he was bleeding. "Zhang Yi, he already knew there would be a snow disaster. Everything he did was to prevent us." Sun Jichao shouted angrily, pointing at Zhang Yi's house. The neighbors looked at him, crying and cursing Zhang Yi in pain. That despicable person Zhang Yi only cares about himself, without considering all of us. If we all die, what meaning is there for you to live alone? If you are the only one left in the world, won't you feel lonely? One day, you will fall into endless regret and guilt for not warning us, not helping us. Can you sleep at night? Don't you feel guilty? Some people, seeing there was no way to deal with Zhang Yi, began to comfort themselves with a sense of desperation. Humph. One day God will make you pay for this, Zhang Yi. If we die because of you, you will definitely live with an uneasy conscience for the rest of your life, suffering greatly. They had no idea how happy Zhang Yi was in his own home. How could he take these somewhat familiar strangers seriously? Chen Jinghao had been supervising with a gun from behind. At this moment, seeing the all-metal wall, he also felt the problem was tricky. Now, he was no longer interested in anyone else, only wanting to seize Zhang Yi's house. What are you all anxious about? This is just the beginning. Even if their walls are made of iron, what about the ceiling? What about the floor? I don't believe he made an iron box. Chen Jinghao said coldly to everyone. Zhang Yi heard Chen Jinghao's words through the surveillance and nodded in approval. This guy's brain is quite useful. He then sighed and shook his head, but unfortunately, I'm not stupid. Hearing Chen Jinghao's words, the neighbors rushed upstairs and downstairs in Zhang Yi's house. They used hammers to smash, axes to chop, chisels to carve, and wooden sticks to knock. In short, they used every means available. They were only 20 centimeters away from their hope of survival. Their goal was to break through that 20 centimeters. But soon, they fell into deeper despair. They discovered that Zhang Yi's house was indeed a metal box. There wasn't a single angle that wasn't sealed off by thick steel plates. In this power outage environment, without electric saws, drills, and other tools, unless they stopped eating and drinking and worked for a year, there was no hope of breaking through these walls. Chapter 58. Despair. Chen Jinghao and others surrounded Zhang Yi's house, working hard all morning. However, after digging through the walls, floors, and ceilings, they found themselves blocked by a thick layer of steel plates. 20 centimeters of steel plates were a nightmare for them, using only human strength. There was no hope of breaking through now. After all, working in ultra-low temperatures without sufficient energy to replenish their physical strength would only accelerate their deaths. Many people collapsed on the ground, exhausted. The sound of growling stomachs echoed all around them. They touched their shriveled bellies, and hunger was about to conquer them completely. But there wasn't much food left. Some people saw their neighbors, and, through the gaps in their clothes, glimpsed the white flesh. A horrifying thought suddenly surged into their minds. Isn't this meat? As soon as the terrifying thought appeared, everyone was immediately chilled to the bone, desperately trying to drive this idea out of their minds. However, once this thought emerged, it unconsciously provided an option in a desperate situation. They probably knew that if it really came to that day, infighting and cannibalism would inevitably occur. Was there really no way out? Sun Jichao's face was full of pain. He even felt that his arm was starting to become inflamed and rotten. Without antibiotics, not even ordinary anti-inflammatory drugs, he couldn't effectively clean the wound. Now, there was still a lot of rust left in his injured area. In this situation, death was almost inevitable. Damn Zhang Yi, why are you so cruel? How can your life be more valuable than ours? What's wrong with sacrificing a little for yourself? What's wrong? Sun Jichao shouted to the sky, despair twisting his soul completely. At that moment, Zhang Yi's neighbor suddenly stepped out. Maybe you can try going through the balcony. When they renovated their house, they turned the balcony into a floor-to-ceiling window with a large expanse of glass. Perhaps there's a chance to break in. The other residents couldn't see the back of Zhang Yi's house, but his neighbor could. Building 25 has some floors that have a balcony, and Zhang Yi's 24th floor just happens to have a small platform. Normally, he used it to grow flowers and air out bedding. Hearing what Zhang Yi's neighbor said, a group of people on the verge of despair suddenly looked up. A window? Yes. Since his house has windows, there must be an exit. It can't all be sealed off. As long as there's a window, we can rush in. A group of people rushed into Zhang Yi's neighbor's house without further ado. There was actually about a 15-centimeter gap between the two balconies, and a railing was installed in between. However, this was nothing to stop the now-crazed crowd. However, the outside of the balcony was not like the hallway. At this time, the hallways were sealed off by all the households, airtight, and still had some insulating effect. However, outside, the north wind howled and the snow fell heavily, freezing someone solid in just a few hours. Chen Jinghao and others couldn't care less about that. As long as they could rush into Zhang Yi's house, they could get everything. A group of people screamed and jumped onto Zhang Yi's balcony like madmen. Zhang Yi naturally noticed this scene. The two sides exchanged glances for less than a second. The neighbors waved their tools and crazily smashed towards the large floor-to-ceiling window. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, dragged his white recliner to the window, laying down leisurely, and poured himself a steaming cup of coffee. The small balcony was soon crowded with more than a dozen people. Their faces were pale, resembling living corpses, and combined with their crazed, twisted expressions, they didn't look human at all. Zhang Yi thought to himself, if there were really zombies, they would probably look like this. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds echoed on the floor-to-ceiling window, battling against the wind and snow. This group of madmen was desperately smashing the glass. Even if they accidentally hit their own hands, they felt no pain, letting the blood flow out and then congeal. When they were just smashing the walls, that sense of desire wasn't strong enough. But now, with only a layer of glass separating them, they could clearly see how luxurious Zhang Yi's life was. Inside, the fireplace was roaring, and Zhang Yi was only wearing a thin shirt, lying in the white recliner like a landlord. A cup of freshly brewed coffee is sitting beside me, still steaming, indicating that it's a cappuccino. The coffee table is piled high with weapons, but that is not the main focus. The main focus is underneath the coffee table, where a large pile of half-eaten snacks has been discarded. Chips, burgers, cola, pizza, roast chicken, roasted duck, and even oil-splashed noodles. It's these items that have driven the neighbors on the balcony completely mad. After being away from them for just half a month, they're as excited as if they've just reunited with a long-lost father. Roar. They're so excited that they even forget their language, expressing their exhilaration through desperate howls. Then, they become even more frantic, using all their strength to smash the windows. Zhang Yi holds his coffee and enjoys the spectacle. He casually remarks, "Who says glass is necessarily weaker than metal? The cost of this wall is extremely high." Zhang Yi, considering the quality of life, rejected the proposal from the Dragon Security Company and opted not to use metal here. Instead, he spent a lot of money to custom make a whole wall of bulletproof glass as a floor-to-ceiling window. He still remembers when the manager of the Dragon Security Company, Wu Huiren, said that such a thick wall isn't meant to stop bullets, but rather cannonballs. The bulletproof glass used in the official vehicles of Western leaders can withstand sniper rifles, but its thickness is less than half of Zhang Yi's wall. Sure enough, as this group of people kept smashing, they noticed something was wrong. They initially thought it was acrylic and that a few hard hits would shatter it. However, after a dozen people smashed for a long time, not even a crack appeared. What kind of glass is this? Could it be bulletproof glass? What? Bulletproof glass. This word was hoarsely uttered from the throat of a bespectacled man, filled with despair, as if from the depths of hell. If it can stop cannonballs, how can it not withstand your handiwork? No, I don't believe it. A young man shouted to the sky, "My life is in my hands, not in heaven's. I refuse to believe I can't break it. As long as I break it, the fireplace and all the food and drink inside will be mine. I must break it, Perhaps due to the extreme cold, in this back and forth between hope and despair, everyone's minds have frozen. They choose to abandon reason and fight desperately for a future. Zhang Yi applauds them, feeling moved. However, he notices he is a bit hungry. So he pulls out some food from his space, such as braised pork knuckle, caramelized bananas, and some snacks, enjoying pure cocoa butter chocolate. Chapter 59, Smash Harder. Haven't you eaten? Just a layer of glass separates them. Outside, people are battling against the biting wind and snow, their expressions twisted as they desperately smash the glass. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Yi lies leisurely on a recliner, eating delicious food. This stark contrast drives the neighbors outside nearly insane with jealousy. They curse, voices hoarse, eyes bloodshot. "Zhang Yi, just wait. I'll kill you soon. If I break this glass, you're done for, you damn selfish scum. You don't have much time left to be arrogant. Today is your day to die. All that delicious food and hot coffee are mine, all mine." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi raises his coffee cup to signal them. "Go ahead, keep it up." Soon, the group outside starts to tire. After all, this is the 24th floor, where the wind is strong and the heavy snowfall rapidly lowers their body temperature. They have to switch out every 10 minutes or so. However, half an hour has passed, and the glass only has a few minor scratches on it. Their hearts sink deeper into despair. But seeing Zhang Yi enjoying himself through the transparent glass, their jealousy keeps them from giving up. After another half hour, they're still trying. Zhang Yi spots a few of Chen Zhenghao's little followers among the crowd. Clearly, Chen Zhenghao can't afford to sit this one out either. Zhang Yi feels it's about time. So he sits up from the recliner, walks to the coffee table, and picks up a bottle. The glass outside is frosted over, and the neighbors initially don't know what Zhang Yi is holding, thinking it's a drink. But the next moment, they see Zhang Yi take out a lighter and ignite something. Then, a hole appears above them, and a fireball is thrown out. As a countermeasure, Zhang Yi's house has shooting holes in the front and back, and not just one. The bottle arcs through the air in a yellow trajectory, landing on the ground amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Bang! With a crisp sound, flames burst into life. This is Zhang Yi's homemade Molotov cocktail. Even in ultra-low temperatures, gasoline burns fiercely and releases heat. Gasoline splatters everywhere from the bottle, igniting into a roaring fire. The balcony space is already small, and the down jackets and cotton pants of the dozen people catch fire, instantly engulfing them in flames. A playful smile creeps on Zhang Yi's lips as he lights another Molotov cocktail and throws it outside. Fire, fire. The dozen people are huddled together, and with the balcony being separated, jumping to the neighboring balcony isn't that easy. These people can't escape, as flames consume them. Zhang Yi watches as they become burning, distorted fireballs. Some try to lie on the ground and roll, using snow to extinguish the flames, but unfortunately, That effect is too weak. Gasoline can still burn even when coming into contact with water. Others attempt to climb over to the next balcony, but in their haste, they lose their footing and fall from the 24th floor. With a long scream, there's a loud crash. At 24 stories high, who knows if the snow below can cushion the impact? However, according to the principles of physics, even if he doesn't die, he would suffer broken bones and ruptured organs. It's essentially a death sentence. Zhang Yi chuckles. At least falling to your death is better than being burned alive. Bang! A twisted, menacing face suddenly slams against the glass, contorted in terror, glaring fiercely at Zhang Yi. Help me, save me. In extreme agony, he cries out to Zhang Yi for help. Zhang Yi raises his coffee cup in a toast to him. Help you? Go die, you worthless piece of trash. The man lets out a desperate cry, completely engulfed by flames. On the neighboring balcony, 60 or 70 people are waiting to switch out. Seeing such a hellish scene, they turn pale with fear. Help, save me. I don't want to die, please. A person engulfed in flames tries to crawl over, grabbing the railing. Desperate to get across. At that moment, a man on this side kicks his hand without hesitation. Get lost, hurry up and roll. You're beyond saving. Don't drag us down. He kicks, and the flaming person still refuses to let go. Gritting his teeth, he intensifies his kicks, striking the person's hands repeatedly. He even manages to kick off one of his fingers. The person struggled for a while, finally looking at them in despair before slowly collapsing in front of the fence. A familiar burnt smell lingered in the air, one that could often be smelled on the streets during summer. In just a short time, all of those 10 or so people were dead. Some of them had only been slightly burned at first and wanted to escape, but they were stopped by their neighbors next door. They were afraid that the flames would reach them, so they chose to let these people die. Others, in too much pain from the burns, jumped from the 24th floor. The raging fire brought a sense of warmth that these people hadn't felt in a long time. Slowly, everyone moved forward, extending their hands toward the fire, with a hint of a smile on their faces, fearful that others would notice. The flames continued to burn for more than 20 minutes before finally stopping. The neighbors looked at the bodies on the ground, fear rising in their hearts. They had already lost 30 or 40 people trying to deal with Zhang Yi. There was no chance to break in from any angle. How could they possibly take the supplies from Zhang Yi? Despair hung in the air. But there was another kind of atmosphere, growing stronger, causing the neighbors' expressions to gradually change. Many hungry neighbors were unwilling to admit that a mad thought was slowly taking root in their hearts. Their throats kept moving up and down. Suddenly, a woman began to cry out. I can't take it anymore. Everyone had been busy all day, thinking they could easily break into Zhang Yi's home. But the final result left them in despair. So many people had died, yet Zhang Yi's walls and floor-to-ceiling windows hadn't even cracked. She suddenly ran in front of everyone and climbed onto Zhang Yi's balcony. Just as Zhang Yi thought the next group was coming to smash the glass, she suddenly kneeled in front of the glass. Zhang Yi, I'm about to starve to death. Please save me. Even just a piece of bread would be enough. It wasn't just her. One after another, people came over, bowing to Zhang Yi, crying and pleading for him to give them something to eat. The scene was truly heart-wrenching, leaving those who heard it saddened and those who saw it in tears. Most of the bowing were women, trying to gain Zhang Yi's sympathy. Chapter 60, Bounty on Qin Jinghao. The pleading cries outside the window were endless. Their heads were bleeding from bowing, a truly miserable sight. Zhang Yi sighed and walked to the window, saying, Everyone, please don't be like this. It hurts my heart to see. As he spoke, he raised a steaming bowl of noodles in his hand. When my heart hurts, I just want to eat. Slurping, Zhang Yi took a big bite of noodles, making the neighbors swallow hard in envy. Upon hearing this, the cries grew louder, and the bowing became more fervent. Zhang Yi, we were wrong. We just want to live. Just give us some food so we can live like dogs. Whatever you want us to do in the future, we'll obey you, okay? Zhang Yi lowered his head and continued eating. How happy it is to be able to eat noodles heartily when one is starving. After finishing half a bowl of noodles, he casually placed the rest in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Right in front of these neighbors, separated by a window, they could see it but not touch it. Everyone pressed their faces against the glass as if that would allow them to eat the noodles. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Whoever goes over now and brings me Qin Jinghao's head, I'll feed him this kind of noodles for a week, every meal until he's full. Zhang Yi certainly had no pity for these people, but it was quite annoying for them to keep smashing walls and breaking windows every day. So, it was better to let them turn on each other and kill each other. That would be the most interesting thing. When Zhang Yi said this, he also sent it to the group chat, informing everyone in the building. The neighbors in front of the window showed hesitant expressions upon hearing this. Qin Jinghao had a gun. Wanting his head might cost them their own. However, if they found it difficult to deal with Qin Jinghao, how could they deal with Zhang Yi? 30 or 40 corpses were lying around Zhang Yi's home. It was clear that Zhang Yi was much harder to deal with than Qin Jinghao. At this moment, Qin Jinghao was watching the changes from the balcony next door. He didn't hear what Zhang Yi said, but furrowed his brows, pondering how to act next. He had lost 2 men this time. If he wanted to continue controlling the entire building, he needed to replenish his manpower. While he was deep in thought, Qin Jinghao suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back, causing the hairs on his neck to stand up. He turned around abruptly, raising his gun, only to find everyone looking at him with strange expressions. What do you want? Seeing the gun, some people became wary and immediately stepped back. Get away from me, Chen Jinghao shouted angrily. The way everyone looked at him remained strange, even somewhat eerie. It was as if they were not looking at a person, but at food. Chen Jinghao felt a chill run down his spine and quickly left with a few of his men. Wait, what about Zhang Yi's house? Sun Jichao asked from the side. Chen Jinghao cursed. Damn it, we can't break in. What else can we do? We'll think of something later. After finishing, he left angrily. In front of Zhang Yi's window, the groups begging for mercy and trying to break the window could no longer endure the bone-chilling wind and snow, and soon began to leave one by one. Zhang Yi lay in his warm home, waiting to watch the show. After all, this time, the unit had lost about 40 people. Almost everyone had participated in the invasion of his home, leading to significant physical exhaustion. This made supplies even scarcer, and conflicts among people became terrifying. Soon, Zhang Yi received many private messages. After this battle, the neighbors had completely given up. Their limited stamina was nearly exhausted, and they could no longer launch a large-scale attack on Zhang Yi's home. Faced with Zhang Yi's impenetrable defenses, they had also lost hope. As a result, many began to plead with Zhang Yi to show them mercy or proposed exchanges of benefits. For example, the rich second-generation Su Hao. He showed Zhang Yi photos of his girlfriend and said, Zhang Yi, I can give you my woman. Just please give me some food, okay? She is a famous car model in Tianhai City. Just look at her looks and face. She is top-notch. I guarantee you will like her. Help me out. Zhang Yi naturally recognized the model. Su Hao had bought a house here just to keep her. Usually, she dressed provocatively, like a seductive fox, always exuding temptation. In the past, she wouldn't even spare a glance at the men around her. Before Zhang Yi, she always wore a proud expression. But now, Su Hao was willing to sell her for a few meals. And this woman now looked much haggard and seemed very willing to be exchanged. At the very least, she knew that Zhang Yi's home had a lot of food, so she put in a lot of effort during the photo shoot. Truly a worthless commodity, Zhang Yi sneered. It must be said that the model had a great figure and was quite beautiful. However, this shameless woman, Zhang Yi, would never let her through the door. Who knows? One day while he is asleep, she might stab him and then occupy his home. A woman willing to sell her body for money has no moral bottom line at all. Zhang Yi disdainfully watched her video 5 times, then contemptuously closed the chat box. There were other people's conversations below. There were fewer men contacting him. After all, they had nothing to trade for food with Zhang Yi. Only Uncle Yu was happily congratulating Zhang Yi for driving off the enemy. However, there were many women reaching out to him. For example, Fang Yuqing excitedly said, Zhang Yi, you are amazing. I knew you would be fine. I can't get away right now. They are too despicable, keeping me locked at home. Don't worry. I will definitely come to find you. Zhang Yi scoffed and ignored her. It quickly became dark. Now it gets dark around 5 o'clock every day, with short days and long nights. At night, the temperature drops another 10 degrees or so. On the television, the few remaining channels were still broadcasting programs. With the government's efforts to maintain the situation, our country's snow disaster is improving, and we hope everyone does not panic. The problem will soon be resolved. The weather is severe. Everyone should avoid going out casually to prevent frostbite. Please provide assistance to those in need. Together, we can overcome the current difficulties. And tomorrow will surely be better. Zhang Yi found the news much more interesting than the skits. However, he was also curious about where these TV stations had moved to and how they were maintaining operations. While listening to interesting news, Zhang Yi flipped through the chat records. Looking at the angry, pleading, and begging messages from the neighbors made Zhang Yi feel very entertained. Most of those cursing at him were people who had lost family members. Zhang Yi felt good and would even bless them. Congratulations to you who lost family members. You can roast meat for the funeral and mix ashes with rice. Zhang Yi mocked them, making those people curse even more fiercely. But suddenly, he noticed movement on the balcony. Zhang Yi curiously walked to the window. Outside, due to the heavy snow, the light was very bright. Then he saw someone secretly transporting those bodies. To be precise, they were the charred bodies. These people were bundled up tightly, and when they realized Zhang Yi was watching them, they were all startled. Zhang Yi, we are not here to mess with you. Don't misunderstand. We are just here to move the bodies. The people spoke with trembling voices, not daring to look at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi slightly curled his lips. Oh, moving the bodies? Are you their family? And for burial, you can just throw them down. Could it be that you still plan to pile up a grave at home? These people were at a loss for how to answer Zhang Yi's question. Anyway, you won't need these bodies, so you don't have to worry about us. They gritted their teeth and quickly dragged the bodies away. Zhang Yi waved his hand at the glass. You are quite ruthless. Have you finally reached this point? Chapter 61. Zhou Kuter can't stand it. The next day, Zhang Yi heard gunshots in the hallway. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots sounded like 2 large firecrackers. This was undoubtedly Chen Jinghao taking action. Clearly, Zhang Yi's words from yesterday had taken effect. In a dire situation, people's fear of death began to slowly fade. The promise of a week of unlimited noodles that Zhang Yi made was an irresistible temptation for them. Zhang Yi opened the surveillance and saw the scene of the conflict erupting. Two men lay on the ground with wrenches and kitchen knives, blood staining the hallway. However, Chen Jinghao was not in much better shape. He leaned against the wall, holding a gun, looking fearful. They would intercept people coming to get water here, and others could naturally take this opportunity to fight back against them. Chen Jinghao ordered his subordinates to drag the two bodies away, quickly returning to his house behind them. He tightly gripped a handgun in his hand. Now, this was his last resort. After bringing the two bodies home, Chen Jinghao signaled to his little brother, and they immediately dragged the bodies to the back of the kitchen. Chen Jinghao's gaze was sinister. Sitting on the cold sofa did not provide him with much warmth. After returning yesterday, he saw the messages in the group and learned that Zhang Yi had put a bounty on him. This made him furious. He felt like a hunter, and Zhang Yi was merely prey. Prey, how dare it fight back against the hunter? However, he underestimated the madness of people in desperate situations. Early this morning, two desperate young men came to take his life. This made Chen Jinghao feel a slight sense of crisis, but at the same time, he became even crazier. Die? I'll kill you all. If you want me dead, you should die first. Chen Jinghao roared. After relaxing, he suddenly felt some pain in his back. So he called a little brother to help him check what was wrong. After taking a look, the little brother shouted, "Boss, you got stabbed in the back." A 30-centimeter long cut was made in Chen Jinghao's down jacket by a kitchen knife. The blood was not very noticeable on the black jacket, only visible upon close inspection. Just now, it was too cold outside, and Chen Jinghao, in his excitement, had adrenaline flowing, so he didn't feel the pain. Now, hearing what the little brother said, he immediately cried out in pain. These two damn things dared to ambush me. Sweat beads trickled down his forehead as he quickly picked up his phone and called Zhou Kuer. "Dr. Zhou, I've been injured. Come help me bandage it." Soon after, Zhou Kuer arrived at Chen Jinghao's house with a medical kit on her back. Looking at this ruthless villain, Zhou Kuer's eyes were filled with disgust. But to save her life, she had to treat his wounds. In fact, the reason Chen Jinghao's arrow wound had not flared up earlier was also due to her treatment. Although she was reluctant, faced with the gun of a villain, she had no choice. "I won't help you for free," Zhou Kuer said coldly. Chen Jinghao laughed sinisterly, pointing to the kitchen. "I'll share a portion of what we eat later." Zhou Kuer sniffed hard and finally caught the pungent smell of blood. Her expression changed. Having worked in the hospital for years, she certainly knew what that was. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Zhou Kuer coldly said, "No need." Chen Jinghao chuckled. "What time is it? And Dr. Zhou is still so noble. Sooner or later, you'll eat it. If you don't eat, you'll die? I'd rather die." Zhou Kuer frowned. "I can't bear to lose you. In this world right now, having a doctor by your side is too important." Chen Jinghao lamented. If it weren't for Zhou Kuer helping him with his leg injury back then, he would have lost not just one leg, but his life. "Don't worry. If one day I have to eat you, I'll keep you for last." Chen Jinghao stared at Zhou Kuer, a fiery glint flashing in his eyes. He had been coveting this beautiful woman for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that she was still useful to him, he would have acted long ago. Zhou Kuer frowned and stopped talking, instead helping him to treat his wound. Soon, the wound was simply bandaged. Zhou Kuer picked up the medicine box and was about to leave. Who would have thought that Chen Jinghao signaled his little brother? And that little Karami immediately blocked the door. Zhou Kuer was startled. "What do you want to do?" Chen Jinghao said, "It's nothing. You can't leave until my injury is healed." At this moment, Chen Jinghao was also afraid. He didn't know how many people wanted his life, and he was running low on medicine. Having a doctor by his side made him feel secure. Regardless of Zhou Kuer's resistance, he forcefully kept her there. Not long after, his little brother brought in a pot of cooked rice. When Zhou Kuer thought about what that could be, she almost vomited. Fortunately, she worked in a hospital and often dealt with dead bodies, so she wasn't scared to death. Chen Jinghao wanted her to eat some too, but of course, she refused. Chen Jinghao sneered and ignored her. He thought Zhou Kuer was just pretending to be serious. Sooner or later, when she couldn't stand the hunger, she would naturally eat. This situation couldn't continue. These cattle and horses were daring to resist now, which was very unfavorable for them. The only way to be safe in the future was to kill that Zhang Yi guy and take over his family's house. Their home was like a fortress, with plenty of supplies inside, enough for them to live on for a few months. Who knows, by then, the snow disaster might have passed. So, they still had to consider how to deal with Zhang Yi. Chen Jinghao said to his little brothers. A few little brothers exchanged glances. "Boss, how? We've attacked Zhang Yi's house several times, but each time we failed. Their place is like a turtle shell. We can't break in." Chen Jinghao said, "I don't believe their house has no flaws, and I don't believe he doesn't go out. Let's move next door to his house and take turns watching him. As soon as we get the chance, we'll take him out. Plus, living on a higher floor is safer." At that moment, the group was in a state of confusion, and they nodded in agreement with whatever Chen Jinghao said. Zhou Kuer listened to their conversation. Under the pretense of going to the bathroom, she went to the restroom to send a message to Zhang Yi, informing him of the situation. After understanding, Zhang Yi smiled dismissively. It was absolutely impossible for them to make him go out. "Got it. You continue to stay there and observe the situation." Zhou Kuer was a doctor, so Chen Jinghao wouldn't kill her. For now, she was not in any life-threatening danger. Zhang Yi wasn't in a hurry to take action. He set a bounty. And soon someone would come after Chen Jinghao without regard for their lives. After Chen Jinghao and the others tidied up their supplies, they took Zhou Kuer to the 24th floor. The young couple living next door to Zhang Yi knew Chen Jinghao had arrived and were terrified. Chapter 62. Live streaming a feast for the neighbors. Open the door, open the door. I'm Chen Jinghao, and I'm here to swap rooms with you. Hurry up and open the door, or I'll shoot. Inside the room, the young couple clung to each other in fear. What should we do? They're here to take our house. We might not even be able to keep that little bit of food we have left. The wife looked at her young husband with despair. The husband, a bespectacled clerk, comforted his wife, saying, "Don't be afraid, it's okay. If they want the house, let's just give it to them. By the way, quickly hide the remaining food on us." The two quickly hid the little food they had left in their clothes and tremblingly opened the door. Seeing the fierce-looking Chen Jinghao and his men outside, the man swallowed hard and bent down, saying, "Boss Hao, this house is yours from now on. We'll leave right away." With that, he was about to take his wife away. Before they could take 2 steps, one of Chen Jinghao's little brothers sneered and raised the steel pipe in his hand. Bang! With a muffled sound, the man fell to the ground, his eyes darkening. After fainting, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't understand why they would still attack him when he had obediently given up the house. The woman looked in terror at her husband lying motionless on the ground. She covered her mouth and let out a scream. Another stick hit her head. 2 little Karami came over, saying no more words, just ensuring the couple could no longer speak. Zhou Kuer covered her mouth tightly, completely stunned. This was the first time she had witnessed murder, and no matter how strong her psychological quality was, she couldn't remain calm. Chen Jinghao just glanced at her and sneered, "It's too cold. They were bound to die sooner or later. Dr. Zhou, you need to get used to this sort of thing." After killing so many, he had completely lost his reverence for life. Moreover, there was one thing Chen Jinghao was unwilling to admit. After being targeted by Zhang Yi's bounty and attacked, he also felt a sense of fear inside. So he had to use a more brutal method to suppress the homeowners at all levels and make them submit. Zhou Kuer held back her nausea and said nothing. Chen Jinghao swaggered into the house and ordered his little brothers to take care of the couple. In the following days, Zhang Yi could always hear a clanging sound coming from next door. He knew it was Chen Jinghao and the others searching for a flaw in his room. Moreover, those few were taking turns watching the front door and back window of Zhang Yi's house. Chen Jinghao thought that Zhang Yi would at least come out to throw out the garbage or collect melted snow. As long as he caught an opportunity to kill Zhang Yi, he could take everything that belonged to him. But he didn't expect that Zhang Yi had a huge alternate space, so water was not a problem at all. However, Zhang Yi indeed found it inconvenient to open the window to throw out the garbage. Chen Jinghao had a gun, and he wouldn't take that risk. However, for a homebody, having a bit more garbage at home wasn't a big deal. When he was bored, he would play games or watch the movies and shows he had downloaded in advance. In the homeowners group, the pleas from his neighbors continued to pour in every day, accompanied by frenzied curses after they couldn't get what they wanted. "Zhang Yi, you're a heartless bastard. You could have let everyone live a little longer. Why are you so selfish? You'll end up lonely for the rest of your life. Don't you have a heart? If you don't help us, you'll live the rest of your life in guilt and regret." Faced with the neighbors' curses, Zhang Yi's response was simple. He simply live-streamed himself eating in the group, recording his life and sending it to them. "Hello, dear family members. Today, I'm going to make braised pork." After saying that, a piece of pork belly weighing at least 2 pounds was tossed onto the chopping board. The neighbors in the group turned red with envy. What kind of braised pork can use so much pork belly? If you can't finish it, don't waste it. Give it to me, please. Zhang Yi, you're not human. You're a beast. You don't deserve to eat that piece of pork belly. Zhang Yi, I haven't eaten anything oily in a week. Please let me have a piece of pig skin. Let me have a sip of oil. That's what you don't want, right? Give it to me, please. A person who is extremely hungry has no resistance to such high-fat food. Zhang Yi was busy cooking, and through the screen, the neighbors seemed to smell the aroma of braised pork. However, after cooking for a while, Zhang Yi frowned. He picked up a piece of pork belly to taste it, and immediately spat it into the trash can. Too much soy sauce. Damn, this pot of meat is ruined. Although Zhang Yi usually cooks, he often makes big dishes. As a result, he accidentally added too much soy sauce, and now all he could taste was the flavor of soy sauce. Even the caramelized sugar was burnt, making it taste bitter. How can you eat this? Sigh, such a waste, too wasteful. Zhang Yi shook his head helplessly. He intended to show off his culinary skills, but unexpectedly messed it up. It's a pity he didn't have a local dog at home. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a waste. There was no way out. So he had to dump the entire pot of pork into the trash can. The group chat instantly exploded, and the neighbors went crazy. Don't throw it away. Don't throw it away. My mouth is the trash can. The trash can is right here. Oh no, what are you doing? Why throw it away? Why? Hurry and throw away your trash. I'll go pick it up right now. Young master, the old servant is late. Do you still need a dog? The kind that helps you handle trash. Some people were so furious at Zhang Yi's actions that they nearly passed out. Their hearts were bleeding. It was freezing cold. The gas in their homes was cut off, and they couldn't cook at all. Just wanting to eat something warm had become a huge luxury, let alone braised pork. They wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. And Zhang Yi, he actually dumped a whole pot without a second thought. It's simply outrageous. I might as well eat something ready-made. Zhang Yi's scene shifted, and on the clean and tidy table at home, dozens of big dishes appeared. The warm yellow lamps illuminated the table, making the food look even more appetizing. Zhang Yi pointed at each dish and enthusiastically introduced them. Look everyone. Tonight's dinner is oil-braised shrimp, scallion sea cucumber, exquisite tofu, sweet and sour yellow river carp, 9-turn intestines, drunken fish slices, sweet and sour tenderloin, black fish egg soup, and candied yam. Brothers, the dishes are all ready. Let us eat. Zhang Yi set up his phone, just like a food streamer, and began to feast joyfully. The neighbors in the group chat were going crazy with messages. Zhang Yi, share a bite with me. I'll bow to you. Zhang Yi, let my child have a bite of fish, even if it's just the tail. Zhang Yi, you are my father, I'm your son. Just let me have a sip of soup. Various pleading voices continued, and some were frantically calling Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi ignored them and happily enjoyed his meal. Watching these neighbors in a frenzy made Zhang Yi feel that this meal tasted even better. Chapter 63 Infection. Zhang Yi's way of flaunting wealth made the hearts of all the homeowners in the building bleed. Now, the scraps Zhang Yi tossed were delicacies beyond compare to them. But even so, Zhang Yi wouldn't give them any. In Sun Jichao and others' homes. After the last failed raid on Zhang Yi's house, their hopes of obtaining antibiotics were dashed. Just 2 days later, the aftereffects began to show. The 3 injured people felt their wounds itching unbearably. Around the bandages, the blood began to turn a strange and abnormal yellow. Sun Jichao couldn't help but tear off the gauze to take a look. As a result, he saw that the wound had begun to fester. A nauseating stench assaulted him, reminiscent of a decaying animal carcass. No, don't do this. I don't want to die yet. Sun Jichao was so scared that he began to cry, snot and tears streaming down his face. Zhou Peng and Gu Jiaoyang, seeing this scene, were even more terrified. They lifted the gauze on their wounds, praying not to get infected. Unfortunately, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. If it were just a scrape, perhaps there would still be a chance to heal. However, what they suffered were penetrating wounds, with rusty crossbow bolts deeply embedded in their flesh. The combination of the wounds, bacterial infection, and lack of sufficient nutrition and medicine made the deterioration of the wounds inevitable. The few of them let out tragic screams, almost going mad. In the room, Fan Yuqing trembled in fear. She held her phone and sent a message to Zhang Yi. Brother Zhang Yi, they have gone crazy. Qing is so scared. Can you come save Qing please? After Qing comes over, she will listen to you. Whatever you want Qing to do, she will do. After a while, Zhang Yi's reply came. Qing seeing you like this makes brother feel heartbroken too. But I can't go out. Qin Jinghao is right next to me. Why don't you come over? But be careful on the way, don't get bumped into by them. Yesterday, my neighbor next door was killed by them. With your delicate skin, you might catch their attention. Over there, Zhang Yi had a mocking expression, facing Fan Yuqing, the White Lotus. He only had one thought in his mind, to torture her by any means possible, making her die in pain and despair. Sure enough, hearing that Qin Jinghao was right next to Zhang Yi, Fan Yuqing's face was full of conflict. Qin Jinghao had killed too many people. She didn't have the courage to take the risk. Brother Zhang Yi, I'm scared. Can you come pick me up? Don't you have weapons? Zhang Yi cursed silently in his heart. Damn woman, how dare you ask me to pick you up? I want to do that. But I was frightened by them a few days ago, and feel a bit unwell. Let us say it like this, I'm a little tired. Bye. Fan Yuqing listened to the screams outside the door, her face pale, but when she sent another message to Zhang Yi, he had already ignored her. In the following days, Zhang Yi's life remained affluent and leisurely. Now that he didn't need to work, he could sleep whenever he wanted and wake up whenever he wanted. There was no need to rush for a living, nor did he have to care about anyone's face. If anyone dared to offend him, he would just curse them back. Life was simply enjoyable. Qin Jinghao next door was thinking of ways to kill him and take his house. But for several days, he hadn't seen Zhang Yi come out. As long as Zhang Yi didn't come out, he had no chance to deal with him. On the contrary, he himself was living in fear, as Zhang Yi had put a bounty on him. He was on edge every day. He didn't even dare to trust his own subordinates, holding a gun in his hand while sleeping. Soon, his nerves began to weaken. After pondering for a long time, Qin Jinghao finally figured out what to do next. Zhang Yi had been monitoring the entire building through surveillance, and he could see anyone appearing in the hallway. Over the past few days, he noticed that Qin Jinghao seemed to be plotting something. Gradually, people began to enter Qin Jinghao's home. These people were all young and strong, and they were all single and living alone. Some came willingly, while others were forced by Qin Jinghao at gunpoint. Slowly, Qin Jinghao's team expanded to 10 members. This was even more than before. Zhang Yi realized that he was scared. So he tried to pull a group of people together to avoid being killed and having someone come to me for the bounty. However, in Zhang Yi's view, this was merely a case of drinking poison to quench thirst. Over 40 residents in the building had been killed by Zhang Yi, and now the remaining population was around 70. According to predictions from his previous life, most families had run out of supplies. So the next source of food would be people. Chun Jinghao had gathered a group of younger brothers and was soon going to start slaughtering others. However, this also meant that Chun Jinghao needed to provide food for 10 people. Thus, even if they turned on each other, they couldn't sustain it for long. Moreover, everyone had their own hidden agendas now. This lame Chun Jinghao was barely maintaining his power with a gun, but he probably didn't have many bullets left. Zhang Yi sent a message to Zhou Kuo, inquiring about the situation with Chun Jinghao. After a long time, Zhou Kuo replied. Chun Jinghao and his group had gone crazy. They had eaten all their food and had started eating people. I haven't eaten anything in 2 days, and I feel like I'm going to starve to death. Zhang Yi was not surprised by this. If one day he was about to starve to death, and the only way to survive was to eat people, he would probably choose to die instead. Of course, now that Zhang Yi was eating well every day, it was easy to have such thoughts. If one day he found himself in a desperate situation with no food, he didn't know what he would do. Zhou Kuo continued to tell Zhang Yi that they had been going out every day to find people. As long as they found a house with people, they would break in and kill them. Everyone was out of supplies, which was quite ironic. The dozens of people you killed back then had allowed quite a few to live a little longer. However, they also faced resistance, and the survivors had banded together. They also had casualties. After a long while, Zhou Kuo sent another message. Zhang Yi, can you still save me? Upon seeing this message, Zhang Yi felt the humility of this aloof female doctor. It seemed she had little hope in him. After all, in times like these, when everyone was uncertain of their own survival, who had the ability to care for others? Zhang Yi thought for a long time and ultimately made a decision. Zhou Kuo was a woman he could still use. He couldn't let her die like that. A chief surgeon from a top-tier hospital was hard to find, especially one he knew well. You help me with something, and once it's done, I can let you live. Chapter 64. It feels great to be sixth. Zhang Yi could accept Zhou Kuo, but she had to offer a statement of allegiance. Zhang Yi's requirements were simple, useful, non-threatening. And crucially, she couldn't be a saint. Zhang Yi was confident about the first 2 points. But he wanted to know if Zhou Kuo could be ruthless at a critical moment. So he assigned a task to Zhou Kuo. Zhou Kuo did not reply immediately, clearly struggling with it. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry. After all, time was on his side. If Zhou Kuo couldn't pass this test, he would decisively give up on her. After all, Zhang Yi was in good health, and the probability of falling ill was very low. He wouldn't go out carelessly, and the risk of injury was also minimal. But how long Zhou Kuo could survive was uncertain. The next day, Zhang Yi woke up at 10 in the morning. He pulled back the velvet blanket and went to wash up in the bathroom. Then he changed into workout clothes and started exercising on the treadmill. In the apocalypse, good physical fitness was crucial. Having a strong body allowed one to better cope with danger and avoid illness. He sweated profusely on the treadmill, running for an hour before stopping. Then he took a hot shower. While showering, Zhang Yi felt a sense of pride. After all, this kind of enjoyment was incredibly luxurious for many people nowadays. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, a loud noise suddenly erupted outside. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened, and he quickly wrapped himself in a towel and went out. He soon heard a stream of curses coming from Zhou Peng. Zhang Yi opened the surveillance and saw Zhou Peng outside his door, frantically hacking at it with 2 kitchen knives. Zhang Yi, get out here. All you do is hide in your house all day. You're just a cowardly turtle, a useless waste. Zhang Yi smirked. Yes, you're absolutely right. And then? It's really laughable. A useless person who can't even survive is trying to provoke Zhang Yi? It seems like you're the one who's more anxious right now. Zhang Yi noticed that Zhou Peng was using his left hand to smash the door, and it was difficult for him to lift his right arm. He knew that Zhou Peng's arm had been infected. Looking closely, he could even see that his arm was swollen. Zhang Yi approached the door, hands in his pockets, and said indifferently, Zhou Peng, doesn't it feel bad to be infected? When I was in biology class, the teacher taught us about wound infections. When the tetanus bacteria from rusty metal enters your wound, it's like maggots encountering a corpse, starting to reproduce wildly. Your arm's wound is at least several centimeters deep. The outside temperature is cold, but your flesh is warm. Bacteria are desperately reproducing in that warm bed, eating away at your flesh. Then the wound starts to fester, leaking black fluid, more and more bacteria, and your wound keeps getting bigger. Finally, it travels through your blood vessels and spreads throughout your body. Zhang Yi vividly described it. And after hearing this, Zhou Peng felt even more pain in his arm. He was sweating profusely, feeling as if his entire body was infested with bacteria, ready to eat him clean. Even though he knew Zhang Yi was deliberately trying to scare him, the fear in his heart was uncontrollable. Oh, Zhang Yi, I will kill you. Zhou Peng had gone mad. His arm was indeed rotting, and he knew he was doomed. So he wanted to try one last time. But this time he came, it was destined to be in vain. In the adjacent room, Chun Jinghao's men heard Zhou Peng's crazed shouts and asked, should we kill him? Chun Jinghao thought for a moment and said, haven't you heard he's about to die from infection? Would you dare eat pork that died of disease? Everyone looked at each other, and in the end, they decided it was best not to take that risk. Zhou Peng smashed the door for a while, cursing for a bit. Finally, he got tired and collapsed in front of Zhang Yi's door, crying and begging Zhang Yi for mercy. Zhang Yi said faintly, you're doomed. Your wound is rotten, it's terminal, and you can't be saved. You might as well do what you didn't dare to do while you were alive, before you die. Zhou Peng's eyes were filled with tears. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, he fell into deeper despair. Was he really going to die? Fear wrapped around him like an abyss. But soon after, anger surged forth, wild anger. I'm about to die. What else is there to fear? He struggled to get up and kicked Zhang Yi's iron door hard. He intended to curse, but due to the door's hardness, he nearly fainted from the pain. Zhou Peng didn't care about that anymore. He staggered back along the stairs. After returning to where he lived, his gaze became vacant. He vaguely saw Sun Jichao roasting a knife with a candle and then using it to cauterize his own wound. The sound of sizzling fat burning accompanied by blue smoke rose, and Sun Jichao's eyes bulged out. Even though he was biting the blanket, he still let out a painful wail. He seemed to believe that this would kill all the bacteria. Ignorant and pitiful, his cousin, Wang Min, watched Zhou Peng with concern. Not knowing how to comfort him, she knew that Zhou Peng didn't have much time left. Every day, the smell of decay from a few people filled the room. The person hadn't died yet, but his body was already rotting. How deep this pain was, ordinary people couldn't imagine. Zhou Peng ignored Wang Min and rushed toward the room where Fang Yuqing was being held. When Fang Yuqing saw Zhou Peng, she screamed in fright. Zhou Peng, what are you doing? Zhou Peng walked up to Fang Yuqing, his bloodshot eyes fixed on her. Yuqing, would you marry me? This pitiful, lovesick fool, even as his life was nearing its end, had the greatest wish to marry Fang Yuqing. In the apocalypse, how ridiculous this request was, yet how humble. Fang Yuqing frowned. Her eyes filled with disdain. She instinctively pinched her nose and said, No, I don't want to. Zhou Peng's heart shattered. He had given so much for Fang Yuqing, even his own life. But Fang Yuqing had never had a single moment of affection for him. No, you love me. You love me. I want to have you. Before I die, I want you to be my woman. Zhou Peng lost his sanity. He couldn't accept that he had given so much yet received nothing. If he couldn't have it, then he would destroy it. The people outside heard the commotion inside and ignored it. To them, Fang Yuqing was the culprit who had led them to this day. She deserved to die? No, get away from me. You stink. It's so disgusting. Fang Yuqing yelled. You dare call me smelly? Zhou Peng was furious. He suddenly tore off the bandage on his arm. At that moment, his wound was swollen, black, and purple, oozing pus. Looking horrifying, he made a gruesome move, grabbing his rotten wound with his hand and then shoving the rotten flesh into Fang Yuqing's mouth. Take that. Take that. Fang Yuqing was so disgusted that she kept gagging, but Zhou Peng still managed to force a handful of rotten flesh into her mouth. Zhou Peng grinned. Watching his goddess being humiliated by him, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of pleasure. Chapter 65. Zhou Ku'er's decision after a night of deep thought. Zhou Ku'er finally gave Zhang Yi a definite answer. She knew this was Zhang Yi's test for her. Although it was very dangerous, if she didn't do this, it wouldn't be long before she, too, would die at the hands of Chen Zhenghao and others. She had to take a chance. That night, Chen Zhenghao and others sat in the living room and sent a lackey to the kitchen to cook. Zhou Ku'er watched them from a corner and suddenly stood up, saying, I'll help him. Chen Zhenghao's cold eyes turned toward her, his smile somewhat creepy. Ha ha ha, I knew you couldn't hold back. Zhou Ku'er stiffened, her blood almost freezing. Chen Zhenghao continued, 2 days without food, anyone would break. Dr. Zhou, it's not shameful to do what you must to survive. Zhou Ku'er felt a slight relief in her heart and bit her lip, saying, You're right. I don't want to die. I want to live. Chen Zhenghao thought Zhou Ku'er had come to terms with it and nodded. That's best. You're still of some use to me now. I don't want to see you die so soon. Zhou Ku'er took a deep breath and silently turned to help in the kitchen. The kitchen was covered in blood. Even with a stuffy nose, Zhou Ku'er could smell the overwhelming stench. She forced herself to suppress her discomfort and walked over to help the lackey cooking. The lackey looked numb, saying nothing, just pointing to an axe and some broken furniture, indicating that she should chop wood for the fire. Zhou Ku'er obediently complied. Nowadays, with a lack of energy, cooking could only be done by burning furniture. A makeshift stove had been set up in the kitchen, with an iron pot on top. Once the fire was lit, the snow inside began to melt slowly into water. However, the melted snow was not clear. It was particularly murky and contained impurities. But having something to eat was already good. No one cared about the details. Zhou Ku'er kept an eye on the lackey while also observing the movements outside the kitchen. Sweat began to bead on her palms because if her next move was discovered, she would undoubtedly die. After a while, the lackey tossed the ingredients into the pot and casually added some seasonings. Keep an eye on it, he coldly said before leaving the kitchen. Zhou Ku'er waited for a long time, confirming it was safe before reaching into her pocket to take out a small bottle. Then, in a panic, she opened the cap and poured a pile of white powder into the soup. After finishing this, she hurriedly stuffed the medicine bottle back into her pocket. At this moment, she felt her heartbeat racing like a single-cylinder engine, and her legs trembled from nervousness. She swallowed hard, picked up a ladle, and stirred the powder in the pot. Although the process was thrilling, nothing unexpected happened. This wasn't a movie. There weren't that many twists. Due to the harsh living conditions, everyone had become numb. They couldn't even imagine that Zhou Ku'er would drug their food. At lunchtime, Zhou Kuer brought a big pot of food to the table, and they immediately came over with red eyes, eager to eat. To gain their trust, Zhou Kuer also served herself a bowl of soup and quietly returned to her room. No one paid attention to her. Everyone just wanted to eat something hot. Hot food meant life. Each additional bite meant a greater hope of survival. After returning to her room, Zhou Kuer sat on the bed with the soup in hand. Then she began to wait silently. She had put sleeping pills in the pot, more than half a bottle. This kind of sleeping pill worked quickly. After taking one, it could make someone fall asleep within 30 minutes. Especially after eating, when blood naturally pooled in the stomach, it would make people feel drowsy. With such a large dose, even an elephant would fall asleep after eating it. As a doctor, Zhou Kuer knew very well how deeply this dosage would knock them out. Unless stimulated by something particularly intense, it is impossible to wake up in a short time. So not long after, Zhou Kuer heard the alternating snoring coming from the living room. She cautiously made her way to the living room and saw that everyone was lying on the sofa and chairs, fast asleep, holding her breath. She sent a message to Zhang Yi. I gave them a lot of sleeping pills, and they all passed out. What do you plan to do next? Just a wall away was Zhang Yi's residence. He had been waiting for Zhou Kuer's message to confirm whether she could complete the task. Only by proving her value would she become a pawn in Zhang Yi's hands. After seeing the message, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and told her, drag them out to the balcony. He wouldn't go over himself to avoid falling into a trap set by the others. Zhou Kuer bit her lip and finally said, okay, most people would be scared to death. As if Chen Jinghao and the others suddenly woke up at that moment, they would definitely kill her. However, as a professional doctor, Zhou Kuer was very confident in the effects of the drugs. Following Zhang Yi's instructions, she dragged Chen Jinghao and the others one by one out to the balcony. Even though the cold wind was biting outside, they would still not wake up for a while. People in deep coma were like that. In fact, due to the cold weather, their bodies would automatically choose to lower their body temperature, extending their lives in a dormant state. Zhou Kuer's actions were clearly visible to Zhang Yi, who stood by the window. He was well aware of how many men Chen Jinghao had. Nothing escaped his sight through the surveillance. When he saw Zhou Kuer panting as she dragged all those people out, he nodded in satisfaction. What else do you want me to do? Zhou Kuer asked with a trembling voice. That's enough. Wait for me for a moment. Zhang Yi put down his phone and turned back to his bedroom. After thinking for a while, he took out a thick, cold-resistant suit from a different space and put it on. He also took out 10 ropes, the thickness of a child's arm, and hung them on his waist. In his left hand, he held a crossbow with a well-prepared arrow, and on his back, he carried a machete. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and felt it was still not safe enough. He then took a handgun that he had bought but had never had the chance to use, turned off the safety, and held it in his hand. After doing all this, he finally felt a sense of security. Zhang Yi approached the floor-to-ceiling window. For the first time after the apocalypse, he reached out to unlock the door of the floor-to-ceiling window. This process was quite complicated, as the lock had 3 layers, a fingerprint, an electronic, and a physical lock. After unlocking it, Zhang Yi stepped out onto the balcony. The biting cold wind blew over, but through the cold-resistant suit, it didn't feel particularly intense. Zhang Yi couldn't help but marvel at the quality of professional cold-resistant clothing. Zhou Kuer was shivering by the window, hugging herself tightly as she watched him. Are you going to kill them? Zhang Yi smirked, raised the gun in his hand, and aimed it at the thugs on the ground. Subtly also pointing it at Zhou Kuer, he casually tossed the ropes at her feet. Not me, it's you. Chapter 66. The letter of credence. Zhang Yi stood on the balcony, his body leaning against the window, ready to retreat to the room at any moment if the situation went awry. Chen Jinghao and his underlings were sprawled on the neighboring balcony, appearing to be unconscious. However, Zhang Yi couldn't be sure they were truly out cold. What if this was a trap they set with Zhou Kuer to lure him in? It was possible that as soon as he stepped over, those people would spring up and take him out. Moreover, there was a gap of several centimeters between the 2 balconies. The stainless steel railing was particularly slippery in the heavy snow. If he tried to climb over, Zhou Kuer could easily push him, causing him to fall from the 24th floor. So, Zhang Yi pointed his gun at Chen Jinghao and the others on the ground. Use those ropes to tie their hands behind their backs. Also, I remember Chen Jinghao has a gun on him. Give that to me too. Zhou Kuer had an expression of utter disbelief. She hadn't eaten for 2 days, only drank a little water, and had just dragged 10 people to the balcony, leaving her with no strength. Seeing Zhang Yi being so cautious, even unwilling to come help, she bit her cracked lips and said indignantly, aren't you being too careful? Better safe than sorry. I won't take any risks. Zhang Yi replied calmly. Zhou Kuer, with no choice under the threat of Zhang Yi's gun, had to follow his orders. She picked up the rope and securely tied the hands of those people behind their backs. When she took the handgun out of Chen Jinghao's pocket, Zhang Yi's gun was also aimed at her head. Take the magazine out of the gun and toss it to me. Zhou Kuer looked at Zhang Yi, suddenly biting her lip, and asked, how can I trust you? What if after I do all this, you turn against me? Zhang Yi replied, right now, you have no other option but to trust me. Only by trusting me can you have a chance to survive in this harsh environment. Zhou Kuer pondered for a moment. She also understood that she had no other choice but to believe Zhang Yi. She couldn't break her moral bottom line to resort to cannibalism, which would lead to her starving to death. Following Zhang Yi's instructions, she removed the magazine from the handgun and threw it at Zhang Yi's feet. Zhang Yi glanced at it and confirmed that it was indeed Chen Jinghao's gun before telling Zhou Kuo, "You go back inside." Zhou Kuo cautiously returned to the room. She was very nervous at this moment because if Chen Jinghao and the others woke up, Zhang Yi could retreat to the room, but she would be doomed. However, just as Zhang Yi said, she had no choice. After Zhou Kuo returned to the room, Zhang Yi didn't rush to cross the balcony. He picked up Chen Jinghao's gun from the ground. Looking at the magazine, he saw there were still 3 bullets left. Zhang Yi put the gun into the different space, then returned to the room and took a hose from the bathroom. He then sprayed water towards the group of more than 10 people on the balcony. The reason he didn't shoot was that, first, he wanted to conserve bullets, and second, he didn't want others to hear the noise and cause unnecessary trouble. Splash. Water gushed out from the hose, falling on Chen Jinghao and the others from a distance of 3 to 4 meters. The temperature difference was nearly 100 degrees, going from over 20 degrees indoors to below 70 degrees outside. This caused the originally warm water to steam as it sprayed out. However, once it landed on them, it instantly began to freeze. Zhou Kuo in the room couldn't help but hug her arms tightly at this scene. Being frozen to death like this was indeed a very cruel thing. At this moment, the icy water began to wake the group up. The ice water had soaked into their bodies, causing them to freeze all over. A little thug's lips turned purple as he let out a terrified scream. He tried to get up, but found his hands tightly bound behind him. The ground was also covered with a thick layer of ice, causing him to continuously slip and unable to get up. Chen Jinghao was also jolted awake by the icy water splashing on his face. He was taken aback, and then suddenly realized he had been drugged. But now, he had no time to investigate who had drugged him. The cold water continuously washing over his body made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, with a cold, stinging sensation all over, as if 10,000 needles were pricking every pore. Everyone woke up, screaming in terror. However, they struggled desperately but couldn't get up at all, as 10 people were crammed on the balcony, getting in each other's way. Zhang Yi. Chen Jinghao saw Zhang Yi on the adjacent balcony, spraying them with the water pipe, and let out an angry roar. Zhang Yi finally came out of the room, and the unbreakable window opened a crack. Unfortunately, he was now tied up, and his life was clearly in danger. "You've made enough noise, it's time to die," Zhang Yi said coldly. Chen Jinghao and the others had already killed nearly half of the neighbors in the entire building, almost catching up to Zhang Yi. If they continued to be kept alive, it wouldn't be long before they would fight Zhang Yi to the death. Although Zhang Yi wasn't afraid, it was still best to kill him for safety's sake. Zhang Yi wouldn't joke about his own life. What could be safer than having the dead? Chen Jinghao and the others struggled with their last bit of strength, shouting in anger. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get up. The cold ice water poured over their faces, filling their mouths and collars. Their clothes soaked through, turning into hard ice blocks. After 2 minutes, they lay on the ground, no longer able to make a sound, their bodies twitching, turning blue and purple. After 3 minutes, they could no longer move, having become 10 large ice blocks. After 5 minutes, this mass of ice became even larger, merging into a solid block of ice. To conserve water, Zhang Yi stopped spraying. Frozen like this, without modern medical means, they could not survive any longer. Zhang Yi returned to the room and locked the floor-to-ceiling windows tightly. Then he changed out of his thick winter clothing and called Zhou Kuo. "You've passed the test, you can come over." In the adjacent room, upon hearing Zhang Yi's voice, Zhou Kuo's anxious heart finally relaxed. She trembled as she replied, "Okay, I'll come over right away." She grabbed her medical kit and hurriedly opened the door. Escaping from that hellish room, Zhang Yi unlocked the 4 heavy locks on the security door, then stepped back 2 paces, raising his handgun to aim at the doorway. He glanced at the surveillance camera to confirm Zhou Kuo's status was fine, then used his phone to unlock the final electronic door lock. "You can come in." Outside the door, Zhou Kuo heard the voice, raised her cold, pale hand, and pushed hard. The door was heavy, and she struggled to push it. However, when the door opened a crack, a rush of warmth immediately enveloped her. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Zhou Kuo's eyes. This feeling of warmth was something she hadn't felt in a long time. So, she exerted more force and pushed the door open, stepping inside. At that moment, it felt like she had entered paradise. The icy sensation that had covered her body was rapidly disappearing. The intoxicating warmth felt like stepping into a hot bath. Slowly, she even began to feel unbearably hot. After all, she was wearing 6 layers of clothing, with 2 layers of down jackets. In Zhang Yi's room, at a temperature of 27 degrees, it was too hot for her to bear. So she hurriedly took off her clothes, disregarding the gun Zhang Yi was aiming at her. Chapter 67. Prove you are harmless. The room was unbearably hot. Zhou Kuo felt like she was being roasted in an oven while wearing a down jacket, making her extremely uncomfortable. She didn't care that Zhang Yi was pointing a gun at her and quickly removed her thick down jacket to cool off. She gasped for breath, tears in her eyes, revealing her inner excitement. Warmth, it was so warm. Such a comfortable indoor temperature was the environment suitable for human life. She hadn't felt this ordinary happiness in a long time. Have you forgotten something? Like, this is my home, and you haven't completely passed my test, Zhang Yi said coldly to her. At that moment, Zhou Kuo remembered that there was a man in front of her. Zhang Yi's gun was still aimed at her. Zhou Kuo forced a smile. You are quite cautious. I've done what you said, dealt with your enemies. Isn't that enough to earn your trust? Zhang Yi replied indifferently. Those people were also a big trouble for you. You eliminated them not entirely because of me. You had your own need to survive. Dealing with them only proves you have some utility, fulfilling the basic condition to be my helper. But next, you need to prove your harmlessness. Zhang Yi pointed out the key issue. After experiencing a long life in the apocalypse, he was unwilling to easily trust anyone. Because no matter who a person was in the past, they could lose their humanity in the apocalypse. He could only trust himself. Only by doing so could he survive in the apocalypse. Zhou Kuo felt a bit helpless. She had already done as Zhang Yi requested and didn't know how to make him believe her. However, she definitely didn't want to leave this warm room. So what do you need me to do to prove that I am harmless to you? Zhou Kuo looked at Zhang Yi with pleading eyes, almost begging. Zhang Yi looked at her cautiously and asked, You're not hiding any weapons on you, are you? Zhou Kuo raised her hands in exasperation. Look at me. In this state, I can't possibly hide any dangerous weapons, right? Zhang Yi's expression was indifferent as he shook the gun in his hand. Put your hands up. Zhang Yi meant to search her to ensure Zhou Kuo wasn't hiding any weapons. Zhou Kuo felt a bit embarrassed. However, she understood that she had no bargaining power at the moment. Zhang Yi's home was far too warm compared to the environment she had lived in before. It was like heaven. To gain something, one must pay an equivalent price, and she understood this very well. Okay, I understand. Zhou Kuo mustered her courage and had no choice but to comply with Zhang Yi's request. She was a smart woman and knew what she should give to obtain what she wanted. Zhang Yi's eyes were fixed on her, preventing her from suddenly pulling out any lethal weapons. This was purely for safety. He, as a righteous person, wouldn't have any other thoughts. Zhou Kuo slowly raised her hands and then placed them behind her head, pressing her body against the door as depicted in television dramas. Zhang Yi cautiously approached and searched her. Is this okay now? Zhou Kuo asked after Zhang Yi had searched her. Zhang Yi confirmed that Zhou Kuo wasn't carrying any weapons. Then he glanced at the medical kit on the floor and said to Zhou Kuo, I suggest you take a shower first. Zhou Kuo's face turned even redder. Indeed, she hadn't taken a shower in a long time. And she might have a bit of an odor, but there was nothing she could do about it. Feeling shy, she rushed into the bathroom. Zhang Yi found some women's clothes from another space and tossed them outside the bathroom. Here are some clean clothes. You can take them and try them on later. I picked out a set according to your size, so see if they fit. If they don't, I'll find something else for you. Having managed the warehouse for so long, Zhang Yi had developed a good eye. He could tell at a glance what size Zhou Kuo wore. Inside the bathroom, Zhou Kuo responded with a soft hum. Shortly after, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Zhang Yi approached her medical kit, carefully opened it, and checked inside. He found that there were hardly any medicines left, just a few rolls of nearly finished gauze and 2 unopened syringes. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yi picked up the syringes, tossed them into the other space, and then closed the medical kit. He sat down on the sofa, waiting for Zhou Kuo to finish her shower before continuing their conversation. Inside the bathroom, Zhou Kuo turned on the shower, and when the hot water sprayed over her head, tears filled her excited eyes. Only after losing something do people understand what happiness truly is. In her daily life before, she didn't realize the importance of everything around her. But after the apocalypse, she discovered the value of those things. After thousands of years of human civilization, the conveniences they brought had made people increasingly delicate. Having not showered for half a month, Zhou Kuo was particularly thorough this time. After washing for half an hour, she suddenly realized she was in Zhang Yi's home and hurried up her showering. After all, water resources were now extremely precious. However, Zhang Yi didn't voice any objections or urge her. He had plenty of stored water, and even in extreme situations, there was a lot of ice and snow outside that could be used. Human activities had hit the pause button, and the natural snow melt was very clean, even drinkable. Click. The bathroom door opened. Zhang Yi looked over and saw a steaming arm reaching out from inside, picking up the clothes he had left outside the door. Soon after, Zhou Kuo emerged wearing pajamas. Her wet hair flowed down her back, creating a breathtaking beauty. Zhang Yi held a gun, ignoring the beauty before him, his gaze still filled with caution. Until he was sure this woman could be trusted, he wouldn't let his guard down. In the apocalypse, even seemingly weak women or children could pose a deadly threat. Thank you, Zhang Yi. I haven't showered in a long time, and I wasted your water. You won't blame me, will you? Zhou Kuo's expression was a bit embarrassed. Being in a strange man's home made her feel very reserved. Especially now. She had no idea what kind of person Zhang Yi was. It was always wise to remain cautious and respectful in such times. She didn't want to anger Zhang Yi and get thrown out. It's easy to fall into luxury from frugality, but difficult to return to frugality after experiencing the wonders of a safe house. Who would want to go back to the icy wilderness? Chapter 68. Today is settled. Zhou Kuer noticed Zhang Yi's continued vigilance towards her and couldn't help but think, no wonder he could live so freely in the apocalypse. Please sit. Zhang Yi gestured to the sofa beside him, not realizing when he had picked up the gun. Zhou Kuer obediently sat on the sofa 2 meters away from Zhang Yi, her hands clasped on her knees like a good child. Listen, I let you stay here because you have some value to me, but you must always remember, this is my home, and being able to stay here is my gift to you. Therefore, you must obey all my orders. Otherwise, I will kick you out. If you make any improper moves against me, once I discover it, I will kill you without mercy. Zhou Kuer listened to Zhang Yi's cold words and couldn't help but scoff internally, so cold-blooded. Although she understood Zhang Yi had his reasons for saying this, she would have been somewhat touched if he had spoken more gently. Little did she know, Zhang Yi had been gentle before, but his kindness had all been wasted. Zhang Yi then pointed to another room. Their home was a 3-bedroom apartment. Besides the master bedroom Zhang Yi occupied, there were 2 other guest rooms. You will stay in that room. But let me make it clear, every corner of this house is under surveillance. So you will always be under my watch. With no privacy whatsoever. The door is a security door, made of material only slightly thinner than the front door, but it cannot be opened by human strength. The key is in my hand, and you can only leave during the times I allow. If you have any objections, Zhang Yi pointed to the front door. You can leave right now. Zhou Kuer would never leave. Even if Zhang Yi's conditions were harsh, this house, relative to the cruel environment outside, was a paradise. She nodded. Okay, I will listen to you. Zhou Kuer's compliant attitude greatly pleased Zhang Yi. Truly a smart woman, communication was much easier. If it were someone like Fang Yuqing or Lin Kainan, they would probably throw a tantrum. They deserve to die in this apocalypse. Zhang Yi put away the gun and adjusted the position of another one. He looked at Zhou Kuer, his tone becoming slightly gentler. You're very smart. This will make our future interactions easier. You should understand what kind of hell is outside. Besides relying on me, you have no other way to survive. So now, I need to tell you a secret. Listen carefully. Zhou Kuer's eyes widened in surprise. A secret? You're willing to tell me? She felt that someone as cautious as Zhang Yi wouldn't easily share a secret unless it was significant. Zhang Yi said, I'm telling you this secret to ensure your loyalty to me. But if you leak it, I'm not very afraid. After all, in this world, everyone has a hard time protecting themselves, and I'm not scared of anyone threatening me. He shrugged. The people who wanted to kill me before have already been dealt with. You've seen that. Zhou Kuer nodded, looking earnestly at Zhang Yi, wanting to hear what secret he had to share. Zhang Yi continued at a leisurely pace. The reason for this snow disaster, I believe you've seen online. It was caused by a supernova explosion, leading to a gamma ray burst. This type of radiation can have certain effects on the human body, potentially causing mutations. Therefore, I have gained a superpower, the ability to access an independent alternate space. Ignoring Zhou Kuer's astonished expression, Zhang Yi continued. The reason I've been able to live so freely until now is that my space stores a large amount of supplies. Otherwise, just relying on this house. As you can see, it can't store too many supplies. Thus, I survive, and you can enjoy those supplies with me. Which is why there is food to eat and hot water to shower with. If I die, this house will quickly become no different from any other house. And you will still starve. Zhang Yi did not completely trust Zhou Kuer, even though he knew she was a kind person. He only believed in interests, not in human nature, because human nature can be distorted with little effort. Only by telling Zhou Kuer that if he lives, she can live. Would she completely become his interest community? To gain Zhou Kuer's trust, Zhang Yi took out a long sandwich from another dimension and threw it to her. Seeing Zhang Yi perform this magic trick and produce a piece of bread from thin air, a hint of trust finally appeared in Zhou Kuer's surprised gaze. Superpowers? Do such things really exist? Looking at the bread in her hand, she swallowed and didn't dare to take a bite, instead waiting for Zhang Yi's command. Such a large piece of bread could feed 2 families. Not to mention that she hadn't eaten for 2 days. Zhang Yi said casually, eat it, it's for you. Zhou Kuer could no longer hold back and took a big bite. Zhang Yi, seeing her eat so hastily, was afraid she might choke. So he poured a glass of water and handed it to her. Zhou Kuer devoured the sandwich. Feeling moved to tears over this fast food she had once looked down upon. My God, why can a piece of bread taste so good? Zhang Yi softly explained the rules of living here. I don't trust you that much, so you need to be sensible. Clean up. Cook. Don't make me tell you to do these things. The sewer has already frozen. So you'll need to use special plastic bags to cover yourself when you go to the bathroom and throw them out from the dark door by the window. From now on, this will be your responsibility. In other words, from now on, you will be my maid, earning a comfortable living environment and food through labor. Do you understand? Zhang Yi's home could not accommodate idlers. Zhou Kuer wolfed down her food, nodding repeatedly, I understand. Master, she called out shyly. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. This little girl was quite perceptive. No wonder she became a chief physician at such a young age. Seeing her satisfied after eating, a smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. He propped his chin up, his gaze falling on her fair neck. Do you know why? Among so many people in this building, you and I are not the most familiar, yet I chose you. Zhou Kuer bit her lip. Because I am a doctor. You lack nothing, but you can't guarantee that you won't get sick or injured. Zhang Yi nodded slightly. That's one reason. Although my body is very healthy, one must always be prepared for the unexpected. He took out a half bottle of leftover red wine from under the coffee table and magically produced 2 wine glasses. He poured 2 glasses and pushed one toward Zhou Ku'er. Now, do you know the second reason? Zhou Ku'er took the wine, hesitated for a moment, took a sip, and a hint of realization appeared in her eyes. There is no such thing as free bread in this world. Because I am a woman, and a very beautiful woman at that. This woman has a good self-awareness. Zhou Ku'er set her wine glass down and stood up, in front of Zhang Yi. She undid her bathrobe. Zhang Yi didn't pretend to be a gentleman. After more than half a month of repression, he had accumulated a lot of negative energy that needed to be released. So today was settled. Chapter 69. A good sleep this night was destined to be extremely long. Zhou Ku'er got the warm room she wanted. Now, she could finally sleep comfortably for the first time since the apocalypse began. Zhang Yi locked the door from the outside and kept the only key. Business is business. Basic principles must still be upheld. Even though Zhang Yi knew Zhou Ku'er was a kind person, allowing her to enter and live was already showing enough kindness. In the short term, he could not relax his guard against her. He took a shower first and then returned to the bedroom to rest. After sleeping for half a day, Zhang Yi woke up feeling refreshed, with his eyes brighter than usual. Having a woman accompany him made life a little more enjoyable, living alone. He worried that one day he might have a mental breakdown. After all, humans are social animals. However, the premise was that Zhou Ku'er had to be obedient and absolutely harmless. Zhang Yi opened the surveillance and saw Zhou Ku'er still sleeping soundly in bed. She had not had a proper rest for too long, so she was sleeping very deeply and had not woken up until now. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, got dressed, and went to wash up. After finishing his morning cleaning, he came to the living room, preparing to have breakfast. Zhang Yi took out some food from the other dimension and placed it on the coffee table. Then he went to Zhou Ku'er's door and unlocked it. He knocked on the door. Come out and eat something. It's somewhat amusing. Even though Zhang Yi clearly saw everything in the room, he still knocked out of politeness. After all, if the two were to live together long-term, basic respect was necessary. Zhou Ku'er's soft voice came from inside, tinged with a hint of fatigue. Okay, I'll be right there. Zhang Yi went to the dining table, picked up a beef cheese hamburger, and walked to the window while eating. After a night, the large ice mass next door had grown larger, covered in white snow, and he could vaguely see the twisted shapes of 10 corpses inside. Zhou Ku'er walked out of her room, and, upon seeing Zhang Yi, her face slightly flushed. As a medical doctor from a prestigious university, she had always been proud and dismissive towards men. That was why she had remained chaste until now. After all, people in high society attach great importance to such matters. However, unexpectedly, she had not given herself to her husband or even her lover. Instead, in the apocalypse, she exchanged this for survival with a man she was not very familiar with. Yet, looking at Zhang Yi's tall figure and his cold, rational handsome face made her feel particularly at ease. Women often have a special feeling for their first man. Zhang Yi quite liked Zhou Ku'er because she was beautiful. What man wouldn't he love a stunning woman with a great figure? But love was absolutely not something to discuss now. Perhaps when he completely trusted her in the future, he would slowly invest his feelings. After all, living alone in the apocalypse is exhausting, and one always needs some emotional support. Zhang Yi gestured to Zhou Ku'er that there was food on the table. Zhou Ku'er looked over and found steaming hamburgers, fried chicken, and French fries. These were food Zhang Yi had ordered in bulk from KFC and McDonald's before the apocalypse. Thanks to the preservation ability of the other dimension, they were still warm when taken out. Zhou Ku'er swallowed her saliva and couldn't help but walk over to grab a hamburger and eat it eagerly. The fast food she had once scorned now tasted delicious enough to make her want to cry. In less than 10 minutes, she finished the pile of food. Zhou Ku'er lay back in her chair, comfortably burping. When she saw Zhang Yi smirk, she shyly covered her mouth, feeling embarrassed. Zhang Yi did not care about such things. He asked, "Have you finished eating?" Zhou Ku'er tilted her head and replied seriously, "I'm not full yet, but I can't eat too much at once. Otherwise it can easily cause gastroenteritis. So you're done eating now? Come over and get to work," Zhang Yi said, pointing his chin outside. Zhou Ku'er obediently walked over. Zhang Yi took out 2 sets of cold-proof clothing from the other dimension, and Zhou Ku'er's eyes widened. Although it wasn't her first time seeing it, she still found it particularly magical. In her heart, her determination to follow Zhang Yi became even stronger. In the apocalypse, very few people survive. Only by following powerful individuals can one increase their chances of survival. Zhang Yi tossed Zhou Ku'er a set of cold-proof clothing for her to put on, and he also donned a set himself. "What are we going to do?" Zhou Ku'er asked curiously. Zhang Yi pointed at the chunk of ice on the neighboring balcony. "Go smash that ice block." Zhou Ku'er's body trembled. Those people's bodies had already merged with the ice. If the ice was shattered, their corpses would be shattered too. They must be dead, so why do this? Zhang Yi shrugged. Maybe it's just because I really hate them. Seeing Zhou Ku'er's astonished expression, Zhang Yi smiled. Almost everyone in this building wants to kill me and take my room and supplies. I have to do something to let them know I'm not to be trifled with. He sneered. They think I'm just a turtle hiding at home. Of course, I don't care about their opinions of me. But after a while, it gets a bit annoying. So it's good to teach them a lesson. There was another reason Zhang Yi didn't mention and was too lazy to tell Zhou. He was someone who would repay enmity. Chen Jinghao had tried to kill him several times, and Zhang Yi was very angry about it. Just freezing them to death, Zhang Yi thought, was too lenient. Zhou seemed to realize something and pointed at her nose. You're not going to make me do it again, are you? She felt utterly speechless. It seemed she had been the only one putting an effort to deal with Chen Jinghao and the others from the start. Now that Chen Jinghao was dead, why was Zhang Yi still so timid? Zhang Yi said seriously, this is called being prudent. What if I go over and you close the window on me? Although all of Zhang Yi's supplies were in the space, he wasn't worried about starving. However, after living a comfortable life, who would want to seek trouble? Zhou rolled her eyes. She felt both amused and exasperated. She secretly complained in her heart. How could someone be so cautious? She wasn't a fool. How could she do something that harms others and benefits herself? Zhang Yi ignored that, made a gesture inviting her, and then handed her a baseball bat. Zhou noticed that when Zhang Yi handed her the bat, he was obviously in a defensive stance. She was extremely angry and found Zhang Yi's excessive caution ridiculous. But despite her reluctance, she honestly accepted the baseball bat and then climbed over the railing to the neighboring balcony. Zhang Yi took out his phone and started recording. Chapter 70. Coercion. Zhou raised the baseball bat in her hand, looked at the huge ice block in front of her, gritted her teeth, and decisively smashed down. After all, she was a woman who had studied medicine and didn't have such a strong aversion to corpses. Crack. The ice block shattered in response. Zhou felt a painful jolt in her hand and exclaimed, dropping the baseball bat. She frowned slightly, rubbing her palm. So hard. Without waiting for Zhang Yi to speak, she went into the house and returned with a large hammer in her hand. This one is better to use, she said with determination. Zhang Yi was silent for a moment. He felt he might have underestimated the woman in front of him. Zhou raised the hammer and smashed down hard. Since not much water had been sprinkled, the ice layer wasn't excessively thick, and Zhou's strength was considerable. She really broke off a large chunk. Zhang Yi recorded the entire process with his phone. After Zhou made the first smash, her courage grew, and she no longer felt fear. With a series of cracking sounds, the ice block was smashed to pieces. At this moment, it was hard to see what was inside, just a swirl of colors. But Zhang Yi knew what those were. After Zhou fulfilled Zhang Yi's request, she climbed back. What is the use of recording this? Zhou asked curiously while changing her clothes. Zhang Yi smirked slightly, sending it to the owner group. Zhou suddenly realized. You want to establish your authority in the owner group so they won't dare to disturb you in the future? Zhang Yi smiled faintly. Not just that. I want to replace Chen Jinghao in their hearts. The neighbors feared Chen Jinghao far more than they feared him. Because Chen Jinghao had a gun and would storm in to kill them and take their supplies. Even if Zhang Yi killed many people, the impression remained that he was a coward hiding at home, relying on sneak attacks to kill. Zhang Yi wanted to take the initiative and prepare for the day he might have to step out. Zhou nodded, supporting Zhang Yi's actions. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa to rest while checking the chat group's updates. Zhou obediently leaned beside Zhang Yi, with her legs together, like a cute little cat. Her head rested beside Zhang Yi's as they watched the reactions in the owner group. The two of them looked like a couple in love. Zhou's feelings for Zhang Yi came from dependence, a natural attraction to strong individuals. However, for Zhang Yi, she still had more of a servant's attribute at the moment. As for feelings, that could be discussed later. If they developed, he wouldn't mind. But he also didn't expect too much. Recently, the internet seemed to be a bit poor. It took Zhang Yi a minute to upload the video completely. It seemed that due to the heavy snow, the surrounding base stations were also affected. However, as a world-renowned infrastructure powerhouse, Huawei had top-tier standards in communication. So, it wasn't at the point of being unable to communicate. Only long-distance communication might be more prone to interference. When the neighbors saw the video, they curiously clicked to watch. When they saw how Chen Jinghao and the others died so miserably, many people laughed madly, tears of joy mingling with their laughter. Chen Jinghao, that devil, is finally dead. Xiao Chui, you can rest in peace now. He is finally dead. We can go outside. That bastard got what he deserved. Ha ha. Woo-woo. The neighbors harbored deep hatred for Chen Jinghao. If he hadn't led the bloody storm, many people in this building wouldn't have died. Their relatives, friends, and loved ones had all been cruelly killed by Chen Jinghao and his men. Such hatred was simply beyond words to express. Zhang Yi posted a message in the group. Chen Jinghao is dead. It was done by me, Zhang Yi. Zhou shot him a resentful glance. Thinking, wasn't that me who did it? Zhang Yi continued, from now on, this building is under my control. The neighbors suddenly remembered that the video was posted by Zhang Yi, and there was also a glimpse of Zhou in the video. Zhang Yi, did you kill Chen Jinghao? You're really amazing. Thank you for helping us get rid of a damn devil. Zhang Yi, do you have any food at home? I'm about to starve to death. My son is already dead, and my daughter is dead too. But I want to live. Zhang Yi, you must have food at home. Right? Please give me some. I'll do anything you ask. Seeing Zhang Yi appear, the neighbors immediately began to plead with him. To them, The name Zhang Yi was synonymous with abundant supplies, a representation of food. Zhang Yi was somewhat speechless. It seemed they weren't very afraid of him. He turned to Zhou Kuo and said, I killed Qin Jinghao, but why aren't they afraid of me? Zhou Kuo replied without hesitation, because compared to that madman Qin Jinghao, you are a good person. Zhang Yi pointed at himself in disbelief. I'm a good person? Don't put a high hat on me. But Zhou Kuo said seriously, in my eyes, you are a good person, because you have never taken the initiative to kill anyone. As for Qin Jinghao, he deserved to die? Zhang Yi smiled, but said nothing. He didn't think of himself as a good person. At least he felt he wasn't a bad person yet. That was because he hadn't been pushed to the brink, so he could still retain the basic moral bottom line of humanity. At that moment, someone sent a voice message. Zhang Yi, has Zhou Kuo moved into your house? Why does she get to stay while I can't? Why won't you let me in? She had realized the blind spot. Zhou Kuo was helping Zhang Yi in the video, so it was very likely they were together. Many people turned red with envy. They dreamed of entering Zhang Yi's house. It was said to have a fireplace and was a greenhouse at 20 to 30 degrees. It was comfortable and filled with supplies that could last for 10 years. In the past, they had tried to storm in but had failed. But Zhou Kuo's situation gave them a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yi, I can do what Zhou Kuo can do, and I can definitely do it better than her. Let me into your house too. Zhang Yi, I actually haven't told you. I've liked you for a long time. Will you be my boyfriend? Zhang Yi, even though I'm a man, I can still. Zhang Yi found it hard to watch. Zhou Kuo was also dumbfounded, feeling a sense of crisis. In fact, whether as a doctor or a woman, she was not irreplaceable. At the very least, she wasn't very skilled at dating men. What if Zhang Yi met someone better in the future and neglected her? Zhou Kuo bit her lip, silently determined to show her value and hold on to Zhang Yi's leg tightly in the future. The neighbors were filled with envy and jealousy towards Zhou Kuo, all asking Zhang Yi to take them along, especially Fang Yuqing, who nearly went crazy when she saw these messages. Zhang Yi, are you with Zhou Kuo now? Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to respond to her. Fang Yuqing became anxious. At that moment, she was huddled in a stinky room, disheveled like a madwoman. Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoyang had been dead for several days. But Fang Yuqing still held on to glory and hope in her heart. She believed that one day she would be able to go to Zhang Yi's house and enjoy that wonderful life. She typed with her cracked hands, trembling, Zhang Yi, since Qin Jinghao is dead now, can Qing'er come to you? Didn't you say you wanted to live a good life with Qing'er? You promised to let me eat well and live happily. You promised me, you have to have me. You can't be with other women, you are mine. And everything about you belongs to me. Zhang Yi didn't expect Fang Yuqing was still alive. He sneered and asked, you're still not dead? Fang Yuqing's eyes lit up. So Zhang Yi thought she was dead, which was why he let that bitch Zhou Kuo stay in their house. Yes, it must be like that. Now that he knew she was alive, he would definitely choose her over Zhou Kuo. Her lips trembled with excitement as she said to Zhang Yi, I'm still alive. You used to like me so much, you want to change your mind, right? Don't let Zhou Kuo stay in your house. Let me go? I'm the one who loves you the most. Kick her out. At that moment, the disheveled Wang Min and Lin Kainan noticed Fang Yuqing's unusual behavior. Upon seeing the light in Fang Yuqing's eyes, they immediately understood she was chatting with Zhang Yi. The two rushed over, their faces twisted with anger. Fang Yuqing, don't think you can leave us behind to live a good life. The three of them fought over a phone, desperately sending Zhang Yi messages. Lin Kainan, Zhang Yi, I'm not worse than Fang Yuqing. I can do everything she can do. I'm much more considerate than her and want to treat you as a backup. Wang Min, Zhang Yi, I'm a bit older, but being older means I know how to cherish people. Young girls don't understand what tenderness and consideration mean. Give me a chance. Zhang Yi treated it as a show, listening to their competing messages and the arguments filled with noise, and couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Zhou Kuo felt even more anxious, tightly holding onto Zhang Yi's arm, as if afraid he would run away. Chapter 71. Don't contact her. I'm afraid she'll misunderstand. Zhou Kuo's active closeness made Zhang Yi feel a hint of happiness and warmth. Although he was not someone easily influenced by women, he also needed tenderness and care. There was no doubt that Zhou Kuo was a beauty, and it was reasonable that she had an impact on him. He also enjoyed the process of her coming close to him. A wicked thought developed in Zhang Yi's mind. If Fang Yuqing saw him so close to Zhou Kuo, would she go crazy? Thinking of this, Zhang Yi immediately picked up his phone and sent a selfie to both of them. In the picture, Zhou Kuo was nestled beside him, tightly holding his arm. Then, he sent the photo to Fang Yuqing. Qing'er, you are a good person. But unfortunately, you came too late. I've found someone better now. You will bless us, right? Fang Yuqing was still desperately fighting for the phone. Ding dong. The three of them heard the notification sound and hurriedly looked over. Every message from Zhang Yi was a hope for them to survive. But in the end, they saw the intimate appearance of Zhou Kuo and Zhang Yi. They were clearly already a couple. Zhou Kuo's education, talent, and looks made them feel inferior. Fang Yuqing had a low education level and only worked as a warehouse clerk. Compared to a high-quality, rich beauty like Zhou Kuo, she was utterly crushed. Thus, a strong sense of jealousy burned wildly. Zhang Yi, no, you can't do this to me. Qing'er loves you. I love you the most. She must be lying to you. She doesn't really like you. Give me a chance. I will prove I'm the one who truly loves you. Zhang Yi sneered and said, no need. Zhou Kuer and I are indeed true love. She is so much better than you. How could I possibly give her up for you? Do you think you are worthy? So let's not contact each other anymore. I'm afraid she might misunderstand. Zhang Yi knew that his words would undoubtedly drive Feng Yuqing mad with anger, because he understood that he was Feng Yuqing's last hope in the apocalypse. Personally extinguishing all hope for a person, what a wonderful thing that is, especially in this way. Feng Yuqing always thought of herself as a goddess, only to be adored by men. But today, she was robbed of her man, as she believed, by another woman. The key was that this woman was indeed better and prettier than her. This pain and despair were doubled. She regretted wanting to beat herself up, asking why she was blind back then and didn't marry such a good man like Zhang Yi. As Zhang Yi had anticipated, Feng Yuqing was nearly going crazy, letting out a hysterical scream from her throat. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Zhang Yi, you were clearly my loyal dog. You adored me for 2 years. But why now that I'm so proactive, you won't adore me anymore? That bitch. Why did you take what belongs to me? You deserve to die? Yes. It's all that bitch Zhou Kuer's fault. Lin Caning and Wang Min laughed heartily at Zhang Yi's message, pointing at Feng Yuqing. Ha ha ha. You foolish woman. Just being self-indulgent. This is your retribution. You deserve what you have today. Her once best friend Lin Caning scolded through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with disdain. Feng Yuqing's eyes turned red, and when she tried to send a message to Zhang Yi again, she found that she had been blocked. This meant that Zhang Yi completely didn't want to deal with her anymore. Soon, she would die in this apocalypse, and Zhang Yi's torment and humiliation of her would satisfy him. Zhang Yi put down his phone, a happy smile on his face. The more this bitch suffered, the happier he was. Zhou Kuer leaned closely against him, looking up at him curiously. Zhang Yi turned his head, and their eyes met. Suddenly, he frowned and tightly held her delicate hand. Do you think I'm cruel? Zhou Kuer's breath immediately became rapid, her face flushed with nervous excitement. You must have your reasons for doing this. Zhang Yi's gaze deepened. He thought again about how Feng Yuqing treated him in his previous life. He gave her everything, only to be betrayed by her, tricked into opening his door, leading to him being devoured by neighbors. That kind of heart-wrenching pain is unimaginable for humans. After all, you have to watch them cut off your limbs one by one with not-so-sharp knives. As long as you understand. Zhang Yi didn't want to explain too much. He couldn't explain it clearly anyway. After all, those things had nothing to do with Zhou Kuer. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Kuer took care of Qin Zhenghao, things around them became much quieter. At least there wouldn't be someone knocking or sending people to monitor them every day. Qin Zhenghao didn't even know that the main reason Zhang Yi wanted to kill him now was that he was too annoying. The atmosphere in the 25th was slightly relaxed, not as oppressive as before. Zhang Yi knew this was just superficial. The further the apocalypse went, the more twisted human nature became. Even without Qin Zhenghao, those who had tasted flesh might still kill. But still, what does that have to do with him? That morning, after Zhang Yi got up, he went to Zhou Kuer's door and helped her open it. Zhou Kuer, blushing, went to the bathroom, and then came over to prepare breakfast for Zhang Yi. Her cooking skills were average, but at least better than Zhang Yi's. Occasionally, when Zhang Yi wanted to eat freshly made food, he would ask her to make some. Of course, before eating, Zhang Yi would let Zhou Kuer taste it first. Then he would dig in. While eating, Zhang Yi would check WeChat and some news that was still operational. Nowadays, very few software applications were still operational. They were mostly maintained by the authorities. Under the extremely cold temperatures, most people could not survive. But the high-ups always had disaster response plans to allow some so-called important figures to survive. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face in the WeChat group. It was Linda Ma, who had been causing chaos before. Linda Ma, the snow disaster will soon pass. My brother is a secretary in Jiangnan province, and he told me on the phone, you all need to listen to me now, or I will have you all executed. Did you hear me? Send me food right now. But no one in the group paid her any attention. She has gone mad. But it's a miracle she has survived this long. I remember Qin Zhenghao was the first to rob her. Zhang Yi said lightly. Zhou Kuer, sitting across from him, showed a faint expression of sadness upon hearing this. When I went to treat Lin Xiaohu, I felt sorry for them and gave them some supplies. Chapter 72. Uncle Yu borrows medicine. Zhang Yi glanced at her upon hearing this. Zhou Kuer, fearing Zhang Yi would think she was a saint, quickly explained, at that time, the snow disaster had just started, and I thought it would pass quickly. Zhang Yi smiled dismissively, placing his phone on the table and crossing his hands. That's not the issue. The supplies you gave should have been consumed long ago. What has she been relying on to survive until now? Zhou Kuer was still chewing on a piece of pork rib when she heard Zhang Yi's question, and she silently put the rib back into her bowl. Lin Xiaohu had died about 10 days ago due to lack of medicine. Zhang Yi nodded. That made sense. He suddenly laughed. In the past, Lin Xuanxia always said Lin Xiaohu was her darling, wishing she could keep him in her mouth. She actually did what she said. Zhou Kuer couldn't help but cover her mouth and gave Zhang Yi a reproachful look. I'm eating. Ha ha. Seeing his prank succeed, Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly felt that living with a woman was much more interesting. At least there was someone to talk to, which wouldn't be so boring. While they were talking, A sudden shout came from outside. The two turned to look out the window. About 40 meters away from their residence in the 25th, a naked man stood on the balcony, raising his arms and shouting against the wind. Then, under their gaze, he dived down like a diver. Zhou Kuo frowned slightly and couldn't help but sigh. When will this snow disaster end? In the apocalypse, there were many who chose to commit suicide due to the lack of hope for the future. Zhang Yi shook his head. Who knows? The changes in nature are not something that humans can control with their current technology. As long as we can survive, that's good enough. While they were talking, Zhang Yi's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Uncle Yu, the security guard. Due to his experience from his previous life, in this life, Zhang Yi was willing to trust only two people. One was Uncle Yu, and the other was Zhou Kuo. They both sacrificed for others and adhered to the moral bottom line of humanity until death. So, he allowed Zhou Kuo to enter his home and become his servant. Uncle Yu, on the other hand, was the person in the entire building who had stockpiled supplies second only to Zhang Yi. Even now, the supplies in his home were still relatively abundant. A single man in his 40s, with no children or family, working as a security guard. Such a person, in order to save on living costs, naturally liked to stockpile cheap instant noodles and ham sausages. Zhang Yi picked up his phone and made a call. Hello, Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi, hey, how are you doing now? Uncle Yu spoke haltingly, accompanied by an awkward, silly laugh. Zhang Yi had known him for many years and understood that this was usually a sign he needed something and felt embarrassed. Zhang Yi weighed the situation in his mind. If Uncle Yu was borrowing supplies, he could give him a little. After all, this security guard had served 5 years in the army and was quite capable. If anything happened in the future, he could pull him in to help out, maybe even take a bullet for him. So Zhang Yi was happy to offer him some small favors. Uncle Yu, I'm doing fine. It's just that there's one more person in the house, and the supplies are running out a bit faster. He glanced at Zhou Kuo, who had a slight blush and was focused on her rice. Oh, that is indeed a problem. With more people at home, there is more food consumption. That is how it is. Uncle Yu's tone gradually weakened, seeming a bit embarrassed to speak up. But after hesitating for a while, he said, Zhang Yi, I want to ask you something. Uncle Yu, no need to be polite with me, just say it. As long as I can help, I will do my best. Uncle Yu said shyly, it's like this. Xieli Mei's daughter Tang Bao has a fever, and I have no medicine at home. She is all red all over. And both her mother and I are about to go crazy. Do you have any medicine there? As he spoke, Uncle Yu's tone trembled, filled with pleading. Zhang Yi's eyes widened, looking as if he had just heard a big scoop. Wow, I didn't expect Xieli Mei to find Uncle Yu as a backup. This woman has good taste, being able to pinpoint the second best stock among so many single men in this building, right after Zhang Yi. However, thinking about Xieli Mei's situation in the previous life, Zhang Yi suddenly felt relieved. She seemed pitiful, but in the end, she lived longer than Zhang Yi. Clearly not as simple as she appeared. Xieli Mei was still under 30 this year, scoring a 6 in looks, but after having a child, her figure was quite voluptuous. Uncle Yu, having been single all his life, could hardly resist the allure of such a mature woman. Zhang Yi didn't plan to meddle in other people's private affairs. If Xieli Mei could hook up with a big shot to support her child, that was her ability. Zhang Yi said, so that's how it is, Uncle Yu. Congratulations. Uncle Yu was a bit embarrassed, saying, congratulations for what? It's just sharing life together. You know my situation. If it weren't for the snow disaster, I wouldn't be able to find a wife at all. Zhang Yi said, I still have a few boxes of medicine here. You can come over to get it. Zhang Yi's tone was light, but the keywords a few boxes revealed a key piece of information. That is to say, Zhang Yi actually didn't have much fever medicine left. Yet, in this cold and resource-scarce situation, he still generously offered it to Uncle Yu. Just think about it. How loyal and good Zhang Yi is to you. How could you not fight for him in the future? Sure enough, Uncle Yu was so excited he couldn't speak for a while. Zhang Yi, how can I thank you? You've helped me twice with big favors, and I, Yu Jiguang, promise you here, if there's ever a day you need me, if I say no, then I'm not human. Uncle Yu swore excitedly. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Uncle Yu, you're being too formal. We've known each other for many years. In my eyes, you're just like my own uncle. Don't say polite words to me. Just come and get the medicine. Across the table, Zhou Kuo pouted playfully at Zhang Yi and even made a funny face at him. She realized that beneath Zhang Yi's stern and cautious exterior, there was actually such a cunning side. After Zhang Yi hung up the phone, Zhou Kuo curiously asked, Are you and Uncle Yu that close? Zhang Yi picked up his bowl and utensils and said lightly, The relationship between people is built on the foundation of interests. This is even more evident in the apocalypse. Uncle Yu is a kind person with strong abilities. Having him owe me a favor might be useful in the future. At this point, Zhang Yi suddenly paused. Then he said, Moreover, from a deeper perspective, I also don't want the brilliance of humanity within him to fade away in this apocalypse. That is an exceedingly precious thing. Chapter 73. A scheming mother after a while. Zhang Yi heard a knock at the door. Following that was Uncle Yu's voice. Zhang Yi, it's Yu Jiguang. Are you home? He habitually checked the surveillance to see outside. But soon Zhang Yi frowned, because standing at the door was not only Uncle Yu, but also a woman holding a child. Although she was wrapped in a thick down jacket, Zhang Yi knew she must be the mother, Xiao Mei. What was she here for? Zhang Yi had a relatively good impression of Uncle Yu, but he had no relationship with Xiao Mei. Moreover, based on his previous life experiences, he always felt this woman was not simple. Zhang Yi stood up from his chair and walked to the door. Zhou Kuer only glanced at him but did nothing. In this house, Zhang Yi was the master. Zhang Yi reached the door but didn't he open it. Is it you, Uncle Yu? He asked knowingly. Uncle Yu replied, yes, it's me. Just then, Xiao Mei behind him interjected, Zhang Yi, our Tang Bao has a high fever that won't go down. Please help her. Her voice had a crying tone. Zhang Yi took out a box of acetaminophen suspension and a box of Xiaoquihua cold medicine that he had prepared earlier and threw them out through the shooting hole. Quickly take the medicine to the child. At such a time, being sick was no small matter. Uncle Yu hurriedly picked up the medicine from the ground. His eyes filled with excitement. Zhang Yi, thank you so much. Xiao Mei took the medicine. Uncle Yu originally wanted to take her away, but a strange light flashed in her eyes. She said, Zhang Yi, I have a favor to ask. Could you let the baby stay at your house for a while? I know you have a heater, which is warmer. Our house is so cold. The baby is sick now, and I'm worried she might get frozen. Can you help us with this? Uncle Yu beside her was taken aback. When they came, Xiao Mei hadn't mentioned this to him. He felt a bit awkward, as he hadn't discussed it with Zhang Yi before coming. Now that Xiao Mei suddenly brought it up, it put him in a difficult position. But seeing Xiao Mei's pleading eyes, he didn't know what to say. In the room, Zhang Yi heard Xiao Mei's words, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Pushing your luck? Is that you, Sister Xia? I'm really sorry, but it's such an unusual time, I can't let anyone in. Moreover, our coal is nearly burnt out. To be honest, the temperature inside isn't much higher than outside. Zhang Yi won't be swayed by her words. Xiao Mei speaks nicely, saying it's for the child. But neither he nor Zhou Kuer has any experience in taking care of children. Even if they did, he wouldn't want to deal with such troublesome matters. So once the child is brought in, Xiao Mei could use the excuse of taking care of the child to come in as well. It's easy to invite a deity, but hard to send them away. If she has any ill intentions, wouldn't Zhang Yi have to be on guard 24 hours a day? He doesn't want to go through that trouble. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Uncle Yu quietly said to Xiao Mei, Zhang Yi is already quite generous to us. He even sent medicine for the child. Let's go back and put on more clothes, so the child won't get cold. Xiao Mei wiped her tears, crying, what do you know as a man? The baby is so small, very fragile. She then said to Zhang Yi inside the door, Zhang Yi, I know this request is a bit inappropriate, but I really have no other choice. My sister knows you have a kind heart. That's why I'm shamelessly making this request. I'm begging you, for the sake of the baby and for Uncle Yu's face, let the baby stay at your home for a while. Having said this, she also pulled Uncle Yu into the matter. Generally speaking, if a person isn't particularly hard-hearted, they would soften up. When you make a big request of someone, it's best to start with a small one. Once the other person agrees to the small request, it becomes awkward for them to refuse the larger one. This shows that this woman is not simple. Xiao Mei intentionally didn't communicate with Uncle Yu beforehand. She waited until Zhang Yi finished giving the medicine before proposing to let the baby live in Zhang Yi's home. But she underestimated how hard-hearted Zhang Yi is. Zhang Yi stood by the door, arms crossed, and said, Sister Xia, if this request had been made before the apocalypse, I would definitely agree. But now, as you know, Sai, everyone in this building wants to seize my house and take my life. I'm truly scared and can't let strangers in. I believe you can understand my position, right? Uncle Yu, you should understand too, right? Uncle Yu nodded repeatedly. At this moment, he felt very awkward being caught in the middle. But his gratitude towards Zhang Yi made him unwilling to continue bothering him. Yes, Zhang Yi has already been very good to us. Otherwise, who would be willing to give us medicine? Do you know how hard it is to get medicine now? Xiao Mei bit her lip, not refuting Uncle Yu, just looking pitiful with tears in her eyes. But didn't he let Zhou Kuer stay in their house? Zhang Yi sneered and said, Zhou Kuer is my girlfriend. Is there a problem with that? Upon hearing this, Zhou Kuer knew Zhang Yi was just brushing her off, but still, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Compared to the truth, women care more about men's sweet words. Even if they know it's fake, they will self-hypnotize, believing it's real. Xiao Mei frowned slightly, seemingly thinking of her next words. But Uncle Yu didn't have as thick a skin as she did. Zhang Yi has already helped him several times. He couldn't lose face as a man. So he pulled Xiao Mei and said with a serious expression, let's go, don't trouble him anymore. Zhang Yi has been good enough to us, don't take it too far. Seeing Uncle Yu genuinely getting a bit angry, Xiao Mei immediately changed to a wronged expression. I know, I don't want to do this either, it's all for the child. Uncle Yu said to the room, sorry, Zhang Yi, don't take it out on her. Thank you for this matter. Zhang Yi also said, no problem, this feeling is something everyone can understand. Let us support each other. Through the surveillance, Zhang Yi saw Uncle Yu take Xiao Mei and the child downstairs. He returned to the dining table and said to Zhou Kuer, this woman is a bit troublesome. Zhou Kuer casually replied, aren't there many people like this? Zhang Yi shrugged. That's true, but I have a good relationship with Uncle Yu. I'm afraid she'll interfere with our relationship. Uncle Yu is the ideal worker Zhang Yi has chosen. He doesn't want this Uncle Yu to have a woman around him whispering bad things in his ear. Zhang Yi felt a few more points of vigilance towards Xieli Mei. At the very least, she has her eyes on Zhang Yi's house and resources. Chapter 74. Night raid on Zhang Yi's home. Uncle Yu took Xieli Mei and the child home. After closing the door, he said unhappily, "What were you saying just now? How can you ask someone to help you take care of a child? It's so chaotic outside now. Who knows if others are human or ghost?" The fact that he could give medicine to the child shows he is a trustworthy good person. How can you still take advantage of him? Xieli Mei sat on the bed holding the child, feeding him medicine while unbuttoning her clothes to use breast milk to wash the medicine down. She didn't argue with Uncle Yu. Instead, with a weak expression, said, "Isn't it all for the child? You know, my only motivation for living now is the baby. If anything happens to her, what is the point of me living?" As she spoke, tears fell again. Uncle Yu turned to see her snowy white chest and suddenly felt soft-hearted but also somewhat firm. His tone softened. "Hey, I don't not understand your meaning. But as a person, at least you have to understand gratitude." Thinking of how Zhang Yi helped him twice, Uncle Yu slapped his thigh and lamented. "If it weren't for Zhang Yi, I would never have thought to stockpile supplies in advance. And I wouldn't be alive now. This great kindness, I, Yu Jiguang, must find a way to repay." Just then, he heard Xieli Mei's soft voice in his ear. "Actually, I think you don't need to be so grateful to Zhang Yi. At least he is still on guard against you, right?" Uncle Yu was taken aback and said excitedly, "What are you talking about?" Xieli Mei looked weak. "Think about it. If he really trusted you, when we went over, he should have opened the door and let us in to sit down. The medicine was thrown out from the window, without even showing his face. Isn't he on guard against you?" Uncle Yu was very unhappy. "Don't talk nonsense. He is doing it out of kindness. And how did it turn into something in your mouth?" Xieli Mei calmly continued in a soft voice, "I'm not talking nonsense. I think he has helped you. But he hasn't lost much. Maybe he is just intentionally giving you some small favors, hoping that one day you can be his henchman. If he were really a good person, could he use such cruel methods to kill dozens of neighbors? Unless he is willing to let us live in his house. I wouldn't believe he is truly a good person. Besides, his house is big. Having the three of us wouldn't be too much. What is wrong with that?" Before Xieli Mei could continue, a loud shout rang in her ear. "Enough!" Uncle Yu's face turned red, angrily looking at her, which startled Xieli Mei. The baby in her arms began to cry loudly. Xieli Mei quickly hugged the baby, softly saying, "I'm sorry, it was my fault. What I just said was also for your good. It's always better for everyone to be a bit more careful at this time." Uncle Yu coldly said, "Don't say such things in the future. I, Yu Jiguang, can still distinguish between good and bad. If I start doubting my benefactor, am I still a person?" Uncle Yu is honest and straightforward, but being honest and straightforward is not the same as being foolish. That's right. Even if Zhang Yi helps him for a purpose, so what? In this world, there is no kindness without reason. He has lived for over 40 years, worked as a security guard for more than 10 years, and has seen through the ways of the world. How could he not understand this principle? Xieli Mei knew that Uncle Yu was angry and that the pressure couldn't be increased any further, so she obediently chose to keep quiet. However, this did not mean she had given up on persuading Uncle Yu. The warm house of Zhang Yi was what she longed for. Xieli Mei looked down at her 8-month-old baby and secretly made up her mind. "Baby, no matter what the cost, I don't care, as long as we can survive together." That night, the white moonlight spilled over the silver ground, bringing a touch of desolation and loneliness. The heavy snow had been falling for almost a month, sometimes heavier, sometimes lighter, but it had never stopped for a day. The snow in the Yuelu community had piled up to the 4th floor, and the ground was completely covered in white. Out of habit, most people were still asleep at this time. The entrance door on the 25th floor was completely blocked by tens of thousands of tons of accumulated snow, airtight. Suddenly, the snow layer at the entrance seemed to shift, and a few ice chips fell to the ground. But soon, a large chunk of ice and snow bulged out and was forcefully pushed away. A shovel appeared from the broken hole. Immediately, the hole got larger, and a dozen people dressed in heavy clothing, holding shovels, steel bars, and axes, crawled out from inside. The leader was short and thin, with deeply sunken cheeks. However, he had a pair of sharp, chilling eyes. After entering the hallway, he lowered his voice and said, "Go. Up." A group of people carefully held their tools and climbed up the stairs in a disorganized manner. Their formation was very neat, with some people in front holding wooden boards and frying pans as shields. When they reached the 10th floor, they happened to encounter a resident sneaking down to fetch snow. A strong man, without saying a word, directly swung a shovel at his head. Puff! Blood splattered on the wall, and the person didn't even have time to scream before collapsing. The strong man looked at the corpse on the ground and said to the thin leader, "Second uncle, what should we do?" The second uncle replied, "Just leave him here. We'll take him back after we finish our business." The group obediently continued to climb up. Their target today was room 2401 on the 25th floor. At this time, Zhang Yi was sound asleep, while Zhou Kuer was locked in the adjacent guest room. This group of outsiders quietly reached the 24th floor, and despite climbing so high, their stamina showed no sign of exhaustion. Clearly, they were not ordinary people, but had special professions. They arrived at Zhang Yi's door, but no one rushed to smash the door. The leading second uncle gestured for everyone to stop and whispered to the back, "Old donkey, come here." From the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing a gray woolen hat came over, carrying a gray backpack on his back. "Open the door." The second uncle pointed at Zhang Yi's door and said. Old donkey nodded. "Watch me." He arrived in front of Zhang Yi's door, set down his backpack, and quickly took out various tools from inside. The most obvious were detonators and a few rectangular objects wrapped in yellow tape. After fiddling for a while, everyone hurriedly hid in the hallway. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the entire building. Everyone was awakened from their sleep, and Zhang Yi was no exception. Since the explosion was right in front of his door, his ears were still buzzing, and his eardrums throbbed painfully. Chapter 75. The power of white phosphorus. Zhang Yi reacted quickly, climbed out of bed in his pajamas, and immediately retrieved a gun from the alternate space, unlocking the safety and holding it in his hand. He opened his phone to check the surveillance outside. The living room was unharmed. In Zhou Kuer's room, she looked terrified, nervously wrapped in her blanket, hiding in the corner of the room. Seeing that everything inside the house was fine, Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked outside through the surveillance. Upon seeing, he discovered those dozen sneaky individuals. Most of them were holding shovels, along with steel bars, wooden boards, and axes. However, the wooden boards looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were the common red plywood used at construction sites. Zhang Yi clearly remembered that there were no construction workers in their building. However, in the adjacent 26th building, there was a group of workers from a nearby construction site, about 20 in total, living in a company-rented house. As the smoke and dust cleared, those people rushed to the door to check whether the explosion was successful. Their demeanor clearly indicated they were well prepared, and their target was very clear, directly towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's gaze turned icy. It seemed that the news of the abundant supplies in his home had already spread to the outside world. Outside the door, Uncle Tu and the others stared in shock at the heavy metal door, which remained intact. "Old donkey, what kind of job did you do? You messed up so badly that you couldn't even blow open a door." A nearby worker angrily questioned Old Donkey. Old Donkey also didn't expect such a result. He said, "This isn't right. The explosives I mixed were fine. It must have gotten damp." Old Donkey was the demolition expert in the engineering team, but he used primitive methods. Thus, while this explosive made a loud noise, its power was significantly less than that of explosives mixed by professional demolitions experts. Otherwise, even if it couldn't blow open Zhang Yi's door, it would have destroyed the walls nearby. In simple terms, it was not very damaging but had a strong frightening effect. Zhang Yi confirmed through his phone that his house was undamaged, which relieved him. However, at the same time, his anger was also burning fiercely. These people wanted him dead. Then he would let them die first. Outside, the group was still complaining, and some had already attempted to use their shovels to smash the door. They did not notice that a small window had opened in the iron door above them. Zhang Yi ignited a Molotov cocktail and threw it outside. The blazing flames instantly engulfed the area. Zhang Yi was still not satisfied, and took out several small white bottles from the space, which contained a nearly transparent white liquid. These were a few bottles of white phosphorus dissolved in carbon disulfide, considered the simplest version of a white phosphorus bomb. White phosphorus bombs are known as hellfire. They burn at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, capable of eliminating all living organisms within a certain range. When a white phosphorus bomb explodes, it produces intense light and splattering burning fragments, which are difficult to remove once they contact the skin, leaving gruesome wounds that not only have terrifying lethality, but also create strong psychological shock. The use of white phosphorus bombs is prohibited internationally. However, Zhang Yi did not care about that. As long as it could effectively kill enemies, he would use any means necessary. The Molotov cocktail landed on the ground, and a great fire blazed, but the lethality of such things was not very significant. The intruders had crossed through the snow layer, and their clothes were wet, making them hard to ignite. However, the Molotov cocktail ignited flames on the ground, causing the sulfur dioxide to evaporate rapidly, which in turn ignited the white phosphorus dissolved within. In an instant, temperatures reaching thousands of degrees were created in the air. The flames splashed onto their clothes, and no matter how they tried to extinguish them, they couldn't be put out. In an instant, the corridor outside transformed into a sea of fire. Zhang Yi's actions exceeded the expectations of this group of people, and they had no way to react in just a few seconds. Many were caught by the flames of burning white phosphorus, and the down jackets and cotton clothes they wore were excellent materials for combustion. "Ah, help me, help me." The shrill screams sounded as if they came from hell. Being burned alive can be said to be the most painful way to die for a human. Even an ordinary person would feel excruciating pain if a match burned their finger, not to mention that every inch of their skin was being consumed by flames. Zhang Yi felt unsatisfied and took out his handgun, shooting desperately at the outside. Bang, bang, bang. He didn't care about conserving bullets anymore, shooting as if it were firecrackers. Soon, one corpse after another fell down. Among the more than 10 intruders, only 8 corpses remained, with only 5 or 6 people managing to escape. Zhang Yi did not open the door to chase them. Safety was still the priority. Only after confirming that those people were dead did he close the shooting hole and then turned on the air filtration system to prevent smoke from entering the room. Zhang Yi glanced at the gun in his hand. All the bullets were used up. He couldn't help but shake his head. This thing really isn't durable. Fortunately, I didn't buy a machine gun. Otherwise, a single burst would have used up hundreds of bullets. It seems that I need to find a way to get some firearms later. Before this, his sense of crisis wasn't that high. But today, the workers on the nearby floors reminded him with their explosive methods. Those who can survive in the apocalypse are not simple individuals. The people he will face in the future will all be ruthless characters. If one day, an engineer carrying a large amount of explosives comes, he might blow up his entire building. Of course, that's just an exaggerated statement. After all, that kind of dosage is too large for an ordinary person to obtain. However, this also forced Zhang Yi to prepare for the future. I will definitely kill all of you bastards. Zhang Yi cursed fiercely. He walked to Zhou Kuer's room and opened the door. Zhou Kuer was curled up in the corner, tightly burying her head between her snow-white legs. It's okay now, Zhang Yi said to her. When Zhou Kuer heard Zhang Yi's voice, she immediately felt particularly at ease. Although this man was overly cautious and always appeared indifferent, right now, he was the greatest warmth in Zhou Kuer's heart. She raised her head to look at Zhang Yi and argued, I'm not scared. I just thought there was an earthquake, and it's safer to hide in the corner. Zhang Yi chuckled in disbelief. On the 24th floor, if there really was an earthquake, hiding anywhere would be enough to crush you. Zhou Kuer stood up and asked, what just happened? Zhang Yi sat on her bed. Before she moved in, the place was quite dull, with no blankets on the bed. However, after she settled in, the room gained a warm atmosphere. A pink velvet comforter, yellow bed sheets, black lace underwear and black stockings hung on the windowsill, indicating that she was a delicate woman. Of course, it wasn't just her own room. The entire building, including Zhang Yi's bedroom, was kept spotless by her every day. Zhang Yi thought to himself, having a sensible woman by your side is really nice. If it weren't for the apocalypse, a woman like this wouldn't be obtainable without 88 million in betrothal gifts. Chapter 76 The Heavenly Alliance of Building 26. Zhang Yi told Zhou Kuer about what had just happened. It was the workers from Building 26 next door. There is a newly developed community nearby. So many workers are renting houses around. Zhou Kuer was a bit curious. Our community is considered mid to high end. Would they be willing to spend so much money? Zhang Yi replied, 10 people living in one room. How expensive do you think it would be? Zhou Kuer responded with an "oh" and nodded. Then she revealed a serious expression. If that's the case, they are actually more dangerous than Chen Zhenghao. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Chen Zhenghao was just a social thug. In the past peaceful times, ordinary people wouldn't dare to cause trouble, so they feared him. But now, everyone is uncertain about their future. If he didn't have a gun, he would have been killed long ago. However, these workers are different. They do physical labor every day, making them much stronger than ordinary people, and their combat power is more fierce. Moreover, they are all acquaintances, and with their numbers, whatever they want to do is convenient. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and sighed. Fortunately, I dealt with that fat guy who played with explosives yesterday. Otherwise, I wouldn't sleep well at night. Zhou Kuer asked, what should we do next? Should we seek revenge on them? Zhang Yi's eyebrows furrowed. Of course, we must take revenge. However, I can't possibly go there. It's unwise to go onto their turf. Just look at them. Didn't I manage to kill off a large portion of them? Zhou Kuer said helplessly. But you have a gun. Having a gun doesn't mean anything. Zhang Yi spoke with conviction. Even if I killed them all, if I got hit by a shovel, I would feel like I lost big time. Zhou Kuer rolled her eyes. You're just too cautious and too steady. But if you don't go out to find them, how can you take revenge? They don't seem like the kind of people who are afraid of death. They feel just like fugitives. After all, what normal person would play with explosives in an apartment building? One misstep could bury themselves. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, already having an idea in mind. It seems that if he wants to live a stable life in the future, he must find some people to act as cannon fodder. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, took out his phone, and opened the owner group for Building 25. At this moment, due to the recent explosion, the neighbors were all awakened and the group was in an uproar. What was that sound just now? Was there an earthquake? Or was it an artillery attack? The sound came from upstairs. Could it be a meteorite falling? It's very possible. If it wasn't a meteorite falling from the sky, how could there be such an abnormal temperature? Perhaps humanity will go extinct like the dinosaurs. The comments were all over the place, with all kinds of speculation. Zhang Yi said, the group of workers from Building 26 just broke into our apartment building, intending to kill and rob resources. I discovered them in time and drove them away. Zhang Meng, who lived on the 16th floor, has already been killed. As for that sound, it was them using explosives. The neighbors, upon hearing Zhang Yi's account, immediately became tense. What? We just dealt with Chen Zhenghao. How come those mud-legged workers next door are here again? They are ruthless. I've heard that there are often fights among several groups at that construction site. How did those from Building 26 get over? Zhang Yi replied. They dug a snow tunnel from below and came up through the first floor. Just then, someone nervously said, quickly collapse that tunnel and lock the door. Zhang Yi said, It's useless. That kind of door would break with a single hit. Even if you block it, they can still climb in through the windows on the 4th floor. The neighbors were all in a state of panic. That night, if it weren't for Zhang Yi driving those people away, they might have barged into his home and killed him. What should we do? How can we compete with those laborers? Half of the people in our building are dead, and most of the remaining ones are the elderly, weak, women, and children. Indeed, more than half of those who were able to help have died near Zhang Yi's house. At this moment, someone said, "Fortunately, we have Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, you're amazing. You drove away so many of them all by yourself. With you here, our safety is guaranteed. Zhang Yi, you are our hero." After the reminders from the few people at the front, others suddenly realized. Now, Zhang Yi is their building's strongest combat force, and he has a gun. Sending him to deal with the workers from the adjacent building is the best choice. Zhang Yi found this scene quite absurd. Previously, they scolded him every day in the group, calling him selfish and shameless. Most of their families had people die at Zhang Yi's hands, so they hated him to the bone. Yet now they needed him, calling him a hero. Did they really take Zhang Yi for a fool? Zhang Yi curled his lips and said, "I used up a lot of weapons dealing with them. It's hard for me to protect myself now. You all should fend for yourselves. What reason do I have to protect you? Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me." After saying this, Zhang Yi fell silent. The people in the group became agitated, pleading with Zhang Yi to protect them. "Zhang Yi, you can't just watch us die. If we all die, only you two will be left alive. Won't you feel lonely? If we all die, sooner or later, you will become the target too. Who knows how many people are watching you?" Seeing these words, Zhang Yi's gaze turned cold. That statement was true. He didn't know how many people were watching him now. After all, the video he posted in the group must have been shared by the neighbors. People outside might just feel jealous after seeing it. However, the people in the surrounding units have the opportunity to come to 25 and take everything from him. But he still said nothing. Instead, Uncle Yu sent Zhang Yi a private message, asking if he needed help. "I know those pups from 26. I even had a drink with them before. Those bastards are trying to mess with you. I want to let them off the hook. Zhang Yi, if you have any thoughts, let me know, and I'll help you deal with them." Zhang Yi smiled. "Uncle Yu, they have quite a number, right?" Uncle Yu replied, "Yeah, they originally had over 30 people. But recently, about 10 have died, so there are around 20 left. I know their boss, Huang Tianfeng. We were chatting for a while before. But those bastards are really no good. They've caused a lot of deaths in 26. Ugh, I wouldn't want to associate with that gang." Uncle Yu and those workers came from rural backgrounds. However, the workers were involved in society, while Uncle Yu had spent many years in the military. Their mindsets were simply not on the same level. Chapter 77, Zhang Yi, if you don't come out, I'll kill your neighbors. Based on Uncle Yu's introduction, Zhang Yi gained some understanding of those people. That group of workers worked under an engineering company called Tianhe Group. They were informal workers, contracted by a foreman. And they worked for him. However, they boasted about being employees of Tianhe Group to save face. So now their group called themselves the Tianhe Gang, with the thin, short man Huang Tianfeng as the leader. "Zhang Yi, do you have any plans for them? If you need my help, just let me know," Uncle Yu said. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. It was impossible for him to attack this so-called Tianhe Gang. His greatest reliance was this steel fortress. Once he left the room, facing that group of 20 or so people, even with a gun in hand, it would still be very dangerous. "Uncle Yu, for safety's sake, I don't have any plans for revenge at the moment. Mainly, it's just me. Even with you, I don't have a guaranteed victory." Unless his eyes flashed with a glint, "We can mobilize the neighbors in the building." Uncle Yu understood Zhang Yi's meaning. "You mean we should unite like Huang Tianfeng's gang? Working together against outsiders?" "Yes, that's what I mean." Uncle Yu said, "All right, I'll bring this up in the group and see how many are willing." Zhang Yi chuckled. "Uncle Yu, no need for that. If you push them to join the group, they might think you have ulterior motives or even take advantage of you." Uncle Yu asked, "Then what should we do?" Zhang Yi laughed. "We're not in a hurry. We have enough supplies at home. We can just wait. The Tianhe gang came once, and they will surely come back again. Not to mention, they have killed so many of my people, they will definitely seek revenge. By then, the neighbors in this building will naturally come to us for help." Uncle Yu couldn't help but sigh. "Zhang Yi, you're really brilliant." The two quickly reached an agreement, deciding to temporarily ignore the Tianhe gang. In the owners group, neighbors still wanted Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu to take the lead in dealing with the Tianhe gang. They were very familiar with moral coercion. While praising Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu as good people, but Zhang Yi thought this was an insult, saying, "You're the good person. Your whole family is good people." They also made various excuses, saying they had no food and lacked the strength to fight, or using their age or gender as excuses, refusing to step forward. Zhang Yi knew these shameless neighbors too well, so he simply ignored them. After all, once the knife cuts into them, they would naturally know the pain. In the next 2 days, Zhang Yi began to gather intelligence from the outside. Of course, he wouldn't ask himself, as too many people were eyeing his supplies, and the information given to him could easily be false. He asked Zhou Kuer and Uncle Yu to help inquire. One was a doctor, and the other was a doorman, both having quite a wide network. Zhang Yi wanted to know which people in the 30 buildings of the Yuelu community posed a threat to him. This information was not hard to gather. It was easy to find out who had killed more people and who had the most power. Zhou Kuer actively took out paper and pen, helping Zhang Yi create a statistical table. Zhang Yi took a look. It roughly described the number of their forces and their weaponry. After reading it, he felt much more at ease. After all, Yuelu community was positioned as a mid to high-end area, so there weren't that many vicious criminals. According to the information gathered by Zhou Kuer and Uncle Yu, the main threats came from two forces. One was the Tianhe gang from the adjacent Building 26, which was formed around a small engineering team under Tianhe Group, boasting strong combat capabilities. Their main weapons were shovels and steel bars, and they didn't have firearms. The bomb they used against Zhang Yi last time was homemade by a worker in their company who understood explosives, but it had limited power. That worker had already been burned to death by Zhang Yi, so they couldn't continue making homemade bombs. However, no one knew if they still had any stock left. We need to be cautious. Find an opportunity to send a few cannon fodder over to deplete their reserves, Zhang Yi muttered to himself. In addition to the Tiangang gang, there was another force that caught his attention. On the 21st floor, there was a group of young people who called themselves the Crazy Wolf Gang. The names sounded extremely juvenile, but their combat strength was not to be underestimated. According to the information gathered by Zhou Kuer, among these people were students and some idle street thugs. Their average age was around 20, and there were a dozen or so people in the group. The two leaders were named Wang Chong and Xiao Lu. Zhang Yi knew both of them. They were well-known street thugs in the Yuelu community. After graduating from a third-rate university, they stayed at home living off their parents, not quite rich second-generation kids, but still part of the middle class. Because they refused to go out to work, they remained at home. Over time, they got involved with some people from society. In the past, they wouldn't have been able to compare to Qin Zhenghao, but since there was no fierce person like Zhang Yi in their building, they had grown bolder. For Zhang Yi, only these two forces posed a certain threat to him. In other apartment buildings, some had only a dozen households left. Many people couldn't bear the horror of the apocalypse, and their mental state collapsed, choosing to commit suicide. Others killed each other due to extreme shortages of supplies, leaving no survivors. Zhang Yi felt more confident. He told Zhou Kuer to continue gathering intelligence and to clarify everything to minimize danger, especially regarding whether they had firearms, which was crucial. Zhou Kuer nodded obediently and picked up her phone to continue gathering information. In the following days, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu reached a consensus and stayed home without going out. The members of the Tiangang gang, having suffered losses last time, hated Zhang Yi to the bone. They had lost 8 brothers over 8 years, and the remaining members had also been burned by the fire, suffering serious injuries. 2 of them died that night due to their injuries. This kind of loss was unheard of for the Tiangang gang. They vowed to take revenge by bloodily attacking Building 25 to kill Zhang Yi and avenge their brothers. However, a twist came. The people they hated the most were also the ones they feared the most, Zhang Yi. Having experienced Zhang Yi's methods and feeling the difficulty of attacking his home, they temporarily dared not act against him. So what to do? They could only target Zhang Yi's neighbors in the same building. Huang Tianfang's idea was, Zhang, I can't kill you, but can I kill your neighbors? When you see your neighbors die tragically, won't you feel guilty? How will you face their accusations? Killing your neighbors is the greatest revenge against you. Huang Tianfang was quite shrewd, knowing to pick the softest targets. So in the following days, he brought a group back and launched surprise attacks on several households. After killing people, they wrote blood messages in the hallway. Zhang Yi, if you don't come out, I will kill all your neighbors. Chapter 78. Neighbors seek protection. Huang Tianfang thought he was clever, killing many people in Building 25 to force Zhang Yi out. If this were a movie with a saintly protagonist, he would undoubtedly be unable to hold back and would stand up to negotiate with Huang Tianfang. But unfortunately, Zhang Yi not only didn't feel guilty, but was actually delighted. His goal was to have Huang Tianfang kill more neighbors, causing panic. Thus, the neighbors would have to seek his help. Sure enough, just 2 days later, the neighbors couldn't take it anymore. They saw the bloody messages left by Huang Tianfang and unanimously believed that only Zhang Yi could resolve the current situation by facing him. Thus, the group bombarded Zhang Yi with messages, private messages, and voice calls incessantly. Zhang Yi opened the group chat to see the neighbors' reactions. Zhang Yi, you caused this trouble, and you need to solve it. The Tiangang gang was brought here by you and killed by you. What does it have to do with us? Yes. One person does the crime, one person pays. You can't expect us to bear this cost for you, right? They said if you don't come out, they want to stop killing. Zhang Yi, if you have a bit of conscience, go resolve this matter yourself. Can you really bear to see everyone die because of you? Zhang Yi saw these messages and immediately laughed. He wasn't angry at all because he understood these neighbors' nature very well. He casually sent a few messages in the group. It's not like I invited them here. How is it my fault that they came to kill me and ended up getting killed by me? And now it's my problem? You guys can't resist them. What does that have to do with me? You also said those people are too dangerous. Since that's the case, I won't go out. My house is safe. Hee. After saying that, Zhang Yi even sent a smiley face. This infuriated the neighbors in the building. Zhang Yi, you're safe, but what should we do? Aren't you putting us all in danger? You brought these people here. Why should we face them for you? Do you have no conscience? Facing the neighbor's accusations, Zhang Yi burst into laughter. He was quite familiar with their shamelessness. He sneered and mocked. What do I care about you? Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Don't talk to me about conscience. When you attacked my home, which of you wasn't involved? It's just that I'm magnanimous, and I didn't take a gun and kill you all. You're calling out now. Do you really think you deserve to talk about conscience with me? He said ominously. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? The last sentence left many people speechless. They suddenly remembered that Zhang Yi was not to be trifled with. How did Qin Jinghao die? He was frozen solid and then smashed to pieces. That was Zhang Yi's doing. Zhang Yi stopped talking and instead sent a message to Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu, it's your turn to shine. Uncle Yu replied, don't worry, I've got this. In the owners group, those owners were at a loss after being scolded by Zhang Yi. The moral coercion failed and the negotiation broke down, which meant they still had to face the Tiangang gang that could charge in and kill them at any moment. With more than half of the men in building 25 dead or injured, the remaining combat power was only Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu. What to do now? They had thought that with Qin Jinghao dead, they could survive. But it turned out that the Tiangang gang was even more brutal. Qin Jinghao killed for power and resources. But Huang Tianfeng and the others killed for revenge. They killed anyone without considering anything. Did that mean they really could only wait to die? Damn it. Why has the world turned into this? Is a savage society going to be the norm in the future? The snow disaster wouldn't pass in a short time, and we would all be buried in this snow disaster. Many people fell into deep despair, believing they wouldn't last a few days. At this moment, the usually quiet Uncle Yu suddenly appeared. Everyone, don't panic. The Tiangang gang has only about 20 people. If we unite, we can resist them. Uncle Yu's appearance brought a glimmer of hope to many. After all, this veteran gatekeeper gives off a feeling of being simple and reliable. Uncle Yu, it's great to have you here. You haven't said much lately, and I thought you might have died too. It's wonderful that Uncle Yu is here. Everyone's safety is assured. Uncle Yu, you decide how we should proceed. Everyone will definitely support you wholeheartedly. Uncle Yu couldn't help but twitch his eyelids at the neighbor's words. Support me wholeheartedly? Does that mean you want me to go, while you all just watch? He was utterly speechless. Uncle Yu said, hey, I can't do this alone. Our supplies have run out, and we haven't eaten for several days. Now I'm too weak from hunger. Everyone else is probably in a similar situation. In this state, how can we compete with the Tiana gang? Some neighbors remained silent. Some of them, however, had decent food lately and were eating barbecued meat. Once your spirit becomes numb, those things actually taste pretty good. Uncle Yu, what should we do? Everyone is short on food and can't help you. Just now, you said you'd support me. And now you can't even spare a bite to eat. If you have any suggestions, please share. Everyone is listening to you. Here we go again with the flattering words. Uncle Yu then said, our building can only rely on Zhang Yi to fight against the other buildings. Zhang Yi has a lot of weapons at home. And he eats well every day, so he has strength. Having him lead us is the best choice. Everyone stared at each other, feeling quite speechless. Just a moment ago, they had driven Zhang Yi away, and now they wanted him to lead them. Was this even realistic? However, Zhang Yi had just said to let them fend for themselves. He wouldn't leave that room, and they couldn't call him out. But if he could come to lead them, that would indeed be the best. They felt that although Zhang Yi was hateful, he was indeed very capable. Half the people in the building had died at his hands. What about the ruthless thug Qin Jinghao? Wasn't he also smashed into pieces by Zhang Yi? Uncle Yu said, let's do this. I can still have a word with Zhang Yi. I'll go talk to him and see if I can persuade him to come out. Everyone quickly responded, Uncle Yu. It's all up to you. Chapter 79, Subduing Neighbors as Cannon Fodder. Zhang Yi watched the conversations in the group. Uncle Yu turned to send Zhang Yi a private message. Zhang Yi, what should we do now? Zhang Yi replied, the time is almost right. When the moment comes, you help me persuade these people to listen to me. Use both kindness and severity to make them obedient, so that our building can be safe in the future. Zhang Yi didn't know whether the neighbors would be safe, but he would definitely become safer. Moreover, many of these neighbors would be sent to the front lines as cannon fodder by Zhang Yi. Most of them had family members killed by Zhang Yi, and once there was an opportunity, they would definitely seek revenge. So it was best to eliminate them now. After discussing with Zhang Yi, Uncle Yu returned to the homeowner group. Uncle Yu pretended to Zhang Yi, everyone really needs you now. If there's only one household left in this building, you would feel lonely too, right? So please show some kindness and help everyone. Everyone will definitely be sincerely grateful to you. The neighbors quickly chimed in. Yes, as long as you can save us, everyone will be grateful to you. From now on, our building will be under your command. Zhang Yi, our family's lives are in your hands. Flattering words poured in. Zhang Yi sneered. I'm only talking to you because of Uncle Yu's face. But I really don't want to take care of you. I'm doing just fine on my own. Why should I bother with you? I would have to go out and risk my life for you. I think it's not worth it. The more Zhang Yi said this, the less secure the neighbors felt. Zhang Yi, don't. At worst, we'll do whatever you say from now on, okay? Even in desperate situations, as long as they have a glimmer of hope to survive. They wouldn't want to die. Zhang Yi coldly asked, oh, is that so? You'll do whatever I say? Does everyone agree? The neighbors hesitated for a moment. Someone said, As long as you don't ask us to die, we can accept any other conditions. Zhang Yi countered. If I ask you to take up arms and fight against the Tiana gang, will you go? The group suddenly fell silent. No one spoke, all waiting for someone else to take the lead. Zhang Yi laughed. So you just want me to go and fight, right? Good. Then I won't care about you. When Huang Tianfang brings people to kill us, you can just stick out your neck and let them chop it off. Goodbye. Uncle, you panicked. Zhang Yi, don't. We will definitely listen to you. After all, we're all going to die. Fighting for it gives us a chance to survive. I'll follow you. Saying this, he began to rally everyone. What are you hesitating for? If we all fight together, there's a way to survive. Do we really have to wait for them to call us out one by one to kill us? Uncle Yu's encouragement indeed had an effect. Thinking about the chance to fight for survival, everyone began to voice their agreement to follow Zhang Yi's orders. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu worked together to gain control of the entire building. He said lightly, all right, from now on, everything must follow my orders. The situation is severe, and the enemy may attack at any moment. Any negative or negligent behavior will be seen as betrayal to all homeowners. At that time, don't blame me for directly killing that person. Zhang Yi's gaze swept through the list of group members. Don't let me find anyone hiding quietly, refusing to come out to fight. If I find one, I'll take them out. If you want to hide and reap the benefits, there's no way. Zhang Yi said this because he roughly calculated that there were only about 20 people speaking in the group. Obviously, some people hadn't spoken because they planned to hide like ostriches and let Zhang Yi lead the charge. When Zhang Yi said this, those neighbors who agreed to face the enemy with Zhang Yi were also unhappy. Fang Lin, come out. I know you're not dead. I saw you digging snow yesterday. Liang Yulu, where are you? Don't hide, and don't pretend you didn't see the group message. We'll come find you later. The neighbors' eyes were red as those ostriches. People are selfish. Once they decided to risk their lives, they certainly didn't want to see others hiding behind them. Reluctantly, those people also poked their heads out. I just fell asleep and only saw the message now. What is going on? Are we fighting back? That's great. I'm not afraid of dying. I just didn't see it. A group of people said with guilty hearts. Zhang Yi didn't care about them. Anyway, since everyone chose me as the building leader, they had to follow my orders. Anyone who dares to shrink back is betraying all homeowners and deserves to die. The homeowners didn't dare to speak anymore. They knew Zhang Yi would really kill them. Those 50-some souls were bloody evidence. After waving the big stick, Zhang Yi thought for a moment and decided to give them a carrot. Rest assured, I, Zhang Yi, am a kind person who cannot bear to see you suffer from hunger. As long as you obey, I will go out to help you find supplies. Zhang Yi had considered this matter some time ago. Since there are construction teams that use blasting techniques, it is hard to guarantee that there won't be stronger enemies in the future. He lived on the 24th floor. Although the building was entirely made of metal, if a collapse occurred downstairs, it would still greatly affect his home. Therefore, he thought about raising a group of cannon fodder to stay below, to keep watch for him and help him die when necessary. Raising them would definitely require supplies. Zhang Yi was reluctant to give them the supplies in his space, so he needed to go out to look for more. Moreover, his weapons and ammunition were consumed quickly. In the recent battle, he had used up 20 bullets and also needed to consider finding more weapons and equipment. As for how to travel, that question was simple. The snow outside was over 10 meters thick, making vehicles useless. However, there were specialized vehicles for snow travel known as snowmobiles. Zhang Yi had 5 in his space, 2 snowmobiles with cabins and 3 small snow scooters. In this snowbound era, others would expend tremendous effort just to leave their homes, while he could freely move throughout the city. In the owner's group chat, there was an uproar. Zhang Yi, can you really go out to find supplies? With such heavy snow, how can you drive? Do you plan to wade through the snow? Wouldn't that freeze you to death? Zhang Yi replied, no matter how harsh the environment outside is, for everyone's sake, I have to go out and give it a try. Rest assured, I have worked in warehousing for many years. I know where all the warehouses, large shopping malls, and supermarkets are in Tianhai City. Finding supplies is not difficult for me. Chapter 80. Snowmobiles. The neighbors looked at him as if he were a savior. Even some who were despondent and had wrapped themselves in blankets waiting to die now had bright eyes. Zhang Yi, can you really go out and find supplies? If so, we can survive. Although the blizzard has sealed the city, the many supplies produced by our society over the past few decades are actually enough for us to live. Zhang Yi, I am really moved. Some people even choked up. Originally, many of their family members had died at Zhang Yi's hands. But now their hatred for him seemed to vanish in an instant, leaving only gratitude in their hearts. Zhang Yi said solemnly, since I have become the building manager, I must be responsible for everyone. Moreover, my own supplies will run out, and going out to find supplies is our only way to survive. Hearing this, everyone felt more at ease. In the apocalypse, if you say you are doing good deeds, others often think you are being hypocritical. But if you also have needs, everyone considers that normal. After all, the apocalypse has been upon them for nearly a month. Many neighbors had starved to death at home. So they believed that even if Zhang Yi had hoarded a lot of supplies, there would eventually be a day when they would run out. Furthermore, now there were only 2 people in his family, which meant supplies would be consumed even faster. The neighbors expressed their gratitude towards Zhang Yi. praising him as if he were a deity. Even Zhou Kuer smiled and said, "If you were to start a cult at this time, you could become a prophet." In times of disaster, religion develops the fastest, as people always need a spiritual support. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, thinking there was no need to complicate things with a group of cannon fodder. With just a moldy bun, he could make them regard him more fondly than their own fathers. Zhou Kuer curiously asked, "But are you really going out?" Her eyes showed a hint of worry and guilt. Zhang Yi understood that she truly believed he didn't have many supplies left and felt she was a burden to him. Zhang Yi pinched her rosy cheek and smiled with squinted eyes. "Rest assured, the supplies at home are enough to keep you fed. I'm just looking for a suitable opportunity to see the situation outside." If it were usual, Zhang Yi wouldn't dare to go out, fearing an attack from crazed neighbors. But now, he had become everyone's hope for survival, so they naturally wouldn't attack him. Zhou Kuer nodded. "Then I will go with you." She knew Zhang Yi didn't fully trust her, so she proactively requested to accompany him. Zhang Yi looked at her with deep eyes and slowly but firmly shook his head. "Given our current relationship, do you think I would still doubt you? Women should stay at home and wait for their men to return." Zhang Yi slowly stood up. Zhou Kuer's eyes filled with a sense of emotion. However, this feeling didn't last long, as Zhang Yi quickly put away the remaining food and coal in the house into his space. "I trust you 100%, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Zhou Kuer looked at him with an expression of exasperation, having just been moved by him only to see him return to his original self. Zhang Yi ignored Zhou Kuer's resentful expression and returned to his room to change clothes. This was the first time after the apocalypse that he chose to leave the apartment building. The heavy snow had sealed the city, and there were no visible living beings outside, so the danger level was not that high. However, out of caution, Zhang Yi still put on a layer of small leather jacket. This thing, even if stabbed with a knife, wouldn't be penetrated without sufficient force. After careful consideration, he found 2 frying pans in his space, placing one in front and one behind his body. This way, even if he encountered an opponent with a gun, an ordinary handgun wouldn't be able to harm his vital points. Finally, he put on a cold-resistant suit. At this point, his figure appeared quite bulky, but he felt very secure. Zhang Yi took out a crowbar over a meter long and tested it in his hand. In a real fight, this heavy crowbar was actually more useful than a machete. A knife wound wouldn't incapacitate someone immediately, but a hit from this crowbar would make them fall instantly. Holding the crowbar, Zhang Yi filled his handgun magazine and put it in his pocket. Fully armed, he finally left his home. The outside temperature was very cold. Even wearing the same professional sportswear as the national mountaineering team, he could still feel a slight chill. However, this chill wouldn't affect Zhang Yi. After some movement outside, his body would warm up. He held the crowbar with both hands and walked down the stairs at a leisurely pace. Before leaving, he always observed the surrounding conditions. Better safe than sorry. There were no incidents along the way, as those who overestimate themselves were still very few. Zhang Yi arrived at the 4th floor. Due to the actions of the Tianhe gang and others, most residents had moved to higher floors, and there were no residents living below the 10th floor. Zhang Yi pushed the door open and entered. The inside was a mess. With the windows already smashed, and even the not-so-sturdy security bars had been pried open to create a large hole. The wind howled as it rushed into the building through the hole. Zhang Yi carefully crawled out of the hole. His feet landed on the ground, and the snow immediately reached his knees. However, as the snow had accumulated more and more, the ground beneath was somewhat compacted, preventing him from sinking completely. Walking in such snow was still quite difficult. Zhang Yi raised his head and looked around. The large Yulo community was eerily silent, with nothing but the sound of the wind in the air. He didn't see any prying eyes either. Zhang Yi took out a snowmobile from the alternate space, which had been fully fueled before he arrived. The operation of this vehicle was not complicated. After a little thought and reviewing the instructions, he figured out how to operate it. He climbed onto the vehicle, turned the key, and immediately the roar of the engine filled the air. Zhang Yi drove the snowmobile out of the community. As he was leaving, he felt as if some people were watching him from behind the windows. This was not surprising. After all, there were hardly any humans outside, and the sound of the snowmobile was very jarring. It seemed that in the future, there would be people who would covet this snowmobile. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. He was not afraid of exposing the existence of the snowmobile. There were too many people who had their eyes on him. Not to mention, in this world, it would not be surprising to kill for a cookie. In Zhang Yi's own words, it's better to have more debts than to be burdened by them. The heavy snow buried many low houses, and the streets were completely invisible. However, having lived here for over 20 years, Zhang Yi could roughly figure out the direction by the tall landmark buildings. So for him, getting lost was not an issue. Chapter 81. The Armory of the Police Station, the silent Tianhe City. The white snowflakes buried everything. From high above, one could only see the shadows of tall buildings. The rest was all white snow. Zhang Yi rode the snowmobile, speeding across the snowy ground. After isolating himself at home for nearly a month, this was his first time out racing. The wind whistled past his ears, and the feeling was exhilarating. Zhang Yi couldn't help but howl a few times. The noise of the snowmobile was particularly attention-grabbing. As he drove along, he saw shadows flitting behind the windows of some high-rise buildings. even in the apocalypse. A part of humanity, known for its resilience, would always survive. Just like locusts. This extreme cold mode was like a pesticide being sprayed, but after this disaster, the surviving humans would gradually adapt. Zhang Yi touched the gun in his pocket, feeling a sense of security inside. Every person still alive in this city could potentially be a threat. In the apocalypse, one should never trust human nature. Zhang Yi's first target was not the supermarket nearby. He rode straight towards the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau, because there must be weapons stored there. Zhang Yi remembered that saying. All fear comes from a lack of firepower. Therefore, weapons, especially firearms, were absolutely better in abundance. After driving for more than half an hour, Zhang Yi arrived at the location of the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. At this moment, most of it was submerged. The originally 6-story building had its lower 3 floors completely hidden. Fortunately, the police station was an independent structure, with a single-story height higher than residential buildings. Otherwise, if Zhang Yi had come 10 days later, there would be nothing left here. Zhang Yi parked the snowmobile in front of a 4th-floor window. He got off the vehicle, took out the key, then grabbed a crowbar and smashed. Crash. The tempered glass shattered everywhere. Zhang Yi pulled out his gun and entered the building. It was pitch black inside, but this was not a problem for Zhang Yi. He directly took out a miner's lamp from the alternate space. This was used by workers in underground mining, small in size, but very bright. Once he turned on the lamp, it illuminated the surroundings like a small sun. Zhang Yi was not familiar with the internal layout of the police station, so he had to search room by room. When he reached the snow-covered 2nd floor and pried open a locked room, the scene inside made him feel slightly moved. In the corner of the room, 7 or 8 police officers were curled up together. They were wrapped in thin blankets. Their bodies had turned whiter than the snow. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, feeling somewhat sad inside. They were all officers on night duty, and when the blizzard hit, they didn't even have proper clothing to keep warm. Judging by their appearance before death, they seemed to have frozen to death. Zhang Yi wanted to give them a proper burial. However, after thinking for a moment, he felt that being buried in this place they had devoted many years to might also be a form of closure. He bowed his head in respect, mourning for those who had protected the city. Then, he bypassed the bodies and continued searching. The police station was cluttered with many items, making the search quite time-consuming. When Zhang Yi got tired, he took out a piece of pure cocoa butter chocolate from his space, ate it heartily, replenished his energy, and continued his actions. After nearly 2 hours, Zhang Yi finally found the armory, but it was locked with a heavy padlock. After trying to pry it open for a long time without success, he slapped his forehead and decided to go back to find the key. Fortunately, he knew it must be in the duty room, so it wasn't hard to find. After getting the key, Zhang Yi successfully opened the door. Upon entering the armory, Zhang Yi was quite amazed. There were many firearms inside, including handguns and rifles, totaling dozens. Zhang Yi even found a large sniper rifle. However, it was the first time he had seen these things, and he couldn't name them or had ever used them. Zhang Yi didn't care about that. He just stuffed them all into his bag, planning to study them slowly later. Especially the sniper rifle. It was an excellent piece of equipment. In the future, it would be incredibly satisfying to use it for a sneak attack, even if his aim wasn't that precise. At least he could intimidate people. Zhang Yi believed he had a talent for shooting, considering himself a semi-professional, especially skilled in using handguns. After his rebirth, perhaps due to a more resolute mindset, his shooting became more decisive. When he fought against that group from the Tianhe gang before, he hardly missed a shot. I'm a shooting genius. Zhang Yi laughed proudly, which also seemed like a form of self-mockery. Then, he found over 1,000 rounds of ammunition in the armory. There were also confiscated old guns, which had probably been stored for many years, and it was uncertain if they would even fire. Zhang Yi didn't mind and collected them all. This time out, Zhang Yi had gained a windfall. In addition to the firearms and ammunition, Zhang Yi also found more than a dozen bulletproof vests and a complete set of riot gear, such as riot helmets, shields, and batons. With these items, he could easily form a formidable team in the future. Zhang Yi was overjoyed. Just finding these made his outing worthwhile. Inside the police station, Zhang Yi had a bountiful harvest. This also confirmed to him that there were still plenty of supplies outside. After all, the heavy snow that fell at midnight on December 12th left more than a meter of snow piled up in front of people's doors by the time they woke up the next day, with temperatures plunging to several dozen degrees below zero. Therefore, at that time, most people did not realize the arrival of the apocalypse, nor did they start frantically hoarding supplies. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was already too late to go out. Zhang Yi found what he wanted and left the police station. A thick layer of snow had already settled on the motorcycle outside. It was then that Zhang Yi realized he had been out for most of the day. He thought it was time to get some pig feed for them, thinking of those bastards next door. He took a look around and found a supermarket that hadn't been completely buried. He then broke a window and climbed inside. Upon entering, he found that the supermarket was basically empty. The shelves were as clean as if they had just been stocked. There were some frozen rotten vegetable leaves on the floor. Zhang Yi stroked his chin and said, "This place is close to the residential area. It's a convenience store. It's not surprising that everything has been looted." However, The large malls in the city center and suburbs surely haven't been touched. Many newly built large shopping malls are generally not too close to residential areas because the land costs are too high. Zhang Yi himself worked in warehousing, so he knew very well which large malls in Tianhai City were far from the crowd. So he hopped on the snowmobile and headed towards the economic development zone. 2 years ago, a Wanda Plaza was just completed there, and the nearest residential building was 3 kilometers away, so the chances of it being looted were relatively low. Chapter 82. Food for the neighbors. Zhang Yi arrived at the Wanda Plaza in the economic development zone. Upon arrival, he could only see a roof. Following the same method, he broke the glass above and used climbing ropes to get inside. Once inside the mall, the remnants of its once bustling scene were still faintly visible. The circular mall had shops displaying exquisite goods. Luxury clothing, shoes, and various daily necessities were now worth nothing, easily taken away. Zhang Yi picked out some useful items from the stores and stuffed everything from an entire store into his own space. The supermarket was on the underground floor. After casually gathering supplies, he headed down to the basement level. As he expected, due to its remoteness, the goods here were still plentiful. However, the quality was truly hard to describe. The mall had partially collapsed under the heavy snow, allowing cold air to seep in, so the shelves were covered in frost. The cold air had completely ruined the food inside. Some puffed snacks and biscuits even had layers of ice on them, especially in the vegetable section. Although nothing had rotted or smelled bad, they were severely dehydrated, probably tasteless when eaten. The meat section was relatively better, frozen into ice lumps, real zombie meat. As for the fish tanks, they had burst from the ice, so don't expect to eat fish. In short, the food here would likely be thrown away as garbage at normal times, or sent to food factories through connections to be processed into pre-made meals. Zhang Yi shrugged. I wouldn't eat these even if they were given to me for free. He was even too lazy to store them in his own space. After all, he didn't lack supplies. Why would he want this inferior stuff? However, this was not important. Even if the quality of these foods was poor, they would be considered top-notch delicacies for those neighbors who hadn't eaten normal food in a long time. Zhang Yi took out 2 large travel bags from his space and casually tossed some rotten vegetable leaves and zombie meat into them. He also stuffed in some bread and biscuits that had expanded due to moisture. Soon, the 2 large bags were full. He didn't plan to touch the other items and left them there for now. Who knows, they might save someone else's life in the future. Anyway, he didn't need to take them away. After finishing all this, Zhang Yi glanced at the Rolex on his wrist. This luxury watch had been treated for cold resistance and could still function in extremely low temperatures. Perhaps the time was not very accurate, but at least he could get a rough idea. The Rolex showed it was 3:30 in the afternoon. It would take about an hour to get back to the Yuelu community. Zhang Yi didn't waste any time. After all, he would have plenty of opportunities to come out again in the future, and no one could compete with him. He would explore other places slowly later. Zhang Yi took the looted supplies and left the supermarket, riding the snowmobile back. By the time he returned to the Yuelu community, the sky had already darkened a bit. Boom. The sound of the engine was especially noticeable in the quiet community. As soon as he returned, faces appeared in the windows of every building, all staring intently at him. In a room on the 15th floor of Building 26, Huang Tianfang, the leader of the Tianhe gang, squinted his small eyes and stared fixedly at the brand-new snowmobile. Half of his face had been burned, making him look even more ferocious. That night, although he and a few others managed to escape, half of his face had been scorched by flames, resulting in his current appearance. There is actually such a thing. It can run in the snow. If we could use something so good, we could go out to find food. Who needs to eat that sour meat anymore? A black, chubby man beside him looked over and said, Uncle, I know this. In our place, this thing is called a snow sled. It's an electric snow sled. Huang Tianfang's eyes were fixed on Zhang Yi's snowmobile as he said in a deep voice, no matter what it is, we have to find a way to get it. Not only Huang Tianfang thought this way, everyone staring at Zhang Yi had the same thought. After more than half a month of isolation, many of them had already gone crazy. For the remaining people, it was just a matter of time before they lost their sanity or died. They needed to leave this place, to go out in search of food and living space. The heavy snow that had once blocked them was now a glimmer of hope because of Zhang Yi's snowmobile. Zhang Yi could feel the greed and naked killing intent contained in those many gazes. However, as he touched the gun at his waist and thought of the large amount of weapons and equipment he had found today, he felt very secure. After getting off the snowmobile, Zhang Yi looked up and found that the neighbors on the 25th floor were also excitedly watching him. These neighbors' eyes were fixed on the 2 travel bags Zhang Yi had brought back. Zhang Yi smirked, first pretending to drive the snowmobile into the underground garage at the back. Avoiding everyone's line of sight, he stored the snowmobile in his space. Only then did he carry the 2 travel bags back. There was quite a bit of stuff. So his footprints were deep, which excited the neighbors on the 25th floor, who even leaned out of the window and started shouting. Huang Tianfang and others next door were also watching with their eyes shining. Uncle, could that be food? The chubby man asked Zhang Yi excitedly. Huang Tianfang cursed, of course. At this time, if we don't go out to find food, do you think we're looking for women? The group of Tianhe gang workers beside him swallowed hard and gathered around. Is there food? Did he find food outside? Great. There's food outside. We're saved. What are we waiting for? Let's go get him. Take everything, including his car. A group of people shouted with red eyes. Huang Tianfang pondered for a moment and coldly said, Don't be hasty. This guy should be Zhang Yi, who killed Qin Jinghao. This guy is ruthless. Last time he harmed so many of our brothers. We have to be careful. Moreover, I've heard he has a gun. Even if we want to act, we must do it quietly. Huang Tianfang was very cautious. Although the two buildings were close, there were still dozens of meters in between. Running over through the thick ice and snow would be like being a live target. So, despite being covetous of the supplies Zhang Yi brought back, they didn't act recklessly. However, where there are calm people, there are naturally impulsive ones. A few workers at the back were not satisfied with Huang Tianfang's arrangement. After discussing, they believed that if they didn't act now, they would miss the opportunity once Zhang Yi returned to the house. So a few of them stealthily descended the stairs with knives and wrenches. Zhang Yi entered the corridor through the window carrying the supplies. Then took out his phone to inform Uncle Yu that he was back and asked him to come and assist him. In fact, there was no need for him to say it. Uncle Yu had already heard the sound of the snowmobile. Uncle Yu had rushed over to meet Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, you actually found so many things. Looking at the two large bags in Zhang Yi's hands, Uncle Yu's eyes were filled with surprise and admiration. Outside, the snow was heavy. If someone else went out, they might not even find their way. Professional matters should indeed be left to professionals. Chapter 83. The attackers. Zhang Yi said, The supplies outside are indeed hard to find. As soon as I went out, I ran through all the supermarkets and malls I remembered nearby. As a result, the surrounding malls had already been cleaned out, and there was nothing left. But I didn't give up. I knew everyone was waiting for me. To ensure everyone could eat enough, even if I had to search the entire Tianshui city, I would find food and bring it back for everyone. I had no choice but to wander around the city and finally managed to get this little bit of stuff in a mall. Zhang Yi handed the two bags to Uncle Yu and went back to open the door for Zhou Kuer, bringing Zhou Kuer down with him. Then he sent a message in the group, calling the neighbors to come and get food. Before long, the neighbors rushed over. The stairs were filled with people. These thin and hungry neighbors stared eagerly and greedily at the bags of supplies in front of Zhang Yi. Some were itching to move, even planning to snatch them away. But when they saw the dark iron lump in Zhang Yi's right hand, they became fearful again. Zhang Yi squinted his eyes and smiled. I really put in a lot of effort to get these supplies for you. He signaled Zhou Kuer to open the bags. Zhou Kuer obeyed and unzipped the bags, dumping the contents onto the ground. With a crash, a pile of food appeared before everyone. There were vegetables, meat, bread, and biscuits. Although the quality looked somewhat concerning, most of it would have been food that even dogs wouldn't eat in the past. But now, these long-hungry neighbors were so excited to see it that their eyes were glowing green. Uncle Yu raised his fist and shouted, Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi! The neighbors immediately understood and quickly raised their fists, shouting along, Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi, you are our great hero, big brother. From now on, you are my real brother. Please accept my bow. Now, even if Zhang Yi asked them to crawl over like dogs, they would obediently comply. The temptation of food was simply too great. Among the crowd, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining struggled to squeeze out. The two looked very disheveled, with greasy and messy hair. Like two crazy women. Seeing Zhang Yi bring back so much food, Fang Yuqing excitedly waved and shouted, Brother Zhang Yi, it's me, Qinger. She looked at the heroic Zhang Yi with delight in her heart. She still thought Zhang Yi loved her very much, even though Zhou Kuer was by his side. He must still have lingering feelings for her. So with so much food, he would definitely share some with her. Lin Kaining followed her, pleading, Yuqing, we are good friends. Please ask Zhang Yi for a little more food for me. Fang Yuqing glanced at Lin Kaining with disgust and pushed her away. Get lost, you shameless woman. This commotion made Zhang Yi frown. Immediately someone shouted at them, Don't make trouble. Listen to brother Zhang Yi. The people around stared at Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, and they became much quieter. Fang Yuqing muttered softly, Why are you being fierce? Do you know what my relationship with brother Zhang Yi is? Seeing everyone quiet down, Zhang Yi finally said, This time I went out and put in a lot of effort to find these supplies. My intention, of course, is to share them with everyone. His tone suddenly turned cold. However, this is a time of crisis. I absolutely will not support idle people. If you eat this food, you must pick up a weapon to fight against the enemy. Anyone who dares to eat and not work, I guarantee they will vomit out more than they eat. Looking at the gun in Zhang Yi's hand and the food on the ground, everyone nodded, submitting to Zhang Yi's carrot and stick approach. Well then, let's distribute the food. After Zhang Yi said this, he prepared to name names. At that moment, two arms popped out from the fourth-floor window. Several workers from the Heavenly Harmony gang broke in. When they saw so much food on the ground, their excited eyes looked terrifying. Brother Zhao, so much food, we hit the jackpot. One worker said excitedly. What else is there to say? Grab it. Four workers pulled out their weapons and charged at Zhang Yi. These people were truly ruthless. Even with dozens of people in front of them, they didn't care, because they had also noticed that the others were sheep, and there were very few people who could actually fight. Zhang Yi's pupils contracted. instinctively drawing his gun to aim at them. But suddenly, he changed his mind. He didn't fire but retreated, shouting as he backed away. This food is all for you. Don't let them take it away. Whoever takes down one person, I'll reward them with food for 5. As soon as these words came out, the originally fearful neighbors who just wanted to escape stopped in their tracks. Yes, this food was brought to them by Zhang Yi. If it were snatched away, what would they eat? Food is life. Without food, isn't that death? Moreover, Zhang Yi had said that taking down one person would provide food for 5. The neighbors looked around. They had dozens of people. What was there to fear? A few young men gritted their teeth and pulled out their weapons, charging forward. Now everyone had their weapons with them when they went out, making it very convenient. Zhang Yi retreated to the back, his pistol aimed forward to prevent anyone from seizing the food amid the chaos. The 4 members of the Heavenly Harmony gang were caught off guard. They originally thought these softies would be scared into fleeing, but they didn't know why. They suddenly charged in like they had been injected with adrenaline. In the blink of an eye, everyone was caught in a chaotic battle. The space on the 4th floor was not large, with dozens of people crammed together, the sounds of shovels, steel pipes, and kitchen knives clashing. For food, everyone was fighting fiercely, and the extreme cold made them not feel much pain, even when injured. Soon, someone got hurt, but before they fell, they were still desperately swinging their weapons. Uncle Yu was the main fighter, wielding an iron rod, roaring as he struck down. Although the 4 members of the Tianhe gang were fearless, they couldn't withstand so many people. They were quickly knocked to the ground. The air was filled with people's roars. It was an emotional release. After all, they had been living in fear of death for a long time and had been attacked daily by the Tianhe gang. So, resolving the 4 Tianhe gang members cleanly made them feel much better. Their fear of the Tianhe gang was greatly reduced. After the fight, 6 people lay on the ground. In addition to the 4 from the Tianhe gang, there were also 2 neighbors from the building. Zhou Kuer frowned slightly upon seeing this scene. As a professional surgeon, she knew that these 2 might still be saved. However, that required professional surgical conditions, as well as a large amount of medication and blood transfusions. Given the current living environment, that was simply impossible. She sighed helplessly. Was this what a lost world looked like? Chapter 84. Zhang Yi. Do not raise waste. Zhang Yi looked at the neighbors in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. After killing people, these neighbors could finally become qualified vanguards and cannon fodder. It would be much easier for them to help him deal with attacks from other buildings in the future. All he needed to give them was a bit of garbage food and various empty promises. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Yi smiled and clapped his hands. Good, well done. Did you see that? As long as we unite, what is there to fear from these people? Zhang Yi looked ahead and waved to the 2 most hardworking young men. You 2, come here. The 2 young men, beaming with joy, rushed over to Zhang Yi without bothering to wipe the blood off their faces. Zhang Yi reached down, grabbed a large handful of food from the ground, and stuffed it into one person's arms. One handful wasn't enough, so let us have another. Inflated bread, moldy biscuits, dehydrated vegetable leaves, and a large piece of whitish zombie meat. These were all genuine good stuff. The other neighbors watched this scene, enviously swallowing their saliva, wishing those things were theirs. Zhang Yi stuffed a large pile of food into both young men's arms, then patted their shoulders. Work hard. As long as you keep this spirit in the future, I won't treat you poorly. The 2 young men were so excited that they trembled. This food was enough for them to eat well for several days. Tears streamed down their faces. It had been too long since they had eaten normal food. Brother Zhang Yi, we will definitely follow you and work hard in the future. We'll listen to you. You are my own brother. The 2 young men, Li Chongbin and Zhang Lei, shouted. At this moment, their eyes were filled with gratitude towards Zhang Yi. Other neighbors, seeing the hope, also felt a bit regretful, wondering why they hadn't put in more effort just now. This scene was exactly what Zhang Yi wanted to see. After rewarding the 2 most hardworking young men, Zhang Yi said to the others, now, it's time to distribute food. One by one, Zhang Yi had been watching everyone's performance closely. Those who performed well would get a bit more, while those who performed poorly would get less. However, most people only received a piece of bread or 2 bags of biscuits the size of a child's palm. Zhang Yi had raised dogs before, so he understood a principle. If you let a dog eat too much every day, it will become lazy and less obedient. So, the best way is to keep it from starving to death, but always in a state of hunger. Only in this way can the dog remain obedient. The same goes for people. Although the neighbors felt a bit disappointed with the little food in their hands, they didn't dare to say anything. Because Zhang Yi first showed them 2 examples. If you say your food is scarce, then you can only blame yourselves for not working hard. Look at Li Chongbin and Zhang Lei. Why do they have so much food? Stop looking for problems with others and start finding reasons within yourselves. Su Hao. Zhang Yi pointed at the wealthy second-generation Su Hao, who quickly came over, extending his hands. Where's my food? Zhang Yi looked at him with disdain, then scratched the ground with his foot and casually placed a piece of fruit candy in his hand. This is your food. The surrounding neighbors let out mocking laughter. Even those who received little food felt much better at this moment. Look, even though I got little food, there are others who got even less. Huh. Su Hao is really an unlucky guy. Su Hao's eyes widened, and a strong sense of humiliation enveloped him. He shouted angrily. Are you kidding? Why do I only get one candy? Zhang Yi sneered. You still have the face to complain? When everyone else was fighting, you were just hanging back the whole time. You didn't even touch those few people. Giving you this piece of candy is already me being kind-hearted. Su Hao was very cunning. When they went up, he shouted loudly, holding a stick and yelling to kill them. But his voice was loud while his feet honestly retreated to the back, refusing to fight. In front of Zhang Yi, he really treated everyone as fools. Su Hao argued with wide eyes. Can you blame me? There were only 4 of them. And everyone surrounded them tightly. I had no chance to go up at all. Zhang Yi said, that is not my problem. I don't care about the process. I only want the result. Su Hao, furious and unwilling, shouted, it's not fair. This is so unfair. You're clearly targeting me. Zhang Yi smiled contemptuously. Fair? Are you mistaken about something? What do you think you are to talk to me about fairness? Do you really think I'm reasoning with you? I'm ordering you to obey my demands. Do you understand, waste? Zhang Yi glanced at Li Changbin and Jiang Lei beside him. How should those who disobey orders, who are unorganized and undisciplined, be dealt with? Li Changbin and Jiang Lei had now become Zhang Yi's loyal lackeys. At Zhang Yi's command, the two carefully placed the food they held on the ground, then walked over and grabbed Su Hao to beat him up. Su Hao initially wanted to argue a bit, but as a punch landed heavily in his stomach, his whole body spasmed. In the apocalypse, those who still thought about reasoning were definitely the fools. There was no need to say anything more than to teach him a lesson with fists. Su Hao was beaten for a long time, and when he was gasping for breath, Zhang Yi finally told Li Changbin and Jiang Lei to stop. Although Su Hao was a waste, he could still pick up a weapon and serve as cannon fodder. Zhang Yi pointed at Su Hao and said to everyone, this is the fate of those who disobey the landlord's orders. And don't say I'm tyrannical. I'm actually very fair. If anyone present thinks I am being domineering, they can put down their food and leave with dignity right now. I absolutely will not cause them any trouble. The neighbors looked at each other, and not a single person stood up. Just kidding, food is their lifeline. How could they bear to give it up? Zhang Yi nodded. Good, then we have reached a consensus. He walked up to Su Hao who, despite being beaten into a spasm and curled up like a shrimp, still held on tightly. A single piece of candy might be enough to save his life. Zhang Yi's eyes were cold as he stomped down hard on his hand. He was wearing snow boots with a very rough and hard sole. Stepping on Su Hao's hand directly peeled away a layer of skin from the back of his hand, blood gushing out. Su Hao screamed in pain and involuntarily let go. Zhang Yi kicked the candy away and, looking into Su Hao's desperate eyes, said, I hope you can learn your lesson next time. I, Zhang Yi, do not raise waste. After this show of strength, everyone became obedient. They waited quietly for Zhang Yi to distribute the food, and no one dared to voice any objections. Soon, Zhang Yi finished distributing the food, with only a few people not receiving any. Chapter 85. Humiliation of the White Lotus. All right, the supplies have been distributed. Zhang Yi instructed Zhou Kuer to put the remaining supplies in her pocket. But at that moment, a voice suddenly cried out anxiously from the crowd. Zhang Yi, brother, I haven't received anything yet. The voice came from Fang Yuqing. She had always thought that Zhang Yi would definitely give her special treatment and provide her with the most food. However, after waiting for a long time, she still hadn't received anything. Lin Kainan, standing next to Fang Yuqing, also anxiously said, Zhang Yi, brother, how could you forget me too? Zhang Yi looked at the two of them teasingly. I haven't forgotten you. The two were overjoyed, thinking Zhang Yi was giving them special treatment by saving them for last. But Zhang Yi's next words sent them crashing down. You two didn't get any to begin with. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan stared wide-eyed, seemingly unable to believe their ears. Lin Kainan blurted out, why not? Everyone else has some, why don't I? Fang Yuqing could not accept this and rushed to Zhang Yi, tears streaming down her face as she asked pitifully, Zhang Yi, brother, you're just joking with me, right? Right? This isn't real, you wouldn't treat me like this. Didn't you say you liked me? Zhang Yi crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. I did say I liked you. But, you didn't take it seriously, did you? I'm like this with many girls. We're all just here to have fun, right? Now I've lost interest in you, so please don't bother me anymore. I already have a girlfriend. As Zhang Yi spoke, he deliberately pulled Zhou Kuer into an embrace. Zhou Kuer stood next to Fang Yuqing, creating a stark contrast. One was a top student from a prestigious university, a chief physician at a top hospital, with no flaws in her figure, looks, or temperament. The other was an employee at a small company, flirting with various men every day, constantly trying to pick up girls in nightclubs. It was clear to anyone which one to choose. Moreover, at that moment, Fang Yuqing looked disheveled and in a very sorry state. In contrast, Zhou Kuer was impeccably made up and well-dressed. When compared, it was as if one was a fairy and the other a beggar. Fang Yuqing could not bear such a blow. Her most proud beauty and charm were ruthlessly trampled by Zhang Yi. She cried and pointed at Zhang Yi, saying, No, this isn't real. Just a while ago, you even let me stay at your house. Why are you like this now? Zhang Yi smirked. You mean that? I was just messing with you. Look at how ridiculous you look now. He then turned to Wang Min and Lin Kainan, saying, Hey, doesn't she tell you every day that I like her, and that I would let her in? Wang Min and Lin Kainan nodded quickly. Yeah, This woman is not modest at all. She just knows how to daydream. This trash doesn't even know her own worth. She even got my cousin killed. She really deserves it. Zhang Yi publicly executed Fang Yuqing, stripping her of her dignity. Everyone looked at her with disdain. Fang Yuqing's face turned pale as she covered her head and said, "No, please stop talking. I beg you, please stop." Zhang Yi ignored her and continued, "You think you're some kind of fairy, dreaming every day of hooking up with a rich second generation. But you don't know that in the rich second generation circle of Tianhai City, you're infamous. Who doesn't know you're a cheap lay that can be bought with a little money?" Zhang Yi looked at Su Hao. "Su Hao, why don't you tell them what her nickname is?" Su Hao, curled up on the ground, gritted his teeth and said, "Self-righteous gold digger." Laughter erupted in the crowd. "Ha! I didn't expect there to be such a talent in our building. I can't believe I had a crush on her before, damn. It seems a few $100 could do the trick. I wouldn't have bothered otherwise. What a shameless cheap woman." The waves of mockery and insults surrounded Fang Yuqing completely, and even though she tried hard to cover her ears, she could not block out the sound. "Ah!" She screamed madly and then ran out. Zhang Yi took out a small bag of cookies and tossed them in front of Su Hao. "Good boy. This is a reward for you. Training a dog is the same. You have to give some rewards when they behave." Su Hao's eyes were filled with ecstasy. He expected the food to return to him. Even though he had just been beaten, his hatred for Zhang Yi had faded considerably. Instead, he now felt Zhang Yi was a fair person. He realized he was wrong to resist Zhang Yi. "Thank you, big brother Zhang Yi. I will definitely listen to you from now on." At this moment, Lin Kainan also stepped forward. "Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing offended me before, but I have no conflict with you, right? I even spoke up for you just now. Shouldn't you give me a little more food?" Zhang Yi glanced at her and said no. Lin Kainan immediately exploded in anger, screaming, "Why not? You're after her, not me." Zhang Yi looked at her seriously and said, "I'm just annoyed by you and don't want to give you anything. Is that a problem?" Lin Kainan was choked by this statement. "You," Zhang Yi said, "the things are mine. I can give them to whoever I want. If you have an objection, just hold it in." "That is not fair." Lin Kainan began to cry. Only a fool would mention fairness. Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered with her. And the others looked at Lin Kainan with glee. Li Chongbin and Zhang Lei kindly drove Lin Kainan away to spare everyone from her presence. After distributing the supplies, Zhang Yi said, "Next, let us talk about how to improve our defenses. Next to Uncle Yu." Xiaoli Mei frowned and whispered in his ear, "Why didn't we get any? You killed 2, so we should have 11 shares." "Uncle Yu said, Zhang Yi won't forget us. Just don't speak for now." Xiaoli Mei shot him an unhappy glance, then looked at Zhang Yi. Mumbling a few words under her breath, Zhang Yi said, "In our building, aside from the children who can't walk, there are 47 people. I, Zhoukur, along with Uncle Yu and Xiaoli Mei, are excluded. There are still 43 others left, divided into 6 groups, with 7 or 8 people in each group. We will take turns on duty 24 hours a day to prevent people from other buildings from attacking. Once someone is spotted coming over, you will strike the stair railing or any other metal object to notify everyone. When people from other floors wake up, they should also use this method to inform those on higher floors." Zhang Yi, with his hands in his pockets, said seriously, "The rewards I just mentioned are still valid. For every enemy you kill, you will receive food for 5 people. If there are no achievements, just for being on duty, you will still get food for 1 person each day. However, it will be selected by others first, and the quantity cannot be guaranteed." Saying this, Zhang Yi turned to Uncle Yu and said, "Uncle Yu, you can arrange this matter." Uncle Yu nodded. "All right, no problem." Chapter 86. The Sniper. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, the neighbors were lost in thought about the pros and cons. Someone asked, "Zhang Yi, it's understandable that you and Zhoukur don't need to be on duty. But why doesn't Uncle Yu need to be on duty? He's clearly the strongest." Zhang Yi stared at him and said word by word, "It's precisely because Uncle Yu is an important combat force that he needs to conserve his energy and wait for the critical battle to take action. Do you understand?" This explanation was a bit forced, but no one dared to refute Zhang Yi's words. In fact, Zhang Yi's real purpose was to ensure Uncle Yu's safety. The others were on the front lines, responsible for defending against attacks from other buildings. They were essentially cannon fodder, or more politely, consumables. Uncle Yu, being skilled and kind-hearted, was Zhang Yi's best subordinate in his heart, so he naturally had to keep him alive for future service. After making arrangements, Zhang Yi let the neighbors return to their homes, leaving only those on duty near the 4th floor. To attack their unit, the 4th floor was a necessary passage. Whether they dug tunnels from below or climbed in through the 4th floor windows, guarding this place would allow them to detect any invading enemies in time. Once everyone else went upstairs, Zhang Yi took Zhoukur back. He would not turn his back on those he did not trust. At this moment, there were no outsiders around. Xiaoli Mei, seeing that Zhang Yi had not mentioned food for their family, couldn't help but ask, "Zhang Yi, did you forget the food for our family?" Zhang Yi glanced at Xiaoli Mei, a hint of cold amusement in his eyes. Uncle Yu quickly pulled her arm. "What are you saying?" Xiaoli Mei replied, "Clearly, Uncle Yu contributed the most, but received nothing." "Isn't that too?" Zhang Yi interrupted. "The supplies I brought back are not just these. What I give to others is the inferior stuff. The good things are saved for later. Uncle you can come to my house to pick them up later. Hearing this, Xiaoli Mei immediately put on a smile. I knew you wouldn't let him work for nothing. Uncle Yu rolled his eyes at her. I've already told you. Zhang Yi is a trustworthy person. Zhang Yi smiled, but said nothing. After returning home, Zhang Yi took out a box of instant noodles from the other space and placed it at the door. Then notified Uncle Yu to come over in 10 minutes to pick it up. Once inside, Zhang Yi quickly removed his cold-resistant clothing. Bang! The frying pan inside his leather jacket fell to the ground. Zhou Kura laughed as she picked up the frying pan. There's probably not even a ghost outside. You're being too cautious. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. You won't need this thing anymore. I found something better. The police bulletproof vest was both snug and safe. After returning to his warm house, the feeling of happiness deepened in Zhang Yi's heart. Going out in temperatures below -70 degrees, even wearing cold-resistant clothing felt chilly. Especially while riding a motorcycle, that sensation was even more pronounced. Zhang Yi took out some food from the other space and placed it on the table. Zhou Kuer was also hungry after a day without food. Zhang Yi had taken all the food before he left, so neither of them had eaten. The two sat at the dining table, feasting heartily. Zhou Kuer curiously asked, what is it like outside now? Zhang Yi replied, what else could it be? The heavy snow has sealed off the city, and the lower buildings are completely covered. If this situation continues, even when the snow stops and the temperature returns to normal, it will take at least half a month for the snow to melt. Zhou Kuer nodded, but winter is just around the corner, and the temperature will only get lower. This is not a problem for us. Zhang Yi said, what we need to deal with now is people. Humans in the apocalypse can be more terrifying than demons. After the two finished their meal, Zhou Kuer snuggled up next to Zhang Yi, wrapping her arm around his shoulder. Zhang Yi glanced at her. What are you doing? Zhou Kuer's face turned slightly red, just warming up. Saying this, she pressed her body against Zhang Yi's. Ever since Zhang Yi opened her mind, she seemed to have awakened and clung to him every day. Luckily, Zhang Yi was young and vigorous. Otherwise, an ordinary person might not be able to handle it. Zhang Yi laughed and gave her a playful slap on her ample backside. Now's not the time to deal with you. Go take a shower and lie down in your room. Zhou Kuer threw him a flirtatious glance and obediently went to take a shower. What could make Zhang Yi set aside, even beauty? Of course, it was a shared passion of men. Zhang Yi took out all the firearms he had collected today from the other space. He had some knowledge of firearms, having previously joined the shooting association in Tianhai City and often went to the shooting range. The police firearms were naturally much better than those he had bought from the black market. So, Zhang Yi retired the gun he had been using and replaced it with two police handguns, fully loaded with bullets. The holster and tactical belt were also ready to wear. Then, Zhang Yi began to study the rifles and the sniper rifle he had acquired. The shooting range in Tianhai City had shooting rifles, but no sniper rifles. However, with modern networks being well developed, there were comprehensive introductions to various firearms online. Zhang Yi took out his phone to search the internet and soon found information about them. Unexpectedly, those network servers were still operational. Sure enough, big companies have their ways. Zhang Yi sighed. Although many internet companies collapsed in the apocalypse and a large number of software applications ceased operations, a few large enterprises servers still functioned. Of course, this was also in coordination with the authorities. At least so far, humanity had not given up on rebuilding after the apocalypse and was still preserving a part of civilization's spark. Zhang Yi, unable to indulge in sighs and reflections, learned the usage instructions for these firearms online. Since Zhang Yi already had experience with firearms, he picked up quickly. Whether he could shoot accurately was one thing, but at least he knew how to fire and reload. Even if it was just to intimidate others, that was enough. The mere existence of firearms was the greatest deterrent. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, filled all the magazines with bullets, and unlocked the safeties before placing them in the other space. This way, in case of emergencies, he could retrieve the guns and shoot at any time. However, he was somewhat reluctant to part with that sniper rifle. Guns are a man's romance. A man's love for guns can be said to be innate. Zhang Yi raised his gun and looked at the building across from him through the scope. The unit building about 50 meters away was clearly visible, and he could even see the lock on the window. He thought it was a good opportunity to try out this gun. After all, it was a perfect tool for sneaking up on people. A smirk appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. Direct confrontations were not his style. Hiding in a corner and taking someone out without them knowing where he was. That was the most exhilarating part. Chapter 87. The Revenge of the Tianhe Gang. Zhang Yi was having a blast with the sniper rifle, observing the situation in the entire community through the scope. It was nighttime, and the other households had no power, leaving the unit building in darkness. However, thanks to the reflection of the snow, the outside was still a bright white, and he could vaguely see some scenery. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened. When he looked towards the garage not far away, he noticed two small black dots moving. The garage, people. It seemed they were heading for my snowmobile. A mocking smile crept onto Zhang Yi's face. When he returned during the day, he pretended to put the snowmobile into the garage. Sure enough, someone was sneaking over at night. But unfortunately for them, it was destined to be in vain. After a while, Uncle Yu came over. He saw a whole box of unopened instant noodles at the door, and his eyes filled with excitement. He didn't expect it to be by Xiang's brand. Zhang Yi, you're too generous. This box of instant noodles would last the three of them a week if they were careful. Thinking about how Zhang Yi didn't have many supplies at home, but still gave him so many instant noodles, Uncle Yu felt nothing but gratitude. Zhang Yi's family didn't have much of this kind of instant noodles. There were only over 20,000 boxes in the warehouse. Moreover, he hadn't eaten a single package yet, since there were various gourmet meals prepared by hotel chefs at home. Who would eat that stuff? Uncle Yu picked up the instant noodles and knocked on the door, saying, Zhang Yi, I'll take the instant noodles. Thank you. Zhang Yi put down the sniper rifle and walked to the door, saying, Uncle Yu, why are you being polite with me? I don't care about others. But I must ensure that you're well fed. Only then could Uncle Yu become his top henchman and human shield. Zhang Yi wasn't being heartless. Unless absolutely necessary. He wouldn't let Uncle Yu die for him. Unless absolutely necessary. Uncle Yu scratched his head and chuckled. Don't take to heart what Shirley May said during the day. She can be a bit chatty. Zhang Yi lowered his gaze and smiled lightly. Hey, am I going to hold a grudge against a woman? I, Zhang Yi, am not that petty. But Uncle Yu, are you really going to raise someone else's child? Zhang Yi's tone was slightly probing. He didn't like Shirley May, but he also didn't want to ruin his relationship with Uncle Yu. Therefore, he had to sow discord gradually. Uncle Yu laughed. Hey, what can I say in this day and age? It's already pretty good that I found a woman like her. Zhang Yi nodded. Yes, you're right. Actually, Sister May is a good woman. And she is not bad looking. She can also have kids. I don't mean anything else. I just think you're underestimating yourself. In this day and age, a strong man like him who could fight was in high demand. Jokingly, he added, nowadays, it wouldn't be too much to say you could even find a movie star. Uncle Yu was pleased with the compliment. Am I really that good? Zhang Yi replied. Haven't you seen the situation now? Those pretty boys who can sing and dance are useless. They can't even support themselves. It's still men like us who can give women a sense of security. At this point, Zhang Yi shifted the topic. But then again, Sister May is indeed quite good. You guys should work hard and have her give you a child in the future. After all, as a man, you should have your own kids. Raising someone else's child feels a bit off. Uncle Yu felt a bit uneasy. Zhang Yi's words stirred some thoughts in his mind. He did like Shirley May. She had a curvy figure and was skilled, satisfying him as an old bachelor. But that baby was not even a year old, and in this day and age, it was indeed a burden to take care of her. Uncle Yu often got woken up at night, and he couldn't even guarantee his rest. If it were his own child, it would be one thing. But the key was that it was someone else's. People are selfish. Uncle Yu had long harbored dissatisfaction. He just held it in and didn't think too deeply. Plus, Shirley May kept brainwashing him, saying things like, treat this child as your own daughter. When she grows up, she will honor you. Over time, Uncle Yu had really started to help raise someone else's child obediently. Zhang Yi's words reminded him and made him start to think differently. Thinking about having kids is something I can't consider right now. I'll talk about it when things settle down. Uncle Yu forced a smile, suppressing the strange feelings in his heart. Yes, you're right. I was just saying it casually. Don't take it to heart, Uncle Yu. I respect you and Sister May very much, and I sincerely hope you two can be happy. Uncle Yu nodded. Then I'll head back first. Contact me anytime if anything comes up. After Uncle Yu left, Zhang Yi filled the magazine of the sniper rifle and stored it back in the spatial dimension. These rifles and sniper rifles would become his secret weapons. After a while, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Zhou, wrapped in a bath towel, walked out, her skin as white as milk under the pink towel. Her well-toned long legs had elegant lines, shining alluringly in the light. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa, pinching his brow, and lazily said, I'm a bit tired today. Come over and give me a massage. Zhou nodded and walked over to Zhang Yi's side, gently massaging his body. That night, the Tianhe gang, having lost 4 members, launched another attack on Unit 25. The recent string of successes had made them look down on everyone in Unit 25 except for Zhang Yi. However, this time, they unexpectedly encountered resistance. The leader was Huang Tianfeng's nephew, Huang Wei, who excelled at sneaky attacks under the cover of darkness. Around 2 in the morning, he entered Unit 25 with 8 others in the dark. To their surprise, as soon as they reached the stairs, bricks were thrown down from above. Bang, bang, bang. The guards on duty discovered the enemy and immediately fought back with whatever they had, armed with kitchen knives, sticks, and other weapons. They blocked the Tianhe gang from above and threw stones, bricks, and whatever heavy objects they could find down to buy time. While resisting, they also knocked on the stairs and windows to make noise, attracting the neighbors. Soon, the entire building's neighbors were awakened. Huang Wei and the others, eager for revenge and facing a shortage of supplies, chose to launch a strong attack. However, they were outnumbered, and even though they fought fiercely, they couldn't outmatch so many people. Moreover, due to Zhang Yi's bounty, one of their lives was worth 5 portions of food. The neighbors were all fired up, scrambling to take down the enemies. The battle lasted only a few minutes, with everyone going all out, leaving 3 corpses on the scene. Seeing the situation was not good, Huang Wei and the others hurriedly shouted, "Retreat, let's go." As they ran, the neighbors from Building 25 were ecstatic, howling and chasing after them. A slow-running worker didn't manage to climb out of the window in time and got hit on the buttocks by a kitchen knife, which surprisingly embedded itself halfway into him. He let out a miserable cry, struggling to crawl out with his buttocks tilted. After they got outside, the neighbors didn't dare to pursue too deeply, after all. It was late at night, and they didn't know what the situation was outside. However, at this moment, Zhang Yi was also awakened by the noise. He came to the balcony and looked down at the fleeing members of the Tiangong gang, suddenly having an idea. With this distance, could a sniper rifle kill them? Chapter 88. Precision shooting, hitting every shot. When a man encounters a beautiful woman, his first thought is to have an in-depth conversation with her. Similarly, when one acquires a good weapon, they want to test its power. This is a habit ingrained in one's bones, even as a child. If one found a good piece of bamboo by the roadside, they would treat it like a treasured sword. Moreover, what Zhang Yi obtained was a sniper rifle, something ordinary people in Huaguo would not dare to even think about, let alone use to shoot someone. He wanted to see how well it worked. Zhang Yi took out the sniper rifle from the alternate space and began to aim at the people below from the 24th floor balcony. The 8-fold scope was really powerful. Originally, he could only see a few people the size of ants from the 24th floor, but now they were clear. Zhang Yi held his breath to avoid letting out hot air that would fog the scope. The 7 fleeing individuals trudged through the snow slowly, making it easy to aim. Zhang Yi suppressed his excitement and pulled the trigger, aiming at one person's back. For some reason, the moment the bullet left the chamber, he had a strange feeling that this bullet would definitely hit. Bang! The sound of the gunshot was especially clear in the quiet night. Who knows how many people were awakened from their uneasy dreams by this sound. Through the scope, Zhang Yi saw that the person fell to the ground, blood staining a large area of the snow. Wow, how is my shooting so accurate? Am I a genius? Surprised and delighted, Zhang Yi originally just wanted to see if the gun was good, without much hope. But unexpectedly, it was a perfect shot. What was that strange feeling just now? Zhang Yi was somewhat astonished. However, he didn't have time to think deeply. A few people nearby heard the gunfire and saw one of their companions fall, causing them to quicken their pace in fear. Zhang Yi quickly reloaded and aimed at the next person. As he focused on one person, that miraculous feeling appeared again. Bang! The gun fired, and another person fell. This time, Zhang Yi understood. His ability to shoot enemies from the 24th floor was not a coincidence, but a talent. To be precise, it should be a special ability. Zhang Yi murmured to himself. It seems that the ability I awakened is not just as simple as an alternate space. It's just that my previous self didn't discover this potential. But what could be confirmed was that his special ability must be related to space, which made him a natural sharpshooter. Previously, using a crossbow and pistol for close-range combat, he hadn't noticed this ability, only feeling that shooting was quite pleasant. Now, switching to a sniper rifle, that feeling became exceptionally clear. Zhang Yi was very excited. In this apocalypse, having one more ability meant one more chance to survive. He reloaded and raised the gun again, this time aiming for someone else's head. Bang! As the gun fired, he saw that person's head explode in a large cloud of blood. No doubt about it, this was indeed a powerful precision shooting ability. Zhang Yi felt ecstatic as he aimed at several others. Click, click, click. After each shot, he quickly cycled the bolt to reload, the gunfire echoing in the community. One shot per person, and those few didn't manage to escape, all falling dead along the way. 7 corpses lay in the white snow, blood dyeing large patches crimson. Looking particularly striking, Zhang Yi couldn't suppress his smile. From now on, he could hide and become a top-tier schemer, specifically taking others out. Meanwhile, the neighbors downstairs, hearing the gunshots, watched in horror as Huang Wei and others fell one by one, their eyes revealing expressions of shock. The gunfire came from above. It must have been Zhang Yi. At such a distance, it couldn't be a pistol. It had to be the power of a sniper rifle. My God! At such a distance, a single shot to kill. Zhang Yi is actually a sharpshooter. Everyone was dumbfounded, feeling a wave of fear. With Zhang Yi's skills, wouldn't it be as easy as crushing an ant to kill them? They automatically filled in the blanks, thinking that Zhang Yi was very likely a hidden soldier in the city. Otherwise, how could he have such excellent marksmanship? It seemed that from now on, it would be best to obediently listen to Zhang Yi. Yes, we have survived until now precisely because Zhang Yi hasn't gotten angry. The human ability to speculate is quite terrifying. At this moment, their awe for Zhang Yi had reached unprecedented heights. And it wasn't just them. The midnight gunfire woke up everyone in the community. Zhang Yi's sniper rifle didn't have a silencer, but anyone with a bit of knowledge in this area could tell that it definitely wasn't the sound made by a pistol. In a scenario where a single pistol could dominate a building, if someone possessed a rifle with even greater lethality, or even a sniper rifle, one could imagine how terrifying that would be. Zhang Yi put away the sniper rifle and rubbed his shoulder. Continuous shooting had made his shoulder a bit sore. Thankfully, his physical fitness was good. Otherwise, his shoulder would probably hurt for several days. That night, many people probably had trouble sleeping again. Uncle Yu sent a message to Zhang Yi, asking if he was the one who fired the gun. Uncle Yu had been in the military, so he immediately recognized that it was a sniper rifle. Zhang Yi didn't hide it and replied, I got this from the police station today. Uncle Yu curiously asked, "Were you in the military before? What was your unit number?" Zhang Yi's marksmanship was so sharp that, in Uncle Yu's eyes, it was definitely at the level of a sharpshooter in the military. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "I just have a talent, haha." Uncle Yu thought Zhang Yi didn't want to say more, so he didn't press further. "As long as it was you who fired the gun, it would be fine. If it were someone else, we would be in danger." Zhang Yi chatted casually with him before returning to his room. Lying down on his warm and soft bed, falling fast asleep. The next day, he woke up after 9 o'clock, washed up, and let Zhou Kuer out of her room. "Let us make something to eat. I want to eat freshly made food." Can you make 2 bowls of oil splash noodles?" Zhang Yi said to Zhou Kuer. Zhou Kuer smiled, "But my cooking isn't as good as in noodle shops." Zhang Yi shrugged nonchalantly. "Then just practice more. We have plenty of time." After eating restaurant food for a long time, one occasionally craves some home-cooked dishes to change things up. Zhou Kuer obediently went to the kitchen and soon came out with 2 bowls of oil splash noodles. Zhang Yi took a bite and found the taste quite good. By the way, Zhang Yi had installed surveillance cameras throughout the entire house, including the kitchen. The ingredients were also provided by him. As for Zhou Kuer, on her first day entering the house, she was thoroughly inspected by Zhang Yi from top to bottom. Even now, Zhang Yi checks her body every day, and he doesn't miss a single corner. This effectively eliminates any possibility of Zhou Kuer slipping him drugs. Otherwise, he wouldn't eat food brought to him by others. Sitting at the table, Zhou Kuer curiously asked, "I heard gunshots yesterday. Were you the one shooting from the balcony?" Chapter 89. Warehouse area. Zhang Yi glanced at her and smiled. Yes. He took a bite of the noodles. Zhou Kuer's cooking was just average, but fortunately, noodles are not difficult to make. I found it when I went out. It was a sniper rifle. Zhang Yi's tone was casual. Excitement flickered in Zhou Kuer's beautiful eyes. "A sniper rifle? Can you use it?" "Not only can I, but I can use it very well." Zhang Yi pointed outside. "Last night, I took out 7 people with 7 bullets." Zhang Yi felt quite proud of this. Men like to show off their achievements to women. Zhou Kuer's gaze towards Zhang Yi held a bit more admiration. Being with such a man gave her a greater sense of security. "Zhang Yi, you're really amazing." She cupped her chin with her hands, looking at Zhang Yi with admiration. "What's the matter? Aren't you curious how I learned to use a sniper rifle?" Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Zhou Kuer shook her head. "What does that have to do with me? Even if you were a murderer or a psychopath in the past, I'm still sticking with you." She thought for a moment and added, "It's better than dying outside, right?" Zhang Yi nodded. "You're really smart, unlike some foolish women who always like to ask questions." At Tianhegang's side, Huang Tianfang found the bodies of Huang Wei and the others only in the morning. After hearing the gunshots last night, he sensed something was wrong. However, out of caution, he didn't dare to take people out to check, but he basically understood that Huang Wei and the others wouldn't be coming back. In the morning, they finally saw the 10 bodies piled outside, and for a moment, Huang Tianfang's pupils constricted, feeling a strong anger, but the fear in his heart was 10 times that. Now, only 9 people were left in their Tianhe, and their combat power had sharply decreased. Even if they forcibly made the surviving owners join, it wouldn't make up for the loss of combat power from those workers. If a battle suddenly broke out with other buildings at this time, they would be at a huge disadvantage. They have guns, and not just ordinary ones. I suspect they have rifles or sniper rifles. The bullets were so densely fired last night, which means they have plenty of ammunition. Huang Tianfang's expression was very serious. The other members under him looked fearful. "Boss, what should we do? Dawei and the others are dead, and we've lost more than half our people. Should we continue?" Huang Tianfang glared at the neighboring building 25, gritting his teeth, and said, "What the hell? They have guns. How can we fight with them?" His subordinates were anxious. "But if we don't steal their sled and supplies, the owners in our building won't have enough to eat for a few days." After a moment of silence, Huang Tianfang said solemnly, "Tonight, we'll go steal back Dawei and the others' bodies." The group looked at each other, a trace of struggle flashing across their faces. They had been brothers for many years, sharing life and death. Now, everyone felt uncomfortable, but no one spoke up. They knew that compared to survival, everything else was not that important. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Kuer finished their meal, he stood up and said, "I'm going out." Zhou Kuer quickly stuffed a bag of chips into her pocket upon hearing this. Zhang Yi didn't say much. But this time he didn't put away the 2 boxes of ingredients in the kitchen. After living together for a long time, he had full trust in Zhou Kuer's intelligence. Unless a better tree for her to lean on appeared, she wouldn't do anything foolish to betray Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi went downstairs, the few people on duty straightened up immediately upon seeing him. "Brother Zhang, are you going out?" Zhang Yi glanced at them and saw genuine respect in their eyes. Zhang Yi's strength had been recognized by everyone. He nodded. "Work well." He climbed out of the window on the 4th floor, thought for a moment, and pretended to take a detour to the back garage. Soon after, he rode away on his motorcycle. Many figures appeared at the windows of the houses, watching Zhang Yi leave. Their expressions were complex. Some were excited, some envious, and some were sinister. At this time, the organization managing this building called themselves the Tianlang Gang, composed of a group of young men around 20 years old. The gang leader, Wang Chong, stood by the window, a bloody machete with some rust beside him. He He watched Zhang Yi leave the community and frowned. Where on earth was Zhang Yi hiding his motorcycle? Last night, he had sent someone to steal Zhang Yi's vehicle. Beside him, his second-in-command, Xiao Lu, said, "Our community is quite large. He hides it very discreetly, and it's indeed hard to find." Wang Chong snorted, crossing his arms, and said, "No matter what, this motorcycle must be under our Tianlang gang's control. With a snowmobile, we can go out to search for supplies. Expanding our team and forming a big gang won't be a problem." Xiao Lu nodded seriously. "That's right. Heroes emerge in troubled times. This era is our brother's opportunity." He looked in the direction Zhang Yi left, his eyes filled with bloodshot determination. "Now, let's find a way to get some cigarettes. I haven't smoked for half a month. I'm going crazy." In other buildings, the decision-makers were also discussing how to deal with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's appearance was a crisis for them because he had guns, and large ones at that. But it was also an opportunity because Zhang Yi had a snowmobile, which could be used to gather supplies. Some wanted to fight. Some wanted to cooperate. But one thing was certain. They would soon have contact with Zhang Yi, and it was inevitable. This time, Zhang Yi left and first went to a nearby supermarket to take a look. Unfortunately, the nearby supermarkets were not built high enough. And some small supermarkets were only one story, so they were all buried under the heavy snow. It seemed that unless the snow melted, the only places to get food in the entire city would be those few large independent supermarkets and warehouses. Zhang Yi suddenly thought of the place where he used to work. To the southwest of the economic development zone, there used to be a vast wasteland, which was later developed to provide various enterprises with factory and warehouse space. Due to the low land prices, most of the city's warehouses were located there. Zhang Yi had emptied the Walmart warehouse, but there were still goods from other companies there. Medical supplies, food, cars, toys, everything you could think of. Looking back at the past, there might be something useful. Zhang Yi made up his mind and turned the vehicle towards the warehouse area. The warehouse was only about 10 kilometers away, and in less than 20 minutes, Zhang Yi arrived at the location. It was very spacious here, and the factories were built relatively high, without the excessive snow accumulation seen in the city. Therefore, when Zhang Yi arrived, he could still see the tops of some factory buildings. Chapter 90. Gas Station. Zhang Yi was very familiar with this area. In the entire Tianhai city, hundreds of group warehouses were concentrated here, large and small. If he could gather all the supplies, not to mention himself, even supporting thousands of people would not be a problem. However, the biggest issue was whether those supplies were still there. Zhang Yi took out his pistol and crowbar and went to check the nearby RT-Mart warehouse. He used the crowbar to smash the window from the top. Peeking inside, he found that the large factory was now empty. Had everything been transported away? Zhang Yi had been mentally prepared for this, so he was not too surprised. He continued to visit other warehouses, and the result was the same. Medical equipment, daily necessities, food, and even snacks and pet food had all been cleared out. Just as I thought. When a disaster occurs, the official experts will report the situation immediately. The higher-ups would definitely prioritize transferring supplies. This is why Zhang Yi had emptied the Walmart warehouse a week in advance. He knew that once disaster struck, those powerful figures would only consider themselves and not the lives of ordinary people. Zhang Yi did not give up searching. There were hundreds of warehouses here. Perhaps there was something left inside that could be useful to him. Sure enough, hard work paid off, and after a busy half-day, Zhang Yi found a warehouse storing cars. The area inside was over 1 million square meters and very spacious. The cars were neatly arranged on steel racks, just like sardines in a can. There were many luxury cars inside, which could sell for millions before the apocalypse. However, now they were completely useless. He couldn't think of any purpose for them. After seeing so many vehicles, Zhang Yi felt they were quite a burden. He clicked his tongue, hesitated for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth. Since there was still plenty of space, just throw them in. What if they were needed later? Men love cars. Seeing so many valuable luxury cars, Zhang Yi thought about collecting them for fun. Although he couldn't drive them now, it would still be a visual treat. It would be like high-end models. So he selected a dozen of his favorite cars and placed them into his alternate space. For the next whole day, Zhang Yi was busy in this warehouse area. Most of the warehouses had been emptied, leaving behind only items that were inconvenient to transport. For example, large machinery or bulk renovation materials. He found not a single piece of food or daily necessities. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, endured his frustration, and picked up many things like a scavenger. Heavy trucks, excavators, Rolls-Royce Phantoms, bulldozers. What if they were needed later? Zhang Yi comforted himself. Then he found his thought quite amusing. In such harsh winter conditions, these vehicles wouldn't move an inch. What use were they? Fortunately, the alternate space was large enough, and he could still fit these cars inside comfortably. After a busy day, Zhang Yi felt he was almost done. There was no more value in continuing to explore this place, and he didn't need anything urgently. He took out a piece of chocolate from the alternate space and quickly ate it. Eating while cold wind rushed into his mouth was somewhat unpleasant. There was no way to drink hot water now. Once the cap was opened, it would cool down in less than half a minute. Zhang Yi scooped some snow from the ground and put it in his mouth, making do with it as a drink. Soon, he thought of another place he needed to go. Having collected many vehicles reminded him of gasoline and diesel. Originally, the gasoline and diesel stored in the alternate space would be enough for daily use. However, considering the current situation, he would need to use a lot of it for snowmobiles as his main mode of transportation. In that case, the amount he had stored might not be sufficient. Out of caution, Zhang Yi decided to go to a gas station to see if he could get some fuel. He rode the snowmobile, thought for a moment, and headed towards the largest gas station in Tianhai City. Soon after, he arrived at the location from his memory. However, upon arriving, the scene before him made him exhale a long puff of white smoke. The huge gas station had been completely covered by snow. Zhang Yi could only rely on the surrounding tall buildings to determine its position. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Gas stations didn't have high-rise buildings. If that were the case, wouldn't he be unable to find a place to refuel? Damn it. Zhang Yi frowned, feeling helpless about the situation in front of him. Given the current thickness of the snow, it was almost impossible to dig through by hand. Moreover, who knew how long the snow disaster would last? Would he have to conserve fuel in the future? Based on the amount stored in his alternate space and the fuel consumption of the snowmobile, it could be exhausted in just 20 years. This was not good news. Humanity truly was weak. If only he could use large machinery to dig. Zhang Yi chuckled at himself. Just as he was about to turn the key and leave, he suddenly seemed to think of something. Excavation equipment? Could an excavator work? He had just collected some work vehicles from the warehouse, including several excavators. Originally, he just picked them up to keep, waiting for a chance to use them in the future. He didn't expect to use them so soon. Using an excavator to dig in the snow would definitely be a breeze. But to be honest, this situation was quite rare. After all, on the past planet, it was rare to see such deep snow and ice. No one would use an excavator to work in the Arctic. They used icebreakers instead. However, after careful consideration, Zhang Yi believed this idea was absolutely feasible. The snow had only accumulated for less than a month and had not formed a hard ice layer. It could be dug through with an excavator. The ice and snow underground were at most a dozen meters deep. He just needed to dig to an entrance like a door or window to break in. Therefore, it wouldn't take too much time. Feasible. Zhang Yi decided to act and directly took out a large excavator from his alternate space. Bang! The nearly 20-ton excavator crashed heavily to the ground and sank more than a meter. Seeing this, Zhang Yi chuckled. This is good, saving me the trouble of digging down. The surface snow was still relatively thin and couldn't bear such weight. However, the snow below should be more compacted. It was Zhang Yi's first time operating an excavator, but it wasn't a big problem. He had operated cranes, forklifts, and large trucks before while working in the warehouse. This thing is not difficult at all. With a little thought, one can figure out how to operate it. Although I can't claim my skills are exceptional, at least I can manage it. Chapter 91. Found a new path. The operation of the excavator is quite simple, mainly consisting of 2 push handles and a control lever for the digging bucket. Zhang Yi found the fuel tank and took a barrel of diesel from the alternate space and poured it in. Then he climbed into the control room and turned the key, rumbling. Fortunately, the low temperature didn't significantly impact the new machinery, and this excavator was still usable. Zhang Yi operated the excavator, starting to push the snow in front of him to the sides. At first, his speed was a bit slow, but gradually it picked up. After half an hour, he had dug a 3-meter deep pit, and even the tracks could move slowly. Luckily, the excavator had tracks, not wheels. Zhang Yi even thought that if he encountered special circumstances, this thing could be used as a transport vehicle. The speed was a bit slow, but the excavator's tracks had no problem moving through the snow. This thing could even traverse muddy wetlands. It was truly impressive. Relying on his somewhat unskilled technique, Zhang Yi worked for nearly 2 hours and finally dug down to solid construction material. He was overjoyed and quickly began to throw the snow to the sides along the building. Only then did he slowly see the huge roof platform of the gas station. Finding the gas station building made things easier. Next, he just needed to clear the accumulated snow along it. Due to his lack of skill, Zhang Yi spent a good 4 to 5 hours before he finally reached the convenience store window of the gas station. Fortunately, it was the excavator doing the digging, not him. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted. Zhang Yi got off the excavator and returned it to the alternate space. Then he broke the glass of the window and jumped inside. Upon entering the convenience store, he was taken aback. The snow had burst through the door, and most of the interior space was filled with snow. Luckily, he could still see the door at the back. Zhang Yi stepped through the snow. He needed to find a storage area for the fuel first. The oil storage warehouse of a gas station is usually underground, which also avoids the risk of being buried by snow. It didn't take long for Zhang Yi to find the entrance to the oil storage room. Despite the gas station's large front, the space behind it was quite small, making it not too difficult to find an entrance. Zhang Yi pried open the iron door with a crowbar and turned on his miner's lamp for illumination. The sight before him took his breath away. 4 huge oil storage tanks were in the storage room, containing about 200 cubic meters of oil. At first glance, it was indeed very spectacular. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, quietly stepped back outside the door, quickly removed the static electricity from his body, and then dared to walk in. At this point, the gas station had already stopped operating, and it was pitch black inside. Zhang Yi operated the miner's lamp, blocking the oil pipeline above. He wrapped the pipeline outlet with several layers of plastic and cling film to prevent leaks. Then he stored all 4 of these massive tanks in his alternate space. Normally, with these 3 tanks of gasoline and 1 tank of diesel, he wouldn't have to worry about refueling in the future. Wait a minute. Zhang Yi suddenly realized something very important. If I can use the excavator to dig through the snow, doesn't that mean I can also dig open other places buried by snow? If that's the case, the entire world could become a giant treasure trove. Even a treasure trove that I alone could enjoy. Zhang Yi's mind was racing, and after realizing this, he felt ecstatic. Beneath the heavy snow, there were many buried treasures. Good things, all good things. Zhang Yi felt confident. He no longer needed to worry about any shortages of items. The vast world could be at his disposal. Zhang Yi climbed up to the snow surface along the path pressed down by the excavator's tracks, and then hopped on the snowmobile. It was getting late, so today's search would end here. He also made a trip to the supermarket in Wanda Plaza and brought back 2 bags of junk food. As soon as the motorcycle appeared outside the community, many people leaned out of their windows to stare at him. Zhang Yi drove the vehicle to the back of the building, pretending to put it in the garage, and then carried the 2 bags of food back to 25. Without him needing to instruct, the neighbors had already gathered here. However, Fang Yuqing did not come this time. She seemed to have realized that Zhang Yi would not give her any food anymore. But Lin Caning was still unwilling to give up and planned to come over to try her luck. Zhang Yi didn't even glance at her. Everyone had worked hard to deal with those intruders yesterday. Today's food was a reward for you all. Distribution of food would follow the rules we agreed upon earlier. He distributed food based on contributions. After all, there was only so much food. If some took more, others would take less. In short, those who contributed less shouldn't expect to eat much. Due to the sniper incident, the others felt even more fear towards Zhang Yi and didn't dare to speak much. Moreover, they knew that Zhang Yi had killed the most enemies. Li Chengbin and Jiang Lei didn't have duty last night, so they only received 1 portion of food each. Zhang Yi's 1 portion meant not enough to fill their stomachs. The 2 looked somewhat disappointed. Li Chengbin said to Zhang Yi, "Brother Zhang, are we just going to wait for them to come? We don't know how long we have to wait. You've killed over a dozen of them. They probably won't dare to come anymore. If this continues, how will we get rewards?" Young men are often impatient. Zhang Yi rubbed his nose and smiled lightly. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. I only said that killing 1 enemy earns 5 portions of food, but I never said you could only wait for them to attack. Li Chengbin and Jiang Lei's eyes lit up. Are you saying we can take the initiative to attack? So we can kill people from other buildings and exchange them for rewards? The 2 were very excited. They desperately needed food. And there was also a desire to perform within the group. They hoped to prove their strength and become Zhang Yi's trusted subordinates, following him around. Zhang Yi thought for a moment. So far, apart from the Tianhe gang from 26, no one else had attacked 25. But no one could guarantee what would happen in the future. Especially after Zhang Yi exposed his snowmobile, there would definitely be more people in the community eyeing him. Jiang Lei and Li Qingbin's suggestion intrigued Zhang Yi. These people were originally brought in as cannon fodder. If they wanted to seek death, then let them. After all, this junk food wasn't worth much to Zhang Yi. A smile of approval immediately appeared on his face as he nodded. Of course, right now, everyone outside is an enemy. Eliminating them can ensure the safety of our group. Anyone from any building, except for our own, can be killed, and we can exchange them for rewards. That said, due to the low temperature and heavy snow outside, they could only target a few nearby buildings. The first target, of course, was the neighboring Tianhe gang's 26. Li Chengbin and Jiang Lei cheered excitedly. The expressions of the others varied, unsure of what they were thinking. However, it is obvious that some people are motivated. After all, who wouldn't want to acquire more food? Chapter 92. If you don't save my grandson, you should die. After distributing the food, Lin Kai-ning caused a scene again, but was beaten badly by Jiang Lei and Li Chengbin, Zhang Yi's lackeys. Then Zhang Yi let them each go back. Zhou Ku'er walked beside him, linking her arm with his and whispering, "The atmosphere in the community feels a bit off today." Zhang Yi silently pulled his arm away and asked lightly, "Oh, what's going on?" Zhou Ku'er was slightly taken aback, then realized Zhang Yi didn't want to be constrained. It was fine at home, but outside, Zhang Yi was truly unyielding. She said, "I just feel like there are many eyes watching us, and it's a very strong feeling." Zhang Yi smiled faintly. It's not surprising. The appearance of snowmobiles will inevitably provoke jealousy in others. After all, this is the South, and such transportation is extremely rare. Having it means being able to go out and look for supplies, which means survival. Who wouldn't want to live? Zhou Ku'er was somewhat worried. Do you think the people from the other buildings might attack us? I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi looked around, and only when he noticed there were no people did he lower his voice and say, "Aren't there still many cannon fodder? Moreover, no matter how capable they are, it's still difficult for them to break into our home." Zhou Ku'er laughed. But when people are pushed to their limits, you never know what they might do. Zhang Yi nodded. What you said makes sense. While the two were talking, Zhang Yi habitually glanced around. After all, it was best if their conversation wasn't overheard by others. However, this glance made him suddenly see a black crack appear in his peripheral vision. At that moment, As he and Zhou Kuer passed the 13th floor, a gap appeared in the iron door of the stairwell. A blood-red eyeball was staring at him through the gap. Who is it? Zhang Yi's muscles instantly tensed up. Even though he was very bold, this sudden event still made him a bit nervous. The stairwell door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. A disheveled woman screamed and rushed out, wielding a blood-stained kitchen knife, aiming for his head. Ah! Zhou Kuer screamed in fright. Zhang Yi quickly pushed Zhou Kuer hard to the side, and due to the reaction force, his own body also tilted to the side. The knife missed its target in midair, but the woman, in a frenzy, continued to slash at Zhang Yi. Who would have thought that Zhang Yi would roll down the stairs, taking advantage of the momentum? After all, he was wearing thick clothes, with a bulletproof vest underneath. So he wasn't worried about injuring himself. After rolling down several flights of stairs, Zhang Yi finally stabilized his body. At that moment, he saw clearly who the woman was. It was the long-missing Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin was relentless, raising the kitchen knife with bloodshot eyes and chasing after him. Zhang Yi, I want you to pay for my grandson's life. Damn old thing. Zhang Yi had already steadied his mindset, and with his right hand, he pulled out a thick and long crowbar from an alternate space and smashed it straight down. The width of the stairs was very narrow, leaving Aunt Lin no room to dodge. She had no chance to hit Zhang Yi with her small kitchen knife. Faced with the crowbar, she instinctively tried to dodge. And instead of hitting her head, the crowbar struck her shoulder. Crack! Zhang Yi heard the sound of bones breaking. The old arms and legs couldn't withstand the blow. Aunt Lin was knocked down on the stairs, losing all strength to resist. Even so, she still tightly gripped the bloody kitchen knife, glaring at Zhang Yi with hatred. Kill! Kill you! Avenge my grandson! Zhang Yi coldly looked down at her, then raised the crowbar and smashed it down on her hand. You have to say, in the cold weather, the human body is indeed quite fragile. With this strike, 3 of her fingers were smashed off, and the kitchen knife clattered to the ground. Ah! Her pig-like screams echoed in the stairwell. The patrol team heard the commotion and hurried over to check. Upon seeing Zhang Yi and Aunt Lin, they couldn't help but ask, Brother Zhang, what's going on? Zhang Yi coldly replied, This old woman wants to kill me. A few of them immediately cursed. This old woman should die. Brother Zhang is now the hope of our entire building. If she wants to kill you, just get rid of her. She has gone mad. Keeping her alive will be a hassle sooner or later. Aunt Lin had indeed gone mad long ago and had been ranting in the group chat every day. Zhang Yi said, You all go back. I'll handle this here. The few of them dared not defy Zhang Yi's wishes and obediently left. Zhou Kuer stood at the top of the stairs, covering her mouth with her hands, looking at Zhang Yi with concern. Zhang Yi, are you hurt? Zhang Yi pointed at Aunt Lin's head and coldly said, With her, she can't hurt me. Aunt Lin stubbornly raised her head, looking at Zhang Yi with resentful eyes. Zhang Yi, you should die. You should die. It was you who caused my grandson's death. You will surely descend into the 18th layer of hell. Zhang Yi did not rush to act. Instead, he calmly asked, Your grandson wasn't killed by me. Why are you seeking revenge on me? Aunt Lin's timing to attack was very clever. Clearly, she had planned this out long ago. Knowing Zhang Yi would return at this time, she had hidden behind the door, waiting for the opportunity to ambush him. And Zhang Yi, while talking to Zhou Kuer, had momentarily let his guard down, giving her the chance. Otherwise, with Zhang Yi's caution, it was impossible for him not to notice the issue with the door gap. At this moment, Zhang Yi wanted to ask this crazy woman why she attacked him. Aunt Lin glared at Zhang Yi with hatred, gritting her teeth, spitting as she spoke, like a mad dog. My grandson was killed by you. You should die. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I wish I could drink your blood, eat your flesh, and bite you to death piece by piece. Zhang Yi's expression remained calm. However, I don't remember killing your grandson. Strictly speaking, I am still your benefactor. Because it was Chun Jinghao's people who kicked your grandson to death. And I helped you kill Chun Jinghao. You should be thanking me. Aunt Lin was momentarily stunned. Then she became even angrier, realizing that Zhang Yi actually made a point. But a woman, especially an unreasonable one, would never admit to being wrong. Stop pretending to be a good person. My grandson wasn't dead yet. He later died from the lack of medical treatment, suffering to death. It was you. It was you who wouldn't lend me the medicine that caused him to die. You are the culprit. Aunt Lin spat as she cursed, her eyes bloodshot and looking like a fierce demon. Chapter 93, The Wrong Person is You. Zhang Yi now understood the whole story. Oh, so that's how it is. This is how you understand it. He nodded. However, is there a misunderstanding in this matter? He looked down at Aunt Lin, meeting her hateful gaze. Then Zhang Yi lowered his voice and said softly, Actually, I'm the type of person who appears tough on the outside but is soft-hearted inside. How could I bear to watch a child die in pain? So later, I went to your house to deliver medicine. Aunt Lin widened her eyes and exclaimed, You're talking nonsense. No, I really am not, I insisted. I went to your house. Think carefully. Oh, right, you were too focused at the time, so you might have forgotten. A hint of regret flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. In fact, Xiaohu was still alive at that time. I clearly saw his chest moving. But how could you have let him? He originally had a chance to live, but you deprived him of that possibility. You're truly a good grandmother. Zhang Yi's gaze turned dark, and his tone became extremely cold. Aunt Lin was already mentally unstable. Hearing Zhang Yi's words at this moment made her mind even more chaotic. A look of panic crossed her eyes. Could it be that Xiaohu really didn't die? Was it she who accidentally caused Xiaohu's death? No, it can't be. Xiaohu was already dead at that time. You caused his death. Zhang Yi laughed loudly, pointing at Zhou Kuer. If you don't believe me, you can ask Dr. Zhou. Wasn't Xiaohu still savable? Aunt Lin turned her head in confusion to look at Zhou Kuer on the steps. Seeing Zhang Yi's chilling smile, Zhou Kuer couldn't help but feel a shiver. No wonder Zhang Yi didn't directly kill Aunt Lin, but talked with her for so long. It turned out he not only wanted Aunt Lin to die, but also to kill her heart, making her die in extreme pain. Zhou Kuer looked down at Aunt Lin and nodded slowly. Yes, Xiaohu actually had a chance to be saved. I contacted Zhang Yi at that time, and he agreed to deliver the medicine. But you didn't wait for him to arrive and mistakenly thought Xiaohu was already dead. If you could have waited a bit longer, perhaps he wouldn't have died. Zhou Kuer didn't finish her last few words because she felt that her point was already strong enough. Aunt Lin, in despair, covered her face and began to wail in pain. No, it can't be. That's not how it is. I didn't know he was still alive. I thought he was dead. Her mind had long since collapsed, her memories confused, and sometimes she didn't even know what she was doing. She had survived until now solely on her hatred for Zhang Yi. Yet the conversation between Zhang Yi and Zhou Kuer left her unable to distinguish what was real. Could it be that the person who caused her grandson's death was not Zhang Yi, but herself? Zhang Yi suddenly shouted loudly. Ha! So that's how it is. This is the good grandmother of the Lin family, claiming to love her grandson, yet she caused her own living grandson's death. You really love him, huh? Your son and daughter-in-law entrusted their son to you. Can you face them? Aunt Lin's gaze became vacant, clutching her head and letting out a painful wail. No, that's not it. That's not how it is. Yes, yes. That's not how it is. That's not how it is. Yes, yes. It was you who did it. Aunt Lin wailed in pain and despair. Zhang Yi stood by, laughing as he delivered the final blow. Zhou Kuer felt a chill run down her spine. A person like Zhang Yi should never be provoked. He was terrifying when he tormented others. Aunt Lin suddenly screamed and slammed her head against the wall. She had completely collapsed, losing all hope of living. For her, death was the best relief. But at a critical moment, Zhang Yi chose to be a good person. How could he bear to watch his neighbor die in front of him? Zhang Yi shouted no, and then kicked Aunt Lin away. Bang! Aunt Lin fell aside, and then rolled down the stairs to the lower floor. Zhang Yi said earnestly, Aunt Lin, you must look ahead. Please don't think too negatively. After all, his smile grew wider. You sacrificed your grandson just to survive. If you die, how will you face your whole family? At this moment, Aunt Lin was spitting blood, unable to say a word, but her eyes were filled with pleading for Zhang Yi. Don't say it anymore. Please, just stop. At this time, neighbors from several floors nearby heard the commotion and rushed over to see what was happening. Zhang Yi pointed at Aunt Lin and loudly said, Everyone, come quickly. Aunt Lin wants to commit suicide. How strange. How has she lived so long? Hey, do you still have any food at home? After hearing this, the neighbors' expressions turned extremely disgusted. Even if some people would do anything to survive, no one would do such a thing to their own kin. That was their last moral bottom line. Under the gaze of these people, Aunt Lin's mental state collapsed even further. She was coughing up blood, her eyes filled with struggle and pain. She wouldn't last long, at most half an hour before she would freeze to death. Zhou Kuer walked over to Zhang Yi and said, Zhang Yi, those few kicks you gave her were hard. Her internal organs are ruptured. Freeze to death? Zhang Yi frowned. How can it be so cruel? In this cold weather, letting her freeze to death? I can't stand it. The neighbors looked at Zhang Yi in astonishment. Could it be that he was going to let Aunt Lin go? Only Zhou Kuer, who understood Zhang Yi, cast him a helpless glance. What do you want to do? Zhang Yi sighed. The old lady has had a hard life. Let her warm up a bit before she dies. He reached into his clothes, pretending to take something out, but in reality, he was retrieving a bottle of alcohol from another space. He opened the cap and poured it over Aunt Lin. Seeing this, the neighbors finally understood what Zhang Yi was planning. While speechless, they also felt it was very reasonable. After all, this person was Zhang Yi. When have you seen him show mercy to others? After pouring a bottle of alcohol, Zhang Yi quickly stepped back, lit a cigarette, took 2 puffs, and tossed it over. Whoosh! The flames instantly blazed up. Soon, the staircase echoed with extremely shrill screams. Zhang Yi turned around and walked back, not even glancing back. The other neighbors hurriedly stepped aside for Zhang Yi, their eyes full of fear. Chapter 94 Qinlingyu. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Kuer returned to the room, they took off their cold-resistant clothing, sat on the sofa, and Zhang Yi cursed loudly. That damn crazy woman. He sprawled on the sofa. Zhou Kuer went into the bathroom, and after a while came out with a basin of warm water. She smiled and knelt in front of Zhang Yi, helping him take off his cotton socks and washing his feet with her own hands. She gently asked, Were you scared just now? Zhang Yi leaned back on the sofa and said leisurely, Actually, it was fine. Since the apocalypse started, I haven't been too surprised by anything. In chaotic times, the most absurd things can happen. He was wearing a police bulletproof vest, unless the old lady was a nimble assassin who could accurately strike his neck. She couldn't hurt him, but Zhang Yi was no wooden block. Of course, he would dodge. While I was away, did anything happen in the community? Especially in the other buildings, was there any commotion? Zhou Kuo nodded slowly upon hearing this. I was just about to tell you. Zhang Yi sat up a bit straighter, his eyes filled with curiosity and caution. Oh, what happened? Zhou Kuo, while massaging Zhang Yi's feet, said lightly, over there. The person in charge now is one of my former patients, named Chun Lingyu. She contacted me today, hoping I could help her connect with you through her friend request. She also mentioned that she wanted to talk to you about something. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Chun Lingyu? That's a name he's not familiar with. Although they live in the same community, the Yulu community is quite large, almost 500 meters from north to south. The distance from his building 25 to building 9 is like going from the front to the back of a village, so there was really no chance to interact. What does she want to talk to me about? Zhang Yi asked. Zhou Kuo shook her head. She just said she wanted to discuss cooperation with the head of building 25, but the specific details must be discussed by you. Zhang Yi scoffed. Cooperation? Nonsense. I lack for nothing right now, while they can only wait to die in the building. What can they cooperate with me on? Zhou Kuo raised her head, her lips curling into a light smile. Then should I tell her that you don't want to talk to her? Zhang Yi waved his hand. There's no need to rush. Well, tell me what kind of person she is, and the specific situation in their building. Zhou Kuo then relayed the information she had gathered about Chun Lingyu. Chun Lingyu is the owner of a beauty and cosmetics company worth 200 million yuan in Tianhai City. Although it's called a beauty and cosmetics company, it's actually a micro-business enterprise. Chun Lingyu is 38 years old, has an above-average appearance, is assertive, and is a capable career woman. She knows Zhou Kuo from when she went to the First People's Hospital for treatment. Their relationship is just average, at most a nodding acquaintance. As for Building 9, it is now controlled by her and her subordinates. According to the information Zhou Kuo managed to find out, Building 9 is currently managed quite well, with only 10 deaths so far. After hearing this, Zhang Yi pinched his fingers and nodded. At this time, a woman can actually manage a building. Chun Lingyu really has some skills. Zhou Kuo sighed lightly. Yes, after all, she is involved in micro-business and pyramid selling, so she must be good at brainwashing others. Zhang Yi chuckled. Now that's a tough character. When she gets serious, she can even betray her own family, let alone distant relatives. We must not underestimate such a woman. Zhou Kuo nodded. I don't have a good impression of her either. We haven't been in touch for a long time. Today she suddenly contacted me, asking me to relay a message. Zhang Yi said, that's not surprising. Now that I have a snowmobile and the news of my ability to go out to gather supplies has spread, who in the entire community doesn't envy me? Who doesn't want to get their hands on my snowmobile? Zhou Kuo nodded. If that's the case, do you still want to talk to her? Zhang Yi placed his hand under his chin, thinking for a few minutes. Let's have a chat. I also want to know what others in the other buildings are planning. At the very least, I can't push those people to the brink all at once. Otherwise, if the residents of the other 29 buildings turn against me, that wouldn't be a good thing. If Zhang Yi just hid in his house and didn't go out, he wouldn't need to fear them. But now, Zhang Yi knows that the outside world is a huge treasure, and he will need to go out to continue gathering various survival supplies in the future. So for now, he can't fall out with the residents of the other 29 buildings. Thus, while enjoying Zhou Kuo's delicate massage, Zhang Yi opened his WeChat on his phone. He found that there were 99 friend requests, which he had been too lazy to check, since those who sought him were mostly looking for supplies. So he didn't bother with them. Opening the friend request list, the first one Zhang Yi saw was Chun Lingyu, the president of Furong Group. Dressed in a women's suit with a white shirt, arms crossed, appearing deep in thought, her face wore an exaggerated smile, a standard micro-business profile picture. Just as Zhang Yi was about to accept the friend request, he suddenly noticed another somewhat familiar profile picture below. Business people typically use personal photos for their WeChat avatars. So Zhang Yi quickly recognized the person. Li Jian, the financial director of Walmart's South China region. He knew him because he had seen him on stage during a company annual meeting dinner. Zhang Yi also knew that he lived in the same community, but they had no work-related contact, so there was no connection. Zhang Yi glanced at the time of the friend request. It was at 10:30 this morning. Shortly after he had just left the community, it seemed that he was looking for me for the same reason. Zhang Yi had a good idea in his mind. He thought for a moment and decided to accept both friend requests simultaneously. Let's see what these two want to discuss with him, which will help him determine how to deal with the other 29 buildings. As soon as he accepted the friend requests, he received almost instantaneous replies. Mr. Zhang Yi, hello? I am Chun Lingyu from Building 9, currently in charge of managing Building 9. I would like to talk to you. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Li Jian from Building 18. Thank you for accepting my friend request. I would like to discuss cooperation on behalf of the residents of Building 18. Zhang Yi first opened the chat window with Chun Lingyu. What do you want to talk about? Chun Lingyu quickly replied. It's not convenient to chat like this. Can we do a voice call? No, it's not convenient for me. Let's just chat like this. Zhang Yi said coldly. He was very familiar with women involved in microbusiness. Their mouths could be like machine guns, and if given a chance, they could talk endlessly for 3 days and nights. If there's something to discuss, just say it simply and directly. I don't have much patience and don't like to talk too much nonsense. Chapter 95. Discussing cooperation and attitude. Zhang Yi first gave Chun Lingyu a warning, letting her know he was not someone to be trifled with. In Building 9, Chen Lingyu paced back and forth in her room. It wasn't due to nervousness, but because it was too cold, moving around would help her warm up a bit. She was dressed in many layers, yet seemed to try to look quite presentable, even wearing an overcoat with a fox fur collar on top. Upon receiving Zhang Yi's cold message, she took a deep breath and murmured, "He truly is a formidable character. I cannot be careless." Facing Zhang Yi, Chen Lingyu felt very nervous and even fearful inside. After all, Zhang Yi's deeds had spread. He had single-handedly killed half of the neighbors in an entire building. Moreover, he had quite a few weapons, including terrifying things like sniper rifles. Various rumors had made those in other buildings who had heard Zhang Yi's story deeply fearful of him. Chen Lingyu calmed her emotions and typed out the countless drafts she had rehearsed in her mind. "Mr. Zhang, I have long admired your name. We have heard your story and always hoped to meet you. Now that we know you have a snowmobile and can go out to find supplies, we in Building 9 hope to cooperate with you." Zhang Yi glanced at her message and sneered dismissively. "Cooperation? What can you offer me? Cooperation requires equitable terms. You should understand that." Chen Lingyu immediately said, "We at Unit 9 are relatively harmonious and have not experienced many deaths, so we have ample manpower. Now that you have a snowmobile, you can leave the community and venture outside." As she spoke, Chen Lingyu became excited. "We can provide you with 76 people, all of whom are the best labor force. Outside, the heavy snow has frozen everything, and order seems to have been lost. In other words, whoever gets something buried in ice and snow is the one who owns it. You have transportation and weapons, and I have family members who will obey orders and work. As long as we join forces, we will surely achieve great things in the future." Zhang Yi rubbed his ears. It sounded impressive, but it was all just empty talk. "Let me ask you, with so many people not knowing how to survive tomorrow, what are you talking about developing?" Chen Lingyu swallowed. "Of course. This requires you to help us gather food to ensure our safety first. Then, no matter what projects you want to undertake, our people are the best labor force." Zhang Yi shook his head, losing interest. A pyramid scheme leader might fool those foolish homeowners in dire straits, but trying to fool him would be pointless. He was too lazy to type, so he sent a voice message. "I'm not interested in what you're saying at all, goodbye." Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Chen Lingyu became a bit anxious. She gritted her teeth and quickly sent a message. "You have now become the object of jealousy for the entire community. You only need to provide us with food, and at the very least, we can maintain neutrality towards you. You wouldn't want us to become your enemies, would you?" After seeing this sentence, Zhang Yi's expression became slightly serious. This was what he wanted to hear. Why waste time on useless chatter before? Those damned micro-businesses. "Oh, so many people in the buildings want to take action against me? Haha, I don't really believe that. I'm doing just fine. Who would attack me?" Zhang Yi asked tentatively. Chen Lingyu knew Zhang Yi was testing her, but to express her sincerity, she had to reveal some information. "Zhang Yi, you are a smart person. You should understand the principle of being in danger due to possessing something valuable. There are thousands of people living in the community, and everyone can only wait in their houses to starve. Only you can ride the snowmobile to find food. If you were in my shoes, wouldn't you feel envy, jealousy, and hatred? The reason everyone hasn't acted is merely weighing the pros and cons. But attacking you is just a matter of time. I'm not asking for much. As long as you can ensure our basic food needs, our building's people will definitely not take action against you." Hearing this, Zhang Yi slightly squinted. In a sense, this was a threat. "Oh, are you saying that if I don't agree, Unit 9 will attack Unit 25, right?" Zhang Yi's voice was very cold, filled with murderous intent. Chen Lingyu couldn't help but shiver, but she quickly said firmly, "I believe you wouldn't choose to do that. Even if you win against us, there won't be any benefits." She remained calm because the distance between Units 25 and 9 is relatively far. If Zhang Yi wanted to attack, it would mean cutting off his own escape route. Moreover, he might be attacked by people from other buildings as well. "We only need some food. We have no other demands. Relying on my abilities, combined with your military power, it won't be a problem for us to rule the entire community in the future," Chen Lingyu said excitedly. Zhang Yi's smile was somewhat disdainful. "This is the first time I've seen someone begging so confidently." Chen Lingyu gasped in anger. "This is cooperation." Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, "Let me think about it, and I will get back to you later." After saying that, he didn't want to continue chatting with Chen Lingyu, so he closed the chat window. Zhang Yi placed his phone on his lap and began to ponder how the situation would develop. He didn't care about Chen Lingyu, just a Unit 9. Wanting to challenge him, no matter how many people there were, it wasn't a problem. They had no idea how many guns and how much ammunition Zhang Yi had. If they really attacked, with just one assault rifle and his precision shooting ability, he could wipe them all out. However, the problem was that there were surely more people in the community who thought like Chen Lingyu. Other buildings in Unit 29 were all coveting his snowmobile. Some impatient ones, as well as those whose supplies were running low, might even risk their lives to come after him. If they united and attacked Unit 25, Zhang Yi would have to kill until his hands ached to finish them off. Zhang Yi looked up at the safety shelter of his home, made of aerospace-grade alloy, capable of withstanding artillery fire. Even if everyone from the community attacked, they would definitely not be able to break through. unless those people could demolish Unit 25, otherwise, Zhang Yi would be virtually unthreatened. How likely was that? Zhang Yi frowned and contemplated this question. If the people from Unit 29 really acted together, there was a chance that this situation could occur. Currently, the electricity does not allow for the use of high-power appliances. They wouldn't be able to use equipment like jackhammers or electric drills, relying entirely on manpower to take down a large building. In the current extreme cold and under conditions of severe food scarcity, was absolutely impossible. After all, with their current physical condition, they might not even be able to withstand walking outside for a while. How could they have the strength to smash walls? Chapter 96. Should I kill them all? After some thought, Zhang Yi came to a satisfactory conclusion. As long as he held his ground in Unit 25 and utilized his firepower and the strength of the safety shelter, even if the people from the other 29 buildings united, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. In simple terms, in today's situation of extreme food scarcity and extreme cold, even stepping outside to face the biting wind for a few steps was a huge ordeal. 20 people would be unable to accomplish the work that one person could do in the past. My personal safety is not an issue. At worst, I can ride the snowmobile out, using my weapons to engage in guerrilla warfare with them, and I can slowly wear them down. However, doing so would be too troublesome. How long would I have to kill the people from Unit 29? But if I don't kill them, they will definitely come to attack me. Zhang Yi pondered carefully in his heart. Should he spend some time and effort to eliminate the threats to himself and the community, or think of another way? In the short term, Zhang Yi had not made up his mind. He glanced at his phone and decided to chat with Li Jian as well. He needed to see if all the building owners shared such ideas. Zhang Yi opened the chat window with Li Jian. He didn't engage Li Jian, but Li Jian was very proactive in introducing their situation to Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, I came this time with sincerity, hoping to cooperate with you to build a harmonious home, a doomsday utopia. So far, we at Unit 18 have only lost 5 elderly people who died due to complications from the extreme cold. Everyone has been living harmoniously through reasonable planning and distribution of resources. I think this is the best way to survive in the apocalypse, preserving the spark of human civilization. It is also beneficial for the reconstruction work after the snow disaster. Right now, we are lacking effective food sources. I hope to cooperate with you. In return, we can provide manpower and material resources to meet your requirements as much as possible. We can also coordinate relationships with other units to avoid conflicts. After hearing Li Jian's introduction, Zhang Yi felt much more comfortable. As expected of a financial director of a large group, his emotional intelligence is significantly higher than that of Chun Lingyu, who does microbusiness. His statements are clear and concise regarding the interests at stake, and his tone is neither servile nor overbearing. However, what Zhang Yi cares about the most is the mention of a harmonious community. It has been over 20 days since the apocalypse began, and not a single person has died due to conflicts. Zhang Yi looked at Zhou Ke, who was carefully massaging his feet, and asked, Ke, do you know anything about the situation in Building 18? Zhou Ke thought for a moment and replied, I have heard a bit. It is said that the leader of their building is a very charismatic person. After the apocalypse began, he united all the residents and adopted a unified distribution of supplies, which has allowed the vast majority of people to survive until now. Zhang Yi sighed. As expected of a financial director, a management accountant not only needs to know how to manage, but also how to maximize benefits. In fact, Li Jian's approach is the most reasonable. Other buildings, like the 25th where Zhang Yi is, have wasted a lot of resources due to conflicts and internal strife. Theoretically, if a person does not exercise, including mental exercise, the energy consumed in a day is minimal. Eating just one meal is sufficient. Li Jian is a talent, Zhang Yi remarked, but then added, however, thinking that one can survive for a long time in the apocalypse like this is still impossible. Li Jian's ability lies in establishing order, and through his influence in Building 18, he united everyone early on. But what happens when faced with external attacks? Those who are used to comfort, when faced with thugs like Tianhe Gang or Chen Jinghao, will likely only face slaughter. This is akin to how ancient Central Plains civilization repeatedly lost to nomadic civilizations. Without military protection, all peace and harmony are false. Zhang Yi asked, what if I disagree? What will you do? Li Jian thought for a long time before replying. We are extending an invitation for cooperation in the spirit of friendly collaboration. If you refuse, I will feel regret. However, this does not mean that your thoughts will not change in the future. I still look forward to the opportunity for cooperation next time. Zhang Yi smiled. This official response style felt very comforting. So, you don't choose to attack our Building 25? Or when attacking other units, you won't choose to join in? Li Jian's reply was also very candid. Our military force is only for self-defense. We will not proactively attack others. It is not that we lack strength, but that useless internal strife will ultimately lead to mutual destruction. Zhang Yi felt like applauding him. Look at him. Clearly, he is timid yet speaks so uprightly. That said, the harmonious community of Building 18 has indeed spent half a month in the apocalypse without the courage to fight with others. Li Jian is a sensible person. He also understands that if Zhang Yi really fights with others, they would gain very little even if they joined in. It is better to watch from the sidelines. If Zhang Yi loses and the snowmobile falls into someone else's hands, he can still seek cooperation with others. Let me think about it. After sending this message, Zhang Yi went to look for others in the friend request list. Previously, he had ignored all friend requests because there were too many people wanting to add him to ask for supplies. But now it seems that everyone in the entire community wants to talk to him and ask for help in gathering supplies. Indeed, Zhang Yi added several heads of buildings. Their requests were almost indistinguishable from those of Chun Lingyu and Li Jian. They all hoped to cooperate with Zhang Yi and asked him to help gather supplies to survive. However, the conditions they could offer were extremely limited. Only labor, women, and a promise not to take advantage of others in case of conflicts. The only difference was the attitude, good or bad, that was all. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa, looking up at the ceiling, and murmured, "Now there are only two choices, to fight or to cooperate. If I choose to fight, then I have to kill all those who pose a threat to me. This is not impossible, but it is too time-consuming and ammunition-consuming. Killing a large number of residents from all 30 buildings in the community would exhaust my stored ammunition. The amount of ammunition I obtained from the police station is not too much, just over 1,000 rounds. This is assuming an ideal situation. If they come to attack, I can kill them all, but what if they hide inside the buildings and don't come out? I wouldn't dare to take the risk of going in. Moreover, although I have no psychological burden about killing, I am not a psychopathic butcher. Most people in the community have no significant grievances against me. If I were to kill them all, I would still feel a bit reluctant. Damn, I might even end up with mental issues myself." Zhang Yi rubbed his temples, feeling that killing everyone in the community is not a good option. It is simply too troublesome. Chapter 97. The attitudes of each building in the community. Listening to Zhang Yi's murmurs, Zhou Kuer felt a chill run down her spine. At this moment, no one in the entire community knew that they were all madly jumping around on the edge of the entrance to hell. Life or death rests on Zhang Yi's thoughts. Fortunately, I chose to follow him back then. Zhou Kuer felt immensely fortunate. Suddenly, Zhang Yi looked at Zhou Kuer and patted the sofa next to him. "Come here." Zhou Kuer walked over and sat down beside him. The room was very warm, so when at home, both of them usually wore casual clothes, particularly relaxed. Zhou Kuer did not bring any clothes with her. Everything was chosen by Zhang Yi, so her clothing style naturally was whatever Zhang Yi liked. The outfit Zhou Kuer was wearing was very cute and suited her beautiful figure. Sitting close to Zhang Yi, she was as gentle as a Siamese cat. Zhang Yi picked up a glass of water from the table, took a sip, and then asked Zhou Kuer, "From your perspective, should I fight them or cooperate?" Zhou Kuer initially thought Zhang Yi wanted to share some intimate thoughts with her. She didn't expect him to actually ask for her opinion. Of course, this is also a sign of his trust in her, which is a good thing. She felt a bit regretful, but was also happy that Zhang Yi valued her opinion. Zhou Kuer rolled her eyes and said to Zhang Yi, "If you choose to fight, can you withstand the attacks from the residents of the other 29 buildings at the same time?" No problem," Zhang Yi said confidently. In fact, he felt a little uncertain inside because he was only 99 sure, but there was still a 0.01 he couldn't be sure about. After all, he couldn't guarantee that there were no explosives hidden in the homes of the residents of those 29 buildings that could blow up an entire building. However, the probability of that happening is about the same as the chance of a bomb falling from the sky and hitting his house. There's nothing you can do when you run into someone like you. Zhang Yi decided not to think about it anymore. Zhou Kuer's eyes were filled with surprise. She thought Zhang Yi would say it was impossible, but unexpectedly, he gave a positive answer. After all, Zhang Yi had never told her how many weapons and supplies he had at hand. But then Zhou Kuer thought, Zhang Yi is a person with special abilities. Anything is possible for him. She took a deep breath and continued to ask, "If there is a peace talk, will you have to provide the living data of everyone in the entire community afterward?" Zhang Yi burst out laughing. According to their meaning, it was indeed the case. Zhou Kuer immediately said, "Of course, that's not possible. The whole community, even if we calculate 50 people surviving in each building, that is still 500 people. If you have to manage the food and drink for so many people, I can't imagine how much supply would be enough. Putting all of that on you is simply asking too much." Zhang Yi waved his hand. "That's not how the calculations work. They propose conditions, naturally, they aim high, and then wait for me to bargain. Plus, don't take this group of people seriously. Anyone capable of controlling a building definitely has their own small group. Once they have supplies, they will prioritize their own people." A deep light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. "As for the others, they are just reserve food. Do they really need to waste food on reserve supplies?" Zhou Kuer felt what Zhang Yi said made a lot of sense and nodded. "Even so, asking you to provide supplies for 30 buildings is still a huge hassle." Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. "Yes, exactly. So I must get rid of this hassle. Either kill them all, which is a convoluted and troublesome process, and may even be a bit dangerous. After all, I would have to leave this building and go out to deal with them." He rubbed his head. "Do you think there's any way I can avoid the trouble of having to deal with them all and still get rid of this group?" Zhou Kuer seriously lowered her head to think. Zhang Yi reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist while contemplating. After a long while, Zhou Kuer helplessly said, "This problem has no solution. You are their only hope. If you don't help them, they will definitely come to kill you. There is a theoretical solution, but it's not realistic. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is that solution? Zhou Kuder smiled and said, avoiding it, though shameful, is effective. If you leave this community and move to another place to live, you can get rid of them, right? Zhang Yi widened his eyes and looked at Zhou Kuder. At first, he found her suggestion quite ridiculous, even nonsensical. He had worked hard to create a safe house, and she suggested he just leave the community? However, suddenly, another idea popped into his mind. Could he take the safe house into his space and then leave with it? Zhang Yi had also tried to take large items, but the items had to meet one condition. They must exist independently. His safe house was integrated into the framework of the building. To take it away, it would have to be dismantled. But how to dismantle it? With what tools? If it could be dismantled, he believed those bastards among his neighbors would have done it long ago. This idea, although bold and extremely difficult to realize, made Zhang Yi feel refreshed. Perhaps in the future, if conditions allowed, he could try it out. However, for now, this was clearly not a viable option. Zhou Kuder looked at Zhang Yi's serious expression and couldn't he help but laugh. I was just saying that casually. You wouldn't he take it seriously, would you? Zhang Yi looked at her and smiled, pinching her little nose. Then what do you think we should do? Zhou Kuder pouted, I don't know either. Zhang Yi's eyes were deep. Then let us not rush it. Let us wait and see. After all, time is on our side, and the advantage is with me. The only thing that made Zhang Yi feel a bit troubled was the possibility of the other 29 buildings uniting. But now, in this apocalyptic world, people are all scheming against each other. Within one community of 30 buildings, various types of civil organizations had already emerged. Zhang Yi and the Tiana Gang, and the Quanglong Gang, enforced dominance through force and killing. Chen Lingyu controlled the building's people through brainwashing and hypnosis. Li Jian created a harmonious home without conflict through scientific management. So many organizations had completely different ideologies. Moreover, they had to be wary of each other, as they could turn into enemies at any time. It wouldn't be easy for them to unite. Zhang Yi planned to continue observing their movements before deciding how to act. After all, the initiative was in his hands. With a large number of firearms and precise shooting abilities, he was not afraid of group battles. Chapter 98. Establishing authority. Zhang Yi had made up his mind to observe the situation quietly. But he also knew that those people would definitely become impatient and want to take action against him. So, he needed to pay special attention to safety in the coming period. He had a police helmet for his head and a bulletproof vest for protection. Zhang Yi looked at his legs and couldn't help but frown. He had a bulletproof vest, but no bulletproof pants. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yi came up with an idea. He took out a bulletproof vest from his other space and handed it to Zhou Kuder. Is this for me? Zhou Kuder asked happily. Help me cut the threads on it. I want to use it, Zhang Yi said. Zhou Kuder pouted a bit disappointedly. But she still obediently took the bulletproof vest and used scissors to cut the threads on both sides. The threads of the bulletproof vest were also very tough, as they were made of special materials meant to withstand great impacts. Zhou Kuder exerted a lot of effort before finally managing to take apart the bulletproof vest. Now, the vest had become 2 pieces of fabric. Zhang Yi took it, measured it against his legs, and nodded in satisfaction, wrapping it around his legs and putting on a cold weather suit over it. Wasn't he that bulletproof pants? The legs also had major arteries. One must not be careless. After preparing his gear, Zhang Yi thought for a while and realized he couldn't let the neighbors in the building get too comfortable. He had to give them a sense of crisis and then trick them into going out to find someone to fight. After all, when Zhang Yi organized them, it was to use them as cannon fodder, not to pamper them. The other buildings had sent him signals, and he had to do something in response. So, Zhang Yi sent a message in the owners group, informing everyone of the current situation they were facing. Dear brothers and sisters, family members of Building 25, we are currently facing a major crisis. Someone is coming to seize our food. Some nearby buildings are envious of what I can go out to help everyone look for food, so they have threatened me. They claim that if I don't share the food with them, they will attack our building. As soon as these words were sent out, the owners group immediately erupted in chaos. The neighbors had just seen a glimmer of hope for survival, and now they were counting on Zhang Yi to go out and bring back food to sustain them. Now the other buildings are envious and want to come over and seize our resources, but of course, they want to agree. Damn, what are these bastards thinking? If they have the ability, they should go out and find it themselves. We will fight them to the death to protect our food. We can't give them a single grain of rice. Right, we have Zhang Yi with us. If it really comes to a fight, can we still be afraid of them? However, some people raise concerns. But, our building only has 30 or 40 people right now. If the other buildings come to attack us, can we really hold out? This is indeed a bit difficult. Can we negotiate with them and ask them not to mess with us? Do you think that is possible? Everyone is fighting desperately for food now. Who will reason with you? What should we do then? Just do it. Not having food is also a death. The neighbors were arguing very loudly. They were indignant. But most of them also felt fear. If we go against all the other units in the community, wouldn't that be like facing over 1,000 people? What is the difference from seeking death? Zhang Yi timely sent a message. Everyone knows the current situation outside. The heavy snow has buried various low-rise buildings. including most of the supermarkets. So finding supplies is also a very difficult task. It really depends on luck. There are thousands of people outside. If we give them our food, then you all will have nothing to eat. I, Zhang Yi, don't want to offend them. Anyway, I have enough supplies to last for a few more days. So what to do? I leave the decision to you. Whether you keep the food for yourselves or give it to them in exchange for stability, it's up to you to decide. Zhang Yi's choice is like pointing a gun at someone's head, asking them if they want to live or die. In fact, there's really no choice. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, the neighbors realized they had no way out. Without food, they would definitely die. Fighting might give them a chance to survive. I understand now. Let us fight them. This food belongs to us. Why should we give it to them? They can go die? Exactly. If they can't get food themselves, they just think about robbing others. Isn't that shameless? The most disgusting people to me, Wan Chong, are these kinds of people. Ugh. Seeing that the emotions were stirred up enough, Zhang Yi said, "All right, we can't let them look down on us. We must let them know our strength. Tonight, Li Changbin and Jiang Lei take people to charge into Building 26. There are not many of those old gang members left in Tiana Gang. Kill them. 1. To avenge our deceased family members. 2. To give a warning to the other units." Li Changbin, "Okay, Brother Zhang." Jiang Lei, "Yes, Brother Zhang." Zhang Yi, "As for me, I've been busy outside all day today and am a bit tired, so I want to go with you. Next time for sure." Li Changbin, "Brother Zhang, I understand you. You've worked hard today." Jiang Lei, "Brother Zhang deserves the most credit. We can't let him do everything. Right, everyone?" Neighbors, "Yes, yes, yes." Zhang Yi, "Good brothers, you go." After sending off the neighbors, Zhang Yi comfortably tossed aside his phone and picked up Zhou Kuer. "Ah." Zhou Kuer let out a sharp scream while laughing. An hour later, Zhang Yi lay on the sofa with a cigarette in his mouth, while Zhou Kuer, looking exhausted, lay on his chest with a satisfied smile on her face. Ding dong. A WeChat message rang. Zhang Yi picked up his phone and found it was from Jiang Lei. "Brother Zhang, the old gang members of Tianhe Gang are a bit difficult to deal with." Zhang Yi's mouth curled up. "Of course it's hard. If it were easy, I would have gone in with a gun and taken them all out already. The people from Tianhe Gang work on construction sites, so they have a lot of weapons, are strong, and have great endurance. Plus, they've been dealing with buildings for a long time, so they know how to use the terrain. Jiang Lei and the others will definitely suffer heavy losses when they charge in against a prepared Tianhe Gang. But anyway, they are just cannon fodder." Zhang Yi wouldn't feel sorry for them, and could even say he wanted to laugh a little. After all, most of these bastards were the ones who shared his bowl of meat soup. Zhang Yi pretended to be concerned and asked, "How are our casualties?" Jiang Lei said, "We lost 8 people and only took out 3 of theirs." Zhang Yi was very satisfied with this result. There were hardly any people left in Tianhe Gang, and they were all tough fighters. Losing 3 meant Huang Tianfang was almost a loner now. Chapter 99. Ambush. Zhang Yi asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Jiang Lei didn't expect Zhang Yi would specifically ask about his situation, and hurriedly said, "Just a scratch. I'm fine." Zhang Yi immediately spoke with a tone of grief and anger. "Those Tianhe Gang bastards almost hurt one of my main forces." Jiang Lei, "You don't need to be on duty tomorrow. Take a rest." Then he said in the group, "Everyone performed very well tonight. Tomorrow we will reward contributions. Anyone who participated in the attack on Tianhe Gang will receive at least 2 portions of food as a reward." Jiang Lei fought bravely and got injured, so he deserves a day off tomorrow. Additionally, he'll receive an extra large portion of braised pork rice. Hearing Zhang Yi's encouraging words, the neighbors were extremely excited. Although 8 neighbors had died, who cares about losing someone now? They had long become numb. The most important thing is that tomorrow they have a guaranteed minimum of double food. The most envied one is still Jiang Lei, who can eat braised pork rice at this time. Even if they had ingredients now, they didn't have enough seasonings to cook and were reluctant to start a fire. They ate whatever was available every day, almost forgetting what braised pork rice tastes like. Zhang Yi is mighty. Roar. Indeed, it's best to follow Zhang Yi. There's meat to eat. Damn it, I didn't get any kills this time. Next time, the braised pork rice will definitely be mine. Many people secretly made up their minds to fight harder. The next morning, Zhang Yi donned full body gear and confidently left his house. He planned to check out some well-known large shopping malls and hotels nearby to see if there were any useful items. Climbing out of the 4th floor window, he noticed that the snow had already sunk down in a large area, stained with mottled blood. Zhang Yi then remembered that there had been many battles in their area recently. He only felt a slight sense of emotion, then gathered his spirits and secretly took out a snowmobile, heading toward the outside of the community. As the sound of the motorcycle roared, that familiar feeling reappeared, the feeling of being watched. Although Zhang Yi couldn't see the people behind the windows clearly, he just knew many were looking at him. Zhang Yi raised his head, his cold gaze sweeping across one tall building after another. These people might become his enemies in the near future and then die at his hands. Zhang Yi's gaze slowly returned, scanning from far to near. However, just as he passed by one building, he suddenly felt that something was off. 21. The red 21 was very eye-catching, and it was under its reminder that a strong sense of discord appeared in Zhang Yi's heart. 21. Wolf Pack. Zhang Yi slightly frowned, and after a moment of thought, his gaze immediately turned sharp. How do I say something is wrong? The Wolfpack's base at 21 is not far from their building. However, up until now, even though they know Zhang Yi has a large amount of supplies and a snowmobile, they still haven't made a move against him. In the past, Zhang Yi thought they were being cautious, afraid of him. But now that he thinks about it, it's still too strange. No matter how careful they are ultimately a group of passionate young people in their 20s. Faced with something as tempting as a snowmobile, it's impossible for them to remain indifferent. The strangest thing is that the other building owners nearby have approached Zhang Yi to discuss cooperation. Only the Wolf Pack has never contacted Zhang Yi from the beginning to the end. This is very abnormal, extremely abnormal, in Zhang Yi's understanding. This behavior can only be explained in one way. The dog that doesn't bark is the most vicious. They plan to launch a surprise attack quietly. Zhang Yi touched the handgun in his pocket and thought of the guns in the alternate space, which were loaded with bullets and ready to fire. Feeling much more at ease, he took out his phone from his pocket and quickly messaged Uncle Yu and Joe Kur, telling them to lock the doors at home and be cautious of sneak attacks from other residents in the building. Then he stuffed the phone back into his pocket to prevent it from getting cold. Zhang Yi started the snowmobile and drove forward. As the vehicle reached the edge of the community, an unexpected change occurred. Snow suddenly splashed up from the ground ahead. Then a door panel stood upright, blocking the front of Zhang Yi's vehicle. Zhang Yi didn't have time to brake and quickly turned the handlebars. Bang! The motorcycle collided sideways with the door panel, and two people were thrown out into the snow. It turned out that two people had hidden in the snow and tied the door panel with a rope, using it as a trap. Unfortunately, the door panel was too light and not only failed to trip Zhang Yi, but was also flung away. It turns out that one should not randomly learn from what they see on TV. Zhang Yi immediately realized he had been ambushed. Before he could think, 7 or 8 people had already crawled up from the snow, brandishing weapons and shouting as they charged at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, the cold air calming him down. He quickly pulled out his gun from his pocket, and by the time he had unlocked the safety, the 8 people had already rushed to him. Zhang Yi raised his gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. If an ordinary person were in such close quarters, even with a gun, they would likely be in trouble. But Zhang Yi had sharpshooting skills and an extraordinary control of space, so the bullets in his hand would not miss. 3 bullets took down the 3 people in front of him, each shot a headshot. Before he could catch his breath, a few others with machetes approached him, only a meter away. The machetes were raised high, ready to chop down at Zhang Yi. In a critical moment, Zhang Yi turned the gun. Just as the machete was about to fall, Zhang Yi's gun was aimed at the man's head, almost shoved into his mouth. The man's body instantly stiffened, and just as he tried to say something, bang, a shot created a hole in his head. This scene stunned the other few who were charging forward. They had never seen someone so ruthless with a gun, taking out 4 of them in an instant. Could he be half human, half ghost, the legendary sharpshooter Yin Shuangying? Zhang Yi didn't give them a chance to be dazed. He fired again, taking down 2 more. Only then did the remaining 4 lose their courage, hurriedly turning to flee. Zhang Yi aimed at their backs, watching them desperately run through the snow, and suddenly changed his mind. He bit down on his gun and started the motorcycle to follow. The few people couldn't run fast in the snow. It was more like they were crawling. At that moment, the sound of the motorcycle roared in their ears, sending shivers down their spines. Zhang Yi caught up with the last person, and the motorcycle slammed into him. Half of his body was in the snow, and Zhang Yi's motorcycle flipped his upper body to the ground, then mercilessly began to run over him. What does it feel like to be crushed by more than 400 kilograms of combined weight? The man let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, his spine crushed. The motorcycle rolling over his back, then his head. The few people in front heard this horrifying scream. Their faces turned pale, gritting their teeth and running for their lives as if a demon were chasing them. Chapter 100, A Quick Kill. After Zhang Yi's motorcycle passed over that man, he looked back. Although there was snow cushioning his body, the weight of over 400 kilograms still made him spit blood. Zhang Yi shot him again, ending his suffering. Then he continued to leisurely pursue the fleeing individuals. He wanted to know where these people had come from. If they wanted to harm him, they had to pay the price. The direction the few were fleeing in resembled the territory of the Wolf Pack at 21. At this moment, on the 7th floor of 21, the Wolf Pack's leader Wang Chong and vice leader Xiao Lu watched the scene before them, their hearts bleeding. They had prepared for this robbery for many days, tracking Zhang Yi's route and timing, and had sent 10 subordinates to lay an ambush. They originally thought this was a foolproof plan, but no amount of calculation had anticipated Zhang Yi's shooting skills would be this good. They also never expected Zhang Yi had so many bullets in his possession. Not only had they failed to eliminate Zhang Yi and steal his snowmobile, but they had also suffered heavy losses, allowing Zhang Yi to come after them. Now, they were in big trouble. Wang Chong said, "Quick, gather everyone at the door and set up traps. Also be careful of his gun." Xiao Lu nodded. "Don't worry, we've set up everything in the hallway. If he dares to come in, we can kill him right here. The outcome will be the same anyway." The two spoke confidently, but their feet were retreating in unison. Not daring to appear at the window, they knew Zhang Yi had a gun, and even a sniper rifle, a deadly weapon. Peeking out was essentially seeking death. The people of the wolf pack at 21 were on high alert, all hiding in the hallway, praying that Zhang Yi wouldn't break in. Outside, Zhang Yi was still leisurely hunting down the remaining wolf pack members. As he walked, he casually shot one person after another. The last person was about to reach the entrance of 21. But before he could get there, the roar of Zhang Yi's motorcycle sounded in his ears. Zhang Yi glanced at the dark room ahead, knowing that the wolf pack members were definitely lying in wait. He didn't use his gun. Instead, he took out the Damascus steel hunting knife he had bought earlier. This thing was meant for cutting beasts, extremely sharp. But Zhang Yi had never used it on a person before. With a swish, the hunting knife sliced across the man's neck, surprisingly smooth. The sound of blood splattering was like the wind, and a head flew high before falling to the ground. At 21, the members of the wolf pack hiding in the shadows felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing this scene. The 10 brothers they sent out were all killed by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi stopped the snowmobile, got out of the vehicle, picked up the head from the ground, and threw it into the room on the 4th floor. The head rolled a few times on the ground before stopping, its hollow eyes staring blankly at the people inside. It was silent inside, and the members of the wolf pack were nervously feeling cold in their hands and feet. They knew that once Zhang Yi entered with a gun, it would definitely be a fierce battle. Many of them would die. However, Zhang Yi stood outside 21 and did not walk in. He was unsure of what specific traps and ambushes lay within. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. He wouldn't put himself in a perilous situation. But letting the wolf pack members go just like that felt too lenient to him. Just then, gunfire startled everyone in the community, including those from 25. At this moment, Uncle Yu and Li Bin were on duty, rushing over with weapons to support Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, what is going on? How did you end up fighting with them? Uncle Yu asked angrily. Zhang Yi glanced at them and replied calmly. They ambushed me outside, and I killed them all. From the outside of the community to 21, there were 10 corpses lying along the way, bloodied and glaringly noticeable. Uncle Yu shouted angrily. These damn things are so insidious. If something happens to Zhang Yi, our food supply will be cut off, and we'll have no way to survive. The group was shocked by his words, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Zhang Yi waved his hand at them. Go back first, call everyone, get all of them over here. The group immediately returned to 25 and summoned all the residents. Zhang Yi's expression was extremely grim. His mood was very bad, quite bad. He wasn't afraid of being ambushed, as such things were unavoidable in the apocalypse. Moreover, he was well prepared, fully equipped, and there were assault rifles in his space. Even a dozen or 20 people couldn't do anything to him. But he was angry because he knew that someone among the residents on the 25th floor had definitely leaked information to the wolf pack. The reason was easy to explain. For safety, Zhang Yi had no fixed time for going out each day, as he didn't want others to use this against him. An ambush beforehand? That was even more impossible. In this temperature, one would have to bury themselves in the snow. Even if the clothing was thick, it wouldn't last more than half an hour. But today, those people had just happened to ambush him in the snow. There aren't that many coincidences in this world, which indicated that someone internally must have known he had gone out and informed the wolf pack. Zhang Yi wasn't angry about being betrayed because he knew these neighbors weren't good people either. As long as the benefits were sufficient, they wouldn't hesitate to turn against him. He simply wanted to kill the person who leaked the information. However, nearly everyone in the building could potentially do such a thing, and he didn't know who it was. In that case, he would treat them all equally. The wolf pack in 21 was on high alert. A strong attack would surely result in countless casualties. Zhang Yi simply let them fight among themselves. He wouldn't care who died. Zhang Yi's cold gaze swept over everyone, and seeing him like this, their expressions were filled with fear. They also knew that the feeling of being ambushed wouldn't be pleasant. After a while, Zhang Yi said indifferently, the people from 21 attacked me. If I die, you won't survive either. So if they want to kill me, they want to kill you too. We must eliminate all of them. Uncle Yu, you come with me this time. The rest will be led by Li Chongbin, formally launching an attack on 21. For every person killed, I will reward 10 portions of food. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's reward, the crowd couldn't help but be tempted. Many regretted not having the chance to make a contribution the previous night. However, some raised objections. Isn't it too risky to go now? They must be on guard against our revenge. Even if we go, it would be better to wait until night. Zhang Yi glanced over, spotting a Mediterranean uncle named Guadahai. He pointed at Uncle Yu and said, besides, Uncle Yu is our main force. It's best for him to stay back for a strong attack. Hearing Guadahai's words, everyone felt it made a lot of sense and began to murmur quietly. Yes, even for revenge, it would be better to raid at night. Is Zhang Yi losing his temper? He needs to stay calm. Uncle Yu is strong and should be the main force. Chapter 101. Disobedience means death. Zhang Yi heard such voices and sneered. His voice made everyone present quickly shut their mouths. Have the food I've been providing you daily made your courage grow? Zhang Yi's gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Guadahai. The Mediterranean fat man was so scared that he quickly took 2 steps back. When I first became the building leader, I said everyone must listen to me. He revealed a sinister smile. Heh, It's only been a few days, and you've already forgotten? After saying this, Zhang Yi suddenly pulled out his pistol and aimed it at Guo Dahai's head, pulling the trigger. Bang! Guo Dahai's head exploded in a spray of blood, causing many female neighbors to scream in shock. No one expected that Zhang Yi would shoot and kill someone just like that. Those who disobey must die, Zhang Yi said coldly to everyone. It was only at this moment that everyone suddenly remembered that Zhang Yi wasn't just a gentle neighbor bringing them meals. He was a demon who had killed more than half of the building's residents. The scene fell silent, and no one dared to breathe. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, appearing nonchalant. Now, let us go take down that group from the wolf pack. Who is in favor, who is against? After a few seconds of silence, Li Changbin raised his hand and said, I'm in favor. Let us listen to Brother Zhang. Only then did others gradually raise their hands, agreeing to follow Zhang Yi's orders. Upon seeing this, a gentle smile reappeared on Zhang Yi's face. That's more like it. We're all family. Family helps each other. You see, I'm not putting you in a tough spot. I'll take care of those 10 people myself. The remaining ones, let you dozens handle them. I'm being nice to you, right? Come on, Uncle Yu and I will go find you food. Tonight we'll have a feast, and everyone will enjoy a good meal. Zhang Yi's carrot and stick strategy proved effective. Although the neighbors were initially shocked by Guo Dahai's death, it was Guo Dahai who died. What did it have to do with them? Zhang Yi promised to bring back food, and their dissatisfaction diminished significantly. Holding a gun, Zhang Yi watched them head out. Thus, whether willingly or unwillingly, this group could only charge into Building 21 with their weapons. After a while, chaotic noises and shouts of battle erupted from inside. Zhang Yi glanced at his watch. The golden Rolex was still as plain and dull as ever. Let them continue fighting. I have to leave. Otherwise, I want to know what time it is when I come back. He looked at Uncle Yu. Let us go. You help me this time. Today, we went out for the usual search and didn't really need anything special, so it didn't matter to bring Uncle Yu along. Uncle Yu chuckled, glanced at 21 not far away, and nodded, saying, all right, let's go. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, looking somewhat pained as he held his ribs. I can't drive anymore. I bumped into them just now, and my ribs hurt a bit. Uncle Yu looked at the snowmobile and volunteered, then I'll drive. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded, okay. So Uncle Yu took the wheel while Zhang Yi sat behind him. The injury was fake. He just didn't trust anyone with his back. The war god Yin Shuangying once said, be careful of your back. The two of them left the neighborhood together. Uncle Yu didn't have a helmet or goggles, and the cold wind forced him to squint his eyes as the biting wind and snow slapped against his face. However, he didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, he felt quite exhilarated. It had been a long time since he left the neighborhood, and being cooped up for over half a month had made him feel quite stifled. It's really refreshing to be out. By the way, Zhang Yi, where are we going? Zhang Yi casually said, the city is so big, we can go anywhere. Let's head over to the World Trade Area first. The World Trade Area is a famous commercial district in Tianhai City. Uncle Yu nodded and, relying on his memory of the surroundings, headed towards the World Trade Area. After more than half an hour, they arrived there. At this time, the World Trade Area looked like many tall buildings had sprouted up from the snow, half sticking out while the other half remained hidden. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu got out of the car and casually searched for items inside the buildings. It was Uncle Yu's first time out, and he found everything in the commercial street fresh and exciting. Especially among those stores, many were luxury brand boutiques. Gold, silver, jewelry, designer clothes. Luxury cars in the showrooms. Those high-end items he once dared not imagine were now unclaimed and up for grabs. Uncle Yu was thrilled and rushed inside to find a bag to stuff things into. Zhang Yi glanced over and was surprised to find that he was mainly looking for clothes, especially baby clothes. He couldn't help but be speechless. Should he say Uncle Yu was kind, or should he say he was a simp? Zhang Yi, feeling bored, walked over and said, Uncle Yu, I've looked around here, and there's no food. Looks like we came to the wrong place. Hearing this, Uncle Yu laughed and said, yeah, that's true. But we don't lack food at home. It's just that the kids grow fast and need clothes. Zhang Yi smiled helplessly and sat on a nearby chair. Your relationship with Sister Xia seems pretty good now. Uncle Yu replied with a simple smile. What relationship? We're just living together. Having a woman to warm the bed makes life more hopeful, doesn't it? Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with a playful glimmer upon hearing this. If you like that, I can introduce you to a few women with big chests and nice figures. How about letting them serve you well? Uncle Yu turned his back to Zhang Yi, but Zhang Yi could clearly sense his body twitching slightly. That's not good, is it? You know I'm not really that kind of person. Zhang Yi raised his chin, giving a knowing look. He knew Uncle Yu used to visit Yuhu Street several times a month to have the female technicians at Shuangfeng Hair Salon help him with some troubles. Uncle Yu was indeed straightforward, but that didn't mean he didn't like women. If that were the case, he wouldn't have been so easily won over by Xie Mei. Don't worry, we're buddies. I'll handle this kind of thing for you in the future. Zhang Yi put his arm around Uncle Yu's shoulder, grinning mischievously. Oh come on, look at you, saying that again. I'm a decent person. Uncle Yu licked his lips. While he said that, his face couldn't hide the smile. Right. Zhang Yi formed a conclusion in his mind. Uncle Yu had feelings for Xie Mei, but not too deep. So in the future, If Xieli Mei became a problem, he could take action to deal with her. However, to avoid affecting his relationship with Uncle Yu, he would need to help him find a caring woman who understood warmth and cold and had good skills. Chapter 102. Information on weapons. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu wandered around outside, casually collecting supplies. As they chatted, they brought up the current situation in the neighborhood. Uncle Yu asked Zhang Yi, "Someone is already planning to deal with you. They're envious of the snowmobile in your hands. Things might get more troublesome from here on. Do you have any plans?" It was rare for Zhang Yi to chat with Uncle Yu like this. Hearing this question, Zhang Yi smiled bitterly and said, "You're asking me? I was planning to ask you." He sighed heavily. Now everyone is eyeing my snowmobile, knowing it's the only means of transportation available. Everyone wants to snatch it from me. What else can I do? I can only try to protect it as best as I can, and of course, protect myself. Uncle Yu nodded solemnly. You're right. In this situation, taking care of us is already quite difficult for you. It's impossible to look after over 1,000 people in the entire neighborhood. Zhang Yi said, "You're right. So now I can only take it one step at a time and think of ways slowly." Uncle Yu pondered for a while and said, "Actually, Huang Tianfang contacted me this morning." Zhang Yi's clear eyes suddenly became sharp. "What does he want from you?" Uncle Yu had his back to Zhang Yi, so he didn't notice the change in his expression. He said, "Huang Tianfang is scared of you now, so he wants to seek peace. Moreover, he revealed something to me. People from other units have started organizing an alliance to put pressure on you. Some have invited him. He can choose not to join them, but they need you to provide food and winter supplies." Zhang Yi responded with an "oh." He had heard that request so many times that his ears felt calloused. It wasn't surprising. Indeed, now everyone wanted to go after him. It was truly terrifying. Zhang Yi's tone was somewhat timid, but there wasn't a hint of fear in his eyes. If it weren't for the consideration of ammunition, given enough time, he could even wipe out the entire neighborhood. Of course, this timeline might be extended for safety's sake. However, that dog Huang Tianfang, I must take him down. One from his Tianhe gang, and the other from that pack of wild wolves. I won't let any of them go. Zhang Yi's voice was calm, as if he were discussing something trivial, but his words revealed a chilling, killing intent. Since they initiated the attack on Zhang Yi, he had to ensure they died, to survive well in the apocalypse. He could not allow anyone who posed a threat to his safety to exist. Uncle Yu said, "They indeed deserve to die. They have killed too many innocent people and even actively attacked you. But do you have enough weapons to deal with them?" Since Zhang Yi emptied the police station's armory, he had acquired a large batch of weapons and ammunition. However, Uncle Yu wasn't sure how many. He only knew that when Zhang Yi returned that day, he was quite clean and did not see too many things. Therefore, he thought that after a few days of fighting, Zhang Yi had almost exhausted his bullets. A glint of brilliance flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes, and then he sighed helplessly. This aspect is indeed a bit difficult. I don't have many bullets in hand. However, as long as it's not a large-scale battle, it should be manageable. Uncle Yu scratched his head. Zhang Yi, if we had enough weapons and equipment, do you think we could successfully protect our home and your snowmobile? This sudden question made Zhang Yi's eyes light up instantly. Uncle Yu, do you know where there are weapons? Zhang Yi still had a lot of weapons and ammunition in hand, but the bullets for the sniper rifle were relatively few. After all, such things are not stored in large quantities by the police station. Even the police sniper rifle only found one. Other weapons and ammunition, of course, the more, the better. All fears come from insufficient firepower. Uncle Yu chuckled with a hint of pride in his expression. Did you forget what I used to do? I served as a soldier in the army for 5 years. Zhang Yi hurriedly asked, did you serve in Tianhai City? If so, Uncle Yu could take him to the military camp in Tianhai City to collect weapons. Uncle Yu said, I served a long time ago, not in Tianhai City. But there are old acquaintances in the troops over there in Tianhai City. I know where that place is. As long as we go to the military camp and find the stored ammunition, you won't have to worry about bullets in the future. He looked at Zhang Yi with some admiration, thinking someone like you, a sharpshooter, would be a waste of talent without ammunition. The army has always revered the strong. A king of guns is a deity in the hearts of all soldiers. Uncle Yu had witnessed Zhang Yi's terrifying marksmanship, so naturally, he admired him. Zhang Yi was overjoyed. He didn't expect this time to have an unexpected gain. So what are we waiting for? Let us hurry over. There are too many firearms in the army. If we can get tanks, armored vehicles, and the like, he could drive over and blast those who oppose him to death. At that time, who would dare to oppose him, Zhang Yi? Uncle Yu, you are truly a treasure. Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled. Uncle Yu scratched his head, and seeing Zhang Yi so excited, he felt a bit embarrassed. Don't rush. I haven't finished speaking yet. That place is relatively remote, northwest of the urban area. It's over 100 kilometers from here. Moreover, although I know there is a military camp there, don't hold too much hope. After all, it has been snowing for so long, and finding the right direction isn't easy. Even if we get there, it's possible that everything is buried under the snow. The military camp is usually located on the outskirts of the city, and the station troops in Tianhai City are situated in rural areas. The surrounding area is filled with farmland and wasteland, and after being covered by heavy snow, it's difficult to pinpoint the location. Zhang Yi calmed down and said seriously, can we take more time to confirm the location? Uncle Yu replied, I'm very familiar with the area, There are no high-rise buildings, but there are 6-story storefronts. If we search carefully, we should be able to confirm the direction. I'm just afraid that the military camp might be buried by the snow, and it would be useless to go there. After all, we can't dig. A mysterious smile appeared on Zhang Yi's face. Digging? He was familiar with that. It's okay. At least we can find the place first. If we think of a way later, we can still use it, right? His expression became serious as he patted Uncle Yu's shoulder. The enemies we are about to face could be very numerous, and we must have more weapons to protect ourselves and our families. Uncle Yu nodded vigorously. You're right. Then let us go look for it. The two of them got on the snowmobile, braving the cold wind and heavy snow, and began heading northwest towards Tianhai City. Chapter 103. Finding the military camp. The strong wind and heavy snow meant that the snowmobile couldn't go too fast, or it risked overturning. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu maintained a speed of about 40 to 50 kilometers per hour, and it took them over 2 hours to reach the wilderness in the northwest. After leaving the urban buildings, they basically lost their landmarks. The thick ice and snow, several meters deep, covered almost everything on the ground. In front of them was a vast expanse of white, and Uncle Yu temporarily stopped the vehicle by the roadside, observing multiple times before confirming the direction. He pointed to a protruding white hill in the distance and said, "Luckily, there's this thing to look at. We're not far now, about 5 kilometers away." Zhang Yi nodded, filled with anticipation. Before long, the two of them arrived at the foot of the hill. On the ground, they could vaguely see some scattered protruding buildings. Uncle Yu said, "It's nearby. As for the exact location of the military camp, I need to confirm it again." "All right, let us search carefully," Zhang Yi said. The two parked the snowmobile by the roadside and began to search for the military camp's location. There are rarely any high-rise buildings in military camps, and the dormitories are usually 2 or 3 stories, which is convenient for emergency gatherings. Moreover, the military camp covers a large area, increasing the difficulty of the search. If it weren't for Uncle Yu, this experienced guide, if Zhang Yi came alone, he would have had to look for 10 days or half a month. After searching for a while, suddenly, Uncle Yu's eyes brightened as he spotted a building not far away. "Found it!" he exclaimed with joy. "Have you found the location of the military camp?" Zhang Yi quickly looked over, but Uncle Yu shook his head and pointed to the golden sign on the building, saying, "I found the bathing center." Zhang Yi's expression immediately turned speechless as he glanced sideways at Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu chuckled and said, "Don't be anxious. As long as we find this place, I can determine the location of the military camp." He began to explain to Zhang Yi. It turns out that this bathing center was opened by his comrade, and Uncle Yu would come here once or twice a year, partly to catch up and partly for business. The bathing center, named Inner Universe, is wonderful. Zhang Yi looked at the golden sign and couldn't help but applaud. Indeed, the owner of this bathing center is quite a talent. But he curiously asked, "Does the bathing center open outside the military camp? Can it have business?" Uncle Yu laughed and said, "You don't understand this, do you? It's better for business to be here. Life in the army is very dull, and most soldiers don't have girlfriends. Young people are full of energy and need to vent. Moreover, they have no place to spend money in the army. When their supplies come in each month, they need to find a place to spend it, right? Plus, they are physically strong, have fierce firepower, and won't cause trouble. So they are particularly welcomed by the bathing center." Uncle Yu spoke with great conviction. When he talked about his past experiences in the army, there was a distinct sparkle in his eyes. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Don't the leaders in the army take care of this?" Uncle Yu replied, "Of course. This kind of thing is against discipline. But the leaders also understand that soldiers have needs, so they turn a blind eye." He pointed to the sign of Inner Universe and said, "In short, as long as we see this, we'll know the general direction of the military camp." Uncle Yu turned to face north, stood in the wind, and carefully observed for a while before suddenly pointing to a distant direction. "Over there, did you see that watchtower?" Zhang Yi squinted his eyes and carefully observed, finally spotting a small black in the wind and snow. "I see it," Uncle Yu said. "The military camp is right there." Zhang Yi glanced at Uncle Yu. "But the military camp is quite large, right? We've only confirmed its location. How do we find their armory?" Uncle Yu replied, "Years ago, I came to visit an old comrade and went into the yard. I still remember the general location of the armory." Zhang Yi quickly said, "Let's go take a look. As long as we know the approximate location, next time we come, we can use an excavator to dig it up." The two hopped on a snowmobile and sped towards that direction. Soon, Uncle Yu pointed out the location to Zhang Yi. "It's about here." "Ah, what a pity, we came too late. It's all buried in snow now." Uncle Yu's expression was somewhat guilty. "I'm sorry, Zhang Yi. I might have made you come for nothing." When he came, he still held on to some hope that perhaps this place hadn't been completely buried. But upon arrival, he realized that thought was too naive. Zhang Yi carefully stared at the snow in front of him for a while, memorizing the obvious landmarks nearby, such as the watchtower and the officer's office building, which were not completely covered yet. After noting these, Zhang Yi smiled at Uncle Yu. "It's okay. You meant well. Who knows? Maybe one day when the snow melts, we can come back?" Uncle Yu nodded with an embarrassed smile. Zhang Yi patted his shoulder. "Let's go. We should head back now. We've been out for half a day, and it's getting late. It will take another 2 or 3 hours to get back. We can't delay any longer." Uncle Yu sighed and hurried to drive. In the community. Retreat, hurry up. Li Chongbin led a large group of neighbors, hastily retreating from the territory of the 21 Savage Wolves gang. This time, they suffered heavy losses, with more than 10 people killed. Sure enough, fighting in unfamiliar territory was too disadvantageous. Although they had more people, the opponents were well prepared, with many traps laid inside, making it hard to gain the upper hand. However, they managed to take down 5 or 6 of the enemy, which was a decent outcome, due to the cold weather. By the end, everyone was gasping for breath and felt it unwise to continue the assault upstairs, so they chose to retreat. On the way back, Li Chongbin counted on his fingers, contemplating how much reward Zhang Yi would give him upon his return, feeling somewhat pleased. But some others were in very low spirits, their faces filled with displeasure. They really didn't know what the point of this attack was, having lost more than 10 people for nothing. Wasn't it the same when they attacked the Tianhe gang last time? They lost more people than they killed. If this continued, their group would be wiped out. Was it just to vent Zhang Yi's anger? Just now, it was so close, just a little more, and my head could have been chopped off. Zhang Yi sent us to attack, while he ran off with Uncle Yu. Clearly, they were the strongest, yet they hid behind and refused to join. Such voices came from a few middle-aged men among the neighbors. The older they were, the more cunning they became. They contributed the least but complained the most. Moreover, this time the Savage Wolves gang was a tough opponent, leaving some injured and even nearly dead, so they couldn't help but complain about Zhang Yi. Li Qingbin, walking in front, furrowed his brows upon hearing this, angrily scolding, "What are you saying? Keep your mouth in check and don't say things you shouldn't. If it weren't for Zhang Yi bringing us food, who knows how many people in our building would have starved to death. Can you still shout here?" Chapter 104. Taking an inch. Li Qingbin's words did not silence the complaining individuals. A bespectacled fat man sneered, "Li Qingbin, you're about the same age as Zhang Yi. Are you really going to call him your dad? Don't you see he treats us as cannon fodder?" The term cannon fodder was undoubtedly powerful. Other neighbors also changed their expressions upon hearing this. After all, in recent days, due to consecutive attacks on the Tianhe gang and the Savage Wolves gang, they had lost more than 10 people. Others thought that this might be their own fate, and they felt a chill run down their spines. Li Chongbin pointed at him and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. At the very least, we can eat now, thanks to Zhang Yi." The fat man's name was Wan Chong, and he scoffed disdainfully. "It's true that he gives us food. I admit I was quite moved at first. But then what? He insists on forcing us to fight. He's pushing us into the fire pit. We only need to defend our own building. Why go attack others? We ensure our safety and let Zhang Yi go find food for us every day. That's the best outcome. Yet he insists on causing trouble and offending people from other buildings. If he angers them, what will we do when they come to attack us?" At this point, Wan Chong dropped another bombshell. "And from my observation, the food he brings us, he never eats himself. So he must be secretly keeping the good stuff for himself while making us eat junk food. There are so many supermarkets and malls outside. He keeps saying how hard it is to gather food. Do you really believe him? He's just treating everyone like fools." These words resonated with many people. At first, they thought they only needed to quietly defend Building 25. Then Zhang Yi would go out and bring them plenty of food to fill their stomachs. But who would have thought that Zhang Yi would actually send them out to fight? How cruel. They didn't want to die. Why should they be sent to their deaths? In the crowd, a woman also lowered her head and said, "Zhang Yi's actions are somewhat wrong. There's no need to make us die for nothing, right?" Emotions are contagious, especially since they were now standing on the same front. Gradually, others began to express their dissatisfaction. "We fight for our lives every day. He just goes out to find a bit of food. He just relies on having a snowmobile. How does his contribution compare to ours?" Exactly. If I had his snowmobile, I could also go out to find food. What's so difficult about it? I think Wan Chong is right. He plans to make us cannon fodder, telling us to follow him and risk our lives. Li Qingbin's grip on the shovel loosened, and he suddenly shouted, "Enough. Don't say such things anymore. Be careful Zhang Yi finds out and kills you all." Everyone's spirits tightened, and they quickly shut their mouths. At this moment, Luan Chong walked up to Li Chongbin with a sinister expression, lowering his voice. "We've all said these things. Are you going to snitch and let Zhang Yi kill us all?" Everyone's gaze turned towards Li Chongbin. If he dared to say anything they found unsatisfactory, they would kill him to silence him right away. A chill ran down Li Chongbin's spine as he struggled to swallow. "I didn't mean that. We're all neighbors. And if you all die, how could I survive? Don't worry, I won't snitch." Only then did Luan Chong smile. "That's more like it. We were just casually complaining, with no other intentions." Others laughed and said, "Exactly. Why take it so seriously? In the past, we often cursed our bosses at work. But we still had to show up for our shifts, right?" Everyone had smiles on their faces. However, there was something unusual in their eyes. After all, too many people had died in the past few days, and everyone had their own thoughts. Soon, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu returned, bringing back 2 bags of junk food. After learning about the situation, he pretended to comfort everyone and publicly rewarded Zhang Lei and Li Qingbin with 2 servings of braised pork rice. Other neighbors also received more than 2 portions of food. However, Zhang Yi felt that the mood this time was a bit off. Although they didn't say anything, there was a hint of rejection in their eyes. Zhang Yi sneered inwardly. He knew these people were starting to doubt him. But so what? He understood this group of neighbors too well. They had the heart of thieves, but lacked the courage. They had been scared into submission by Chun Jinghao's gun. Now, even if they were unwilling to let Zhang Yi be their cannon fodder, with a gun and a moldy piece of bread, he could make them kneel and beg. A bunch of worthless beings. There was no need to treat them like humans. Uncle Yu, on the other hand, cheerfully handed the clothes he had collected to Xieli Mei. Xieli Mei's eyes lit up as she happily accepted the clothes. The clothes Uncle Yu found for her were all brand name. And he even asked Zhang Yi for help with the selection since he didn't know much about them. Xieli Mei had never worn such expensive clothes before. And seeing that both she and her child had new outfits, she couldn't help but hug Uncle Yu's arm affectionately, saying, "Brother Yu, you're so nice." The neighbors couldn't help feeling jealous upon seeing those new cotton clothes. Luan Chong mustered up the courage to say, "Zhang Yi, next time you go out, could you bring back some clothes for all of us? Preferably down jackets." He looked at Zhang Yi's professional cold-resistant outfit, greedily swallowing, and pointed at it, saying, "Something like what you're wearing should be findable, right?" The quality of the clothes was evident from how they trembled when outside. Every time they saw Zhang Yi's calm demeanor, they knew his clothes were top-notch cold-resistant gear. The longing in everyone's eyes was palpable as they looked towards Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, since Uncle Yu can find them, could you bring some back for us next time?" Zhang Yi frowned slightly, sneering inwardly. How greedy could they be? Do they even realize how many people envy and resent them for being able to eat their fill? Now they still want to wear good clothes. He smiled and nodded. "I'll definitely help you all find some when I get the chance in the future. But my vehicle is too small to carry much. How about I don't bring you food first and go find clothes instead?" Everyone immediately protested. "That won't do. We still have clothes to wear. Though they're not that warm and won't kill us from the cold. But without food, the suffering is unbearable." Zhang Yi slowly nodded. "Then let us find food first. When I have the opportunity later, I will definitely help you find warm clothes. So you won't feel cold anymore." Zhang Yi smiled brightly. Chapter 105. Using fire as a weapon after distributing today as food, Zhang Yi noticed that due to the deaths of over a dozen people in the past 2 days, food was much scarcer. Many familiar faces had disappeared from sight. For example, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, who he hadn't seen for several days, probably perished from freezing and hunger. When Zhang Yi returned home, Zhou Kuer walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron, smiling gently. "You're back, master." Seeing the gentle and virtuous Zhou Kuer, Zhang Yi felt a bit better. Over time, Zhou Kuer had gotten used to her role as Zhang Yi's servant. She was a smart woman who understood that in the apocalypse, being a vine clinging to a big tree was the happiest thing. Therefore, she would fulfill all of Zhang Yi's various requests. Even the things Zhang Yi didn't mention, she would strive to accomplish. "What are you making?" Zhang Yi asked as he took off his cold-resistant outfit. Zhou Kuer squatted down to bring him his slippers and placed his snow boots on the shoe rack. "Beef stew with potatoes. You really like this, right? I'm trying to make it. I just don't know how it will taste." At this moment, Zhang Yi also wanted something hot to warm his stomach. He sat on the sofa while Zhou Kuer prepared foot-soaking water for him. As his feet sank into the warm water, the comfortable and relaxing feeling instantly eased Zhang Yi's tense body. After running in the wind and snow all day, even with various cold-resistant gear, he still felt a bit cold. Only at this moment did he truly appreciate how comfortable it was to have a warm home. Overall, Zhang Yi was in a very good mood today. With the specific location of the military camp, he could go alone next time to excavate the weapon cache underneath. The weapons and ammunition in the military camp would definitely far exceed that of the police station. Moreover, there might even be some powerful military weapons, like grenades or even tanks and armored vehicles. Zhang Yi shook his head. Those things weren't typically equipped by ordinary troops. Moreover, given their weight, extracting them from the snow would only cause them to sink into the snowdrifts, making them impractical. However, he could definitely obtain a lot of weapons and ammunition. With these weapons, no one here could pose a threat to him. While feeling happy, he inevitably thought of some unhappy matters as well, such as the ambush by the members of the Mad Wolf gang. Fortunately, he was thoroughly bundled up in gear, with a gun and plenty of ammunition in hand. Otherwise, if it came to close combat, how could he possibly fight 10 people in the snowdrifts? The Mad Wolf gang, I must wipe them out. But they were quite cunning. After learning about my firepower, they had all retreated into hiding. I also didn't dare to attack easily. How should I deal with them? Zhang Yi fell into deep thought. Attacking a high-rise building would be foolish to do with brute force. They had a lot of space to retreat, while the attackers were left with snow behind them, making movement inconvenient and lacking cover. Additionally, the hallways were narrow and the environment complex, making a bottom-up approach very difficult. If they used Molotov cocktails for a fire attack like I did, they would be choked to death even if they didn't burn. At this thought, Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Fire attack. Yes, a fire attack would work. He recalled the news he often saw before. A certain residential building caught fire, with thick smoke rolling in, preventing the residents on the upper floors from escaping, ultimately leading to their suffocation. The more Zhang Yi thought about this, the more he felt it was a viable option. They couldn't get in, but smoke could. And smoke rises. It wouldn't help them to retreat to the upper floors. The outside temperature was too low, and usually, they would seal the doors and windows, which would make them choke to death even faster. If they planned to open the windows to escape, I would shoot one down for each that jumped. Zhang Yi clapped his hands in delight. This method was excellent, a perfect way to deal with enemies hiding in a building. However, another problem arose. If he was going to set a fire, it had to be a big one. The wood in each building that can be used for burning has been mostly dismantled, except for the doors. Zhang Yi also thought of a solution. There are many trees outside, and I will chop some down in the next few days. These trees are damp, so they won't burn completely, producing thicker smoke. Just need to pour some gasoline on it, and it's done. Zhang Yi figured out how to deal with those hiding in the house, and he couldn't help but feel relaxed. Zhou Kuer brought over the prepared dinner. Zhang Yi took a bite and smiled, praising her. Your cooking has improved. Zhou Kuer was overjoyed to hear Zhang Yi's compliment. Really? If you like it, I can make it for you every day. Zhang Yi nodded with a smile. While they were eating, Zhou Kuer sat across from Zhang Yi. He was still thinking about how to resolve the issues with the troublesome neighbors in the community. He had a preliminary plan in mind, to avoid large-scale conflicts with them for the time being, even if a fight was necessary. He needed to wait until he had collected enough wood for burning and dug up a large number of weapons from the military camp. Only then would he have 100% confidence to eliminate those who intended to harm him. While they were eating, Zhou Kuer suddenly said to Zhang Yi, "It seems like there have been quite a few deaths in our unit these past few days." Zhang Yi's thoughts were interrupted by Zhou Kuer. He glanced at the woman in front of him and replied calmly, "Oh really? And then?" Zhou Kuer continued, "I feel like they seem to have some resentment towards you. You'd better be careful." Concern was evident in Zhou Kuer's eyes. Women are very sensitive. She had keenly noticed the changes among the neighbors today. Zhang Yi smiled gently and rubbed her soft cheek, reassuring her, "Don't worry. If I needed you to remind me about such things, I wouldn't have survived this long." Zhou Kuer said seriously, "The death rate among them has been too high recently. Someone might turn against you. I'm worried they might collude with people from other buildings to harm you." Zhang Yi nodded but seemed unconcerned. "It's fine. If they want to betray me, let them. I never trusted any of them from the beginning. In fact, I plan to eliminate them all sooner or later." It was nothing new for Zhang Yi if these damn neighbors turned against him. Zhou Kuer gasped in surprise and then said dejectedly, "I was still worried about you, but it seems my concern was unnecessary. You're much more ruthless than they are." Although she expressed some regret, her heart felt more at ease. With such a reliable man by her side, her safety was guaranteed. Zhou Kuer suddenly thought of a question. Zhang Yi said he trusted no one, but what about her? They had been living together for some time, and Zhou Kuer had entrusted him with her most precious things, developing a strong dependence on him. Women are emotional beings. Even the smartest ones find it hard to extricate themselves from such feelings. Therefore, she hoped to be different from others. "Zhang Yi, do you trust me?" Zhou Kuer looked at Zhang Yi with a hint of expectation in her eyes, even a plea. In these times of cold human relationships, where no one could be trusted, she longed for a bit of warmth. Zhang Yi looked at her and said without hesitation, "Kuer, you are the only person I trust in this world." Zhou Kuer's eyes seemed to sparkle, and her face quickly flushed. "You're just lying to make me happy, aren't you?" Zhang Yi shook his head. "Of course not. You are unique. No one else can compare." His gaze was firm, as if what he said was true. Zhou Kuer's eyes became slightly moist, and she began to believe Zhang Yi's words, feeling touched. Zhang Yi smiled gently and picked a piece of beef brisket for her. "Here, eat something." Seeing Zhou Kuer looking so happy, Zhang Yi sighed inwardly. Women are actually so easy to handle. Just don't feel guilty when lying. Zhang Yi indeed liked Zhou Kuer. However, the only person he truly loved was himself. But he had to make Zhou Kuer believe that he loved her. The best way for a person in this world is, of course, through emotions. It's just like when you go to work. Don't the leaders at the company talk about feelings with you? They even call employees family. However, when they fire you, they do it mercilessly. Only by making Zhou Kuer believe this and making her devoted to him could Zhang Yi stabilize his rear. After dinner, Zhang Yi planned to take a shower. Zhou Kuer blushed and stood up, asking, "Do you want me to help you wash your back?" Zhang Yi looked at her. Zhou Kuer's gaze seemed to contain more affection than usual. Zhang Yi nodded. "Sure, it's indeed inconvenient to wash my back alone." Chapter 106, Tianhai Military Camp. At this time, the neighbors on the 25th floor were huddled in their homes, eating the food Zhang Yi had given them. They hadn't bathed for nearly a month, feeling itchy and uncomfortable. Some even had skin lesions. But there was nothing they could do. They couldn't get enough hot water, and even if they could boil water with a kettle, they had to save it for drinking. Who would dare to take a shower? If they got sick after bathing, they would just have to wait to die. Jiang Lei and Li Chongbin were roommates. They had been good brothers in college and worked at the same company after graduation, their relationship as strong as ever. That night, both were in a good mood because Zhang Yi had given each of them a box of braised pork rice. These 2 boxes of braised pork rice were taken from the supermarket shelves and had long been frozen solid. However, that didn't pose a problem for them. They stuffed the braised pork rice under their down jackets and heated it for several minutes until it was soft enough to eat. In the pitch-black room, the 2 of them were wrapped in thick blankets, with only their heads exposed. Jiang Lei struggled to scoop out a piece of braised pork with a spoon, chewing for a long time before finally tasting the flavor of the braised pork. His face was filled with happiness. Being able to eat this felt like a top-notch feast. Thank goodness we followed Zhang Yi back in the day. Now we can eat braised pork, Jiang Lei said happily. However, Li Chongbin beside him remained silent, gnawing at his food. That's right, it wasn't eating, it was gnawing. After all, the rice and meat had frozen together, and he found it too bothersome to use a spoon, so he pressed his face down to gnaw at it. Seeing that Li Chongbin wasn't speaking, Jiang Lei thought he hadn't heard, so he nudged him with his elbow. Hey, do you think I'm right? We should stick with Zhang Yi from now on. Did you see Zhoukur? That girl is still looking glamorous, wearing brand-name clothes. Canada Goose. The scariest part is that she seems to be able to take a shower. Jiang Lei's eyes were filled with envy. His current method of cleaning was rubbing dirt off his body with his hands, leaving long streaks. But later, he couldn't bring himself to rub it off because it helped keep him warm. Li Chongbin glanced at him and said sullenly, "What good does it do to envy others? You don't have those conditions." Jiang Lei sighed. That's true. We don't have what they have. Otherwise, I would have to try it out. He looked at his brother and chuckled. However, before that, I will let you enjoy a bit. Li Chongbin said irritably, "Get lost with your looks. I wouldn't even take it for free." Jiang Lei argued, "Don't complain about it being dirty. At worst, I'll use my mouth." Shut up, the more you say, the more disgusting it gets. The atmosphere between the two began to turn a bit subtle. After a moment of silence, Li Chongbin said in a deep voice, Jiang Lei, don't you think Zhang Yi giving us food is actually treating us as cannon fodder? He never intended for us to survive. Jiang Lei widened his eyes. What do you mean? Li Chongbin recounted what the neighbors had said during the day. Jiang Lei fell silent as well. What's the use of saying those useless things? They had thought about killing him and then robbing his house and food. But they couldn't take him on and almost got killed themselves. In this world, whoever has the strongest fist is the father. He can give us a meal, so we have to obediently listen. Li Chongbin fell silent. Just then, their phones rang. Li Chongbin took his phone out of his pocket, glanced at the message, and his expression immediately became serious. Amidst this seriousness, there was a hint of indescribable tension and excitement. The next day, Zhang Yi rode his motorcycle out of the community as usual. Since he had been ambushed yesterday, he took a long detour and went out in a different direction this time. Today, he didn't call Uncle Yu because he was going to the military camp to dig up the buried weapons and equipment. He would also look for some trees to cut down for future use. Last night, Li Jian and Chun Lingyu contacted him again, simply asking how Zhang Yi was considering it. Zhang Yi just perfunctorily responded, saying he needed to think about it some more. However, he could clearly feel that some people were becoming impatient. Zhang Yi didn't care about their attitudes. He was only watching to see when these people would take action. After all, the people in Building 29 needed time to negotiate for a united front. This period was enough for him to prepare thoroughly. After 2.5 hours, Zhang Yi arrived at the place he had been to yesterday, based on memory. Underfoot was a vast expanse of white snow, and aside from a reference point not far away, there was nothing around. Zhang Yi took out the excavator from the alternate space and began digging down. Just like last time. With experience, Zhang Yi's skills in operating the excavator had become much more proficient. After some busy work, he finally dug down to the underlying building. Zhang Yi wasn't sure if this was a weapons depot, but finding a building meant that the weapons depot couldn't be too far away. However, when Zhang Yi entered the dormitory, he noticed something strange. Logically, with heavy snowfall, almost all land transportation would be unusable, so these soldiers would be trapped here once the snow piled up. Therefore, there should be many corpses found in the military camp. Yet when he entered the dormitory, he found the blankets neatly folded, and the sheets were smoothed out. He didn't find a single soldier who had frozen to death. How strange, where did everyone go? Zhang Yi couldn't understand where the soldiers had gone. He went to a few nearby dormitories, and the same scene greeted him. Could it be that they all left? A thought arose in Zhang Yi's mind, and he felt it was the most likely scenario. After the snow disaster struck, those high-ranking officials must have received accurate information first, knowing that the apocalypse was unavoidable. Therefore, they needed to go to a shelter. And these soldiers were likely reassigned to protect them and transport supplies. Thinking this way, Zhang Yi's mind cleared, coupled with the empty warehouses he had seen earlier. The truth was that a small number of high-ranking officials probably completed their transfer on the night of the snow disaster. However, ordinary people had received no news at all. They were now hiding somewhere, waiting for the disaster to pass before coming out to continue ruling the world. A sense of vigilance rose in Zhang Yi's heart. He knew that the disaster could not be overcome in a short time, and after a long period of trial, everyone's hearts would change. By then, it was possible that some armed forces would emerge, posing a significant threat. However, that moment wouldn't come too quickly because they still maintained at least some order. Chapter 107. Great Harvest. Zhang Yi didn't have much time to ponder here. With short days and long nights, if he didn't hurry to find the weapons depot, he would probably return when it was already dark. However, having found the dormitory at least provided a reference point. Zhang Yi climbed back up to the snow surface from the dormitory and began to reassess the surrounding reference points. In his mind, He recalled the direction Uncle Yu had mentioned yesterday. The excavator started working again, and this time, it didn't take long before Zhang Yi found the location of the weapons depot. The weapons depot was tightly sealed, obscured by heavy snow, making it hard to see the whole picture, but it felt like a concrete box. Zhang Yi found an iron door with a heavy silver lock hanging on it. He took out a crowbar and struggled for a long time, working hard, but still couldn't pry the door open. The military weapons depot was indeed not that easy to break into. But I also can't use a gun. Zhang Yi placed his hands on his hips, pondering when he suddenly remembered he had come with the excavator. He slapped his forehead and quickly got back on the excavator, directly using the machine to smash the lock off the door. Then, he eagerly entered the weapons depot. Opening the steel door in front of him revealed a scene that would excite any man. It was Zhang Yi's first time seeing a real weapons depot. And it was different from what he had imagined. There weren't piles of ammunition boxes stacked in large iron cabinets. Instead, there were many iron racks against the walls, with numerous dark rifles all neatly arranged. There were also some gray-green boxes made of an unknown metal that looked very heavy. Camouflage uniforms and helmets hung on the walls. And Zhang Yi even saw some camouflage spray paint placed under the iron racks. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and first stored all the rifles into his alternate space. He had far too many guns in his hands, enough that he wouldn't be able to use them all. Unless one day in the future he needed to form an apocalypse survival team, otherwise, they wouldn't see the light of day again. But Zhang Yi didn't care about that. He stored them away, just in case they might be useful in the future. He wasn't particularly interested in these firearms. What he mainly wanted to find were bullets, grenades, and other equipment. Since he was in the weapons room, Zhang Yi was very cautious in his movements. He opened those iron boxes one by one, and sure enough, they contained various types of bullets. Zhang Yi had learned about firearms at a shooting club and understood the basic compatibility of bullets with gun types. In this armory, there were approximately over 2,000 rounds of handgun ammunition and more than 5,000 rounds of various rifle bullets. There were also over 300 sniper rifle rounds. Additionally, he found a military sniper rifle. Unlike the police model he used, this military sniper rifle had better adaptability to environments, with good waterproof, dustproof, and even freeze-resistant capabilities. However, its accuracy was slightly inferior to the police version. But for Zhang Yi, this was not an issue at all, as he could compensate with his supernatural shooting precision. What surprised Zhang Yi even more was that he found 10 boxes of grenades, with 5 grenades in each box, totaling 50. This search had already been a significant harvest for Zhang Yi. If they were to go out on a mission, they indeed needed to bring equipment. Therefore, a large portion of the gear in this warehouse was gone, due to the sudden snow disaster. They had left in a hurry without time to dispose of the remaining supplies. However, the amount was more than enough for Zhang Yi personally. Moreover, there should be more than just this one armory in the military camp. According to Uncle Yu, the troops stationed in Tianhai City had a regiment's worth of manpower, around 500 people. Therefore, it was impossible for there to be only this small armory. After collecting the current items, Zhang Yi went outside and continued to clear the snow along the concrete walls of the buildings using an excavator. Sure enough, he soon discovered another armory nearby. This armory had somewhat fewer weapons and equipment than the previous one. However, Zhang Yi still found several thousand rounds of ammunition and 2 boxes of grenades. As it stood, this was completely sufficient. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Yi's face. With these weapons and equipment, if it came to a show of force in Tianhai City, there would be hardly anyone who could pose a threat to him. He had never used grenades before. But he could ask Uncle Yu for guidance later, or look up how to use them online. As for other heavy firearms, Zhang Yi did not find any. After all, the troops stationed in Tianhai City were an infantry army, and there were no artillery or armored vehicles. Other heavy weapons, like machine guns, were certainly taken away by them during their missions. If it weren't for the rapid onset of the snow disaster, it would have been hard for Zhang Yi to keep these weapons and ammunition. In any case, these weapons were already enough for him. Moreover, this also pointed him in a direction. In the future, he could obtain weapons through police stations and military units in various places. Every city of a certain size has police stations and station troops. Zhang Yi had transportation, so he could easily cross cities to nearby satellite towns to search for weapons and equipment. After searching the nearby area and confirming that there were no other valuable items, he rode his motorcycle away from the military camp. He did not go far. The area was a wilderness with many trees planted, which perfectly matched Zhang Yi's needs. He directly used the excavator to break the trees in half and then stored them in his space. He was busy for a long time and did not return until evening. At this time, all the neighbors in the building were waiting for him to return with food. However, this time Zhang Yi returned empty-handed. Upon seeing his neighbors, Zhang Yi spread his hands. I searched many places today, but did not find any food. Everyone, bear with it for now. You can't feed people too well. If they are too full, they might start having all sorts of messy thoughts. For example, yesterday, some people became greedy and started asking for clothes. Zhang Yi deliberately did not bring anything back today to make them remember, you are all being raised by me. So don't overstep your bounds. If you want food, then behave yourself. Upon hearing Zhang Yi say there was no food, the neighbors began to murmur. What? Why is there no food today? No way, there are so many places outside. Can't you find more? It's going to be tough to go without food at night. Did you really not gain anything after working all day? Zhang Yi smiled as he looked at the chattering crowd. Are you done? Everyone's expressions changed, and they fell silent with displeasure. Recently, it seemed they had gotten a bit carried away. Had they forgotten that it was them who had begged him to save them? Was it really only a few days, and they already thought it was a given that Zhang Yi would bring them food? If that were the case, then it would be better for everyone to part ways. From now on, you will have to solve your own food issues. The crowd was taken aback. Li Chengbin quickly said, Brother Zhang, that's not what everyone meant. We understand your hardships. It's hard to search for food in such heavy snow outside. You should go back and rest for now. Chapter 108. Training the neighbors. Zhang Yi shrugged. Well, that's how it is today. After saying that, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. However, Wan Chong, who had been among the crowd, suddenly spoke up. Zhang Yi, it's definitely not easy for you to search alone. Why not take a few more people with you? I see that your motorcycle can fit 3 people without any problem. If everyone helps you, it will definitely be faster. The others turned their heads, looking at Zhang Yi with strange expressions. They were also tempted by the idea of going out to look for supplies, especially after seeing Uncle Yu help Xie Mei and her daughter find clothes last time. As long as they could go out, wouldn't the things outside be theirs for the taking? Zhang Yi, if you need help, everyone would definitely be willing. A woman bravely said. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. He smiled. What? Are you all eyeing my electric motorcycle now? If that is the case, then it's better for everyone to part ways. I won't take care of you anymore. Luan Chong hurriedly tried to explain something, but at this moment, Zhang Yi stopped wasting words. He simply pulled out his handgun. Click. He skillfully disengaged the safety. Everyone's expressions changed, and they quickly retreated far back. Zhang Yi, don't do anything rash. We were just discussing with you. We meant no harm. Right? If you don't agree, then let us just drop it. Okay. We are really grateful for your help in finding food, and we were only afraid you would get tired. That's why we said that. Please don't misunderstand. Zhang Yi sneered. From now on, don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. Or maybe I've been feeding you too well lately. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he raised the gun in his hand and shot Luan Chong dead with a bang. No one expected that Zhang Yi would shoot without hesitation. They thought Zhang Yi would reason with them, and then they would use their numbers and verbal advantage to make him speechless and ultimately agree to their demands. But they forgot that they and Zhang Yi were never on equal footing. Dialogue requires sufficient capital. There was a chorus of screams as the neighbors were terrified and immediately fled back. However, the hallway was too narrow, and people tripped over each other, causing a large number to fall. If you don't kill a few people, you won't understand your position. Zhang Yi's eyes were cold, and he then fired several more shots, killing for more people directly. Then he finally stopped, watching those people flee like dogs. Only Uncle Yu and Xie Mei stayed behind. Uncle Yu stood by Zhang Yi's side, while Xie Mei, as always, hid behind him, playing the ostrich. Uncle Yu said to Zhang Yi, they're just full and have nothing better to do. They've forgotten who they are. Zhang Yi thought to himself, if it weren't for needing them as cannon fodder, I would have wiped them all out by now. But on the surface, he shrugged generously. It's fine. I'm a kind person. I forgive them. Now he had plenty of firepower at his disposal, allowing him to act much more recklessly. Xie Mei held onto Uncle Yu's arm, looking at Zhang Yi with some fear in her heart. Kind. You better be. Let's go. We should head back. Zhang Yi picked up his gun and walked away with an indifferent stride. He was well prepared now, and these cannon fodder wouldn't be useful for much longer. Even if they didn't die in the upcoming conflicts, Zhang Yi would eliminate most of them, if not all. So he didn't care much about whether they lived or died. Moreover, he knew that even if he killed a few of them, they would still have to come back and beg him for food. Sure enough, just as Zhang Yi thought, the group of 25 was frightened out of their wits and hurried back to their homes, locking their doors tightly. At that moment, they recalled the fear they had felt when under the control of Qin Zhenghao. Back then, they also hid in their homes every day, not knowing when death would come. The homeowners privately formed a new group, but didn't include Zhang Yi, Zhou Kuer, Uncle Yu, and Xie Mei. Since the arrival of the Ice Age apocalypse, at least dozens of groups had formed in a single building. The distrust and deception among people were vividly apparent. What should we do? Zhang Yi is angry now. He wants to kill us. We don't have guns. How can we fight him? Someone nervously asked. After a while, the neighbors, who had regained their composure from their panic, began discussing. Zhang Yi is completely unreasonable. We were just talking to him, and he pulls a gun at the drop of a hat. It's terrifying. He has killed so many people with a gun these past few days. How many bullets does he have? How can an ordinary person have so many bullets? Even a sniper rifle? I said long ago that Zhang Yi is a city king of soldiers or a retired special forces soldier. You all didn't believe me. A heavy internet novel enthusiast voiced his opinion. No matter who he is, we should have given up any fantasies about him long ago. He is a very selfish person. Everything he does for us comes with a price. His so-called kindness in helping us is all a lie. He is not that kind at all. Yes, he wants us to be his cannon fodder, to charge into battle for him, to seize resources and territory. In the group, they cursed Zhang Yi, and even Zhou Ke, Uncle Yu, and others beside Zhang Yi were scolded. They couldn't beat Zhang Yi, and before him, they were as humble as ants. But online, they could regain their self-esteem and transform into warriors attacking Zhang Yi. After cursing for a while, everyone felt a sense of relief. However, a new problem arose. Although Zhang Yi is very selfish, and his giving us food is purposeful, if he doesn't give us food, what will we eat in the future? After this remark was made, the chat group fell into a long silence. The homeowners hiding in their respective rooms looked astonished. And then a deep sense of panic began to rise within them. They recalled how they lived before Zhang Yi provided them with food. They had eaten everything edible in their homes, even cutting up real leather belts and jackets to cook and eat. The most miserable ones, driven by hunger, even considered that dogs can survive by eating their own feces, so they started eating excrement. The most unbearable thing for people is to go from hope to despair again. If they had never seen the light, they would not fear the darkness. But with Zhang Yi providing them food these past few days as a precedent, they were no longer willing to return to the past. Finally, someone spoke up. Actually, if you think about it carefully, Zhang Yi is quite good. Those people he killed deserved it. Chapter 109. Pressure from the entire community faced with the horror of impending death. The homeowners began to reminisce about the good side of Zhang Yi. Someone took the lead, and in these chaotic times, it was easy to stir others up. Especially now that they were all hungry, it was easier to think about how delicious the food Zhang Yi provided was. Thinking about it, were we too demanding of Zhang Yi? He braved such a heavy snowstorm, going out alone to find food, which is not easy at all. Moreover, he had to bring back enough food for dozens of people. Yes, he just didn't find any today. We won't starve to death. We can endure a bit. The people who were killed were purely asking for it. What were they thinking, trying to mess with someone on a snowmobile? Ugh, they deserve to die? Hey, that reminds me, that Luan Chong was the worst. He didn't leash his dog, and almost got me bitten. Really? Wow, he really deserved to die? Before he died, he even got us into trouble. Not to mention anything else. We must convince Zhang Yi to help us find food again. Yes, that's the only way for us to survive right now. That makes sense. Their house is made of alloy. We can't break in. We can only plead with him to show us some pity. Just as Zhang Yi had thought, if you treat this group of neighbors a little better, they would take advantage of you. Conversely, if you treated them like pigs or dogs, they would come to lick your feet. Confucius said well, only women and petty people are hard to raise. If you get close, they are disrespectful. If you keep your distance, they resent you. Not long after Zhang Yi returned home, someone in the large group of 25 homeowners tagged him and apologized. Zhang Yi, what happened today was our fault. And we sincerely apologize to you here. We hope you can overlook it for the sake of our long-standing, neighborly relationship. Zhang Yi, it was all that dog Luan Chong's instigation. We had no such thoughts at all. You must see clearly. From now on, we will definitely listen to you. Whatever you say goes. By the way, can you go out tomorrow to find some food again? Everyone is really starving. Zhang Yi saw these messages and couldn't help but smirk, too lazy to reply. Let them twist and turn in agony, tossing and turning in bed. Should he let them unleash their last burst of energy and become a suicide squad? Zhang Yi pondered while stroking his chin. If I just throw a couple of moldy bread over, they should fight over it, right? Just then, a series of notification sounds rang out. Zhang Yi was a bit curious. Most of his group chats were muted, so how come there were still notifications? He took a look and finally understood what was happening. It turned out that the building leader Chen Lingyu from floor 9 had added him to a new group. He focused his gaze and discovered the mystery of this group. There are exactly 30 people in the group, including him. Among them, he saw many familiar names. Li Jian from Unit 18, Huang Tianfang from Unit 26, Wang Chong from Unit 21, and Zhang Yinian from Unit 5. All of these people are the decision-makers of the 30-unit building now. A sharp glint flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes as he murmured, "It seems they want to confront me." Zhang Yi knew this day would come sooner or later and was not surprised. After all, not everyone had endless supplies like him. The lives of those in the other buildings were like years, unable to wait even a day. When Zhang Yi entered, Chen Lingyu said, "I brought Zhang Yi in. Let's discuss that matter." Zhang Yi remained silent, wanting to see how these people would negotiate. As Zhang Yi's enemy, Wang Chong, the leader of the wolf gang from Unit 21, spoke first, his tone laced with hostility. "Zhang Yi, I've heard you've been doing well in Unit 25 these days. You have food every day? While you're living comfortably, have you thought about us poor neighbors?" Zhang Yi scoffed, too lazy to argue with them. It was futile to argue against 29 voices, especially in an online setting. "If you brought me here just to listen to your nonsense, I'm leaving now." Huang Tianfang hurriedly said, "Zhang Yi, don't be in such a rush. If you leave now, we can't guarantee what will happen." Zhang Yi sneered. "Are you threatening me? Huang Tianfang, your gang has made me kill so many of your dogs. How dare you shout here? Do you believe I can come over tomorrow and slaughter all of you?" At that moment, Huang Tianfang, sitting behind his phone, felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly sent a voice message, "Don't scare me. The other 29 building owners have formed a united front. If you attack any one of us, it's like attacking all of us. No matter how strong you are, can you fight against so many of us?" Zhang Yi's gaze flickered. Indeed, these people had united and formed a united front. The good-natured Li Jian stood up. All right, everyone, let us keep it brief. We created this group to negotiate cooperation, not for mutual slaughter. Wang Chong snorted lazily. Old Li, you're good with words. Why don't you explain our discussion to him? Li Jian said. Fine, Zhang Yi, let me explain the current situation to you. Li Jian was quite articulate and soon clarified the agreement reached by the 29 buildings. First, they had formed a united front to pressure Zhang Yi's Unit 25. If any building was attacked by Zhang Yi at this time, the other buildings would have to provide assistance. Second, they requested Zhang Yi to provide them with supplies to ensure their basic survival. In exchange, they promised not to attack Unit 25. Third, to ensure Zhang Yi would earnestly fulfill his promises, they demanded that his snowmobile be used by everyone in turns, not left in one person's hands. Fourth, Zhang Yi needed to disclose the resource points he controlled. After all, with the heavy snow locking down the city, even if they had transportation, not everyone could find supplies. Li Jian concluded, Zhang Yi, that's it. Have you heard everything? A sneer appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. These people were really bold, wanting to take his snowmobile and also have him help them for free while ensuring the living needs of the entire community. And what they offered in return was merely the so-called sincerity of not attacking Unit 25. Did they think they were worthy of that? Zhang Yi didn't get angry. Although these conditions were quite ridiculous and even appeared comical to him, from the other party's perspective, they made some sense. Negotiation is inherently about mutual benefit, and making high demands is often a preparation for better bargaining later. However, Zhang Yi could still mock them. The basis of their demands was built on a serious misjudgment of the combat power of Unit 25. They thought that as long as they united, it would be easy to wipe out everyone in Unit 25. But how could they know that Zhang Yi now possessed a large amount of weapons and ammunition? If a fight broke out, the disparity between the two sides would not be on the same level. It's not about having more people to win. A drop of water from an enemy could annihilate the Earth's cosmic fleet. Chapter 110. Comparing consumption with me? Are you sure? Zhang Yi remained silent, mocking their foolishness. He truly wanted to see the shocked and panicked expressions on their faces when they witnessed his true strength. Should he take the opportunity to eliminate them all? Then clean up Unit 25 as well? Zhang Yi stroked his chin and muttered to himself. With sufficient firepower and a way to deal with those hiding in the buildings, it shouldn't be too difficult to wipe out everyone in the community. Moreover, the scoundrel neighbors from Unit 25 would have no use afterward and could be cleaned up as well. No, doing so would still have security loopholes. Even if he wanted to eliminate them, he needed to kill them building by building. But what if they all risked their lives and rushed at him, trying to fight to the death? Thousands of people could crush him just with their bodies. Although these people were timid, the probability of such a scenario wasn't zero. His life was worth more than theirs. He couldn't take unnecessary risks. He needed to think of a more secure method. While Zhang Yi was contemplating, the building owners in the chat group became a bit impatient as he had not responded for a long time. They felt they had the upper hand, believing Zhang Yi had no choice but to submit to them. After all, in their own understanding, there couldn't be anyone so formidable in Yuelu community who could resist thousands of people at once. If there were, it would be a myth. Wang Chong had already started urging, is he mute? Hurry up and speak. You either agree or agree to this matter. Otherwise, we won't show mercy. Qinling Yu said. Zhang Yi, no one wants to die, we all want to live. Although I know you might feel a bit unbalanced inside, sometimes in life, you have to be flexible. After all, those who know the times are the wise ones. Li Jian added, Mr. Zhang, I think you need to consider this issue carefully. We don't want to resolve this through conflict, but we want to live as well. If you agree to cooperate with us, then the resource issues of the entire community can be solved well. At that time, we might even be able to return to the civilized state we had before. Others chimed in with their opinions, some playing the good cop, some the bad cop. But ultimately, the message was the same. Zhang Yi must agree to their demands, or else he would die. Zhang Yi glanced at the messages in the group, and as his eyes passed over each building owner's name, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Capture the leader first. If he could eliminate the leaders of each building, the remaining people would surely fall into chaos. By then, they would consume each other, and perhaps Zhang Yi wouldn't even need to make a move, and they would suffer heavy casualties. So he slowly spoke. I still need to think about this matter. You've discussed for a long time, but you haven't given me time to consider. And I hope everyone can sit down together and have a good discussion. It's too crowded here, and it's not convenient for everyone to talk. Otherwise, in a few days, we can have a meeting among the leaders of each building to discuss cooperation. What do you think? As soon as this was said, Wang Chong immediately replied with a cold laugh. What? Do you want to gather them all together and then kill them? Meeting is fine, but you have to come to our territory. How about we meet at our building 21? Zhang Yi smiled slightly, knowing that these people would not agree so easily. After all, those who have survived until now are all clever individuals. He was not in a hurry, just calmly said, you can also send representatives over. However, the negotiation must be at our building 25. Zhang Yi's tone was very firm, carrying an undeniable flavor. Wang Chong laughed loudly. Why should it be up to you? Do you think we are all fools? Huang Tianfang also said, Zhang Yi, stop being clever. We are not idiots. Zhang Yi sneered. You can't even dare to send a few representatives over. So what are we even talking about? Don't you like to fight? Then fine. Let's not talk and just fight. Both sides were very strong in their tone, unwilling to back down. During negotiations, momentum is very important, and you must not lose. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of being at the mercy of others. At this moment, the mediator Li Jian appeared. Everyone, don't act like this. It's better to discuss things amicably. He asked Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, how do you plan to negotiate with us? Zhang Yi said, you representatives from the 29 buildings come over, and let's have a good talk about how to cooperate in the future. I'm not that unreasonable. Now, you all covet the supplies and snowmobiles in my hands. How can I dare to negotiate with you? Anyway, my conditions are here. You can come or not. I believe everyone has long inquired about me. I'm not afraid to tell you that I knew about this unprecedented cold wave long ago. So, the houses we built are very sturdy, and we are not afraid of you breaking in. At worst, we'll just wait it out and see who can outlast whom. After Zhang Yi finished asking, he stared at the screen intently. This was a test to see if there was anyone in the community who could threaten his house. Although the probability was extremely low, facing the possibility of an attack from thousands of people, Zhang Yi had to consider every aspect. Facts have proven that mathematics doesn't lie. Such low probability events did not occur. After pondering for a while, the people in the group felt somewhat discouraged. They knew that Qin Jinghao had been killed by Zhang Yi. When Huang Tianfang led people to blow things up, Zhang Yi's house remained intact. They were just ordinary people in society and could not get a large amount of explosives to blow up a building. Therefore, if Zhang Yi chose to seal himself off, they really had no way to deal with him. After a while, one of the building leaders said, you can protect yourself, but can you protect all the people in your unit? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Did he think he was a saint? He probably ran out of ideas and could only use this to argue. At this point, of course, I have to prioritize my own safety. Stop playing this moral high ground with me. It's pointless. Qin Lingyu was a bit anxious. Zhang Yi, no matter how sturdy your house is, the food inside will eventually run out. Can you guarantee you will never come out? So using this ostrich method to escape reality is meaningless. Zhang Yi couldn't stop smiling. Then let's try and see who can last longer. Competing on endurance with him? Zhang Yi had once saying, I have never cared how much supplies others have. Anyway, none of them have more than I do. Chapter 111. Zhou Kuer's massage technique. The other building leaders did not expect Zhang Yi to respond to them in this way. After all, during this time, Zhang Yi had to go out every day to look for supplies. This made them naturally think that Zhang Yi had to go out to survive by searching for supplies. But now, Zhang Yi had his hands in his pockets and laid it all on the table. You want to fight me? Come on. I'll just hide in my iron turtle and see what you can do. While everyone was feeling conflicted, Li Jian stepped in to break the deadlock. I believe negotiation is the best way to solve problems. It's better than a total breakdown. If we negotiate, I can represent everyone. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Presidently, I really appreciate your attitude. In the past at the company, I always thought you were the most reasonable. Come over and talk to me. I feel much more at ease chatting with you than with those bastards who like to ambush others. Zhang Yi intentionally referred to Li Jian as President Li, indicating to others that he and Li Jian were quite familiar. At the same time, he also undermined Huang Tianfang and Wang Chang. To deal with such temporary alliances, it is necessary to create conflicts within them. Although the leaders of these 29 buildings had temporarily reached a united front, they were not harmonious with each other. If it weren't for the common goal of dealing with Zhang Yi, they would be fighting amongst themselves. Sure enough, this statement had a certain effect. Wang Chang sneered. Li Jian, can you represent all of us? Huang Tianfang also said ominously, we can't let you go talk to him alone. Qin Lingyu said, in that case, I want to go too. A few people were afraid that others would get ahead and privately reach some agreement with Zhang Yi. So their ranks became disordered, and they all demanded to negotiate with Zhang Yi. Once they started, others couldn't help but want to negotiate with Zhang Yi as well. A glint of killing intent flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. I'm not afraid of you coming. I'm afraid of you not coming. Then fine, tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. I will be waiting for your esteemed arrival at Building 25. If you are late, I will not wait. After Zhang Yi dropped this line, he didn't give them any room for bargaining and quickly exited the group chat. If successful, tomorrow he could kill all 29 building leaders. Although this would provoke the collective hatred of the people under them, without a leader, it would be hard for them to unite quickly once chaos ensued. Zhang Yi would then have the time to take them down one by one. Still, Zhang Yi's confidence came from his powerful firepower and impregnable fortress. With both offense and defense, he feared no opponent. The foot bath water had cooled a bit, and Zhang Yi lowered his head and said to Zhou Kuer, please help me dry off. Zhou Kuer nodded and used a foot towel to help Zhang Yi wipe his feet clean. She went to the bathroom to pour out the foot bath water and then came back to help Zhang Yi with a massage. Zhang Yi turned to look at this beautiful female doctor, his eyes lowered, and suddenly reached out to her. Don't use your phone for the next few days. Keep it for me. A big battle is coming, and he needed to be fully prepared to take down those who were against him. Meanwhile, Any unsafe factors also needed to be completely eliminated. Zhou Kuer was taken aback for a moment and then handed her phone to Zhang Yi. Are we really going to fight? She asked softly. Zhang Yi replied, maybe, but I need to prepare for war in advance. After all, the number of opponents we are facing this time is not comparable to before. Oh, I understand. Zhou Kuer nodded and continued to massage Zhang Yi, not asking too many questions. After so long, she understood Zhang Yi's temperament. When he was in a good mood, joking and chatting were fine. However, when he became serious, it was best not to say too much or ask questions. Seeing Zhang Yi's serious expression and the occasional sharp glint in his eyes, Zhou Kuer knew he was deep in thought, devising strategies. She couldn't do much for him. For now, she could only fulfill her role as a woman. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Kuer moved behind Zhang Yi. Her delicate white hands rested on his shoulders, applying just the right amount of pressure as she began to knead. Recently, she had specifically learned new massage techniques, and now she was showcasing them on Zhang Yi's head. Zhang Yi's gaze became unfocused. He hadn't expected Zhou Kuer's massage skills to be so good. The sensation of her fingers pressing on his scalp made his nerves tingle with delight. Feels good, Zhang Yi couldn't help but say. Zhou Kuer felt a surge of joy in her heart and blushed as she replied, I'm glad you like it. I just learned it recently. Leaning back on the sofa, Zhang Yi found himself relaxing significantly thanks to her excellent massage technique. At the same time, his thoughts became clearer. Zhang Yi closed his eyes and contemplated. He had arranged to meet with the leader of Building 29. If those people came tomorrow, he would not hesitate to eliminate them all. The remaining individuals would surely be thrown into chaos, giving Zhang Yi the opportunity to take them down one by one. However, not everyone was a fool. Some might choose not to come and adopt a wait-and-see attitude. If that were the case, taking action could instead alert them and complicate future plans. So what should he do? Zhang Yi's mind was engulfed in waves of thought. After pondering for a while, he made up his mind. If those people did not come as he planned, or if the number of attendees was less than half, he would temporarily pretend to agree to their demands. He would hide his strength, allowing them to let their guard down. Then, through a series of tactics, he would incite internal strife among them, weakening their combat effectiveness. After that, he would wait for the right opportunity to take them all down. After all, time was on Zhang Yi's side. In terms of combat power, as long as he didn't take the initiative to attack other buildings, he could absolutely crush them all. He must not be impatient. Being hasty could lead to mistakes. And once a mistake was made, it could put him in danger. He needed to be a patient hunter, setting traps step by step, then letting the prey walk into his snare. Zhang Yi's thoughts became organized, and he figured out how to deal with those people. This might also be related to Zhou Kuer's new massage technique. To prepare for tomorrow's negotiation, he needed some manpower to help maintain the situation. The first person who came to mind was Uncle Yu. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Uncle Yu, briefly explaining what would happen tomorrow. Uncle Yu replied immediately, just tell me what you need me to do, and I'll take care of it. I'm at your service. During this time, Zhang Yi had been treating Uncle Yu well, and after demonstrating his shooting skills in several battles, he had completely won Uncle Yu over. Now, Uncle Yu was wholeheartedly following Zhang Yi and executed his orders without hesitation. Chapter 112. Deployment. Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, you don't need to do anything special. The negotiation tomorrow will take place on our turf. Other representatives from the 29 buildings may come over, so I need someone to maintain order. I want you to lead the effort. Uncle Yu nodded. That was easy enough. If they come, we'll search them first and have them discard their weapons. Zhang Yi said, yes, that's the idea. I'll talk to the other neighbors. Uncle Yu replied, all right, it's settled then. After confirming with Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi opened the homeowners group chat. At that moment, the homeowners were still pleading with Zhang Yi, begging him not to abandon them. They hoped he would continue to provide food as he had in the past. Zhang Yi was too tired to waste words with them. He directly said in the group, tomorrow, representatives from the other 29 buildings will come to pressure me. They want me to decide whether to provide them with supplies. If that happens, I will have no choice but to abandon you all. You know I can take care of myself. Or you can listen to my orders and stand guard tomorrow. Perhaps you'll still have a slim chance of survival. Of course, I will do my best to secure supplies for you. The neighbors grew nervous upon hearing Zhang Yi's words. They dared not say a word of dissent, repeatedly agreeing and stating they would follow Zhang Yi's commands. After all, currently, a significant portion of Building 25's combat power came from Zhang Yi. Without his protection, they could be eliminated at any moment by the neighboring Tianhe Gang and Wolf Gang. After finalizing the plan, Zhang Yi patted Zhou Kuer's hand. Get some rest early tonight. Tomorrow is a very important day. Zhou Kuer bit her lip and shyly leaned close to his ear, saying, in that case, should I keep you company tonight to help you relax? Zhang Yi smiled and replied, I need to conserve my energy, so let's simplify things. Zhou Kuer nodded and skillfully moved in front of Zhang Yi, bowing her head. Since he had things to do, Zhang Yi woke up early the next morning, around 7. He glanced at his Rolex. It was still early, and he had lost all desire to sleep. Zhang Yi turned over and sat up, starting to prepare the equipment he would need for the negotiation. Bulletproof vest, modified bulletproof pants, police helmet, crowbar, and machete. He stuffed 2 military daggers into the pockets on the outside of his pants. if it came to close combat. These would be more effective than a machete. Next were 2 police handguns, both fully loaded. Additionally, he prepared 6 magazines, all strapped to his waist. But that wasn't enough. Zhang Yi retrieved 2 assault rifles from his space, also fully loaded. When the time came to pull these out in a room, he could quickly take down a large number of people. No one would expect Zhang Yi to suddenly produce assault rifles out of nowhere. Then came Zhang Yi's beloved sniper rifle. With these basic weapons now complete, Zhang Yi turned his attention to the dozens of boxes of grenades in his space. If they all gathered in one room, all he would need to do is throw a grenade, and even if they didn't die, they would be incapacitated. A cold smile crept across Zhang Yi's lips. He had learned how to use grenades from the internet. These mid-range weapons were easy to use in battle. He just needed to know how to open them and the timing for detonation. Zhang Yi had never used them before. But after going through the apocalypse for so long and having killed dozens of people, his mindset was already as solid as iron. Therefore, he could overcome his fear of such firearms and at least not worry about his hands shaking when throwing a grenade. Now, he just had to wait for the fish to take the bait. Zhang Yibing's cold eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation. After noon, Zhang Yi fully armed himself and went downstairs, simultaneously instructing everyone in the group to gather on the 7th floor. The 13th floor had a layout of an open 1-bedroom apartment, with a larger indoor area that was convenient for many people to gather. Moreover, at this height, they could avoid being attacked by people below throwing stones. Even if a fight broke out downstairs, Zhang Yi would have enough time to run back to his safe house. It was very safe. The neighbors, naturally, did not dare to voice any objections for the food in Zhang Yi's hands, and all came here. Zhang Yi glanced at them, said nothing, and instead picked up 2 black duffel bags from the ground and threw them in front of them with a bang. This is the food for you today. Take it and share. In fact, he had collected food yesterday but had not distributed it to these neighbors. Having not eaten for a day, the neighbors were immediately excited when they saw the food Zhang Yi brought and rushed forward to grab it, like hungry dogs fighting for scraps. Zhang Yi said nothing, quietly watching them devour the food. They might need to fight a hard battle today, and if that happened, these pawns might not survive. Don't get me wrong. Zhang Yi wasn't being kind-hearted by letting them eat a hearty meal before they died. Rather, it was only when they were full that they would have the strength to help Zhang Yi fight. After these people finished their frenzied eating, Zhang Yi finally spoke to assigned tasks. There's nothing special today. I will be negotiating with the leaders of the other buildings. We will communicate peacefully, and there is a high probability that there won't be any bloodshed. Therefore, all you need to do is to stand your posts and maintain order at the scene. If the negotiation is successful, we can all escape the days of fear and live normal lives. So, everyone must be fully alert today and not let anyone disrupt this negotiation. Do you understand? Zhang Yi painted a grand vision of a normal life. The moment those words were spoken, not a single neighbor present could hold back their tears of excitement. Some covered their mouths, crouching on the ground and crying. They had endured too much pain over the nearly month-long transition from a harmonious society to an apocalypse, even committing many inhumane acts. Sometimes, they were so dazed they didn't even know if they were alive or dead. Only in their dreams could they remember living in the past rather than in this tragic world. A neighbor, unable to believe it, asked Zhang Yi, "Is what you said true? Can we really return to the past?" Yes. Zhang Yi nodded affirmatively, his eyes showing not a trace of hesitation. As long as this negotiation ended successfully and they solved the food problem, there would be no more bloody conflicts in the future. So everyone, for the bright future, please make one last effort today. Chapter 113. The power of numbers. The neighbors, having eaten their fill, were grateful to Zhang Yi due to Stockholm Syndrome. At this moment, when Zhang Yi said they could return to a normal life without living in fear every day, their morale was instantly boosted. What are we waiting for? Let us do it. I can't stand this life for even a day longer. As long as we can live normally, I'm willing to risk my life. Seeing that morale had been sufficiently stirred, Zhang Yi slowly stood up from his chair. All right, next, I will assign tasks to everyone. They were about to face the tough characters from the other 29 buildings in the community. They had to be fully prepared to ensure Zhang Yi's safety. Others could die, but they had to buy enough time for Zhang Yi to return to the safe house. In the building, aside from Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu, there were 28 other usable people present. Zhang Yi had Li Chungbin and Zhang Lei lead 18 people to guard the entrance of the 4th floor. They set up traps at the entrance of the 4th floor, leaving only a small space for one person to enter and exit, while the sides were piled up with various electrical appliances and equipment. Once someone came to attack, they could only enter through the narrow passage. This meant that no matter how many people came, they could only enter one by one, which was tantamount to walking to their deaths. A strong assault would require a large number of people to clear the debris blocking the windows, which would take a considerable amount of time. Therefore, even if the people from the other 29 buildings suddenly launched an attack during the negotiation, Zhang Yi could use that time to kill everyone present and leave calmly. On the other side, Uncle Yu led 10 people to maintain order on the 13th floor. Zhang Yi left behind only a few people, mainly for show. After all, even if the other side brought 29 people in such an open space, Zhang Yi could still take them all down. Everything was within his plan. After arranging everything, Zhang Yi waited for the other side's arrival. The agreed time was 2:30 p.m. However, everyone was quite anxious, so after 2 p.m., people started to emerge from the other units one after another. It was like a swarm of ants suddenly pouring out of an anthill. On the white ground, the dark figures began to multiply. The wind and snow continued unabated. Today, the snow was much lighter than usual, but the wind seemed stronger. The howling north wind swept through, sliced by the buildings, producing sharp, whistling sounds. Zhang Yi sat by the window on the 7th floor, watching this scene unfold below. So many people. Countless figures were continuously gathering from all directions, and at first glance, there were at least 500 or 600, and that number was still increasing. The central area of the community was packed with people, almost no space could be seen. So you want to play tricks, huh? Zhang Yi curled his lips into a cold smile, pulled out his phone, and sent a message in the building leaders group. Everyone, get the hell away from here. Or you 1T need to come today. After sending that, he put away his phone, took out a sniper rifle from his space, placed it under his feet, and covered it with the table. Then he shouted outside, Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu came in holding a thick crowbar. Zhang Yi, what is the plan? Zhang Yi said, there are too many people coming. I'm afraid those few kids can't handle the scene. You go take a look. Don't worry. I'll provide fire support from here. Uncle Yu glanced out the window, his pupils constricting sharply, but he still nodded firmly. All right, I'll go handle it. After Zhang Yi sent the message, the footsteps of those people didn't stop. However, they halted 5 meters away from Building 25. A dark crowd gathered together. Each person dressed in thick clothing, wearing hats, and wrapped in scarves. The entire front of Building 25 was completely blocked, and even the light on the 4th floor dimmed. Li Chongbin, Jiang Zhe, and the others felt a chill down their spines upon seeing so many people. If they charged over, even occupying the advantageous position, they could only delay for a while. In a real fight, they would undoubtedly die. How could they block so many people? Wasn't it agreed that they were coming for negotiations? With this appearance, how could it resemble a negotiation? They were clearly here to annihilate us. The neighbors on the 4th floor felt a chill in their hearts, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, a steady voice came from the stairs. What are you panicking for? If they wanted to fight, they would have rushed over long ago. Uncle Yu calmly walked down with a crowbar in hand. Seeing Uncle Yu made everyone feel a bit more at ease. After all, they had witnessed his formidable fighting ability. Li Chongbin frowned and said, Uncle Yu, there are too many of them. Aren't they the entire neighborhood gathered here? How are we going to fight? The others looked scared as they cast pleading glances at Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu had no choice but to reassure them. You don't need to worry. Their target is not you, but to force Zhang Yi to concede in the negotiation. Besides, what are you afraid of? Think about it. What do you have that would make them pay attention to you? Uncle Yu clarified the stakes, which eased the crowd's anxiety. Indeed, they had nothing on them. What significance would it have for the other side to come at them? Their target was Zhang Yi, and they weren't even worthy of being considered. For the first time, everyone felt relieved about their inconsequentiality. At that moment, the crowd suddenly stirred. The people parted to create a few paths, and then 5 individuals walked out amidst their followers. These 5 were Huang Tianfang from the 26th Tiana Gang, Wang Chong from the 21st Quanglong Gang, Li Jian from the 18th Harmony Community, Qin Yuling, the head of the 9th building, and Zhang Yinian, the head of the 5th building. The group approached the door of the 25th building, their faces filled with confidence. Especially Wang Chong, the 22-year-old street punk, wore a proud expression. With an army of thousands behind him, he felt a surge of ambition. Facing Zhang Yi, he considered him nothing but a trivial character. They were confident of victory in today's negotiation. Wang Chong chuckled. Did you see those people? Just seeing our numbers is enough to scare them to death. Huang Tianfang's thin, yellowed face broke into a proud smile. Zhang Yi is probably off changing his pants. If he dares to refuse any of our conditions, he won't be able to survive. With over 1,000 people against 30, they couldn't imagine how they could lose. In their eyes, Zhang Yi was just someone who had to obediently follow their commands. Li Jian adjusted his glasses, his expression humble, yet his eyes held a hint of pride and confidence. Organizing a crowd of over 1,000 was something they had never even dared to dream of before. At that moment, they felt like ancient generals commanding an army. Qin Yuling crossed her arms, her face filled with arrogance as she said, Everyone, stop dawdling. It's cold outside. Let us go in and have a good talk with Zhang Yi, inform him of what we finalized yesterday, and make him accept it. Chapter 114, the group exchanged glances. And then Huang Tianfang shouted hoarsely, Where's Zhang Yi? We're here to negotiate. Uncle Yu, holding a crowbar, walked over. The scene before him reminded him of his military days. He felt as if he had become 20 years younger, with blood boiling in his veins. Uncle Yu looked unafraid at the heads of the buildings in front of him, and said, Our boss is waiting for you all upstairs. What is the matter? Aren't you all coming together as 29 building heads? Li Jian adjusted his glasses, his smile still humble and polite. We discussed it yesterday. It wouldn't be suitable for everyone to go together, so we let the 5 of us represent the group. They had their concerns, fearing that Zhang Yi might take the opportunity to eliminate all their leaders at once. After much deliberation, They finally decided to elect the 5 strongest individuals to represent them in the negotiation with Zhang Yi. Uncle Yu, who had received orders from Zhang Yi, frowned slightly and said, "You may come in, but only the 5 of you can enter today. No one else is allowed. Also, for safety's sake, if any of you have weapons, it's best to put them away. Otherwise, it could get messy during the search." Uncle Yu's words changed the expressions of those in front of him. Chen Yuling's brows furrowed in anger as she snapped, "Search us? What does Zhang Yi mean by this? Is this his attitude?" Wang Chong laughed harshly, pulling out a machete and pointing it at Uncle Yu, cursing, "Zhang Yi is such a fool. How dare he set conditions at a time like this? You really have no fear of death." Huang Tianfang sneered coldly. "Is Zhang Yi blind? Can't he see the situation in front of him? With just a few dozen of you, we could drown you with our spit." Uncle Yu didn't waste words and took out his phone. He had been maintaining a call with Zhang Yi to keep him informed of the situation below. Hearing the brazen tone of these people, Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. "I see what is going on. Just wait a moment." It seemed that they wouldn't back down without a fight against their arrogance. He needed to make these guys understand that having numbers didn't necessarily mean things would go smoothly. Zhang Yi walked to the window and pushed it open. The cold wind howled in. He glanced down and saw people everywhere. From the other dimension, Zhang Yi took out a hand grenade, quickly pulling the pin using a method he learned online, and threw it into the crowd in the distance. The onlookers were watching the show, even though they were numerous. Most had only come because their building heads had summoned them. Thus, they felt like spectators, happily chatting about their future, imagining free food, clothes, and other supplies. Suddenly, a sound cut through the air. Everyone instinctively looked up, seeing something falling. "What is that?" Some thought it was a thrown stone and didn't pay much attention, since it was still quite far from them. Just as they were thinking, the grenade hit the ground. Boom! A fireball shot up into the sky, and 7 or 8 people near the impact zone were blown away. Along with the snowflakes, red blood and shattered limbs flew through the air. The deafening explosion triggered a wave of panicked screams. One grenade instantly killed 7 or 8 people, with 2 at the center being turned into a sieve by shrapnel. The shockwave and shrapnel affected another 10 or so people, leaving them bleeding profusely. In such an environment, those injured looked like they were already dead. The sudden explosion shocked everyone. After all, ordinary people would never encounter something like a grenade in their lives. Even in an apocalyptic scenario, they hadn't imagined they would be attacked by one. The scene was chaotic. Although there were many people, they were nothing more than a rabble, with most only there to fill numbers. In an instant, people were tumbling over each other, screaming as they fled. Wang Chong and the other building heads turned pale with fear. What building heads? They were just ordinary people, only a bit bolder and crueler. Faced with an explosion, they were terrified. "Don't panic, don't panic." The heads among the crowd forced themselves to suppress their fear, loudly commanding everyone to stop the chaos. But they weren't an army. There was no discipline to speak of. Even the brothers and confidants under them were scared to the point of being like grandsons, hurriedly crouching on the ground, holding their heads, or finding a place to curl up into a ball. At this moment, a mocking voice came from Uncle Yu's phone. "What is so great about having a lot of people?" Wang Chong and the others widened their eyes, filled with astonishment. This hand grenade was actually thrown by Zhang Yi. Where did he get a hand grenade? Why does he have a hand grenade? Not only they, but even Uncle Yu and the others behind him, like Li Qingbin, were also dumbfounded. It wasn't until they heard Zhang Yi's voice that they understood what was happening, and everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Shocked, Uncle Yu coughed and said to Wang Chong and the others, "Do you have any objections now?" Wang Chong and the others were so scared that they couldn't even speak, looking at each other, realizing just how unfathomable Zhang Yi was. Having a gun was already surprising enough, but then he pulled out a sniper rifle. They could tolerate the sniper rifle, but now there was even a hand grenade. They were still holding sticks and machetes. How could they fight him? They had come in with such a fierce attitude, but now their faces were incredibly ugly. Wang Chong said with a dark face, "We're here to negotiate. There is no need for this, right?" On the phone, Zhang Yi's voice was disdainful. "Does your family need to bring over 1,000 people for negotiations? I find them annoying, so I just helped you drive them away." On the 13th floor, Zhang Yi glanced at his watch. "Oh, it's almost 2:30. You have 5 minutes left. If I don't see you in 5 minutes, then there's no need to negotiate. We'll fight. Fight. What the hell? This is clearly a dimensionality reduction attack." Wang Chong and the others were sweating nervously. Chun Lingyu clenched her legs tightly, biting her lip in pain. In fact, she had already been so scared that she wet herself when the grenade exploded. But as a female building manager, she absolutely couldn't let anyone know about this. "No. We came here with sincerity to cooperate. Please wait, we'll be there soon." Li Jian was anxious. He quickly walked up to Uncle Yu and asked, "Could you tell us which floor he is on?" Uncle Yu smirked a bit, looking somewhat smug. 13th floor. The 13th floor meant they needed to climb 9 more flights. With their stamina, climbing up would probably leave them gasping for breath. The few of them didn't dare to delay, quickly leaving their weapons behind and rushing up the stairs. Chapter 115. Let us go plant corn from the window of the 13th floor. Zhang Yi looked at the more than 1,000 residents who had scattered, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was the first time he had used a hand grenade. To be honest, he hadn't expected it to have such great power. Perhaps it was due to watching too many dramatic shows in the past, where heroes could withstand all kinds of grenades and bombs without a scratch. But in reality, the lethality of modern firearms to ordinary people was unimaginable. With one hand grenade, Zhang Yi had scared over 1,000 people into behaving like mice and directly or indirectly killed nearly 20. Zhang Yi had originally planned to throw a few more down. However, after the first one exploded, the others had scattered like birds and beasts. Continuing to throw wouldn't have the same effect as the first one. Seeing how useless they were, Zhang Yi didn't bother wasting his grenades. After all, he only had 20 boxes of grenades, so he had to conserve them. He sat in a chair, waiting for Wang Chong and Huang Tianfeng to arrive. A few minutes later, the panting group finally made it up. In such cold weather, climbing 9 flights of stairs in one breath was really beyond the stamina of ordinary people. Only Huang Tianfeng, who worked in construction, and Zhang Yinian, the building manager of 5, were a bit better off. Zhang Yi knew a bit about Zhang Yinian. He had previously run a boxing gym and was quite skilled. But this was of no concern to Zhang Yi because he had a gun. Is this all of you? Zhang Yi said in a flat tone. He was a bit disappointed that there were too few people. If he couldn't capture all the building managers in one go, he would have to implement a second plan. The few people caught their breath, and their earlier arrogance was almost completely extinguished. Facing someone who could throw grenades at any moment, what were they? Li Jian, while trying to catch his breath, said, "Right, we are representatives." "Oh," Zhang Yi replied blandly, "then let's talk." Wang Chong and the others caught their breath and found a place to sit down, but no one dared to get close to Zhang Yi. Everyone knew he had a gun. It was still Li Jian who spoke first. He looked at Zhang Yi seriously, his tone deep. "Zhang Yi, you know the situation is difficult now. Everyone is lacking clothing and food. Many have even frozen or starved to death. I also heard that some apartment buildings have started eating people. If this continues, none of us can survive. So I hope you can understand that we are not targeting you. Everyone just wants to live, so we have to negotiate with you in this way." Li Jian's tone was much more polite. However, had Zhang Yi not thrown that hand grenade, his words would have sounded quite different. Zhang Yi remained unmoved. "Don't play the emotional card with me. Do you think saying this now is useful? Just talk about your conditions directly." From the momentum, the 5 people on the other side were firmly suppressed by Zhang Yi, even if they wanted to feign calm. Climbing 9 flights of stairs had left them in a poor state. Indeed, all of this was within Zhang Yi's calculations. The building managers looked at each other, and Wang Chong nodded at Li Jian. "Oldly, you say it." They were too scared to resort to violence now and could only negotiate with Zhang Yi. And it was clear that Li Jian had better eloquence. Li Jian frowned, thinking for a moment before slowly speaking. "What we want are some essential living supplies. First, we need food, and we need your assistance in collecting it from outside. Secondly, we need materials for heating, like clothing and blankets." Li Jian paused here, and the others immediately stared at him intently. Unable to help it, Li Jian continued. "If our cooperation goes smoothly in the future, we can also send people to assist you in collecting supplies. If everyone can find more living materials, that would be a win-win." After finishing, Li Jian felt he had spoken well and asked Zhang Yi, "Mr. Zhang, what do you think?" Whatever came out of Li Jian's mouth always sounded pleasant to the ears. However, Zhang Yi wasn't foolish. He caught the hidden meaning in his words. Language has always been an art. The same request can lead to completely different results when expressed in different ways. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment and understood. He sneered. "I get your meaning. In other words, you want me to help you collect food and living supplies. You didn't specify a quantity. There are no limits. And this help me collect supplies is just asking me to hand over the snowmobile for your use. Is that what you mean?" Li Jian wanted to explain further, but Zhang Yi's expression suddenly changed. He didn't say much more, pulled out his gun, and slammed it down on the table with a bang. The 5 people also changed their expressions drastically and instinctively wanted to escape. However, the entrance had already been blocked by Uncle Yu and his men. Wang Chong said with a fierce but weak tone, "Zhang Yi, what do you mean by this? I tell you, even if you kill us, it won't help. The entire community will not spare you." Li Jian also waved his hand to persuade. "Mr. Zhang, don't be agitated. We can talk things over slowly." Zhang Yi, however, smiled faintly. "What are you so nervous about? I just think this handgun is a bit of a nuisance, so I'm taking it out to air it. Don't be so tense. Come on, let us sit down and continue." The faces of the 5 were not looking good, but they still sat down. Zhang Yi said, "First of all, let me tell you that the conditions you proposed are absolutely impossible for me to agree to." A few of them were a bit anxious and were about to speak, but Zhang Yi raised his hand to stop them. "Don't rush, let me finish. What you mean is that you want me to take care of the survival of the entire community. Don't joke around, no one can do that. 30 buildings, over 1,000 people's supplies, and just finding them every day will be exhausting. The key point is, as far as I know, none of you are kind enough to let yourselves go hungry while caring about your neighbors, right?" Zhang Yi said in a sarcastic tone, then glanced at the 5 people present. They looked at each other in silence, with only Li Jian frowning deeper, weighing the pros and cons. Because in the whole community, only their building existed in a harmonious way, Everyone shared resources and did not plunder each other, which allowed them to maintain the highest survival rate until now. Seeing that no one raised any objections, Zhang Yi said, "Now I will state my cooperation conditions, and you can see if they are acceptable. But if you don't accept, I want to change, and we'll just fight." The five had varied expressions. To be fair, they were very afraid of Zhang Yi's strength. If it came to a one-on-one fight, Zhang Yi could easily overpower any one of them, even several of them working together. Zhang Yi raised a finger. "First, I can provide you with supplies, mainly food. However, the quantity is limited. I will only provide enough for 10 people per building. Who gets these food supplies, and how they are distributed, I want to interfere. You can decide internally within your building. This is already my limit, as I have to bear the supplies for over 300 people every day." When Zhang Yi said this, the five people began to think deeply. They hadn't expected Zhang Yi to agree to bear the living supplies for the entire community. But at the very least, they wanted to ensure that their faction could survive. 10 people's worth of supplies was too little. Chun Lingyu was the first to voice her opinion. "We have 76 living people in our building. Just my company employees alone number over 20. You're only providing for 10 people. How are we supposed to divide it then?" Zhang Yi coldly glanced at her. "So, are we done negotiating?" His tone carried a chilling, murderous intent, and Chun Lingyu suddenly remembered Zhang Yi had said before that if they couldn't reach an agreement, they would fight. Huang Tianfang was displeased and quickly raised his hand to say, "Wait, Chun Lingyu, don't rush to represent all of us. I think the quantity of supplies can still be negotiated." Huang Tianfang was definitely willing. A large portion of their Tianyi gang members had been taken down by Zhang Yi, and now they only had 7 core members left. Including himself, there were 8 people, so 10 people's worth of supplies would be more than enough. As for the other neighbors, they could just eliminate them later, right? Wang Chong assessed Zhang Yi and felt somewhat hesitant. He still had 16 people under him, and 10 people's worth of supplies was clearly insufficient. However, it wasn't entirely impossible. They could always optimize it down to 6 people. It was a bit lacking, but they would have a hard time explaining it to other buildings later. Wang Chong said this deliberately, trying to negotiate for more benefits. Zhang Yi's expression remained unchanged. "Do you think it's little to provide food for 300 people every day? Just with this one issue regarding supply quantity." Cracks began to appear in their loose alliance. Some had more people under them, while others had fewer, leading to differences in interests. Li Jian wore a worried expression. The reason he could be the building leader was due to the system of equal distribution of benefits. If the entire building of more than 80 people could only share 10 portions of supplies, his leadership position would be instantly lost. Consequently, the entire harmonious community would collapse and could even devolve into a crazier situation of mutual slaughter compared to other buildings. Li Jian glanced at the side. Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang clearly seemed tempted. He quickly said to Zhang Yi, "Let us think about this some more. You can state other conditions first." Zhang Yi said indifferently, "All right. Next, I will tell you the compensation you need to pay for the supplies I provide." His right hand was resting on the table, just 2 centimeters away from the gun, gently tapping on the surface. "Since we want to keep 300 sparks alive, we must ensure sustainable development in the future. Relying solely on searching for supplies outside will not last long. No one knows how long this snow will last. Therefore, we must become self-sufficient and start working." As Zhang Yi spoke, he magically pulled out a packet of corn seeds from behind and threw it in front of several people. "When I went out, I found a batch of grain seeds. I think we can plant crops to obtain a stable supply of food." Zhang Yi joked, "Just like our ancestors. Food has to be earned through hard work." Chapter 116. Pig team members Li Jian and the other 5 building leaders stared at each other in disbelief. None of them understanding what Zhang Yi was trying to pull. Planting? Becoming farmers? Wasn't this a joke? Huang Tianfang said discontentedly, "Have you ever farmed? In such cold weather, all the crops will freeze to death." Zhang Yi replied, "Hey, you can't say that. Back in Siberia, they vigorously promoted corn, right? If you think corn won't work, I have other seeds here, potatoes, wheat. They're bound to be something suitable." Li Jian and the others were completely speechless. "Zhang Yi, please stop joking. What is the temperature outside? Besides, in this icy weather, where will you plant?" Zhang Yi, however, said with a serious expression, "What if it's cold? Didn't we survive? We don't know how long this snow disaster will last. You may have felt it. The higher-ups have completely vanished, preparing for long-term concealment. This indicates that the apocalypse will last quite a while. If we don't plant crops, food will run out quickly. By then, won't everyone be facing a dead end? As for where to plant, that problem was easy to solve." Zhang Yi pointed out the window. "Isn't their land outside? As long as everyone clears the snow, there's land beneath. To overcome the low temperature, we can use underground planting methods. Although this process is difficult, we must try. Only in this way can we maintain a complete ecological chain and allow everyone to survive in the apocalypse." Among the 5, Huang Tianfang and Li Jian's expressions showed some interest. Huang Tianfang had been a farmer before. He was very skilled at farming. If they could solve the food problem through agriculture in the future, he would undoubtedly have an advantage over the city dwellers in the community. As for Li Jian, he believed that with so many people in their building, They represented significant labor force. If they developed an agricultural model, his voice in the community would also increase. Wang Chong looked at Zhang Yi with a skeptical expression. He definitely couldn't farm himself, but as the leader of 21, he could certainly have others do the work. Li Jian suddenly asked, if we're going to start agriculture, we must provide enough food. 300 portions of food seem a bit too little. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, his lips curling up as he said, but the number of people I need is more than enough with 300. He spread his hands. All right. Let's discuss my second condition in detail. Each building must send someone to organize farmland. I need to see your labor progress every day. After all, I'm not out there working hard just to feed idle people. Zhang Yi looked at everyone, gently tapping his fingers on the table, while the others were calculating in their minds. These are my two conditions. As long as you agree, I will promise to provide you with supplies. And if it's for 300 people, the quality of the food will also be guaranteed. In the future, I will even provide cigarettes, alcohol, clothing, and even medical supplies. As soon as this was said, some people couldn't sit still. Wang Chong stood up abruptly and asked loudly, "Can you get cigarettes?" His eyes were filled with anticipation. Huang Tianfang's lips trembled with excitement. "Do you have cigarettes? Quick, give me one to try. I haven't smoked in half a month. I'm going to go crazy." Both of these men were heavy smokers. Not letting them smoke for more than half a month was almost worse than killing them. Their agitation was also related to withdrawal symptoms. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, took out a pack of Li Huan's cigarettes from his pocket, and tossed one to each of them. The two looked greedily at the cigarettes in their hands and hurriedly stuffed them into their mouths. "Fire, do you have a lighter? Come on, light it up." At this moment, Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang even forgot what they were there for, running to the side, trembling as they lit their cigarettes. Then they took a deep puff, white smoke billowing out of their nostrils, and both displayed expressions of bliss. They could go without food, but not smoking would drive them insane. Zhang Yi's smile grew wider. "Now my conditions are laid out. Do you agree?" Chen Lingyu, with her legs tightly crossed, focused on her wet pants, shivering from the cold but not daring to show it. Zhang Yinian, who was muscular but simple-minded, was completely confused by Zhang Yi's farming conditions, not knowing how to speak. Only Li Jian initially intended to argue and negotiate some conditions. However, before he could speak, he was interrupted by Wang Chong. "As long as you can guarantee me cigarettes in the future, I can agree to all these conditions," he said. Huang Tianfang added, "I want the same conditions." Zhang Yi replied, "I can only give you one pack a day at most. I can't get more." Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang quickly agreed. "All right, it's settled then. One pack a day? You have to bring it to us." Zhang Yi smiled and shrugged. "So, we have reached a consensus in today's negotiations, right?" Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang were not particularly clever people. Moreover, cigarettes are highly addictive and can easily destroy a person's will. As long as they could get cigarettes, they didn't care about anything else. The two had no objections to the benefits Zhang Yi offered. However, Li Jian said, "We still need to discuss this matter." Chen Lingyu tightly crossed her legs and said with difficulty, "Yes, we need to think this through." Zhang Yi waved his hand. "Do as you wish. My conditions are laid out here. This is my greatest sincerity and bottom line. If you still don't agree, then we will have to meet with blades and guns." Zhang Yi emphasized the words blades and guns. This was a reminder to the people in front of him that fighting against Zhang Yi was like battling with swords, spears, and firearms. Wang Chong reached out to Zhang Yi. "I have no problem. Just give me a cigarette to smoke." Zhang Yi sneered, "What a joke. Aren't you all on the same front? Until you give me a clear answer, these conditions haven't officially taken effect. So if you want to smoke, you'll have to wait until you confirm." Wang Chong took a big drag from his cigarette, his eyes slightly dazed. He impatiently told Li Jian and the others, "What are we waiting for? Don't we already have what we want? Let's do as he says." Li Jian replied, "But this is too." Wang Chong glared at him. "What do you mean to? I said, let's do it. Don't waste time. I can't stand you chatterboxes." Huang Tianfang exhaled a smoke ring and said, "I think we should just go with it. Zhang Yi is giving us face. We should also understand his difficulties, right?" Li Jian's face was as dark as water, cursing Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang in his heart. These two idiots were causing infighting in front of their opponent.